Eleanor was the moonlight that Draco longed to possess solely from the moment they first met. Yet her radiance could only leave him gazing in admiration from afar. After joining Draco, every step of Eleanor's life was intricately woven with his presence. She envisioned herself alongside Draco, firmly seated on a pedestal, guiding the era with the Black and Malfoy legacies illuminating the path ahead. She yearned to witness Draco bring glory to the Malfoy name, to crown their family hand in hand with him. In the days that followed their union, Draco awoke each morning with a smile, unable to tear his gaze away from Eleanor, for his world had expanded beyond mere family wealth and power. He was now blessed with the most cherished companion, Eleanor, the beloved whom he nurtured with the utmost affection. Chapter 1. Apple Juice and a Letter. I present to you the esteemed lady, your breakfast. The house elf, clad in a silver-green scarf, bowed deeply, its wrinkled head nearly touching the carpet as its elongated nose hovered close to the ground. Eleanor gently caressed the bracelet on her left wrist, having not seen her father for nearly 2 months. Disgusted, she opened the mother-of-pearl lace fan on the table to shield her face, inadvertently pointing at the exquisite lamb chops. Iffy, your mistress is not inclined to indulge in such greasy fare this morning. Iffy's tear-filled eyes widened, making its already large tennis ball-sized orbs appear even more fearsome. It is all Iffy's fault. Iffy should not have allowed the mistress to have greasy lamb chops for breakfast. Iffy is a bad elf. Iffy emitted a sharp squeak, hastily gathering the food from the table. It was determined to prepare a fresh breakfast for the mistress and would soon head to the kitchen to berate its own foolishness. Eleanor ascended the stairs, her long skirts trailing behind her, her mood growing increasingly somber. I truly hope my morose and rigid father hasn't forgotten that he has a poor daughter waiting here. With a careless toss, she discarded the cushion from the rocking chair and flung herself into its soft embrace. The sprawling estate, spanning 3 hills, had lost its allure for her. She despondently drew the curtains, retreating into darkness, loathing the feeling of waiting. Sensing her noble mistress's foul mood, Iffy busily scurried about, offering a variety of delicacies, preferring to endure her jests about its bat-like ears rather than see her. Sulking, tears often welled in Iffy's eyes as it empathized with its little mistress. Its keen eyes caught sight of a shadow suddenly appearing downstairs, and Iffy shouted with a voice that penetrated through the walls. "Oh, master! You have returned!" Iffy heard the door slam against the wall and turned just in time to feel a gust of wind rush past. Eleanor, lifting her skirts, raced down the stairs with astonishing speed, leaping into her father's embrace. "I can't believe my dust-covered father remembers he has an airy daughter." Despite having already shaken off 3 layers of dust, Regulus chuckled as he ruffled his daughter's slightly disheveled silver hair. "I hope my dust-covered self will not be scorned by my precious daughter." Eleanor composed herself, feigning calm as she stepped back from Regulus's embrace, opening a mother-of-pearl lace fan with a soft huff. "Your magnanimous daughter would never hold such a thing against you." Regulus's gray eyes reflected the small figure of his daughter as he smiled gently, retrieving a cake towering 3 men high from his alchemical ring, levitating it in the air. With a spelled "My dear Ellie, do you remember what day it is today?" Eleanor's cheeks flushed with excitement as her gaze fixated on the exquisite cake, nearly bursting with the urge to jump in delight. "My beloved father, I adore this cake." She hurriedly circled around the cake, discovering hidden surprises atop it. "Oh, there's even a portrait of me on it, along with so many blessings." Regulus listened quietly as his daughter chattered away, recounting her adventures over the past 2 months across the estate's 3 hills. She remarked on how outdated the new custom gown made by Mrs. Isfahani looked with its red accents. She lamented how the wretched Iffy had ruined her nameless ivory fan, though the magnanimous Miss Black had forgiven the little elf for its clumsiness, even as it felt guilty for having bumped into the wall in her presence. He the corner of the stairs. Iffy pulled out a silver-green cloth, vigorously wiping its large, flat nose. It watched with satisfaction as the adorable Eleanor skipped about like a lively monkey, dancing around her father. Iffy relished the warm scene below and hurried to the kitchen to prepare a grand feast for the evening's main event. 2 months apart had left Eleanor overly excited as a strange sound escaped her dry throat. She quickly grabbed the apple juice from the small table and took a few sips. Regulus merely smiled gently at her, but Eleanor was certain her dignified father was secretly mocking her in his heart. Suddenly, Regulus furrowed his brow, his expression growing complex as he turned his gaze towards her. He raised his hand slightly, and a gray feathered owl fluttered in, appearing as if it were on the verge of collapse, awkwardly landing on the table where the apple juice sat. Eleanor arched an eyebrow, instinctively opening her lace floral fan to shield her face, bemused as she watched the twitching owl knock over a cup, collapsing onto the small table. Her violet eyes looked down upon the poor creature, haughtily critiquing the exhausted bird. "Is this a new breed of twitching owl that enjoys apple juice?" Regulus's smile remained warm, yet his gray eyes bore a hint of gloom. "My dear Ellie, let's see what it has brought. Please refrain from mocking this poor twitching owl." Eleanor huffed lightly, tossing aside 2 freshly cleaned items from the table before slowly approaching. She raised her hand and swept the wretched owl off the table, which struggled to lift its neck, exerting its final strength to emit a hoarse "G." The entire bird tumbled on the ground 3 times before lying still. Iffy dutifully appeared, gently taking the inconspicuous owl away for rest and nourishment. Eleanor picked up the letter, faintly scented with apple, completely disregarding the peculiar address that read "The girl by the table with the apple juice." Her gaze fell upon the recipient, and to her astonishment, she discovered the letter was addressed to her. Curiosity piqued, Eleanor opened the envelope, revealing on the first page Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of Wisengamot. Dear Miss Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl's response by July 31 St. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. For the first time in 11 years, receiving a letter from someone other than her father, Eleanor restrained her excitement, rereading the subsequent page filled with trivialities. Several times, with a glimmer of curiosity, Eleanor looked up at Regulus, her eyes shining brightly, her face alight with joy. Father, it says students can bring pets. May I have one? An owl, or perhaps a cat, or even a toad? Leaning against the arm of Regulus's chair, she chattered eagerly. Can first-year students bring their own broomsticks? Am I considered a first year? Why would I need a broomstick? Eleanor's gaze flitted back and forth across the words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, her violet eyes sparkling with a unique light. Father, Headmaster Dumbledore has invited me to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Eleanor twirled and dashed to Regulus's side, excitedly grabbing his arm and shaking it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Magical Academy. No one noticed the faint sorrow in Regulus's eyes as he gently ruffled his daughter's hair. Observing how Eleanor nestled comfortably like a kitten, her eyes half closed in contentment. Resolutely, Regulus deepened the smile upon his face. Indeed, my remarkable daughter has received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Every young witch or wizard receives their letter on the eve of their 11th birthday. You shall soon depart from home to pursue your studies. Are you excited, Ellie? Eleanor nodded enthusiastically, twirling around with the letter clutched tightly in her hands. I am overjoyed, Daddy. Will I meet other lovely children? You know, I can hardly contain my excitement. Regulus lowered his gaze, concealing the tempest of emotion swirling within him, yet his voice remained warm and reassuring. I am genuinely pleased for you, dear Ellie. Chapter 2. Birthday Gifts and Diagon Alley. By the time Ife had arranged a sumptuous feast of Eleanor's favorite delicacies, her spirits had been restored. She unfurled the lace fan in her hand, and Eleanor's violet eyes sparkled with admiration for Ife. She plucked a gold galleon from her ring and tossed it to Ife. Well done, Ife. Take this and indulge in some pudding you fancy. Ife felt a surge of joy from her young mistress's praise. Yet a pang of sorrow accompanied the galleon, her wrinkled head yearning to return to the kitchen and slam against the wall in frustration. It is my honor to bring you joy, my lady. After a satisfying meal, Eleanor felt the familiar drowsiness wash over her. She stubbornly resisted sleep, forcing her heavy eyelids to remain open as she twirled before Regulus. Approaching the table, she traced the exquisite patterns along its edge, marveling at how the table resembled a splendid gift. As Regulus sipped his coffee, she lifted the tray to examine the cup, noting its fine-bone china, which too seemed a present. While Regulus assisted her in composing a reply, Eleanor leaned closer to the drawer, retrieving several delicate quills that resembled beautiful gifts themselves. Despite Eleanor's numerous hints, Regulus remained oblivious to her desires, prompting her to pout and retreat to her room. She flung herself onto the bed, rolling beneath the covers, burying her face in the pillow, and muttering, Regulus is such an insufferable father. Just then, she noticed a charming silver-green box perched atop the bedside table, adorned with a green ribbon resembling a butterfly with broken wings. Eleanor fretted that the ribbon might come undone as she gently extracted the diamond-studded greeting card. Pressed beneath the box, scrawled in elegant cursive at a slant of 60 degrees, were Regulus's graceful letters. To my dearest daughter, Ellie. With a slight huff of dissatisfaction, Eleanor expressed her disdain for the unsightly ribbon. She opened the drawer to retrieve her magical camera, snapping several photos of the ribbon, and after washing her hands, she dabbed them with rose water before reverently unwrapping the gift box. Inside lay a mother-of-pearl fan intricately carved with figures and embellished with pink gemstones. As she delicately opened the fan, she felt the surge of magic flowing from it. This was an alchemical fan. Eleanor perused the accompanying instruction manual, discovering that this fan, crafted by the illustrious Nicodemus, could repel dark magic until it was damaged. The softly glowing fan brimmed with magical energy, and the engraved enchantments would replenish its power continuously. allowing Eleanor to draw upon it whenever she required. Truly, it was a treasured fan, and Nicodemus was indeed a remarkable alchemist. Eleanor carefully stowed the fan within the alchemical space of her ring, then indulged in a luxurious bath before snuggling into her covers, fragrant and content. She envisioned herself triumphing at Hogwarts, flanked by a retinue of bowing and scraping followers, with house elves on either side of the red carpet showering her with petals. Magnificent unicorns sauntered beside her, calling out in submission as she held her head high, 2 towering boys behind her, holding a grand lace-trimmed umbrella, and a lovely girl supporting her hand as they made their way toward a gem-studded throne. These visions danced in Eleanor's dreams. Over the following days, she traversed 3 hills, ensuring every creature knew of her imminent enrollment at Hogwarts, destined to become the most illustrious student. One day, at the dining table, Regulus suddenly mentioned that he would take her to Diagon Alley, a place every new wizard must visit. The next day, Eleanor donned a light Edwardian dress, clutching an ivory white crane feather fan as she accompanied Regulus to London. The environment of Charing Cross in Westminster was stiflingly grimy, yet their destination was a small, dilapidated inn and pub. To Eleanor's surprise, this shabby establishment was wedged snugly between a spacious bookstore and a nondescript record shop. Regulus cast a confusion charm upon Eleanor, leading her to the small courtyard behind the pub. Eleanor stood silently before a brick wall, her enthusiasm dampened by the disarray around her. She peered out from beneath her lashes, and Regulus gently patted her head. In the future, simply tap your wand against the rubbish bin and count 3 bricks upward, then 2 bricks sideways, and the door to Diagon Alley will reveal itself. My dear Ellie, there is no need to feel disheartened. You can reach Diagon Alley directly with flue powder. Eleanor mustered her spirits, lifted her skirts, and stepped onto the cobbled street of Diagon Alley. Here, peculiar and exhilarating shops and eateries flourished. Typically, young wizards would procure their school supplies before heading to Hogwarts. Regulus patted her shoulder, drawing her attention back to him. First, I will take you to Gringotts to withdraw some of your assets from the Black family vault. As the dingy shadows of the pub faded, Eleanor's excitement reignited. She lifted her gaze to admire the towering white buildings at the junction of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, and Regulus reassuringly patted her shoulder. Gringotts is guarded by a host of goblins. We have arrived, let us proceed. Before the gleaming bronze doors stood 2 rows of goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, who bowed respectfully as the 2 passed. Eleanor was particularly intrigued by the second silver door, which bore engraved warnings. Such blatant warnings, do they truly expect that a thief would be deterred by mere words? Regulus chuckled, ruffling her hair. Certainly not. Gringotts houses a dragon in its depths. Even the most powerful wizards would fare poorly here. Upon entering the spacious, bright marble hall, Eleanor observed the small, ugly goblins performing their designated tasks, some hastily recording transactions at long counters, others weighing coins, and several inspecting gemstones with magnifying glasses. A well-dressed goblin approached respectfully, bowing his lined head. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Black. How may I assist you today? Regulus slightly turned, revealing Eleanor standing behind him. I wish to take my daughter, Eleanor Black, to the Black family vault. Eleanor flicked her fan, raising her chin haughtily, and offered the bald little creature a fleeting glance. The goblin adjusted his glasses to scrutinize Eleanor, seemingly sensing an uncontrollable tremor, and his demeanor grew even more respectful. Ah, esteemed Miss Black, to Vault 711 of the Black family, please follow me. The goblin guided them into a mine cart that spiraled downward, and Eleanor's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped her palms tightly, the exhilarating sensation truly unforgettable. The goblin opened the vault door, bowing his head deeply, striving to minimize his presence. Ignoring the towering piles of galleons stacked to the ceiling, Eleanor's interest was captured by several glimmering gemstones. Ellie, feel free to take some to carry with you. I always worry you might find yourself in a situation without funds. Do not be deceived by the mundane appearance of these galleons. Most wizards only recognize this currency. Watching his daughter languidly sift through the galleons, he chuckled, selecting a few gemstones to slip into her ring. Take what you like to have customized. They are merely gemstones. Eleanor nodded eagerly, her eyes shimmering, while the nearby goblin buried his head even lower. Chapter 3. The wand. With her ring brimming with galleons, Regulus decided to first select a wand. Ellie, remember that a fine wand will be your most steadfast companion. The dilapidated building before them once again suffocated Eleanor, the Ollivander's wand shop. Established in 382 BC. It bore a rich history, and no wonder it appeared so worn. Following Regulus into the store, Eleanor felt as though she had entered a cramped, narrow, and dilapidated space. The shelves, reaching up to the ceiling, were crammed with countless slender boxes, Mr. Ollivander, we are here to select a wand, Eleanor announced. With a creaking sound, an elderly gentleman with a crown of white hair glided down the ladder. A first year at Hogwarts? Let me take a look. Regulus, I remember you. A gifted child indeed. Your wand is made of laurel wood with a dragon heartstring core. I recall every wand I have sold. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Eleanor, assessing the proud young witch before him. So you are the one here to choose a wand? His eyes, weathered by time, seemed to have no effect on Eleanor, who furrowed her brow slightly and lifted her skirt, replying, "It is I, sir." "Ah, then we must first measure you." Several flying tape measures quivered as they measured the length of her arms, forearms, height, and head circumference. Eleanor found it perplexing that her head size would relate to a wand. After all, she would not be casting spells with her head. "Child, your dominant hand is the right," Ollivander muttered as he retrieved a sleek black wand, 10 inches long, made of vine wood with a dragon heartstring core. "The wielder of this wand will possess noble aspirations and profound foresight." The wand trembled slightly in Eleanor's hand, yet she felt no connection to it. Ollivander shook his head. "It seems this is not the one." He turned and, with a flurry, produced another wand, measuring 12 3/4 inches, crafted from cherry wood with a phoenix feather core. This core can bestow formidable power upon any wand. The wand remained still in Eleanor's grasp, but she still felt no bond. 11 1/3 inches. Made of walnut with a dragon heartstring core, typically chosen by a master of keen intuition and keen insight. Regrettably, this exquisite wand felt lifeless in her hand. "Ah, a discerning little witch you are. Let me think," Ollivander exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Eleanor, holding a series of wands that either felt inert or trembled, began to feel drowsy. Ollivander's hair grew even more disheveled as he dashed to the back with great commotion, returning with an ancient box that appeared on the brink of decay. "This is it. 13 1/4 inches. Elderwood with a phoenix feather core. An exceedingly unruly material coupled with the most selective core, yet it can perform powerful magic. The wizard who wields it is destined for a life of grandeur." As soon as the wand fell into her hands, Eleanor felt a surge of power stirring her inner magic. The wand emitted a blinding white light, and a gust of wind swept through the shabby room, making it seem even more dilapidated. Feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, Eleanor stammered, "I apologize, Mr. Ollivander, I." Ollivander waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat jittery as he muttered, "It is the wand that chooses the wizard." Regulus, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "We will compensate for the damages caused within the shop. After all, my daughter's magical prowess is quite formidable." This remark interrupted Ollivander's thoughts, and he silently watched as Regulus left a handful of galleons and departed with the girl. The door creaked one last time, lamenting as it fell silent. Eleanor tucked the wand away and looked up at Regulus, who returned to himself and gently patted her shoulder. "Eli, you will be an extraordinary young witch." "Of course I will, father," she replied, basking in his warmth. At Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, they offered an array of Hogwarts robes, including shimmering, non-iron, decorative, fitted, casual, long, and temperature-regulating styles. "Let us customize a few robes for you, and then we shall head to the nearby Flourish and Blots to select your first-year textbooks." Regulus suddenly chuckled, "Yes, for the first-year little one." As Eleanor observed the dark and simple robes worn by the wizards in Diagon Alley, she recalled the requirements stated in her acceptance letter, and for once, did not feel overwhelmed. She followed Regulus to the robe shop, somewhat subdued. "Ah, welcome, young guests." Madame Malkin beamed at Eleanor. "Another pretty young witch, I see. Are we crafting Hogwarts robes?" Eleanor nodded modestly, glancing at the displayed robes. "And I would like a few of these as well." Though the robes were simple, Eleanor's curiosity was piqued by their novelty. Madame Malkin appeared surprised that today's measurements had been so efficiently executed. "Very well, it will be ready shortly." Regulus led Eleanor to Flourish and Blots, where they rapidly selected textbooks. Eleanor chose several that piqued her interest and paid. At the cauldron shop, adorned with sparkling signs, she purchased a cauldron. Although she was not particularly interested in potions, she was fascinated by the various types of cauldrons available. Regulus then took her to experience a stationery shop, where Eleanor immersed herself in selecting enough quills and parchment to last her until graduation. Eleanor chattered excitedly about the beauty of the quills, while Regulus silently listened, unable to discern the differences among them. Passing by the Quidditch shop, she noticed a group of young witches animatedly discussing the newly released Nimbus 2000, but she floated past without a glance. Outside Slugjigger's apothecary, Regulus spotted a fresh-looking bat. "Eli, I see an acquaintance. Long time no see, Severus." Eleanor raised her chin slightly as she followed her father to greet him. Severus scowled, glancing over his shoulder. "Indeed, it has been a long time, Regulus. His gaze shifted to the small girl beside him, where he recognized a hint of Regulus's features, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Regulus smiled warmly. "This is my daughter, Eleanor Black. Eli, this is Severus Snape, the youngest master of potions and head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts." Eleanor was taken aback by the title of the youngest master of potions. Compared to the elderly figures in her tedious potion books, the man before her seemed remarkably youthful. Eleanor gently lifted her skirt and curtsied earnestly. "Good day, Mr. Snape." Severus nodded in acknowledgement before engaging in conversation with Regulus. Eleanor observed the shop overflowing with barrels of viscous substances, rows of jars filled with powders, herbs, bundles of feathers, fangs, and claws, striving to ignore the pungent, salty odor. Her respect for Mr. Snape deepening. With keen ears, she heard Severus mention that his partner had been unwell lately. Regulus offered words of comfort and indicated that he could provide any necessary potion ingredients. After some back and forth, they bid each other farewell. Watching Severus's robes billow as he departed, Eleanor marveled at the character of the youngest master of potions, and with her skirts lifted, she swiftly floated to the roadside, reminding herself that those who love potions are indeed brave. Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Regulus chuckled as he observed her. "Look at my poor Eli. Shall we pay a visit to Florian's ice cream parlor?" Eleanor's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the ice cream. Though she yearned for a large scoop to devour joyfully, she chose a modest serving of strawberry ice cream adorned with raspberries. Regulus sat beside her, relishing his large mint chocolate ice cream and lamenting how delightful the larger portions were. "The best Florian will prepare numerous large scoops of different flavors for me." Eleanor lightly huffed, rejecting Regulus's suggestion of acquiring a cat or toad as a pet, asserting that even Florian would not wish to keep a toad. Ultimately, she selected a nearly pure white snowy owl from the Aelops Owl Emporium, which stood out as remarkably majestic among the droopy owls. "Little Kay will help me deliver messages, Father." Regulus made a valiant effort to disregard the hastily coined nickname Little Kay that Eleanor had playfully bestowed upon him, nodding in agreement. "I eagerly await your tales of life, dear Ellie," he said. As he removed the meticulously crafted robe, Regulus signaled the end of their outing for the day. He hesitated momentarily before softly calling out to Eleanor, "Perhaps you would like to visit the Black ancestral home, Ellie?" Eleanor, intrigued by the prospect of seeing her father's former residence, readily acquiesced. "Then we should best apparate. Though I must warn you, my initial experience was rather disconcerting." "I shall hold on to you tightly, Ellie." Regulus firmly grasped Eleanor's arm as they apparat to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Eleanor experienced no discomfort. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the muggles residing nearby. Regulus stood silently before the door, seemingly lost in reminiscence. When he finally spoke, his voice was tinged with a low melancholic timbre. "Shall we enter, Ellie?" Eleanor followed him into the once grand, now dilapidated old house. At the entrance on the first floor, a moldy curtain faced them, and from behind it erupted a piercing scream. "Damn that creature! What have you let in? Werewolves, muggles, or those filthy mudbloods?" The sound of thudding footsteps echoed from upstairs, as a decrepit and soiled house elf came rushing down, panting like a bellows. "Oh, I apologize, master. It is Creature's oversight." Creature. This aged creature, its face a tapestry of wrinkles, emitted a sharp, frantic cry as it trembled, attempting to clear its murky old eyes in order to discern the silhouette at the entrance, but it only grew more indistinct. "Creature, why are you shrieking? Who is it? Is it those filthy wretches from the ministry come to desecrate my ancestral home again? Creature, tell them to leave. The Blacks have not yet been extinguished." The voice of the old woman continued to hurl curses, while Creature, lacking its former agility, trembled down the stairs, too choked with emotion to utter a single word. Regulus silently observed as Creature approached the moldy curtain, the aged elf unable to find its voice. With a trembling hand, it yanked aside the curtain, revealing a life-sized portrait of an old woman with yellowed skin, drooling from the corner of her mouth, adorned with a black pointed hat. Her eyes darting about as she continued her vitriol, her gaze fixated on the tall figure at the entrance, desperately sifting through her foggy memories. As she recognized the now more mature and composed Regulus, far removed from the naive boy of years past, her throat emitted a sharp gasp. Yet within this scene, no one mocked her. The drooling, cantankerous woman shed tears upon seeing her longed-for son Rael. "Oh my child, Rael, come closer so I may behold you. My poor child. You are Rael, are you not? Those accursed Aurors have always said you perished. A pack of filthy wretches, I never believed them. For over a decade. My Rael, I have awaited your return." This self-important woman wept unabashedly, her tears and drool flying, yearning to break through the cursed frame to embrace her pitiful Rael. Regulus's eyes too grew moist, as he leaned against the frame, tears cascading onto the portrait, seemingly igniting her very soul. Mother! Eleanor, turning her bracelet, silently observed this poignant tableau, while Creature busily wiped its murky eyes with a soiled cloth, muttering phrases such as "Master, this is splendid." Once the tumult subsided, Regulus offered a remorseful embrace to Eleanor. "My dear Ellie, I am truly sorry for having neglected you. Are you all right?" Eleanor felt a heaviness in her chest and softly replied, "I am well, father." Having calmed after the emotional outburst, the old woman regarded Eleanor with curiosity. Regulus stood and took Eleanor's hand, guiding her to the portrait, presenting her fully to his mother. "Mother, this is my daughter, Eleanor Sylvia Black. Ellie, this is your grandmother, Walburga Black." Eleanor gracefully lifted her skirts in a courteous bow, her violet eyes demurely cast downward. "Good day, grandmother." Upon meeting those violet eyes, a visceral tremor coursed through Walburga. What a formidable soul this child possessed. "I am delighted to meet you, dear child." Walburga managed to muster a somewhat awkward smile. Realizing that the Black lineage had not perished, they still had a worthy heir. At that moment, she felt a fervent desire to sever the heads of those boastful Aurors and display them along her garden fence. "I cannot believe Rael has a child. You have grown so much. I regret not having met you sooner. Now, I can no longer even touch your lovely hair." Walburga fished out a handkerchief to dab at her tears, struggling to recall if there was a Sylvia among the Black family or any pureblood lineage. "Is Sylvia your mother's name, child?" "Mother." Regulus stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Eleanor's shoulders, offering her comfort as he shot a piercing glance at Walburga. "Sylvia is Ellie's mother, the name of my beloved, and alas, she is no longer with us. Ellie never had the chance to meet her." Today's emotional roller coaster rendered Walburga momentarily silent, her muddled mind grasping the message conveyed in Regulus's gaze, her expression oscillating between laughter and tears, a comical sight indeed. "I am sorry, dear child. I hope I have not offended you. May I call you Ellie, child?" Eleanor nodded gracefully, tenderly stroking the bracelet on her wrist as she smiled at her. "It is perfectly fine, grandmother. You may call me Ellie. We are family, are we not?" "Oh, my sweet Ellie." Walburga retrieved her handkerchief once more, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. "You are truly a darling." At last, Regulus turned his attention to Creature, whose murky old eyes trembled fervently. Just as Creature was about to speak, Regulus halted it. "It suffices that I have returned, Creature. Let us not dwell on the past. Come, let us admire my daughter. She is quite beautiful, is she not?" Creature fidgeted with the hem of its garment, unwilling to meet the gaze of this pure and exquisite girl, fearing that its filthy old eyes would tarnish her. Creature felt a surge of joy upon seeing its young master. Wah! Once again, chaos ensued as Regulus sought to explain his years away to Walburga. Creature eagerly offered to show the young master around the desolate Black estate. Upon seeing the row of house elf heads mounted on the staircase railing, Creature fervently declared that its greatest wish was for its own head to be displayed there as well. Eleanor thoughtfully admired the unsettling sight, suggesting that a transparent collection chamber be constructed in the yard for a more aesthetic exhibition. She affirmed the old servant's loyalty, declaring, "You certainly deserve to have your head displayed here." Chapter 5. The Return Journey. Back at the entrance on the first floor, Regulus expressed his desire to relocate his mother and the other portraits to the estate for proper care, where they could continue to thrive as a family. Walburga emitted a sharp gasp as Eleanor twirled her bracelet, quietly raising her hand to say, "I too hope grandmother can come live with us." Walburga quickly forced a somewhat misshapen, benevolent smile as she looked kindly at Eleanor. "Oh, if it is little Ellie's wish, then grandmother would love to live with little Ellie. I shall return with you." Walburga then cast a sidelong glance at Regulus, snorting with indignation. "Rael, your mother's portrait is not so easily removed." Regulus, uncharacteristically bashful, smiled. "You need not worry, mother. I have my methods." Regulus cast another glance at the fidgeting Creature lurking in the shadows, revealing the familiar look that Creature had come to recognize all too well. "Are you not going to tidy up, Creature? Do you wish to guard this house all by yourself?" Creature's aged eyes clouded over once more. He stammered, knocking his head a few times, and bowed deeply before shuffling off to commence his task. Eleanor curiously trailed behind him, watching as he unearthed an exquisite large box from the dusty storage room. With meticulous care, Creature retrieved a clean cloth and gently wiped away the dust, cradling the box as he cautiously placed within it various treasures he deemed precious. Among these were silver goblets embossed with the family crest, a substantial stack of photographs of Regulus, one depicting a graceful and noble woman, and another of a dark-haired lady. To Creature, these items were akin to jewels. Creature then scurried off to fetch several bags, directly removing the tapestry of the Black family tree that hung in the sitting room, folding it carefully before placing it inside. He discovered a grimy box on a shelf, which he solemnly cleaned before opening it to reveal its contents to Eleanor. Inside lay a first-class Merlin medal awarded to Regulus's grandfather for his contributions to the Ministry of Magic, as well as a grand gold ring engraved with the Black family emblem, and an old family photograph ensconced in a silver frame. These trivial items were treasures in Creature's eyes. Ascending to the 5th floor, Creature entered a room, clattering about for some time before emerging with several large bags in tow. He nostalgically stepped into a chamber marked by a sign that read, "No entry without explicit permission. Regulus Arcturus Black." Eleanor stood at the threshold, surveying the meticulously preserved and spotless room. Creature was reluctant to discard anything. Every button present held a memory of Regulus, and he nearly emptied the room of its contents. Having cleared this space, Creature leaped to remove the sign from the door, packing it away before heading downstairs, having no inclination to enter another room on the 5th floor. Eleanor, caressing her bracelet, stepped into the almost emptied room, standing quietly for a moment before gently closing the door behind her. Spotting Eleanor about to enter the ominous room, Creature hurriedly dashed over, exclaiming, "This is the room of the traitor Sirius Black. Please, young mistress, do not go in. Sirius Black, the traitor of the Black family, will only bring misfortune." With a few soothing words, Eleanor managed to calm Creature, waving her hand to open the door and stepping into the dusty chamber. The room was spacious, and the remnants of the Black family's former grandeur were evident in its exquisite decor. A large, ornately carved bed occupied the space, with heavy velvet drapes shrouding the tall windows, and layers of dust accumulated on the chandelier. The remnants of burned candles still lingered in their sconces, with hardened wax dripping like crystalline icicles. The walls bore paintings and the headboard was similarly cloaked in a thin layer of dust, while a spider's web stretched from the chandelier to the top of a wooden wardrobe. Even from the doorway, Eleanor could hear the faint rustling sounds emanating from within. Numerous posters and photographs adorned the walls, hinting at the original silvery gray satin wallpaper beneath the dust. The room displayed several enormous crimson and gold banners, which Eleanor found rather unsightly, leading her to question Sirius Black's taste. The faded banners and images of Muggle motorcycles plastered on the walls appeared to be remnants of a bygone era. As her gaze skimmed over various indistinct images, she finally spotted one that stood apart from the rest. It was a photograph of 4 robed wizards standing arm in arm, grinning foolishly at the camera. Eleanor observed that there was no trace of her father in this room, and with that thought, she turned and made her way downstairs. The faded golden-red banners fluttered weakly before falling limp, and the room fell silent once more. By the time Eleanor reached the ground floor, Regulus had already taken down the portraits and packed them away, while Creature was busily transporting the last few bags. Regulus knelt down to ruffle his daughter's hair before enveloping her in a tight embrace, and with a flick of his wand, they disapparated to the manor. Thus, the Black ancestral home fell into a profound silence. Iffy had prepared dinner long ago and, upon seeing the elderly Creature, whose skin sagged almost to the ground, she couldn't help but scream, covering her ears, for she had never encountered such a filthy and aged house elf. "Stop, Iffy," Regulus said in a low voice. "This is Creature, my devoted house elf who has cared for me since childhood. He has looked after the uninhabited Black Manor, and from now on he will live with us, understand?" Iffy hesitantly nodded in response to Creature's emotional sobs, feeling an unfamiliar sense of urgency. After a warm dinner shared between father and daughter, Regulus attended to the portraits. Eleanor observed Creature bustling about, arranging and polishing various items brought from the Black Manor, while awkwardly fiddling with his silver-green scarf, which Iffy had insisted he wear. Feeling somewhat out of place in such clean attire, Eleanor cheerfully returned to her bedroom, settling into the rocking chair by the window with a copy of History of Magic. As night deepened, she cast a lingering glance at the moon hanging high in the sky before drawing the curtains closed and surrendering to the warm embrace of slumber. At last, the long-awaited 1st of September had arrived. The tears of Iffy and Creature nearly drowned Eleanor in the preceding days. The reason she was able to endure their emotional outbursts was that Regulus had remained at home with her, never venturing out, making her feel like the happiest child in the world over these past few months. Amidst Walpurgis's murmurs, Regulus disapparated with Eleanor to King's Cross Station. Reminiscing as he glanced around, he crouched to advise his beloved daughter, passed through the wall between platforms 9 and 10 Ellie. Beyond that lies platform 9 3/4. Reluctant to part ways for several months, Eleanor dawdled, unwilling to leave. Regulus chuckled at his daughter's stubbornness. After all, she had been so eagerly awaiting the start of school while at home, hadn't she? Yet he cherished her dependence on him. A commotion approached as a group of people drew near, the rotund man among them loudly mocking, I told you, Harry, you're dreaming. There's no platform 9 3/4 here. The woman and the chubby boy joined in, laughing at his delusions. The rare moment of warmth shattered. Eleanor, displeased, took her suitcase and little creature, casting a cold glance at the family. I'm leaving, Dad. I'll write to you. Regulus felt a sting in his eyes, suppressing the moisture welling there as he replied slowly yet assuredly. I will await your letter, my dear Ellie. Eleanor caressed the bracelet on her wrist, affirming to herself, I shall not be timid. I am never alone. She gazed deeply at Regulus before turning toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10, disappearing from sight. The boy who had been mocked quickly grabbed his belongings and followed, hesitating before the wall. Gathering his courage, he closed his eyes and charged forward, leaving the three behind in stunned silence. Regulus cast a cold glance at them before disapparating away from the platform. When the boy opened his eyes, the radiant girl with silver hair was nowhere to be found, and feeling dejected, he lowered his head and sought out an empty carriage to sit in. Chapter 6, Moonlight. Eleanor found a satisfactory empty carriage, stowing her luggage before taking a seat by the window, gazing curiously outside. Before long, a girl with thick hair knocked on the door and asked, Hello, may I sit here? I couldn't find an empty seat. Eleanor opened the door to let her in. It's still free here. Please take a seat. The girl smiled gratefully, placing her luggage down and remaining silent as she sat. Just before the Hogwarts Express departed, two bashful first-year students entered the compartment. After exchanging greetings, the four of them settled into their seats, enveloped in a heavy silence. As the train emitted a whistle and set off, Eleanora gazed out the window for a considerable time, before redirecting her attention. This was her second departure from the estate, and she felt an insatiable curiosity towards the unfamiliar. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered when a girl with slightly unkempt hair and prominent front teeth energetically pushed open the compartment door. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing. Eleanora paused in her perusal of standard spells, beginner level, realizing that it was actually encasing the secrets of Hogwarts, a book she had already read at home. Miss, Eleanora said, her violet eyes glancing indifferently at the girl. I believe it would be prudent for you to knock before entering. The girl's face turned crimson, and as she opened her mouth as if to respond, her excitement faded upon noticing the standard spells, beginner level, in Eleanora's hands. Are you reading standard spells, beginner level? I finished that book as well. What do you think of the spells inside? She inquired, attempting to squeeze closer. Eleanora opened her black lace fan, revealing only her emotionless eyes. If you cannot learn to be polite, kindly remove yourself from my sight. The girl, overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure, moved her lips and pale face muttered an apology before leaving. Dejectedly, the three in the compartment finally dared to breathe, gazing at Eleanora with a mix of reverence and admiration. Eleanora accepted their admiration well, continuing to read calmly at the center of their attention. Until Eleanora's gaze fell upon the magical snacks on the trolley, she stared intently and decisively announced, I shall take them all. The three were taken aback, seemingly about to speak, but Eleanora gestured towards the snacks on the table. You may partake as well. I cannot finish them all. They had not expected this, blushing as they quietly expressed their gratitude. Eleanora first discovered a chocolate frog, and upon opening it, found a card featuring a grinning old man with a white beard, but it quickly vanished. She paused, capturing the frog that attempted to leap away. Scrutinizing its form but finding no appetite, she set it aside and picked up a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After extracting one and chewing it, she squinted with satisfaction. It was apple-flavored. One of the occupants in the compartment involuntarily retched, and she immediately stood up, blushing, and apologized. I am so sorry. I bit into a bean that tasted like a stinky sock. Seeing the girl before her, on the verge of tears, Eleanora waved her hand, offering her a few pieces of super bubblegum, gesturing for her to eat and calm down. The girl, red-faced, accepted it with a quiet thanks and sat back down, clutching her clothing. Eleanora frowned, sensing something amiss. She struggled to swallow the licorice wand, a flavor she found quite unpalatable, and after taking a few bites of a cauldron-shaped cake, she felt somewhat better. However, she soon grew weary of the cauldron cake, taking a swig from a bottle of rum and swallowing silently. Dismayed by the snacks on the Hogwarts Express, she lost interest in the remaining treats and resumed her reading. As the train approached the station, Eleanora donned her school robe and stepped out once it came to a halt. Hearing someone announce their assistance with luggage, she gracefully exited the station. First-year students gather here. A thunderous voice startled Eleanora. She looked at the tall figure holding an oil lamp, with disheveled hair and a bushy beard, whose large, bright eyes resembled those of a beetle. What a towering individual. Hey Harry, so good to see you. The tall man enthusiastically embraced a boy with slightly longer hair. Eleanora noticed that the crowd stirred at the mention of the name Harry. Whispers of the Chosen One reaching her ears. Chosen One? Eleanora immediately turned to scrutinize the boy with the tattered glasses. What makes him a savior? She had heard tales of Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, and it appeared the rumors held truth. A platinum-haired boy swaggered over to Harry, flanked by two imposing figures. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. A red-haired boy, squeezing closer to Harry, snickered at this introduction. The platinum-haired boy shot him an annoyed glance, about to retort, but then caught sight of a glimmer of moonlight, and when he looked again, it had vanished into the crowd. He returned his gaze dismissively, sneering. Are you mocking my name? With that hair and worn-out robes, you must belong to the Weasley family. He slightly turned, crossing his arms, and withdrew his gaze. My father has always said the Weasleys are nothing but a family of blood traitors who relish in rags. He ignored the flustered boy, turning back to Harry. Mr. Potter, you will soon discover that some wizarding families are superior. I trust you will make the right choice. But Harry rebuffed him, and the platinum-haired boy's face flushed as he walked away in anger, flanked by his two companions. Eleanora had already boarded a small boat at the call of the tall man. The inky night sky merged with the endless black surface of the lake. Eleanora looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of disappointment. The moon was nowhere to be seen tonight. As the boat glided to a certain point, a booming voice echoed ahead. Eleanora remained motionless in her seat. Once the young wizards disembarked, the tall man led them to the entrance of the magical academy, where he handed the children over to a woman wearing a pointed hat. The woman nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Hagrid." Eleanora noticed Hagrid wink at a certain direction before departing. Following his gaze, Eleanora paused, spotting the grinning savior, Harry. After counting the students, the woman announced, "I am your deputy headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. Now please follow me into the Great Hall." A row of young wizards followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall, where countless floating candles illuminated the space, causing some young wizards to gasp in astonishment. The Great Hall featured 4 long tables, designated for each of the 4 houses. The staff table was positioned at the head of the hall, with a grand golden chair at its center, reserved for the headmaster. The enchanted ceiling reflected the night sky. Eleanora examined the mysterious runes etched upon the ceiling, welcoming them to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall announced, "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, you must determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your fellow housemates, reside in your house dormitory, and spend your leisure time in your house common room. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history, and has produced remarkable witches and wizards. Throughout your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will receive the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that no matter which house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it." In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school. I suggest you tidy yourselves up and appear more spirited while you wait. At this point, Eleanora noticed her gaze linger slightly on a certain spot. She turned to see Harry nervously smoothing his hair. "Once they are ready over there, I will come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Please remain quiet while you wait." Chapter 7. The Sorting. Eleanora heard the first-year students discussing the sorting ceremony non-stop since they had disembarked. "My father spoke of the house needing to battle a troll. Merlin's headband. I shall surely perish." A young wizard trembled in fear, his hair quaking. "You are mistaken. My aunt declared that the house must announce the timing of the fairy rebellion, for these restless fairies are perpetually in revolt." A little witch was nearly brought to tears by her apprehension. Meanwhile, some young wizards fervently recited the history of magic and various incantations, while others debated whether to leap through the fiery hoop or plunge to the lake's depths to embrace a mermaid. Professor McGonagall finally returned, and Eleanor noticed she held an ancient, tattered hat that seemed as though a mere touch would reduce it to dust, if indeed it was a hat. An elderly man, sporting a long white beard and a pointed hat, rose from the central golden chair at the head of the hall, as the young wizards excitedly discussed the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore. "All right, everyone. Before we commence the term, I have a few important announcements to make. First, attention first-year students. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind you that the corridor on the 3rd floor, the left side corridor, is also off limits. If you wish to avoid a most dreadful demise, do not venture there. Thank you." The hat stirred when it was placed down, its folds opening and closing, emitting an irregular sound. You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge by appearances, for I am a thinking magical hat. Eleanor gazed, speechless, as the tattered hat wriggled for a moment before becoming still. Struggling to comprehend what she had just heard, she found herself reminiscing about Ife's screams. Dumbledore cast a sonorous charm upon himself, his voice resonating like thunder from the stage. Everyone chooses their preferred tune. He waved his wand, conducting himself. Ready, sing. A cacophony of strange melodies erupted from all directions, causing Eleanor's eye to twitch as she contemplated her own singing talent. She resolved to merely mouth the words, ensuring not a sound escaped her lips. Once the singing ceased, Dumbledore announced, "Now we shall commence the sorting ceremony." The young wizards awaited with bated breath, the hall enveloped in silence. Professor McGonagall unfurled a piece of parchment and declared, "As I call the names of the new students, I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine which house you shall belong." The young wizards hurriedly adjusted their attire, relieved to hear they would not have to battle a troll. Hannah Abbott, a blonde girl, squeezed through the crowd and sat nervously as the sorting hat was placed upon her head. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers and applause to welcome the newcomer, as the girl blushed and hurried to her seat. Stephen Andy, Hufflepuff. Sackback, Ravenclaw. Eleanor Black. Eleanor approached Professor McGonagall, feeling the weight of scorching gazes upon her. Reluctantly, she placed the tattered hat atop her head. A voice flooded her mind. "Oh child, relax. I cannot see you." The sorting hat quivered atop Eleanor's head, muttering about Black, when suddenly a sharp cry rang in her ear. Slytherin. At the Slytherin table, many had heard their elders speak of Regulus Black's reemergence after years of silence, weighing their thoughts while smiling and applauding to welcome Eleanor. Eleanor's robes transformed into the emerald garb of Slytherin, and she took a seat. Several young wizards from Slytherin approached her, and she nodded in response, feeling that searing gaze intensify. Draco Malfoy. The platinum-haired boy's locks shimmered under the candlelight, and as the sorting hat barely brushed his hair, it cried out, "Slytherin." Draco shed his nervousness, donning a proud facade, and amidst the applause welcoming him to Slytherin, he locked eyes with Eleanor, striding directly towards her. The newcomer to Eleanor's left quietly vacated their seat. "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy." Eleanor regarded his pale hand, the meticulously styled platinum hair, and his somewhat anxious gray-blue eyes. Gently placing her hand in his palm, "Eleanor Black." Draco tightened his grip, dispelling the chill, and slightly tilted his head towards the girl beside him. "My mother was Narcissa Black before marrying my father. Is your father Uncle Regulus?" Upon hearing her father's name, a glimmer of joy brightened Eleanor's violet eyes. "Yes. My father is Regulus Black." Draco was momentarily entranced by the sparkle in her eyes. As he attempted to speak again, he noticed the girl gazing at the figure on the stage. He furrowed his brow at the bespectacled boy. "Oh, Harry Potter." Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in a cacophony, two red-haired boys banging on the table shouting, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Eleanor turned to meet Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes, opening her fan with a smile. "Isn't it amusing?" Draco averted his gaze, smiling slightly. "Indeed, quite amusing." He took out a green apple, twirling it in his hand before putting it away again. "I shall write to my mother. She will be delighted to hear I met you." His gray-blue eyes held Eleanor's gaze, a perfect smile adorning his face. "You may call me Draco." Eleanor gently waved her fan, casting a sidelong glance at him, sitting up straight with a hint of modesty. "Draco, you may call me Eleanor." Draco retrieved the green apple once more, his fingertips turning pale as he chuckled softly, uttering her name, Eleanor. When the last new student was seated, Dumbledore rose again to address the gathering. "Before we begin the feast, I wish to share a few words. That is, fools, crybabies, rascals. Thank you all." An array of delightful dishes materialized upon the tables. Ghosts floated about the long table, frightening the new young wizards, yet none dared approach this side. Eleanor ignored the enticing aroma of roasted meat, opting for a small slice of apple pie and a honey fruit tart. Her eyes sparkled as she sampled a flaky egg tart and a fruity milk jelly, curiously tasting the pumpkin juice, only to declare it unpalatable. Ultimately, she settled for a blueberry-flavored ice cream. After consuming a small lamb chop, Draco observed Eleanor disdainfully push away the pumpkin juice, chuckling softly as he twirled the unfortunate green apple in his hand. "Pumpkin juice, a bit peculiar, isn't it?" Eleanor cast him a glance without responding, and after finishing her ice cream, she noticed him still toying with the poor apple, opening her fan to pay silent tribute to it. Chapter 8, Slytherin. The newcomers followed Slytherin's prefect, Gemma Farley, as she led them to the common room, introducing them to Slytherin. Draco walked behind Eleanor. "Welcome, new blood of Slytherin." Slytherin emerges from the mire, yearning for power and strength. Each of you possesses ambition, be brave and calm, yet also ruthless. Our emblem is the serpent, a creature of cunning and poise. Here, you shall find like-minded companions and realize your own ambitions. Remember these words well, and abide by the rules. I do not wish to see Slytherin's points diminish due to any individual, especially those of you new little snakes. Please suppress your foolish curiosity, and always remember you are a Slytherin. Entering the dungeons through the door on the right of the marble staircase, they traversed a labyrinthine corridor shrouded in darkness, finally stopping before a damp stone wall. The Slytherin common room shall open upon uttering the correct password, which changes every fortnight and is posted on the notice board for all to see. This week's password is glory. The dimly lit green lounge enveloped Eleanor in an inexplicable sense of comfort as she surveyed the peculiar and enchanting sculptures, the exquisite fireplace, and the medieval tapestries depicting the renowned adventures of Slytherin. She made an effort to disregard the rough walls and ceiling, settling onto the sofa on her right in the chilly, cramped atmosphere. Draco promptly took a seat beside her, and Eleanor found herself mentally critiquing the round, greenish lamp suspended by chains from the ceiling when a girl with short black hair obstructed her view. The girl shot Draco a resentful glare, forcing a somewhat unattractive smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Pansy Parkinson. Eleanor sensed the hostility radiating from the girl before her, casting a sidelong glance at Draco, who was exchanging glances with Pansy, as she opened her folding fan, but refrained from reaching out. What is it, Miss Parkinson? Pansy scrutinized the girl before her, whose eyes were the only visible feature, even from her seated position, seeming to look down upon her. With a grim expression, she withdrew her hand. She had watched Draco engage amicably with this black girl all evening, receiving not a single glance from him, despite the fact that his gaze rarely lingered on her in the first place. Yet, she found it intolerable that someone had intruded upon her designated match since childhood. Seating herself on the ornately carved chair opposite, flanked by skulls as decoration, she exuded an eerie aura. Pansy's gaze shifted to Draco, who was signaling to her. The very person she had chosen from those pretentious pureblood families since childhood. His pale, handsome face, captivating gray-blue eyes, and platinum hair shining as brightly as the Malfoy name. Pansy would not allow this black girl to monopolize Draco's attention. She intended to nip any budding rivalry in the bud, and provocatively turned her gaze toward Eleanor. Shall we not make introductions, delicate Miss Black? Which Black are you the child of? The elusive Regulus Black or Sirius Black of Azkaban? Is your unknown mother a muggle or a mudblood? Pansy's acerbic hostility ignited Eleanor's ire, and with a swift motion, she snapped her fan shut, disregarding Draco, who had risen beside her. What gives you the audacity to prattle on? Who do you think has empowered you to utter such words, Parkinson? Have you prepared for your family's fate? Pansy's hair bristled in indignation, while Draco felt a sense of irritation at his childhood companion's blatant disregard for his orders. As he observed her reckless provocation of Eleanor, he felt the warmth of his burgeoning feelings dissipate rapidly. Draco stepped in front of Eleanor, obstructing Pansy's glare directed at her, having already signaled to her multiple times. Pansy, stifle your foolish thoughts. Who are you provoking? Black or Malfoy? Draco. Pansy sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. Draco's evident protection of Eleanor filled her with shame and anger. She faintly heard laughter behind her, mocking her audacity, and refrained from uttering any further unkind words. Tears brimming in her eyes as she shoved past Draco and fled the scene. Draco sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on, and turned to wear a smile. Eleanor Pansy. Eleanor's fan blocked Draco's attempt to sit on her left, causing him to pause momentarily before continuing. Pansy is a childhood friend of mine, albeit somewhat overbearing. I'm not sure why she chose to provoke you this time, but please don't let it drive a wedge between us. I will write to my father to have him warn Pansy. A faint blush tinged Draco's cheeks, a rare moment of boldness for the platinum-haired young master, as he grasped Eleanor's hand to prevent her from stopping him from sitting beside her, quickly settling in next to her. Eleanor had already devised a plan for retribution, and, with a dismissive huff at Draco's overtures, opened her fan without uttering a word. Draco slightly shook his wrist, where he held her hand. Eleanor, the Blacks and Malfoys are intertwined. We are the closer kin. Though uncertain of Pansy's motivations for her provocation, Draco's inclination to please her did not go unnoticed. Remembering that his mother was her blood-related aunt, Eleanor, in a rare moment of generosity, decided to overlook Draco's earlier actions, slightly tilting her body to the left to see what he might say next. Draco, noticing her softening demeanor, hastily sought out several amusing topics to elicit a smile from her. Outside the Slytherin common room window, a giant squid floated by, and time passed amidst the sounds of the lake lapping against the glass. As the two approached the fork leading to their respective dormitories, Draco reluctantly grasped Eleanor's arm. Tomorrow's first class is Transfiguration. Remember to set your time carefully to avoid being late. Eleanor playfully tapped his arm with her fan, offering a faint smile. Thank you for the reminder. Good night, Draco. In the silvery green light, Draco's gray-blue eyes shimmered as he reluctantly released her hand. Good night, Eleanor. He watched her turn towards the right girl's dormitory until she rounded the corner and disappeared from sight before he headed left to the boys' dormitory. Eleanor, noticing Pansy's room, cast a confusion charm before entering. Once she found the chamber bearing her name, she felt satisfied to be alone between the two. The antique four-poster bed was draped with green silk curtains, and she adored the silver-embroidered sheets. After washing up and drying her long hair beneath the glow of the silver lantern on the ceiling, she retrieved a piece of parchment and sat at the desk to write a letter to Regulus. My dearest father, Hogwarts is a wondrous school, though I must confess my distaste for that filthy, tattered hat. You cannot imagine how long I had to mentally prepare myself to wear it. I have been sorted into Slytherin, and I appreciate the warmth and courtesy of the students here. The pumpkin juice is dreadful. How wise of Ify never to include it on my menu. Please reward her with a few galleons for that. I do enjoy blueberry ice cream. Remember to ask Ify to learn a few more recipes, as she is the most clever of house elves, is she not? I find myself missing Grandmother Walburga's nagging. I am somewhat unaccustomed to her absence. Hogwarts is adorned with many portraits. I have seen several beautiful, ancient frames that I believe Grandmother Walburga would adore. I shall select one to bring home during the holidays. You cannot imagine whom I have encountered, Draco Malfoy, who claims to be the son of my Aunt Narcissa. It is a pity I have never seen the Black family tree, as Creature has always been busy tidying up those treasures. It seems I have other relatives. Father, how many have you not disclosed to me? I always thought it was just you and me. Draco has a splendid disposition, and I find our conversations delightful, though he foolishly associates with some dim-witted companions. I am sure you know who I mean. The foolish Pansy, crossed out, Parkinson, crossed out, or perhaps Pansypot. You will know who I speak of, father. Their daughter, Pansy, has offended me, and I cannot fathom why she sought to trouble me, being so unremarkable, is she not? Draco mentioned that the Blacks and Malfoys are one and the same. He intends to write to my unseen uncle to teach Pansy a lesson. It is about time they learned who should not be trifled with, is it not? I truly have a wonderful uncle willing to stand up for his suddenly appearing helpless niece. I shall miss you, Grandmother Walburga, Ify and Creature. Your most beloved daughter, Eleanor. After sealing the letter, Eleanor tied it to the rotund little Crookshanks. Off you go, and be sure to have Ify feed you well. The poor little thing has lost weight. Crookshanks affectionately nudged her hand before taking flight. Eleanor waved goodbye, drawing the curtains and lowering the bed canopy, rolling over in her silver-green quilt, falling asleep with anticipation for the lessons of the morrow. Chapter 9, Transfiguration Class. Eleanor hastily tidied her long hair, glancing at the time before briskly exiting the dormitory. The blame lies with the color scheme of the bedsheets, which rendered her sleep last night exceedingly comfortable, leaving her with insufficient time for breakfast. Turning the corner, Eleanor spotted Draco leaning against the wall. She unfurled her fan and approached him, greeting him softly. Good morning, Draco. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled as he replied, Good morning, Eleanor. I'm here waiting for you to head to class together. Would you like an apple? With her stomach empty, Eleanor modestly accepted the fruit, expressing her gratitude, momentarily elevating the status of the green apple in her estimation. Draco took the textbook from her hands, and upon witnessing her satisfaction he smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly in delight. The staircases at Hogwarts may shift, but my father taught me how to navigate them at home. Draco hesitated, grasping her wrist, and when Eleanor glanced his way, he coughed lightly, adding, This is to prevent us from getting separated. Sometimes, a turn can cause the staircases to change, and I might lose sight of you. Noticing the flush in Draco's ears, Eleanor nodded nonchalantly. Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, two tall boys rose to greet Draco. A cat lounged on the podium, and Eleanor instinctively sensed it was a person. Retracting her gaze, she walked alongside Draco and took a seat in the front row before the two towering figures. This is Gregory Goyle, and this is Vincent Crabbe. We've known each other since childhood. She is Eleanor Black, my Uncle Regulus's daughter. Eleanor opened her intricately carved fan to acknowledge the boys, who were captivated by it, praising its beauty amidst Draco's scowling visage. Pansy sat languidly behind them, her eyes glazed yet simmering with resentment as she watched the harmonious group. It seemed her previous clique could carry on without her, and the silver-haired girl who had captured Draco's attention was particularly glaring. Harry Potter and the red-haired boy stumbled in, glancing around to find only an empty podium and blackboard. They sighed in relief and made their way to vacant seats, eliciting a smirk from Draco, Who raised his chin in a mocking manner? Foolish Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Eleanor fanned herself in agreement, just as the tabby on the podium leapt down, transforming into Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron jumped in fright. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch, so at least one of you won't be late. For your tardiness to the first class, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Harry and Ron hung their heads, unable to respond. Professor McGonagall proceeded to demonstrate how to transfigure a matchstick into a silver needle, assigning the task to the young witches and wizards. Eleanor took out her wand, waved it, and uttered the incantation, Needle S. Point Matchstick. The matchstick before her successfully transformed into a silver needle. Professor McGonagall, with her keen eyes, swiftly approached to inspect. She gazed at Eleanor with admiration, generously praising, Miss Black is the first to turn a matchstick into a silver needle. Slytherin gains 5 points. The Slytherin students erupted in applause and Eleanor, amidst Draco's sparkling gaze, fanned herself once more before raising her wand again. Needle S. Point Matchstick. Professor McGonagall beheld the silver needle morph into an intricately carved cat design, her admiration nearly overflowing. Excellent transfiguration. Miss Black, an additional 3 points for you. Draco's gray-blue eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Splendid, Eleanor. How did you manage that? Eleanor raised her chin slightly, explaining that by envisioning the specific style, material, size, and shape of the silver needle clearly in her mind, concentrating her focus, and performing the wand movement accurately, she could bring it to life. Needle S. Point Matchstick. Draco's excitement grew as he gazed at the silver needle on the desk, his eyes shining brighter as they met Eleanor's. Professor McGonagall did not overlook this moment, awarding 5 more points to Slytherin for Draco's timely transformation of the silver needle and Eleanor's assistance. The Slytherin students applauded enthusiastically, with Crabbe exclaiming, Gryffindor has Potter. We have Black. Hermione Granger observed the half-transformed silver needle on her desk, recalling Eleanor's guidance. After several attempts, she successfully conjured a silver needle, but her achievement was drowned out by the applause from Slytherin. Pansy, throughout the lesson, struggled to concentrate, her fellow Slytherin girls having to remind her multiple times. After class, Draco spared Pansy not a glance, even as she deliberately bumped the desk before departing. He turned to Eleanor. Merlin, I must write to my father. Eleanor and I just added 13 points to Slytherin in our first class. The Malfoy and Black duo is the finest combination. Eleanor, with a hint of pride, fanned herself as Goyle and Crabbe trailed behind, showering the pair with praise. Ron, not far behind, quietly complained to Harry, what a pair of ostentatious peacocks. Hermione disagreed, countering, we cannot deny Black's excellence. She and Malfoy contributed significantly to Slytherin today. My silver needle was also a result of her guidance. And had today's outstanding student been you, Gryffindors would have praised you too. Ron, incensed, exclaimed, Merlin's socks, what have we discovered? A lion that admires Slytherin. Hermione tossed her hair and briskly walked past him. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence, Ron, even if she is a Slytherin? Harry found himself caught between the two, his inner turmoil relayed to Draco by the Slytherin students. Draco disdainfully waved his hand, signaling his understanding and curling his lip. What a buffoon, Weasley. In History of Magic, Draco struggled to stay awake, his platinum head drooping gradually. Eleanor paused her note-taking, gently poking him with her fan. Why don't you take a short nap, Draco? Draco opened his bleary gray-blue eyes, nodded at Eleanor, and soon dozed off, resting his head on the desk while watching her write. Goyle and Crabbe slumbered heavily behind them, huddled together and smacking their lips. Eleanor could only see one of Draco's eyes closed. She turned a page of her notebook and continued to record her notes. By the end of the class, Eleanor's diligent spirit touched Professor Binns, the rather mundane old ghost, who awarded Slytherin 2 points. When evening came and they gathered in the dining hall, Goyle and Crabbe managed to find room in their food-filled mouths to praise Malfoy and Black. Eleanor found Hogwarts to be a splendid school, where teachers were kind and peers were friendly. Aside from Pansy, no one intruded upon her serene and delightful campus life. Eleanor twirled the bracelet on her wrist, thinking, I truly adore it here. I will thrive even more. She timely halted the conversation with Draco, indicating her desire to retire for the night. The 4 of them walked from the Slytherin common room toward their dormitory. Eleanor cast a few curious glances at Draco, noticing he was walking unusually slowly today. Draco felt that the Slytherin common room was exceedingly small. After just a few steps, it was time to part ways, and he gazed at Eleanor with reluctance. Good night, Eleanor. Good night, Draco. Draco watched as her silvery form vanished around the corner, his dim platinum head drifting back toward the boys' dormitory. He resolved to write to his father, lamenting that the Slytherin common room was indeed too small. Chapter 10, Little Cookies. Draco and Eleanor, along with their companions, arrived punctually at the dining hall, while Eleanor, struggling to stave off hunger, forced herself to rise. She speared a piece of bacon and a poached egg from her plate, firmly declaring that she would never touch oatmeal. She then slid the pudding from Crabbe's plate in front of her, and casually handed her a glass of orange juice. It is as peculiar as pumpkin juice. An owl swoops in, delivering a myriad of items and letters to its master. Draco's sculpted owl arrives, dropping a sizable parcel, closely followed by Eleanor's snowy owl, which sets down a box. Eleanor opens the box and unravels the letters within, where Regulus expresses his profound longing and conveys the concerns of grandmother Walburga and Euphilius. He reminisces about how his cousin Narcissa once cared for him dearly, until his disappearance for over a decade. The letter indicates that he will make time to visit, while also acknowledging Draco's influence, asserting that should any trouble arise, he would stand in front, for the Malfoy name holds considerable weight. Regulus elaborates on how he painstakingly acquired a dual-layered fan adorned with imagery of flora and fauna, affirming that it would reach his beloved daughter without delay. In a concluding jest, he mocks Parkinson's self-serving demeanor, promising to remind them of the pain that arises from heedlessness. Eleanor indeed finds delight in the exquisite fan, carefully opening it to admire its craftsmanship. Draco initially wishes to show Eleanor his own letter, but his keen eyes discern that amidst the elaborate prose, his father had lamented that he had penned 5 pages, 3 of which extolled Miss Black's charms, while the remaining 2 solely chastised Parkinson's lack of appreciation, leaving a sorrowful father awaiting his correspondence. Draco's ears flushed crimson. He hardly recalled having written 3 pages about Eleanor's enchanting qualities. Witnessing his mother's excitement over the long-lost cousin and his daughter, he felt despondent, only managing to present Eleanor with a box of gems as a rough token. He also instructed her to share the cookies she made, hoping she would find them delightful. Ultimately, both chastised Parkinson for her insensitivity, Lucius Malfoy vowing to show her a taste of retribution, before inquiring about Eleanor's well-being. Eleanor, my mother is overjoyed to learn that Uncle Regulus has a daughter, and she hopes you can visit Malfoy Manor this Christmas. Draco proudly extends the box of gems towards her, lifting his chin with satisfaction. Regrettably, as the delivering owl could carry little, my mother lamented that she could only offer you a small token of gems. Eleanor recalled Regulus's words from the letter, and accepted Draco's Christmas invitation, his bright gray-blue eyes fixed upon her. These cookies were personally crafted by my mother, and they taste sweeter than the Duke of Honey's confections. They are truly delectable. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. Goyle and Crabbe, with longing eyes, received merely a small pouch of cookies, yet they were so delicious that the two nearly grappled over them. In Professor Pomona Sprout's class, they were tasked with repotting mandrakes, which Eleanor found utterly unappealing due to their shrill cries. Draco, donning dragonhide gloves, tentatively reached out, only for Eleanor to swiftly retract his hand, the mandrake having only nipped at the glove's leather. Draco, what are you doing? Draco's visage paled slightly at the thought of being firmly bitten should he proceed, his gray-blue eyes wide with a pitiful expression as he gazed at Eleanor, who merely huffed in silence. In defense against the dark arts, Eleanor was taken aback to discover that Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the instructor, was a garlic-clad figure, evoking long-forgotten tears. Draco, too, found himself affected by the odor. Yet upon witnessing Eleanor tear up, he instinctively leaned closer, softly inquiring, "Are you all right, Eleanor?" The young gentleman, exuding the sweet scent of green apples and cookies, instantly made her feel much better, her violet eyes, now dampened, gazing earnestly at him. "I feel much better with you here." Draco's face and ears turned a deep shade of crimson. He stammered, glancing about, his carefully styled hair, slicked with gel, nearly falling apart. He edged closer, falling into a contemplative silence. Eleanor eagerly anticipated all her courses at Hogwarts, even finding the hypnotic charms of history of magic captivating. Yet the content of the stuttering, timid Professor Quirrell's dark arts class was as foul as the garlic scent surrounding him. As soon as class concluded, Eleanor dashed out, the unfortunate feather fan shedding its plumes as she passed Quirrell. Until flying class, Draco remained red-eared and silent, while Eleanor, battered like an autumn leaf, could not fathom Draco's fervor for broomstick flight. She would never mount such lengthy poles. 20 antiquated brooms lay neatly on the grass, with several young wizards already aware of the school's subpar broom quality. If one flew too high, some would begin to tremble or swerve chaotically. A breeze tousled Rolanda Hooch's gray hair as her hawk-like yellow eyes scrutinized the young wizards, watching them scramble to select brooms, pondering if a less dilapidated one would be preferable. Such a worn-out collection, yet they are flying brooms nonetheless. "One must remember that I previously had to settle for a children's broom," Draco commented beside Eleanor, his platinum hair, meticulously styled with gel, glimmering alongside his gray-blue eyes. Eleanor offered a non-committal nod, as Madame Hooch instructed them to attempt summoning their brooms. Harry Potter was the first to succeed, the broom seemingly eager to burrow into his grasp. Eleanor raised her hand and called out. The broom on the ground, shedding numerous bristles, trembled and wobbled into her hand. Look at Longbottom of Gryffindor. Draco nudged Eleanor with his broom. This foolish lion can't control his broom. I bet he'll fall spectacularly. Eleanor, disinterested, heard Madame Hooch exclaim, and soon learned that Gryffindor's Neville had broken his arm. I must take Neville Longbottom to the hospital wing. Until I return, no one is to fly unaccompanied. Should I catch anyone, it will cost 20 points, she declared, levitating Neville as she departed. Draco seemed to discern something, beckoning Goyle for a brief exchange before approaching Eleanor. Look what I found. Goyle produced a marble-sized glass orb filled with white smoke, placing it into Draco's hand, who then waved it before Eleanor. A memory orb. Malfoy. That's Longbottom's memory orb. Draco crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the trio of saviors. And what of it? Return Neville's memory orb. Ron did not miss Draco's antics with Neville's orb, accusing him of collusion with Malfoy and Black. Draco's expression darkened as he derisively addressed Weasley. Does the destitute Weasley dare to slander Malfoy and Black? Eleanor unfurled her fan, gazing down haughtily at Ron Weasley. What grants you such audacity, Weasley? Do you aspire to be another savior? Ron, incensed by their condescension, lunged forward, intent on tearing away Draco's arrogant facade, only to be firmly restrained by Hermione. Draco mounted his broom and soared upward, taunting, "Come and get it, savior." With that, he darted away swiftly. Harry Potter, amidst Hermione Granger's exclamations, summoned his broom and rapidly closed the distance to Draco. Draco glanced back, offering Harry a fleeting smile before ascending rapidly. Harry spotted the memory orb slipping from Malfoy's grasp and dove down. "Malfoy!" Harry shouted, catching the orb just before it hit the ground. Gryffindor erupted in jubilant cheers, while Ron Weasley shot a triumphant glance at Eleanor before racing to join Harry. Draco returned, his expression darkened, as Goyle and Crabbe shielded him from Gryffindor's gaze. Eleanor gently tapped his arm with her fan. There's no need for such gloom, Draco. It's merely Potter with a memory orb. The one who requires correction is that rambling Weasley, is it not? Chapter 11. The Bat of Slytherin House. In the days that followed, Ron found himself perpetually injured, his spirit battered and disoriented. He seemed to have succumbed to an unfortunate streak of bad luck. Surely, it must have been the doing of those two Slytherins, who had conspired to bring about his misfortune. Hermione hesitated for a moment, stating, "I have been observing Black closely, and I have not seen her point her wand at you. As for Malfoy, it is utterly implausible to suggest that an 11-year-old Black could cast spells silently and wandlessly." Ron stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if she were a traitor. "Have I been the architect of my own calamity since that day?" Harry, too, suspected the involvement of the two Slytherins, yet he remained silent, devoid of any evidence. An argument erupted between Hermione and Ron, who recalled Hermione's smugness during their charms class, resulting in a sharp exchange of words that prompted Hermione to storm off in frustration. Draco felt invigorated by the absence of the so-called Golden Trio and, clutching the textbooks of both Ron and Hermione, made his way to class, eager to witness Eleanor brew potions. Severus Snape, a close associate of Lucius Malfoy, had discerned Draco's talent for potion-making, and had previously visited Malfoy Manor during the holidays to instruct him. As Draco surveyed the classroom, noting the absence of the trio, a mischievous glint sparkled in his slate-blue eyes. It appeared that Gryffindor was tardy once again. No sooner had he uttered those words than Professor Snape, clad in his flowing black robes, thrust the door open with a resounding bang, striding to the front of the classroom with an air of authority. "You are gathered here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," Snape declared, his obsidian eyes locking onto each young wizard in attendance. At that moment, Harry and Ron burst through the door, panting heavily. Snape's piercing gaze settled on Harry, causing him to instinctively tense and slow his breath. In his deep, elegant voice, Snape unleashed a venomous remark. "Mr. Potter, the new sensation of Hogwarts, has the audacity to arrive late to his inaugural potions class." "Professor Snape," Harry began, only to be interrupted as Snape raised a hand to silence him. "Your esteemed professor has no desire to hear your feeble excuses, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor. If your legs do not require the use of the bone-replenishing potion, kindly take your seats." Dejected from days of misfortune, Ron and a weary Harry, who had hardly rested after their nocturnal escapade in the Forbidden Forest, slumped down beside Hermione. Draco admired the youngest potion master in history, casting a sardonic glance at Potter. Snape possessed an effortless charm that rendered the classroom perfectly orderly. No young wizard dared to challenge his authority during his lessons. Given that no one here is foolishly waving their wands, many of you may not grasp the reality of magic, Snape continued. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, releasing fragrant vapors, nor to comprehend the wondrous magic of a liquid coursing through one's veins, intoxicating the senses and beguiling the mind. However, I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, forge glory, and even stave off death. Provided you are not the kind of foolish simpleton I frequently encounter. His gaze shifted to Draco, who was met with a look of approval. Of course, some of you display remarkable talent. Draco, his platinum blonde head held high, basked in the praise, while Eleanor found his pride somewhat amusing. Mr. Potter, Snape said, noticing Harry scribbling with a quill. Hermione discreetly nudged Harry's arm, prompting him to glance up nervously into Snape's gaze. What is the purpose of bubotuberpus? Hermione shot her hand into the air, startling Harry, who could not provide an answer and shook his head beneath Snape's watchful glare. What is the function of pointstone? Hermione's arm remained raised, eagerly fluttering. Harry looked at her, utterly perplexed. Snape narrowed his eyes, and Harry despaired as he heard the words escape Snape's lips. What is the 12th use of dragon blood? Harry felt a surge of frustration. The 12th use? How many uses were there? I do not know, sir. It appears your reputation has done little to bolster your intellect. I suspect that your noble hand has not turned a single page of your textbook, Snape retorted mercilessly. 5 points from Gryffindor. He then ignored Hermione, who still had her arm raised, shifting his gaze to Draco, lingering momentarily on the expectant boy before turning to Eleanor. Miss Black, would you enlighten us on the effects of these potions? Suddenly called upon, Eleanor rose with composure, articulating her answers under Draco's anxious gaze. Bubotuberpus is particularly effective for stubborn acne, pointstone possesses potent detoxifying properties, and the 12th use of dragon blood is as a stove cleaner. Excellent. Truly befitting of Slytherin's new star, Miss Black. 5 points to Slytherin for your outstanding performance. Snape's approving expression met Eleanor's calm acceptance of her peers' varying reactions. I believe Mr. Potter's noble hand could be better employed for note-taking. 3 points from Gryffindor. Gryffindor's spirits plummeted as Snape proceeded to explain the potions required for concocting a remedy for scabies, and the meticulous process involved. Remember, you must add the porcupine quills after extinguishing the flame, unless you wish to endure unfortunate consequences. Now form pairs and begin your preparations. Snape descended from the podium, patrolling the classroom as the young wizards commenced their work. Heaven knows how dreadful Eleanor's potion was. The concoction she followed step by step could barely be deemed usable. Far preferable to handling slimy snails, she thought, than writing a 3-page essay on parchment. Fortunately, she noted that Snape seemed quite pleased with Draco's potion-making prowess, and thus decided to prepare the ingredients herself while Draco brewed the potion. Draco appeared somewhat puzzled but acquiesced, handling the boiling snails while Eleanor ground the snake fangs. A high score was awarded for Draco's attentiveness, and he swiftly completed the potion before presenting it to Snape for inspection. A perfectly brewed scabies remedy. 5 points to Slytherin. A flawless potion. The standard Eleanor aspired to in her dreams. She mentally raised Draco's score even further. Suddenly, a cauldron before Neville erupted with a foul-smelling green smoke, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound. The potion splattered all over him, causing a rash of red bumps to appear instantly. Is your mind filled with Riem grass? I believe you added the porcupine quills before extinguishing the flame. Snape's voice cut through the air. Mr. Potter, why did you not alert Longbottom in time? 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape quickly administered the scabies remedy that Draco had concocted to Neville, assisting a fellow student, which earned Slytherin 3 points. Neville was once again sent to the hospital wing, and Eleanor was taken aback by his terrible luck. It was far superior to Ron's predicament, as at least this time it was not Ron who had sustained injuries during class. Observing Ron, who resembled a quail, too timid to glance in their direction, Eleanor withdrew her gaze. Should Ron utter another nonsensical comment, he would likely find himself wishing for an experience akin to Pansy's. Little did she know, Pansy had endured several days under familial pressure for reasons unknown. 3 days prior, she had received a scathing letter from her family during dinner, causing her to faint and knock over a jug of corn juice. Aware of Pansy's occasional glances, Eleanor led her companions back to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 12, Quidditch. Eleanor sat on a single armchair in the Slytherin common room, while Draco perched on the armrest, speaking intently. Crabbe and Goyle continued to munch on snacks nearby, and several young wizards from pureblood families conversed around her, occasionally discussing the activities of pureblood families, and the happenings in the wizarding world. Pansy's spirit remained somewhat dazed. The echoing shouts from the howler nearly filled her dormitory. She mustered her strength and approached Eleanor. "Miss Black," she uttered, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Draco's steely blue eyes. In recent days, Draco had not exchanged a single word with her, as if they had never been acquainted. "I sincerely apologize for my previous words and actions that might have offended you. My foolish jealousy led me to insult you and your mother." For the first time, Pansy felt that standing in the spotlight was not a blessing. The figure before her appeared slightly blurred, and she dared not meet Eleanor's eyes. Daphne's change in demeanor also added to her discomfort. Pansy bowed her typically proud head deeply, saying, "I am profoundly ashamed of my foolishness, and extend my most sincere apologies to you." Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Draco had not shifted an inch, and she struggled to hold back her tears. "Please accept my heartfelt apology. I should not have spoken disrespectfully to you and your mother. I feel immense guilt and hope you can forgive my actions." Eleanor towered over her, her eyes, concealed behind a fan, devoid of any emotion. "How much does the Parkinson estate still hold? Can it sustain your haughty facade?" Eleanor's hand twitched, yet she restrained herself. "Of course I will forgive you. But do take care of yourself, Pansy." With her playful intentions gone, Eleanor waved her hand dismissively, signaling Pansy to leave her sight. While absently fiddling with the bracelet on her wrist, staring vacantly at the giant squid outside the window, Draco gestured for the younger wizards to depart. Resting quietly against the back of Eleanor's chair, Goyle dragged the hiccuping crab away, and on their way out, they also pulled Theodore Knott, who was glaring enviously at Draco, and Blaise Zabini, leaving the Slytherin common room devoid of any onlookers. The Gryffindors had been celebrating Harry's extraordinary inclusion in their Quidditch team since first year for several days, with many young lions loudly taunting Slytherin. Yet not a single serpent responded, save for Draco. He crushed the pudding in his hand, utterly incredulous. The earlier jest with the memory ball had inadvertently secured Harry a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year. This left him despondent for days. His once vibrant platinum had now dulled in Eleanor's presence. Observing his gloomy, contorted expression, Eleanor silently pushed a glass of lemon juice towards him. Draco instinctively took a large sip, only to be met with a sourness that nearly brought him to tears. His glistening gray-blue eyes looked pitifully at the stern Eleanor. As he tugged at her wrist, softly reproaching her, Eleanor felt an urge to caress his platinum head, but the hair gel deterred her. "Cheer up, Draco. Why do you keep fixating on Potter?" Draco pouted, exclaiming in frustration, "That show-off has become the very first year to join the Quidditch team. It's Quidditch." Eleanor could not comprehend his ire as she twirled the bracelet on her wrist. "So, do you wish to join the Quidditch team as well? To become the second first-year player?" The thought of being the second first year to join the Quidditch team after Potter left the prideful young lord unsettled. Yet his fervor for Quidditch and his determination to defeat Potter burned within him, causing him to anxiously circle around Eleanor. "By the time I reach second year, Potter will have trained for a whole year." Draco reluctantly admitted that Harry had some slight talent in flying. "I shall write to my father." Seeing his demeanor dim, Eleanor, rare as it was, cut a piece of lamb chop and pushed it towards him. "You possess considerable flying talent. There's no need for anxiety. In my eyes, you need not compare yourself to Potter. You are uniquely special." Draco was so taken aback that he sprang upright, his ears reddening as he stumbled over his words. Eleanor did not look at him, slowly digging into her pudding. "If you wish to follow Potter into the Quidditch team, I can assist you. But what if you cannot surpass Potter?" Upon hearing Eleanor suggest he might not outdo Potter, Draco's pale face flushed with a light pink. "Eleanor, do you believe I cannot surpass that Potter? Quidditch is a team sport, is it not? You are exceptional, yet not everyone else matches your excellence. If Potter and Gryffindor discover a flaw in Slytherin, even a Nimbus 2000 cannot teleport you to their side." "Perhaps you are right." Draco dejectedly consumed the lamb chop. Despite Eleanor's praise, he worried about whether he could lead the others. Eleanor cast a Confundus charm. "Yet we could equip every Slytherin with a Nimbus 2000 to enhance their overall capability. The Slytherin snakes need encouragement, do they not? This year, you can observe Potter. And by the time you join the team in your second year, you will have the advantage, as he will be unaware of your habits and flying skills." Eleanor wiped her hands with a cloth. "So what is your decision?" Draco had calmed down. "I will join the Quidditch team in my second year, and I shall defeat Potter in my first match." Eleanor looked at his platinum head with satisfaction. "To support you, I will ask my father to sponsor." Although Mr. Lucius Malfoy was more than willing to sponsor Slytherin for his beloved son, the public backing from Eleanor excited Draco, making his breath quicken and his eyes gleam like crescent moons. He readily accepted Eleanor's proposal, even finding Potter momentarily tolerable. The rejuvenated Draco of recent days overwhelmed Eleanor, prompting her to use her fan to gently push him away as he leaned closer. "Calm down, Draco. Do not be so fervent." Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled as they regarded her, and Eleanor thought of how the batch of Nimbus 2000s she had sponsored for Slytherin had already arrived. The prospect of announcing this gift from Eleanor to the other Slytherins filled him with uncontainable excitement. "Cunning Malfoy." Ron intercepted them, striving to ignore the glaring silver. "Does the Malfoy family not only favor turncoats but also deserters? You challenged Harry to a duel yet failed to show up. Do you not realize we nearly—" Hermione, seeing his gaping mouth fail to produce coherent words, rushed over and pinched his arm forcefully. "Ron." Ron grimaced in pain, reluctantly sealing his lips. Eleanor observed Draco's reddening face with amusement, surprised he still found time for mischief in the back. How could Slytherin breach school rules by sneaking out at night? "Face your foolishness, red-haired Weasley," Draco retorted, glancing at Eleanor while attempting to defend himself. "The duel with Harry was a challenge you accepted on his behalf, and it was at night. Are you planning to duel Malfoy here, Ron?" Ron's expression darkened as he shrugged off Hermione's grip and pulled Harry away. Hermione cautiously glanced at Eleanor. Although she was well aware of Pansy's ruthless reputation, Eleanor's multifaceted excellence and her ability to dominate were deeply admired by her. Blushing slightly, Hermione whispered, "Goodbye, Black." Not paying heed to Hermione's hasty exit, Eleanor opened her fan, teasingly observing Draco, who was shifting his gaze left and right. "Now, let me hear about the clever things you've been up to." "I intentionally lured that Potter out for a night stroll and tipped off Filch, hoping they would get caught and lose points," Draco replied, his voice low. Eleanor narrowed her eyes at the head-down Draco, finding his scheme rather unimpressive. Draco pouted. "I just wanted to vent my frustration." "That show-off Potter, joining the Quidditch team in his first year." Eleanor had intended to pat his head but retracted her hand upon noticing the hair gel, instead playfully tapping his shoulder with her fan. "I have already told you. You are too fixated on Potter. You must redirect your gaze." Eleanor cast a glance over her shoulder at Draco, exclaiming, "I've come across a rather useful spell." Draco lifted his head with alacrity, his eyes sparkling, as he hastened to her side. "You've learned a new spell. Teach me, Eleanor," he implored. Goyle and Crabbe trailed behind them like two silent shadows. Chapter 13. Points awarded. When adding Wolfsbane, stir counterclockwise 3 times. Is there nothing in your mind besides Muggle grass? Mr. Weasley? 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Severus Snape, his expression dark, deftly salvaged a cauldron on the verge of explosion, splattering Ron with a noxious potion. Ron noticed Malfoy's mocking gaze, then glanced at Eleanor, who stood beside him with an air of superiority, and retorted defiantly, "Why is it always Malfoy concocting potions with Black? Why does Black always get it right?" Harry and Hermione were taken aback by Ron's ill-timed bravado, while Eleanor restrained Draco, who was impulsively rising to his feet. Casting a glance at Snape, who remained silent. Snape, swirling his dark robes, stood before Ron, his piercing gaze compelling Ron to lower his head. "The proportions for brewing the potion, Mr. Weasley," he prompted. Ron gritted his teeth, muttering, "I don't know. The proportions for the ointment and its storage conditions?" Ron's face darkened as he shook his head in difficulty. "The primary ingredients for the forgetfulness potion?" Ron remained silent, his head bowed. Snape's robes brushed against his legs as he advanced toward Eleanor, addressing her with an unmistakably different tone. "Perhaps you could elucidate for us, Miss Black. The proportions for brewing the potion are 1 pint of water to 1 ounce of herbs. The ointment's ratio is 3 teaspoons of herbs to 1 cup of oil, preferably plant oils such as almond or saffron oil. The ointment must be stored in a cool, dark place and sealed tightly. The primary ingredients for the forgetfulness potion are water from the river Lethe, mistletoe berries, and valerian." Snape nodded in satisfaction, his voice softening. "The properties and uses of bubotuber pus, when to harvest fluxweed, and how to treat the Abyssinian shrivelfig. Bubotuber pus is yellow-green and has a petrol-like odor. Used for treating stubborn acne. Fluxweed should be harvested on the night of a full moon. The Abyssinian shrivelfig must be peeled." Upon finishing her fluent response, Eleanor sat down under Snape's approving gaze. Draco timely offered her a vial of awakening potion, and Snape's deep, elegant voice resonated. "An exceedingly correct answer, Miss Black. Slytherin gains 15 points. Snape approached Ron, presenting the vial before him. "A potion of perfect quality, perfect in every respect. Slytherin gains another 15 points. The Slytherin students, indifferent to the Gryffindors, politely applauded for Eleanor and Draco, while Snape pointed at the liquid in Ron's cauldron, which hissed as it sprayed venom. "Arrogant as a troll, Mr. Weasley." Unable to answer basic questions, producing a potion in utter disarray, and your shallow, combustible intellect. 20 points deducted from Gryffindor. As the lamentations of the Gryffindors echoed, Snape sentenced Ron, "Come to my office tonight for a month's detention, and I expect a 5-page parchment essay from you this week." Eleanor felt a swell of satisfaction at Draco's consistent ability to brew potions of impeccable quality. She disregarded the sight of Draco slipping a small vial into his pocket, instead observing the resentful gaze directed at him for several weeks. "Draco, what have you done to him?" Under Blaze's forlorn scrutiny, Draco shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." After class, Blaze approached Draco, with Theodore standing not far away. "Draco, have you forgotten your friends in your blissful state? You haven't sought me out even once since the term began." Draco, uncharacteristically embarrassed, took 2 steps back to hide behind Eleanor, feeling as though Blaze's resentment might consume him. "Don't say that. I'm always here in Slytherin, you can come find me anytime." Before Blaze could respond, Draco quickly added, "Eleanor, this is Blaze Zabini. And that is Theodore Knott. We've been friends since childhood." Draco proudly nudged Eleanor's arm. "Eleanor Black, as you both already know, a member of the sacred 28 pureblood families," Eleanor said, granting him a rare glance, her fingers brushing over her bracelet as she smiled faintly. "Eleanor is so exceptional that you hardly notice us," Draco Theodore interjected, causing Draco to nearly jump in indignation. The trio of saviors observed the playful antics of Slytherin from a distance in silence. "Don't provoke Black any further, Ron. Professor Snape's questions for her are not from the first-year textbook. Black is indeed quite remarkable, isn't she? She is not a Malfoy, you won't gain any favor with her." Hermione's advice sounded like mockery to Ron, who felt an intense imbalance within himself. His teeth gritted as he glared at the group. A bunch of like-minded pureblood families. "Have you heard, Draco? Roderick has inherited his parents' fortune at Gringotts." Theodore suddenly interjected, and Draco rummaged through his memory before recalling the 17-year-old heir of the Roderick family. Both his parents are deceased. Theodore's remark surprised Draco, as it merely referred to a family with no ties to his own. Yes. But it said that even the supposedly safest Gringotts can be robbed. The 713 vault has been looted for days without the thief being apprehended. Realizing Theodore was about to ask something, Blaze interrupted. "Those useless goblins." Draco scoffed disdainfully, while Eleanor remained indifferent to which family had changed its heir. Unconcerned about the theft at the now impersonal Gringotts, she suddenly felt an inexplicable attraction, faint and almost dispersive. Noticing Eleanor's lack of interest, Draco, having exhausted several topics without receiving a response, quietly sat beside her, retrieving a small box of cookies from his pocket, offering it to her to select from. Outside the Slytherin common room, a silver-haired man leaned against the wall for support, his frail form nearly translucent, his lips a striking crimson, and his eyes concealed behind chain spectacles. He trembled as he approached a damp wall, pausing there to steady his breath. A clear, ethereal voice broke the silence, "Pureblood." The man immediately spotted the girl seated at the center of the sofa by the fireplace. Just one glance sent his heart racing, and the calm rhythm of his breath turned erratic. His trembling hand clenched involuntarily as he staggered toward her. "Excuse me." Eleanor snapped back to reality, looking up at the silver-haired man, awaiting his inquiry. "Do you know Sylvia?" Eleanor felt as though a thunderous explosion had erupted within her once clear mind, and instinctively raised her hand to cast a spell, only to freeze upon seeing the man's eyes after he removed his glasses. Eyes of the same violet hue as hers. Draco quickly stood in front of Eleanor, concerned about the reaction of this frail, pale man who bore a slight resemblance to her, yet showed a response that had never been seen in Eleanor. Gripping his hawthorn wand tightly, Blaze and Theodore stood behind the visibly trembling Draco. "What do you know?" Eleanor cast several confounding charms with her wand, her wrist twisting the bracelet as her voice became heavy with tension. "I am Sealer. Sylvia is my sister." Sealer struggled to sit on the sofa opposite Eleanor, the effort causing him to lean back against the cushion, gasping for breath. "I haven't seen her in over a decade. I sense a blood connection to Sylvia in you. Where is she?" Eleanor sat rigidly, her mind a blank slate, knowing nothing about her mother beyond her name. "How did you find me?" "Upon my arrival at Hogwarts, I felt the subtle tug of my lineage." Severus took a moment to gather himself, his gaze cast downward, avoiding the 3 boys standing before him. "Perhaps we should converse, just the 2 of us." Draco was momentarily bewildered by the words of this man, who appeared on the verge of fainting. Instinctively he opened his mouth to speak, only to find his hand, which gripped his wand, ensnared by the icy touch of Eleanor. "Draco." He turned abruptly, his eyes meeting Eleanor's, filled with confusion and a lack of focus. "I wish to speak with him." Theodore silently tugged at Blaze, who was glancing around, urging him to leave, while Draco watched anxiously. Eleanor, are you all right? Eleanor replied resolutely, I wish to speak with him. Very well, should anything arise. You must call for me immediately. Draco cast a fierce glare at Severus, raising his voice in warning. I shall write to my father. After Draco departed, Eleanor cast several Confundus charms before meeting Severus's gaze directly. Reveal everything you know. Severus appeared to be in a precarious state, dazed as he asked her. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Sylvia. Are you her child? Chapter 14 Sylvia. Sylvia is my mother. After uttering this, Eleanor fell silent, her grip tightening around the bracelet on her wrist. Severus murmured softly, Is that so? His eyes drifted to Eleanor's wrist as he gently inquired. Did she give you a bracelet? He loosened the cuff on his left wrist, revealing a golden bracelet, prompting Eleanor to reveal her identical bracelet in silence. Severus's violet eyes held something that Eleanor could not comprehend, and he smiled tenderly. Perhaps we should relocate. No sooner had he spoken than a robust bat burst into the Slytherin common room, its cold, brooding gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Eleanor. My beloved has come to find me, Severus said with evident delight. Eleanor silently dispelled the Confundus charm, and in the next moment, the bat appeared right before Severus. Upon seeing Severus unharmed, Snape exhaled in relief, though his expression remained grim. Perhaps you could provide your poor partner with a reason for vanishing? Severus took his right hand, entwining their fingers. Severus, you simply cannot fathom. I have found my sister's child. Snape was taken aback, then turned to see the silver-haired young giant. What a delightful surprise, Miss Black. Silently, Snape escorted the two back to his office in the cellar. Wrapped in a fluffy blanket, Severus cradled a steaming mug, while Eleanor stirred her milk in silence. As you can see, Severus is my beloved. We trust one another, and he is aware of my circumstances. Sylvia is indeed my sister. Our family was subjected to relentless persecution, and my father activated an ancient family curse with his life, opening a rift in time. Only Sylvia and I managed to escape. Severus's silver hair appeared considerably dulled as Snape stood beside him, gently caressing the back of his neck. The forcibly opened rift was unstable. Sylvia and I became separated. When I arrived here, according to Severus, it was January 28, 1976. At that time, I was blind and gravely injured. As an outsider, I could not access my abilities. I was nearly incapacitated. Our kin have always intermarried to preserve the purity of our bloodline, providing us with a strong sense of kinship. However, I was too weakened then to sense Sylvia's presence. I did not even know if she had arrived in the same space and time as I. I implored Severus to assist me in finding her, but it was no easy task since we do not resemble one another. That period was a tumultuous time in the magical world, further diminishing the chances of locating Sylvia until I arrived at Hogwarts today. Upon my arrival, I felt the call of our bloodline, faint and nearly severed. Yet, the feeling I sensed from you was different from that of Sylvia. It was not as intimate. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I was struck dumb by your resemblance to her. The lengthy discourse had drained Severus significantly, and he leaned against Snape, gasping for breath. The exertion had taken its toll. With reddened eyes, Severus raised his left wrist. Due to certain traits we possess, those vile beings always covet us. Divine grace has bestowed upon us protective artifacts, such as your bracelet. I can sense that you are different from us. The bracelet is with you, and the powerless Sylvia cannot protect herself, hence. Severus's voice broke, leaving him breathless. Snape, pursing his lips, skillfully retrieved a potion, administering it to him. Severus was locked in Snape's embrace, revealing only the top of his head, his voice muffled to the point of near inaudibility. Is Sylvia no longer here? Eleanor spoke with difficulty. My mother was absent at my birth. I have never seen her nor know anything about her. Severus released Snape's embrace, lunging forward to envelop the small girl, cold tears streaming down her neck. Oh, my poor darling. I neglected your feelings. I am so sorry, child. I hope I have not offended you. Eleanor seemed to perceive the blood bond Severus spoke of, her heart instinctively drawn to him. In a muted voice she replied, I am fine. My poor child. I have missed you for so many years. Severus, weary and tearful, clumsily stroked Eleanor's long hair. Will you call me uncle? This worthless person who has only brought you sorrow? Eleanor halted Severus's movements, her icy hand clasping his fingertips. She gazed earnestly at the tearful figure before her, who bore the same silver hair and violet eyes as she did. Eleanor observed him intently. I am grateful that you are willing to share my mother's story with me. Uncle. Oh, Artemis, if Artemis still exists, may the moonlight forever embrace you. May Arceus watch over you, granting you wisdom and courage. May you understand and follow the truth, and may your soul remain forever pure. The moonlight will guide you towards the light, away from darkness, ensuring a life of peace and prosperity. Severus cradled Eleanor's hands in his palms, his violet eyes reflecting hers, though seemingly distant. Eleanor could not comprehend his words, the ancient and convoluted tone resonating from him. She observed a faint silver glow enveloping Severus, as golden waves surged within his violet eyes, only to subside swiftly. Severus gently lifted Eleanor's hands, placing a soft kiss upon them. "May Artemis eternally cherish my treasure." Eleanor felt a gentle wave of strength wash over her, soothing and calming, inducing a desire to recline. Snape watched with concern as Severus's pallid countenance faded. He suddenly felt as though Severus was slipping away from him, too far to grasp. Yet, having never experienced such a moment, Snape hesitated to touch him, fearing he might cause harm. When Severus finally released her hands and lifted his gaze to Snape, Severus immediately embraced him tightly. "Do not worry, Severus. It is merely a blessing from an elder to a younger, though I am uncertain if it was successful." "I am all right, Severus. I feel better, do not fuss." Eleanor, feeling a sudden urge to recline, settled on the sofa, her clear eyes observing the two entangled figures. Severus pushed Snape's head aside, turning to Eleanor. "What is your name, darling?" Eleanor's expression remained impassive, her overwhelming desire to lie down affecting her tone. "Eleanor Sylvia Black." "You may call me Ellie." "I feel something is off, uncle. What is happening to me?" Sirius fondly reminisced about her current state, smiling as he gently tousled Eleanor's hair. "We shall bestow blessings upon the newborn child. It seems you have succeeded, fear not, Ellie, it shall soon be well, and you will emerge even stronger. It appears Artemis has taken quite a liking to you." As Eleanor recuperated, Severus was reluctant to release Sirius, the previous sensation having been utterly dreadful. Sirius, seated in Severus's embrace, gazed at her with a serious expression. "Let us speak of your father, Ellie. I wish to visit him to learn about the experiences my sister has encountered in this world." Regulus had never mentioned Eleanor's mother to her. Their home bore no portraits of her, no notes, no garments. There was not a trace of her presence. Eleanor fell silent, uncertain of what her mother represented in her father's life. "I wish to write to my father to inform him of the situation first," Eleanor murmured softly, pressing her lips together. "Of course, Ellie, you have every right to do so. I am overjoyed to see you, darling. Let us first find something to eat." Sirius took Eleanor's hand and, with Severus in tow, boldly made their way to Hufflepuff territory. Severus walked with a scowl, his robes billowing as he supported Sirius. In the corridor, a painting featuring a bowl of fruit caught Eleanor's eye. She looked up at Sirius with bright eyes and gently scratched at a pear depicted in the artwork, which smiled back before transforming into a green doorknob. "The magical world is truly fascinating," Eleanor thought as she followed Sirius inside. "Oh, it appears to be the Hogwarts kitchen." A group of house elves stared at the sudden arrival of the trio, and after a brief moment of silence, they erupted into excited chatter. One house elf, wearing a pillowcase, approached them clumsily and bowed. "Esteemed guests, how may I serve you?" "Dobby is at your service." Sirius ordered a lavish assortment of desserts, reluctantly adding a few lamb chops and steaks. "Ellie, what would you like to eat?" Eleanor requested Yorkshire pudding, chocolate muffins, and syrupy fruit pie, ultimately asking for a glass of juice. Seated in a cozy nook, Sirius's eyes sparkled as he regarded Eleanor. "Desserts are simply the best, aren't they, Ellie?" He shot a glance at Severus, who was too enamored with his lamb chops to appreciate the joy of desserts. Eleanor subtly shifted away from Severus's cold smirk, wishing to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her potions class. Chapter 15, Turmoil. Encountering a tearful Draco in front of the Slytherin common room, Eleanor informed him that Sirius was her uncle, soothing him with a piece of cake she had brought, and successfully returned to her dormitory. Eleanor solemnly penned a letter on parchment, detailing her encounter with her mother's only family member, Uncle Sirius, and how Professor Snape had confirmed this relationship through blood magic. Expressing that her uncle wished to visit him to learn more about her mother. After bidding farewell to little Kay, Eleanor, feeling like a wandering spirit, completed her evening routine and nestled beneath her blankets, drifting into slumber with dreams of her mother. Regulus promptly replied with an address, expressing his usual concern for Eleanor's well-being, though she noticed his handwriting was somewhat disheveled. Watching as Severus and Sirius vanished into the fireplace, Eleanor silently exited the cellar, yearning to uncover more about her mother. "Eleanor." Draco rushed over, grasping her hand. "Flint is taking the team equipped with the Nimbus 2000 for practice. Let us go watch." Merlin knows how incredible Eleanor felt about gifting the Slytherin Quidditch team the Nimbus 2000. Her days in Slytherin had been excessively comfortable, with several upperclassmen inviting her to watch their training sessions. Though she held no interest in Quidditch, she needed a distraction from her studies and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Slytherin approach with their flying brooms, the Gryffindors paled, realizing what was happening. Oliver Wood halted the practice, his expression grave. What brings you here? Today. Gryffindor has the field reserved. Marcus Flint smugly waved a piece of parchment. We have special permission. The head of Slytherin has approved our use of this venue. Now, off you go, Gryffindor Lions. Noticing the handwriting belonging to Snape on the parchment, Wood's expression darkened further. Ron, who had come to watch Harry practice, spotted the Nimbus 2000s in the hands of the Slytherins. Merlin's heels. They have Nimbus 2000s. The Gryffindor Lions erupted in astonishment. Slytherin had indeed acquired Nimbus 2000s. Flint raised his broom triumphantly, declaring Miss Black and Mr. Malfoy generously donated these Nimbus 2000s to encourage Slytherin's training. He cast a disdainful glance at the Comet Series brooms held by Gryffindor. What's the matter? Don't you have any? The faces of the Gryffindor Lions soured, some enviously eyeing the Nimbus 2000s. Does the Chosen One not fancy the Nimbus 2000? The Slytherins parted to reveal Draco and Eleanor behind them. Draco turned to Ron saying, Don't you want a Nimbus 2000, Weasley? Oh, I forgot. My father told me the Weasley vault only holds 1 galleon. Ron's face turned crimson with anger as he glared at the arrogant Malfoy and Black. What are you doing here? A first year like you doesn't qualify for the Quidditch team, especially since not everyone possesses Harry's talent. Are you really so proud of the Chosen One's talent, Weasley? Draco's smile faded slightly. I'll join in my second year. Eleanor knows I'll be joining then. I decided to sponsor Slytherin with a few Nimbus 2000s in advance. We came to watch practice. And you, Weasley, are you here to pick up leaves from the field? The Slytherins erupted into laughter. Hermione restrained Ron, retorting to Draco. Harry got on the team based on his skill. No one in Gryffindor needs to pay to join. Draco's expression darkened. Who do you think you're looking down on? My blood? Hermione, who was Muggle-born, didn't grasp the meaning of the term, but Ron, from a pureblood family, knew how derogatory it was. Shut your filthy mouth, Malfoy. Ron pulled out his somewhat tattered wand. Eat slug. Before Draco could react, Ron was struck by his own wand, and Eleanor silently retracted her wand. Hermione and Harry hurriedly helped him up. Are you alright, Ron? Ron continued to vomit slugs, and Draco's face paled as he instinctively took a step back, grasping Eleanor's wrist with a pitiful expression. This is disgusting. I'm frightened. Eleanor, equally repulsed, turned away and said, You won, Draco. You'd better pray you don't turn into this when I'm not around. Curiously, she asked, What does mudblood mean? Hermione's spell failed to halt Ron's condition, and they hurriedly took him to find a professor. Draco averted his gaze, scoffing, Just a muggle-born wizard. Eleanor understood. It didn't sound like a compliment. Draco shrugged. I'm a bit worried for you, Draco. Eleanor looked at the silly boy. You'd best refrain from using that term in the future, lest they retaliate against you. Didn't Weasley just demonstrate that? If it weren't for his broken wand. Imagine your fate. The thought of slugs made Draco shudder. I don't want that. That's too disgusting. He protested loudly. Eleanor uncomfortably fanned herself. So, don't say that word again. I want to always be by your side, and not everyone's wand is as shabby as Weasley's. Draco selectively ignored the latter part of her statement, feeling somewhat bashful about her words. Fine, for your sake, I won't call them mudbloods anymore. Eleanor patted his arm encouragingly with her fan. Good boy. The tale of Ron's mucus incident swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts, orchestrated by Draco, with Goyle and Crabbe loyally playing their supporting roles. Eleanora chose not to intervene. She received a letter from Regulus, stating he would share some news at Christmas, inquiring about her life and advising her to seek Snape's assistance should any issues arise at school, as he would be inclined to help her in light of their mutual acquaintance, Sirius. Noticing her uplifted spirits, Draco approached her with a query. What do you plan to dress as for Halloween? Eleanora furrowed her brow in contemplation, eliciting laughter from Draco. Must one truly dress up? She asked. Indeed, it is Halloween, he replied, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with excitement. I intend to masquerade as a vampire. Why not join me? A ghastly pale vampire? Eleanora scoffed, I think not. At that moment, Daphne Greengrass, who had been gradually integrating into their small circle, chimed in. The Gothic vampire aesthetic is quite distinctive. I know a shop where they have exquisitely intricate Gothic dresses. Daphne, adjusting her long golden hair, added, It would suit you perfectly, Black. Intrigued by the idea of trying Gothic attire for the first time, Eleanora modestly acquiesced. Draco cast an appreciative glance at Daphne. You may handle the arrangements, Greengrass. I trust you will not disappoint Eleanora. Daphne stood, curtsied with her skirt. Of course, I shall take my leave now. I will find you in the dormitory later, Black. Eleanora waved her fan in acknowledgement, Her curiosity piqued about Draco's vampire costume. Will you also don Gothic attire? Not originally, but now I shall, Draco replied, pushing a pudding towards her from Crabbe's side. Naturally. At the Gryffindor table, Harry was exuberantly shouting about receiving a Firebolt 2000, prompting Draco to disdainfully divert his gaze. Just a Firebolt 2000, nothing more than a noisy piece of junk from Potter and Weasley. He collected the textbooks from Goyle. We must depart, Eleanora. Eleanora. Still wishing for a tart, huffed in mild discontent. Draco grasped her wrist and stood, producing a box of candies, strawberry milk flavor. I recalled you enjoyed these. I wrote to my mother to make some. Surprised, Eleanora accepted the small box, gazing earnestly at him. Thank you, Draco, and please extend my thanks to your aunt. Draco's ears flushed red as he averted his gaze. It's nothing. Let me know once you've finished. I have more. Crabbe, unable to contain his desire, chimed in. I want some too. Draco scoffed, tossing them 2 boxes of honey-flavored treats. You may have these. They're all the same. Goyle looked at the contented Crabbe with exasperation, wishing he could poke his head for being so greedy. Chapter 16, Halloween Night. At long last, the Halloween Draco had eagerly anticipated arrived, and he repeatedly sought Daphne for details on Eleanora's costume. That infuriating Greengrass refused to divulge specifics, only mentioning that Eleanora's dress featured patterns of irises and thorns. Seated in the Slytherin common room, Draco donned a black cloak adorned with the same floral and thorny motifs, conversing with Blaise while glancing back. Look at Theodore, Draco remarked, eagerly awaiting the event. Blaise rolled his eyes, observing how Theodore elegantly stirred his coffee beneath Draco's watchful gaze. I thought you would be accustomed to this by now, Blaise. Draco playfully kicked Blaise's foot. You could very well keep your mouth shut. Eleanora entered the common room, immediately spotting Draco's platinum hair on the sofa. Surprisingly, he hadn't used hair gel today, allowing his hair to fall gently across his forehead. Upon seeing Eleanora, Draco stood nervously, adjusting his hair, a hint of anxiety evident. Eleanora wore a high-collared black Gothic dress that reached her knees, with layers of fabric imprinted with irises and thorn patterns, trailing behind her in lace that cascaded to the floor. Her silver hair was elegantly braided atop her head, revealing her graceful neck, adorned with a dark red hairpiece. You are the most beautiful girl here, Draco declared, approaching her with awkward grace. He fiercely glared at those casting lewd gazes at Eleanora's black lace stockings, warning them to retract their repulsive stares. Do not provoke a Malfoy. With a gentlemanly flourish, Draco extended his hand. Shall we, Eleanora? Eleanora took his hand, which he held tightly, glancing back at her trailing dress, wanting to assist her with it. It's all right, Draco. I can manage, she replied, squeezing his hand. Opening her fan, intricately carved with thorns and embroidered with irises and black lace, she surveyed the prying eyes beneath her skirt, thinking their luck would determine whether they were blind or merely unfortunate. As they sat at the Slytherin long table, Draco removed his cloak to cover her legs protectively. A boy clad only in a black embroidered shirt licked his fangs in displeasure. Damn, Avery. He has been eyeing you for quite some time. Eleanora was more concerned with his hair. You didn't use hair gel today. Her fingers itched to touch Draco's platinum locks, and she reached out to play with it, relishing the splendid texture. Draco blushed slightly, allowing her to indulge. You are actually stroking a Malfoy's hair. Eleanora withdrew her hand reluctantly. Your hair looks better down. I don't use gel for looks, Draco retorted with an air of pride, lifting his chin. Is it meant to style it like an adult? Eleanora rested her chin on her hand, her accentuated eyes causing Draco to feel dizzy, unable to meet her gaze. I read Daphne's book. Overusing hair gel can cause hair loss. I wouldn't want to see a bald Draco. Draco's face flushed with alarm. Bald? Eleanora nodded yes. Draco anxiously adjusted his hair, falling silent. Does your father use hair gel? Eleanora asked, cutting into her steak. My father does not. Then why do you? Eleanora pushed her neatly cut steak toward him. You look better this way, don't you think? You actually cut my steak. By hand. Draco exclaimed, astonished, as he took a bite, feeling a bit dazed. All right then, I shall forego it, in light of your preference. Eleanora smiled, sipping her orange juice while watching him eat. At the Gryffindor table, several young lions whispered about Eleanora. Ron scoffed, the beautiful and talented Black? Isn't she just as arrogant as Malfoy? Harry, unaffected by Eleanora's supposed arrogance, silently focused on his meal, having returned his gaze from the Slytherin direction. Suddenly disaster struck. The poor Professor Quirrell, entangled in his oversized turban, stumbled into the great hall, raising his hands in a panic. There's a troll. Before collapsing to the floor, motionless. A troll. Hogwarts has a troll. Chaos erupted at the feast as Dumbledore quickly reassured the children. instructing the professors to organize their evacuation. Disturbed Eleanora, who hadn't even finished her meal, stood up in displeasure but noticed Dumbledore casting a significant glance at Quirrell and Harry. Eleanora's gaze immediately locked onto the savior, observing him and Weasley sneaking off in another direction. The pale Draco instinctively grasped Eleanora's wrist. There's a troll. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place? I must write to my father, Eleanora exclaimed, a thrill of excitement coursing through her. I saw Potter Draco. I want to see what secrets they hold. She smiled sweetly at Snape, who was searching for her, and after he gestured for her to hurry, he was quickly surrounded by other Slytherins, losing sight of her. Casting a few confusion spells around them, Eleanora's eyes sparkled with excitement as she noted Dumbledore allowing Potter to leave without interference. The savior must be up to something. She was determined to investigate. Draco felt a twinge of fear. He had never encountered any trouble in his 11 years, and he had no curiosity about where the savior was headed, yet he didn't want to release Eleanora's hand. Eleanora's smile faded slightly. Let go, Draco. We can hardly see Potter now. Draco's complexion paled further, his grip tightening, his gray-blue eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Will you accompany me back? Gazing intently into Draco's cerulean eyes, I was certain he harbored some scheme that I, as a student at Hogwarts, must uncover. I must admit, you are somewhat special to me, though only slightly. Eleanor, amidst Draco's startled, wounded gaze, wrenched his hand away and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, rendering her invisible. It was my fault. I always clash with Hermione in charms class, and when a classmate mentioned seeing her head to the restroom, I couldn't shake the fear that she might be injured by a troll. How could I ever forgive myself for that? Ron, filled with regret, ran breathlessly, following closely behind. Eleanor overheard Harry and Ron's intent to search for Hermione in the restroom, and she swiftly soared over using a levitation charm. What could transpire in the restroom? Or was there something intended for Potter? What did Dumbledore's glance mean? She couldn't believe he merely cast his eyes upon Harry. At the entrance, Eleanor cast a confundus charm to delay Harry and the others, then dispelled her disillusionment charm and entered the restroom. She quickly inspected the sinks and ceiling, opening each stall door one by one, disregarding Hermione's sobs. Yet there was nothing present. Eleanor knocked on the stall door, and in an instant, Hermione's weeping ceased. Are you all right, Granger? Upon hearing Eleanor's voice, Hermione was momentarily taken aback. She hastily dried her face and opened the door. Eleanor was particularly radiant tonight. Yem fine. Black. Eleanor unfurled her fan and, with a leisurely demeanor, inquired, what compels such an exceptional girl to flee the feast and weep here? The Slytherin prodigy, Black, deemed her an exemplary girl, causing Hermione's restrained emotions to surge anew. It's Ron. He couldn't grasp today's charms lesson. I tried to teach him, but he said he despised my condescending demeanor, yet I meant no harm. The Gryffindor lion finds himself in conflict. Eleanor sighed softly. I might understand your plight, Granger. I recall you hail from a Muggle background, yet stand as Gryffindor's finest new student. Although Weasley belongs to a pureblood family, his talents are as mediocre as his wand. The methods of exemplary individuals often discomfort them. Your attempts to accommodate him may have been misconstrued as boasting. Eleanor feigned a pained expression. As a Slytherin, I've humiliated him in potions class, yet he didn't react as vehemently, for I am a Black. She endeavored to imbue her voice with sympathy. As a fellow pureblood, my excellence is acceptable to Weasley. But you, Granger, being of Muggle descent and yet surpassing even some upperclassmen, must coexist with him. Poor Hermione, hearing such a stark assessment from a Slytherin, could only stare blankly at Eleanor. I must admit, the sacred 28 pureblood families indeed carry a sense of pride that surpasses that of ordinary wizards, even the Weasley clan, who are closest to Muggles. Perhaps you should delve into the history of wizards. Ravenclaw's Gentleman Lynn is quite knowledgeable in this regard. She often occupies the empty portrait space on the second floor of the Hogwarts library. Understanding the lineage of wizards will aid you greatly in navigating the magical world. Eleanor, hands behind her back, dispelled the confundus charm at the entrance. You ought to compose yourself, Granger. After all, tonight is the Halloween feast, is it not? Despite the recent troll incident. Chapter 17, The Troll. What? There's a troll? Hermione's mind cleared from its chaos. Then how did you end up here? Eleanor merely fanned herself lightly. The troll has emerged, students are evacuating, and I had a quarrel with Draco. Minor frictions occur in human interactions, do they not? I sought a moment of calm. Their shared experience resonated with Hermione, who quickly composed herself. Eleanor stepped out first. I'm leaving now. Good night, Granger. Just around the corner. Eleanor heard Hermione scream and hurried back. The foul troll was raising its club high above Hermione, who, poor thing, had not brought her wand and could only retreat helplessly. Immobulus! The troll roared, sent flying by the spell, and Eleanor gracefully stepped before Hermione, casting, "All of you, be petrified." Eleanor retracted her wand, donning a concerned expression as she gazed at the stunned Hermione. "Are you all right?" Hearing Hermione's scream, Ron and Harry rushed over, curious about the familiar surroundings. Upon seeing the motionless troll on the ground, Harry hurriedly approached. "Are you okay, Hermione?" Ron, eyeing Eleanor warily, asked, "What are you doing here, Black?" Eleanor's expression turned blank, and before she could respond, Hermione coolly interjected, "I just encountered a troll. Miss Black saved me." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "Saved you? The self-preserving Slytherin saved a Gryffindor?" Eleanor averted her gaze, unwilling to look at him. "Why not? We are all students of Hogwarts, and I possess the capability. I certainly wouldn't allow myself to be reduced to a sniveling mess." The thought of such a scene made Eleanor grimace. Harry awkwardly interrupted Ron, "Regardless, we're very grateful to you, Black. You single-handedly defeated the troll. That is truly impressive." Just then Draco, arriving at the entrance, exclaimed, "What? You fought a troll?" Ignoring their prior spat, he hurriedly checked on Eleanor. "Merlin's beard, a troll actually invaded the girls' restroom at Hogwarts. I must write to my father. Are you injured?" "Eleanor, you just faced a troll, 12 feet tall and weighing a ton, capable of squashing 3 Weasleys with a single swat." Eleanor, having witnessed Eleanor's quick defeat of the troll, saw Hermione's eyes light up. Harry silently glanced at the still motionless troll, while Ron's complexion shifted through various shades, yet he remained silent. "I'm fine, Draco." Eleanor soothingly patted him with her fan. "It was merely a troll. I appreciate your concern." After ensuring Eleanor was unscathed, Draco, realizing they were still at odds, turned away haughtily. When Professor McGonagall arrived, she was taken aback by the gathering of young witches and wizards and the inert troll on the floor. "What are you all doing here? And what about that mountain troll lying on the ground?" McGonagall immediately checked to confirm the troll was entirely incapacitated. Snape's eyes fixated intently on Eleanor. Then he shot a half-glance at Draco, questioning why 2 reckless Slytherins were not in their common room with their head of house. Professor Quirrell, standing nearby, was far less noticeable than the garlic scent emanating from him. Hermione bravely stepped forward. "I ran into the restroom. They came looking for me and encountered the troll. Black petrified the troll and saved me. If not for her, I would be dead." Snape scoffed. 2 Slytherins searching for a Gryffindor? With Potter no less? "We once discussed our studies, as I share several classes with Miss Black," Hermione responded, enduring Snape's dark gaze. Snape, observing the 2 Slytherins who remained silent, let out a heavy huff and fell silent. McGonagall regarded Eleanor with admiration. "An exceptionally executed petrification charm. Well done, Miss Black." She surveyed the group of young witches and wizards, reprimanding Hermione for her recklessness. "Due to Miss Granger's actions, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Yet she then praised the group. However, for daring to seek out a fellow student, each of you earns 5 points, and for single-handedly defeating the troll, Miss Black earns 20 points. Draco was about to rejoice when Snape extinguished his enthusiasm. "You lot will serve detention with me for a week starting tomorrow." The 2 dejected young wizards trailed behind the billowing Snape, but Harry keenly noticed Snape's unnatural movements. "Miss Black is braver than a Gryffindor lion. I sincerely hope my next encounter with you doesn't involve battling a basilisk." Snape hissed as he dispensed his venom. "Today, I shall divulge everything to you, Uncle." In the incredulous gaze of Eleanora, Snape cleared his throat unnaturally. However, the spell had indeed been executed remarkably. "Now return to your slumber, my nocturnal little serpents." He cast a swift glance at Draco, adding, "I shall also write to your father." Draco's expression contorted, yet in the confined space shared by the 2, he felt an awkwardness creeping in, fidgeting with his shoes. "How did you come to be there?" Under the dim light, Eleanora cast a confusion charm, gently inquiring as she clutched her fan. Draco, his silky hair falling to the side of his face, protested softly, "I merely passed by." In the midst of Eleanora's silence, Draco, in a moment of despair, confessed, "I was looking for you. Nothing good comes from being with Gryffindors. I worry about you." His voice diminished further. "Even if you claim you only care a little." The realization struck Eleanora that he truly was concerned for her well-being. She inched closer, her cool hand brushing against his fingertips. "I am delighted, Draco." Draco looked up, his gaze colliding with her softly shimmering violet eyes. "It brings me joy to know you care for my safety. What I said in the banquet hall was not meant to be taken seriously. You are not merely a little different. I do not only care for you a little. You are one of a kind." Eleanora silently added in her heart that her affection had merely grown a tad more than before. Draco's face flushed crimson, extending down to his neck, as he stammered. Do you really think so? Of course, Draco. Will you forgive me? Eleanora gently shook his hand. Remarkably, the typically timid and prideful Draco managed to find the restroom after her words, though the conviction to confront Potter could not sustain him in doing so. Bewildered by her words, Draco replied, Since you are so sincere, let us maintain our previous rapport. Eleanora withdrew her hand contentedly, leaving Draco feeling a sudden void, silently clenching his fist in his pocket. Just moments ago, Professor Snape's gait appeared unusual. It seemed he was injured. The abrupt shift in conversation caught Draco off guard. Oh. Really? Eleanora mused, pondering if any entity more perilous than trolls lurked within Hogwarts. Or had some individual harmed him? Professor Snape had appeared alongside Professors McGonagall and Quirrell. It could not possibly be McGonagall, for she was fair and just, an ally of Dumbledore. If it were Quirrell, might he not be as feeble as he seemed? Or had he encountered someone else prior to this? Draco joined her in contemplation. I recall you noting that Dumbledore had particularly observed Quirrell and Potter. Eleanora circled Draco thoughtfully. Indeed, that is why I followed Potter. However, Potter merely sought Granger. I found her before them. I explored that restroom and found nothing unusual, but even after locating Granger, nothing transpired. Draco, uncertain, mused. Perhaps Dumbledore's casual glance held significance. Or perhaps Quirrell harbors some secret. He wears that enormous turban daily, does he not? Eleanora nodded. How could a practitioner of dark magic be so ineffectual? Yet if it were not Quirrell's doing, there may be more dangerous magical creatures within Hogwarts. Albeit we need not seek them out ourselves. Draco scoffed. The Gryffindor lions are far more adept at uncovering latent dangers. Eleanora chuckled. Tomorrow during detention, I could bring some potions for Professor Snape. It would be splendid if he were willing to share something. I procured some potions from my father, including one for treating wounds inflicted by magical creatures. Eleanora nodded approvingly. Well then, good night, Draco. Good night, Eleanora. As she disappeared around the corner, Draco quietly took his leave. Chapter 18. All of it. Snape observed the assortment of potions on the table in silence, pondering that perhaps you might recall your unfortunate headmaster's role as a potions master. The two little serpents widened their eyes at him. We know, but we are concerned for you. This is a small token of our affection. You can barely walk. Draco murmured softly. Snape shot him a harsh glare, his expression dark as he accepted the gesture. Sirius huddled on the sofa nearby. The children do care for you. However, Ellie truly is as formidable as I imagined. She dispatched that troll with ease. Snape tucked him deeper into the blanket, retorting, that troll could swat 5 of you away. Sirius reached out to pinch Snape's waist hard, retracting his hand only when he grimaced in pain. Ellie is not as fragile as you think. And she possesses a bracelet for protection, ensuring she remains unscathed. Indeed, Professor, but what could possibly harm you? Snape's countenance darkened. It was merely an accident. The trio of Gryffindors entered, further darkening Snape's mood. He levitated their essays to the sofa, his icy demeanor instructing the 5 young wizards to deal with the slime eels in the corner. Eleanora lost her composure. Slime eels? She felt as though the world had collapsed. Heaven knows how grotesque and repulsive that slimy creature was. Ron's expression soured as he felt the urge to vomit once more. Snape, cold and unsympathetic, corrected the essays, while her once hopeful uncle was nearly asleep. Eleanora stood rigidly in front of the bucket, gloved hands trembling, utterly unwilling to reach in. It's all right, Eleanora. I will assist you with yours. Seeing her state, Draco said compassionately, recalling that since their enrollment, he had always dealt with the slime eels in potions class, while Eleanora had never touched one. Eleanora gazed at him with bright eyes, and in that moment, Draco appeared even more admirable to her. Ron leaned in closer to Harry, mimicking Draco. Harry, I will help you with yours. Do not be afraid. Draco narrowed his eyes, sneering, are you mocking me, you impoverished Weasley? Snape appeared behind Ron, giving him a gentle shove. Shut your mouths. I trust you will not use them to handle the slime eels. Snape paused beside Eleanora. You shall correct the first-year essays, Miss Black. Eleanora promptly rose to follow Snape, leaving Draco watching enviously as he was forced to deal with the loathsome Gryffindors in handling the slime eels. Eleanora quickly grew discontent. Her hand trembled as she held the parchment. Why would anyone be foolish enough to write that mist grass could be used to conjure a thick fog for escape during battle? That foul root would cause halitosis if consumed. I can hardly discern the contents of this, Eleanora thought, realizing why Professor Snape was perpetually irritable. Confronting a horde of trolls was indeed a headache. By the time she reached Harry's essay, Eleanora had numbed herself into marking it with a passing grade. Although her potion making was subpar, her theoretical knowledge was impeccable, capable of debating with that gaggle of Ravenclaws. The nonsensical content of these essays, especially from the Gryffindor lions, could not be penned even with their heels. Eleanora glared at Ron's assertion that he would rather be bald than use a rat's tail, and bile to concoct a hair potion, marking it harshly, fulfilling the foolish wish of the Weasley to be bald. She paused, reflecting calmly that perhaps not all Gryffindors were steeped in ink. There were no special demographics within the house, and thus these nonsensical essays might be the brave lions' rebellion against their most detested Professor Snape. Eleanora swiftly marked each Gryffindor essay, and when she reached Hermione's detailed composition, she flipped it over and marked it with a large 0. Harry's was a commendable score. The neatly penned essays from the Slytherin Little Serpents brought her comfort. She continued down the line, hesitating on Goyle and Crabbe's essays and marking them with 2 zeros. Perfectly concluding today's detention. Ron looked on in bewilderment as Eleanora shot him a cold glance, nearly dismissing him with a disdainful snort. Wondering where he had offended the proud Black once again. Truly, what a temper you possess, Ron whispered to Harry, expressing his grievances, while Hermione retorted, urging him not to harbor such deep-seated prejudices against Black. Me. Did you not see how she just looked at me through her nostrils? Hermione felt utterly exasperated. Ron. Black's upbringing would never have led her to regard you in such a manner. You are being overly sensitive. She even wished me good night just moments ago. Ron's fiery red hair seemed on the verge of exploding. Overly sensitive? Are you infatuated with Black just because she saved you from a troll? Are you prepared to betray Gryffindor, Hermione? Harry quietly consoled the irate Hermione. Don't take Ron's words to heart, Hermione. I, too, did not observe Black's demeanor towards you. She wished me good night as well. Did she not say the same to you? Ron, fuming, felt wronged and departed without another glance. Indeed, Black had not wished him good night. Was saying good night to her truly something to boast about? Do not mind Ron's remarks, Hermione. He has always been at odds with Black. Hermione, clenching her robes in frustration, replied, he is at odds with all pureblood wizards and exceptional witches. Harry, attempting to divert the conversation, remarked, today, I witnessed Filch assisting Professor Snape with a bandaged injury on his calf. The wound did not heal swiftly with potions or spells. I suspect it was inflicted by a magical creature. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, the three-headed dog. The next day, the Gryffindor lions beheld their battered essays in silence. Harry, tugging at his hair, sighed, I can't believe I still have to write this. The potions essay is truly difficult. Gryffindor remained quiet. There was no second chance. Ron gazed at his hastily scribbled essay, where the section on rats was circled, accompanied by the scrawled words, go bald with your rat. The adjacent work did not seem so glaringly poor anymore. How could that be, Harry? You only need to remember the effects of the potions to compose a coherent essay without unnecessary embellishments to earn a passing grade. Hermione displayed her own essay to Harry, glancing at the silent lions with a hint of uncertainty. Surely, Gryffindor cannot be represented by just me. Indeed, you are not alone. Harry is the only other one, and they cannot even manage the usual passable work. Draco sauntered past Gryffindor with Crabbe and Goyle, halting before Ron and proclaiming loudly, Professor Snape's potions class is truly the best. What grade did you receive on your essay? Crabbe and Goyle raised their papers high, proudly flaunting them to Gryffindor. We got outstanding. Ron gritted his teeth, muttering at Draco's retreating form, it's Eleanor. She did that on purpose, even Crabbe and Goyle. Yet Harry pondered silently. But if you write seriously, it wouldn't be so. Eleanor's low scores suppressed Gryffindor's usual bravado for a time, and their courage was momentarily overshadowed by their wounded pride. Draco, irritated by Gryffindor's brief tranquility, was in a foul mood as the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was set for the following day. That wretched Potter, he grumbled. Eleanor sat by the fireplace, engrossed in her book, not lifting her gaze. We have a Firebolt 2000. What threat does Potter pose? Draco leaned over the back of her chair. Then you must accompany me to watch the match tomorrow. After days spent reading, Eleanor readily agreed. A miscalculation, Eleanor mused. She had only visited the Quidditch pitch once, and had left due to Ron's incessant noise. Now seated for the first time in the Quidditch stands, she found the ivory-white fan nearly shedding its feathers. The old benches were cold, and November's chill had set in. The stands lacked any covering, making Eleanor feel quite uncomfortable. Draco, however, appeared unfazed, gently brushing against Eleanor's hand, his touch as cool as ever, wrapping the outer robe he had brought for her around Eleanor. He focused intently on discussing Quidditch with Blaise. I have already cast a warming charm, Eleanor thought to herself. Enveloped in the thick outer robe, she buried her head within it, inhaling the faint scent of sweet biscuits and green apples. Chapter 19. Counter Curse and the Golden Snitch. Eleanor could not comprehend the game's dynamics as Draco excitedly informed Blaze that Slytherin had scored again, turning to her with sparkling eyes. Eleanor, you were right. With the Firebolt 2000, Slytherin has already scored 14 goals, while that Potter has yet to even touch the ball. Are we going to win? Eleanor felt drowsy, on the verge of sleep. Draco tilted his head, a smile in his eyes, finding her sleepy demeanor utterly endearing. Indeed. As long as Gryffindor fails to capture the Golden Snitch, which grants an additional 150 points. Noticing the increasing gasps from the crowd, Eleanor forced her eyes open, questioning what was happening. Draco, legs crossed, was mocking Potter with Goyle when he leaned slightly towards her. That pathetic Potter is about to embarrass himself by falling off his broom. Eleanor was suddenly alert. Is he going to fall? Yes. It appeared that Broomstick was threatening to toss him off. Eleanor stood up, quickly locating Hermione amidst the chaos, following her furious gaze to see Snape muttering something ominous. This was clearly amiss. Snape had no need to sabotage Potter in such a public manner merely to make his broom tremble. Observing Hermione spring into action, Eleanor cast a disillusionment charm and swiftly approached, continuing to monitor the situation. She noticed the typically timid Professor Quirrell suddenly exuding an unfamiliar authority, glaring menacingly at Potter. Just as Hermione was about to incinerate Snape's robes with fire magic, Eleanor extinguished the flames and lifted Quirrell's oversized turban. Quirrell, startled, clutched the back of his head and fell heavily to the ground, grimacing as he hastily wrapped a large turban around his head and stood up, searching for something. Noticing Potter's broom had ceased its tremors, Snape also halted his incantation, and Eleanor's eyes flickered. Was it a counter-curse? She turned and returned to her seat, dispelling the disillusionment charm. Where did you go? Draco grasped her wrist. After casting a Confundus charm around them, Eleanor patted his shoulder soothingly with her fan. I went to witness an amusing spectacle. What do you think of Professor Quirrell? Eleanor observed Snape discovering Hermione, who should not have been there, as Quirrell timidly accused her. Snape mercilessly deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. Timidly shrinking away seemed to be Quirrell's eternal state. Draco furrowed his brow in disgust. That is blatantly obvious. Indeed, Eleanor smiled. I just witnessed another side of Professor Quirrell. He struck me as someone who could cast a curse without even disturbing a strand of hair. Draco raised an eyebrow in surprise, leaning in closer to scrutinize her. What did you just do? Eleanor held her fan against his chest, creating distance between them. Just a little trick. Noticing his pitifully blue-gray eyes, she gently said, If you learn the disillusionment charm, I will bring you along next time. That is a 7th-year spell. Draco, not surprised she could perform it, replied, If you want me to learn the disillusionment charm, then you must teach me. Eleanor fanned herself lightly if I'm in a good mood. The Quidditch pitch erupted in chaos as Eleanor witnessed Harry, who had fallen, twisting his body before painfully clutching his throat and expelling a golden object. Draco sprang to his feet. Potter caught the golden snitch? His expression darkened. Eleanor, somewhat bewildered, was astonished to see Slytherin and Gryffindor end the match at 140 to 150. Not expecting the Firebolt 2000 equipped Slytherin to lose to the Comet Series Gryffindor. The Golden Snitch awarded 150 points, indeed. The Slytherin entourage fell silent, ignoring the Gryffindors who were shouting jubilantly in their direction. The Quidditch team descended from the pitch, avoiding the gaze of their significant benefactor, Eleanor, as their shame of being overturned left them too embarrassed to face anyone. Damn that wretched Gryffindor, Draco muttered, his robes swirling dramatically. Slytherin had secured the Quidditch Cup for 5 consecutive years, and Harry's recent victory had clearly rattled the little snakes. This time, they had underestimated their opponents, becoming overly confident in their Nimbus 2000, and neglecting the elusive Golden Snitch, which could yield an additional 150 points. Observing the frustrated expression on the platinum-haired scion's face, Eleanor softly remarked, Next year, you shall take the field and reclaim glory for Slytherin, won't you? Draco, with an air of pride, tilted his chin up. The platinum locks that had ceased to be styled now swaying gently with his movement. Naturally, I shall seize the Golden Snitch. As Eleanor returned to the library to return a book, she noticed the furtive trio of the boy who lived and his companions, finding a corner to cast a disillusionment charm, and sit beside them. Harry suddenly felt restless, scratching his head before addressing Hermione. Hagrid mentioned that Snape has no designs on the Vault 713. He is a good professor. Ron scoffed. Hagrid always defends him. But he was ready to harm you during the Quidditch match. I maintain that Professor Quirrell is far more suspicious, Ron. Your bias against Professor Snape runs too deep. Ron turned away, silent. Harry adjusted his glasses and continued, but his leg was injured by the 3-headed dog Fluffy. Yes, Fluffy was found and raised by Hagrid. What could possibly require a 3-headed dog for its protection? Hermione twirled her quill, feeling an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Who is Nicholas Flamel? When I mentioned Vault 713 to Hagrid, he inadvertently mentioned that name, but quickly ushered me out. Flamel must be connected to the vault. Hermione instinctively looked at Ron who, being a Muggle-born, had limited knowledge of wizards and the magical realm. Harry, having grown up in the Muggle world, knew even less than Hermione. It was only Ron who might provide insight. Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know who Nicholas Flamel is, Ron said, bewildered. Hermione rolled her eyes, knowing it would come to this. Let us see if there are any mentions of him in wizarding history. If his belongings are in Vault 713 and have been stolen with such effort, he must be a renowned or powerful wizard. The trio of saviors sprang into action. While Eleanor rose to leave, Nicholas Flamel, the most illustrious alchemist, was famed for his philosopher's stone, which could turn base metals into gold and grant immortality. Even the Book of Abraham, which could communicate with the entire wizarding world, and the Holy Grail paled in comparison to the allure of the philosopher's stone. Who yearns for immortality? Eleanor pondered as she made her way back to the Slytherin common room. Draco was perched on a sofa, legs crossed, conversing with Blaise. Upon spotting Eleanor, he nudged Crabbe aside, making room for her. After she settled down, Draco leaned casually against the backrest. What occupies your thoughts? Does Professor Quirrell strike you as an ambitious man? Casting a confundus charm on her as a habit, Draco raised an eyebrow. That timid man who would rather kneel in submission? Ambition would terrify him. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, had likely instructed the use of the three-headed dog to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Was Harry's discovery of these facts mere coincidence, or a part of a grander scheme? What plans did Dumbledore harbor? A cascade of platinum hair interrupted her thoughts. What have you discovered? What is so unique about Harry Potter? Eleanor instinctively replied. The boy who lived. You're thinking about that wretched Gryffindor. Draco bumped her shoulder in discontent, prompting Eleanor to turn and meet his steely blue gaze. And the Dark Lord, she added. Draco's eyes widened in surprise. The Dark Lord, who leads pureblood families to glory. No, he is but a failed brute. Eleanor lightly tapped her fingers. If the Dark Lord yet lives, what does he seek? She glanced at the somber expressions of Blaise and Theodore, the elixir of life. Draco leaned in closer, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Have you uncovered something? Is the Dark Lord still among the living? Perhaps. Eleanor fixed her gaze on Theodore's darkened eyes, for after all, wasn't the essence of Harry's uniqueness tied to him? Blaise fidgeted, instinctively inching away, while Theodore remained motionless. It's all mere conjecture, Eleanor said with a subtle smile. A smile that to Blaise appeared as an insidious threat, rendering his expression quite grim. I have no desire to know these things. No matter, Eleanor replied softly. You will come seeking me. Chapter 20. The Mirror of Erist. You must accompany me back to Malfoy Manor for Christmas, Draco whispered again in Eleanor's ear. She waved him away with her fan. I understand, Draco, please no more. Harry, have you been learning wizard's chess with Ron lately? Hermione inquired, stirring her cereal. Indeed. Ron is quite adept at wizard's chess. A swarm of owls swooped in, accurately locating their young masters. Draco tossed a bag of Honeydukes biscuits to Goyle and the others, while a beautifully packaged box of assorted fruit candies landed beside Eleanor. All flavors you adore. She quickly popped a berry-flavored one into her mouth and offered him a slice of green apple. Aunt Narcissa is so kind. Harry envied Ron, who received a knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, and Ron handed him another from the package. My mum made this for you. I have one too, Harry exclaimed in delight. Slipping it on immediately, the red sweater bore an enormous, garish color. Charming, isn't it? Draco remarked dismissively, averting his gaze, though his tone was laced with affection. Eleanor continued to munch on her candies without lifting her head. A loving family, the Weasleys, Draco scoffed, then reached to close the box. Do not indulge too much. Mind your teeth. Professor Snape wouldn't he want a first-year wizard asking him for a dental potion? I shall keep it safe for you. You two have become quite sardonic. Eleanor huffed, rising to leave. Draco, clutching the box and their textbooks, hurried after her, with Theodore and Daphne following suit. Goyle and Crabbe, having grabbed some bread, chased after them, while Blaise reluctantly trailed behind. Dumbledore's gaze flickered toward them, then returned to Harry. He will appreciate that gift. Eleanor, having cast the disillusionment charm, lingered before the Gryffindor portrait. The door opened swiftly, yet no one was present. She could hear faint footsteps. A disillusionment charm? Eleanor dismissed that possibility, recalling Harry Potter's father. A realization dawning upon her about the invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. To her astonishment, even clad in the cloak, Potter was detected by the fat lady. As Eleanor watched him awkwardly evade Filch, retreating into a room, while the disoriented fat lady scurried away. Silently, Eleanor performed an Alohomora, entered, and restored the door to its original state. Not a sound disturbed Harry, who stood transfixed before a grand mirror, its golden frame reaching the ceiling. Only a mirror in this room? Eleanor surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, this chamber housed only the mirror. Harry's eyes were red, his chest heaving as he quickly began to wipe away tears. Why did a mirror evoke such emotion? Eleanor rushed forward to examine the mirror. In the dim light, she strained to see, wishing she could illuminate the room. Noticing an inscription at the top, she soared upwards with a levitation spell, revealing the engraved words, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on woser, the legendary mirror of Erist? Eleanor understood its true nature. What it shows is not your reflection, but your innermost desires. So Harry beheld his heart's longing? Eleanor silently observed Harry, the tearful savior who had gained fame at a tender age, often casting envious glances at Ron. She contemplated his sensitive, frail form, realizing his yearning was for family. After shedding tears, Harry reluctantly touched the mirror, whispering, I want to go back to Mom and Dad. He left, glancing back 3 times. Eleanor remained still, yet the now visible Dumbledore stood before her, playfully winking, Good night, Miss Black. Eleanor dispelled her disillusionment charm and offered a slight bow. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. It is rare to encounter you at such a late hour. Dumbledore's nightcap bobbed slightly as Eleanor nonchalantly adjusted her sleeve. Just a midnight stroll. Behold the mirror reflecting your innermost desires, Dumbledore nostalgically remarked. Do you not wish to gaze into your heart? I am not particularly curious, Eleanor mused. Yet under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, she silently approached the mirror. The reflection revealed only herself, her attire unchanged. Eleanor regarded Dumbledore with suspicion. Could it be a trick? Dumbledore, sensing her doubt, inquired, What do you see? Eleanor replied coolly, Nothing at all. It is merely a mirror. As Dumbledore approached the mirror, Eleanor noticed a wistful expression cross his face. What did you see, Professor? Just woolen socks, he replied, his gaze seemingly lost in the distance. I would love to receive a pair of woolen socks, yet they always send me an assortment of sweets. Dumbledore returned to the present, smiling at her. Open your heart, Black. This mirror will not harm you. Eleanor furrowed her brow, thinking of her father, her grandmother Walburga. Yet the mirror remained unchanged. She attempted to unlock her heart, pondering how to do so, suspecting that perhaps the mirror could not perceive her desires, and was therefore of no use. Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. What a pity. However, it is quite late. You should return. Eleanor politely bid him farewell, and turned to leave. Dumbledore gazed at the door, lost in thought. Is there no child without desire? The mirror of Erist trembled, emitting a soft crack, prompting Dumbledore to rush over and inspect it, discovering a crack at the base of the mirror. Draco lounged with his legs crossed, animatedly speaking to Eleanor about the places they could explore at Malfoy Manor. My father has a hidden chamber filled with dark artifacts. We can go and see. Eleanor, adept in the art of confounding charms, thought perhaps such matters need not be spoken of so loudly. So what? My father is a Malfoy, Draco declared, proudly lifting his chin, his platinum hair shimmering under the glass's reflection. Eleanor averted her gaze. Yet from such heights, we attract more scrutiny. Malfoy is even more enticing than Parkinson, and countless are those who wish to claim a piece. Reflecting on her former friend Pansy, who now resembled a typical witch, Draco shifted his position. They wouldn't dare provoke a Malfoy. However, he swiftly changed the subject, no longer mentioning Malfoy Manor. At the train station, Eleanor spotted a golden-haired man wielding a serpent-headed cane alongside an exquisitely elegant woman, and beside her stood Regulus, who immediately radiated a warm paternal glow. Father, mother. Draco dashed into Narcissa's embrace, nuzzling her, only for Lucius to disapprovingly pull him away. Mind your image, Draco. With flushed ears, Draco turned to Regulus. Good day, Uncle. Eleanor lifted her golden skirt. Good day, Aunt Narcissa. Good day, Uncle Lucius. She cheerfully linked arms with Regulus. It has been too long, Father. Regulus gently ruffled her hair. I have missed you dearly, Ellie. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, taken aback by their once reclusive cousin's transformation. Narcissa's gaze softened as she looked at Eleanor. What a beautiful girl you are. I have long awaited this meeting. I prepared a lovely room for you, filled with many new styles of dresses. I hope you will like them. Thank you, Aunt. I am also delighted to see you. Your desserts are truly exquisite. Lucius cleared his throat. Perhaps we should return. Creature has already prepared everything. Shortly after arriving at Malfoy Manor, Snape emerged from the fireplace, cradling the pale scabier. Uncle! Eleanor exclaimed, unsure of how to address him. Snape cast a glance at her, Do you not recognize your professor, Miss Black? Eleanor smiled shyly, retreating behind Regulus. Do not be so fierce, Severus. Ellie is quite timid. Snape huffed, and Scabier pinched him from behind, rendering him silent. Within the opulent Malfoy manor, the well-groomed house elves exhibited remarkable culinary skills. Having eaten to her satisfaction, Eleanor reluctantly set down her knife and fork, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Have you finished eating, Eleanor? Draco inquired, puzzled. Yet before he could continue, Eleanor stepped on his foot sharply. She smiled at him. I am quite full. Thank you for your concern, Draco. Chapter 21 Retrospection. Go check on the guest rooms, Draco, Lucius instructed, attempting to dismiss him. Realizing something, Draco gazed helplessly at his father. Uncle, Eleanor said softly. Draco is an exceptional wizard at Hogwarts and the heir to the Malfoy legacy, and I have discovered that the Dark Lord has returned. Lucius instinctively grasped his left arm, casting a glance at her, tacitly permitting Draco to remain. Draco instinctively sat next to Eleanor, gazing at Lucius with his clear grey-blue eyes. The Dark Lord is searching for the Philosopher's Stone, which is linked to Professor Quirrell. Eleanor turned to Snape, who spoke in his deep, elegant voice. Indeed. We suspect a connection between Quirrell and him. Has your dark mark reacted? Lucius rolled up his sleeve, revealing the mark on his left arm. A bitter smile gracing his lips. No reaction, but its color has deepened. He is returning. Regulus clenched his teeth. He possesses Horcruxes. I can now confirm that Horcruxes allow him to resurrect repeatedly. The group fell silent, with Narcissa anxiously gripping Lucius's hand and Draco blinking in confusion. Horcruxes have a significant influence on the Dark Lord. I do not know how many he has created, but he becomes increasingly brutal and deranged. Those who follow him live, while those who oppose him perish. His arrogance led to his defeat by the boy who lived. I cannot believe an infant could evade his Avada Kedavra and enact a counterattack. Regulus's hollow eyes met Snape's. What do you think, Severus? It is the magic of love from the Potter family. Snape tightened his grip on Scabier's hand, as discussing the deceased was a reflection of his longtime friend. It was Peter Pettigrew. His animagus form is a rat. He overheard the conversation between Dumbledore and Trelawney, and upon being discovered, offered half of the prophecy to the Dark Lord. Snape scoffed. He remains the Potter's secret keeper. The courageous Sirius Black changed the secret keeper, yet kept others in the dark. Narcissa was thoroughly disillusioned with this cousin. The tumultuous Black family faced relentless punishment from the Dark Lord, and after the death of James and Lily Potter, they had gone to Azkaban to punish themselves. Had it not been for Regulus's survival, the ancient, enigmatic Black family would have been on the brink of decline. Regulus had once deeply loved this brother. Even as he cast aside the family, thrusting all pressures upon him, and forcing the 10-year-old to confront the Dark Lord as the heir, he still loved him. Regulus recalled a time when the not-so-mad Walburga had held him in the dead of night, weeping and repeatedly apologizing. My Regulus, I cannot bear it any longer. We cannot turn back. Sirius refuses to remain in the Black family. He wishes to distance himself from us, preferring to join Gryffindor. Only by disavowing him and directing the blame towards Dumbledore could he still have a chance at survival. Regulus, I am deeply sorry for burdening you with so much at such a tender age. However, the glory of Black can only rest upon your shoulders, Regulus remarked. Sirius is as foolish as a Gryffindor. He might as well change his name to Potter, he taunted. Eleanor entwined her arm with Regulus' soothingly, as he patted her hand, gathering his thoughts to speak once more. On March 30th, 1976, while composing a letter in the dormitory, I glimpsed a shadow outside the window. It was at the bottom of the Black Lake. I rescued her. The figure was Sylvia, and I fell in love with her at first sight. She could not articulate her origins, wielding no magic yet not being a muggle. I surmised she was a squib and concealed her in a house in Hogsmeade. I visited her frequently, and soon we fell in love. In 1977, I became a Death Eater, fervently idolizing the Dark Lord, believing he would lead pureblood families to supreme glory. However, upon first encounter, Sylvia discerned the dark mark upon me, expressing her unease, convinced that it heralded only misfortune. Regulus's anguish manifested visibly as the veins upon his forehead bulged. He laid bare years of regret, sharing the scant happiness of his past. At that time, I did not heed her warnings, believing that only the Dark Lord could assist Black in maintaining his glory. It was not until 1978 that I witnessed the Dark Lord's brutal methods. I had once taken pride in my surname, my family, my house, my identity as a Death Eater. Yet that man was a sadist, reveling in torment, regarding human life as trivial. I was too young to admit my error, gradually diminishing my presence among the Death Eaters. Unprepared for the ensuing chaos, the name of Black loomed large. The Dark Lord entrusted me with a task that only I could fulfill, sacrificing creature. I unearthed the Dark Lord's secret. He had hidden one of his Horcruxes, the Locket of Slytherin, in a cave on a desolate island, accessible only by a house elf's magic. At that moment, dread and horror consumed me. Could one truly sever their own soul, and still be considered whole? Contemplating the Dark Lord's increasingly irrational behavior, I shuddered to imagine how many Horcruxes he had created. Regulus's tone grew heavier, as if he were reliving those dark days, trapped with no escape. Stumbling back to their small home, seeking refuge in Sylvia's embrace, where she would forever cradle him with tenderness. In 1979, I witnessed the Dark Lord's madness escalate. He had become an unequivocal lunatic. For the sake of the faltering House of Black, for my family's safety and its honor, I resolved to destroy the Horcrux. Even at the cost of my life. Regulus's voice trembled as tears streamed down his face, the memories of his past with Sylvia still haunting him with pain and regret. Yet Sylvia revealed that she was pregnant, carrying our child. For the first time, I felt a pang of cowardice. Nevertheless, following Sirius's disownment, a series of actions led Voldemort to suspect the loyalty of the Black family. Despite our offerings of wealth and fealty, I knelt to kiss the hem of his robes. Yet he remained unconvinced. My kin were tormented to the brink of despair. At that time, Narcissa had already wed. And simply because she bore the Black name before her marriage, Malfoy became a target as well. I yearned to end this turmoil. I would destroy the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Just before my departure, Sylvia, bereft of magic and bleeding, found me, having foreseen my demise and the downfall of the Black family. She prophesied that a woman would discover her secret and attempt to offer her to the Dark Lord. Sylvia briefly foresaw that Ellie would thus be sent to another dimension. But she was swept into the currents of time, condemned to an eternal torment until death. Narcissa's tears soaked Lucius's arm. Severus held Seal tightly, comforting him. While Eleanor and Regulus clutched each other's hands, Draco anxiously approached her, silently grasping her wrist. That was the first moment I realized Sylvia's power. She forcibly erased the dark mark from me, pleading for me to take her and our child away, promising she would find a way for us to survive. At that time, I was oblivious to the cost of her actions. I still had family, and I hesitated. As the Dark Lord tormented my loved ones once more, I withdrew a substantial portion of gold from the vault, sending her to a manor nestled deep in the mountains, which was originally meant to be our wedding home. I abandoned them, resolved to sacrifice myself for the sake of my family and my absurd pride. I had no knowledge of how Sylvia located me, especially as she had gone blind. How could she, blind and bereft of magic, have found me from that distant mountain estate? Regulus clenched his fists tightly, his eyes aflame, veins pulsing on his forehead. He swiftly engaged in mental occlusion, forcing himself to calm, as conflicting emotions clashed within him, causing a splitting headache. She remained as gentle as ever. Sylvia did not question my decision, nor did she erupt in a fit of rage. In my presence, she inscribed a magical circle and handed me her bracelet, declaring she would await my return. I truly went, clutching her bracelet and a fragile glimmer of hope. The sea outside the cave was filled with the corpses of the undead, relentlessly surging forth to rend the living apart. I instructed Creature to take me there, intending to consume the potion after placing the fake locket down, believing my end was nigh. Yet Sylvia's bracelet saved me. It protected me as I fled that wretched expanse of sea. Upon my return, all I found was a scene of bloodshed, Bella's lifeless form, and Eleanor weeping on the ground. It seemed Bella had been monitoring me. Sylvia, perhaps weakened from her exertions, had given birth prematurely. Bella discovered her and sought to take her away, but in the end, she was slain, the magical circle shattered, leaving only Bella's corpse and the newborn Ellie. Sylvia was nowhere to be found. A late-onset regret engulfed me. I could not bear the reality of it all. Let it be as if I had perished. I departed with Ellie, yet Sylvia's whereabouts remained a mystery. The muted seal stirred, suddenly speaking. I deduce my sister's fate. She is no longer among us. Her life force extinguished on June 30th, 1980. In her attempt to save you from inevitable death, her powers could only accomplish a life for a life. Eleanor gazed at Seal, observing the unfocused violet of his eyes. Regulus, who had long struggled to accept this outcome, wept in torment, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. Narcissa wept profusely beside him, truly an extraordinary woman. Prophecies, life exchanges, and the ability to remove the dark mark. Lucius's gaze fell upon Severus. May I inquire as to which family you hail from? Seal restrained the tense, vigilant Severus, his unfocused eyes directed toward Lucius. We come from beyond the realms of time. We possess no surname. Each of us is an independent entity, devoid of past and future. Chapter 22. Unbreakable Oaths. Realizing something, Lucius cast a glance at Draco, whose eyes were fixed upon Eleanor, then turned to the anguished, speechless Regulus, offering his condolences. The soul we so carefully protected. Yet that lunatic foolishly severed for an elusive eternity. Seal remarked coldly, a foolish madman. Lucius fell silent, recognizing the generations that had followed this madman. Regulus forcibly engaged his mental occlusion to suppress his emotions before recounting his actions of the years past. This world cannot consist solely of pure-blood wizards. Our only recourse is to elevate our own status and interests, to seize power and wealth. In Britain, wizards number only in the thousands, while muggles exceed 60 million. Globally, there are hundreds of thousands of wizards, yet muggles outnumber them by over 5 billion. In light of such a numerical comparison, the notion of obliterating the muggle dominion over the world appears nearly insurmountable. How many incantations of the Avada Kedavra would it take to extinguish the lives of billions? If we were to eradicate the muggles, who would undertake the tasks they perform? Who would cultivate the crops, manage the commerce, and provide essential goods for sustenance? Who would construct our estates, and which wizard would deign to lay bricks, even with the aid of magic? Furthermore, muggles are not so easily dispatched. They possess billions in number and a staggering array of weaponry. Their firearms can deliver instantaneous death, artillery can transform our manors into ruins, and the nuclear weapons from past global conflicts could render an entire island barren. Consider the so-called invulnerable Hogwarts. Could it withstand a single nuclear strike? There is no necessity for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the muggles. We can maintain our status, perhaps even elevate it, as long as we seize control of muggle politics and economics. I have already instituted this in several Nordic nations, where their presidents are my allies. Though I employed a few subtle measures, none have caught on. In another country, my agents have infiltrated their political apparatus, and their economy is firmly in my grasp. I have established several arms factories to manufacture weaponry. Reflect on the sheer number of muggles. They require financial resources, and we can profit from their expenditures, with an exchange rate of £5 to a galleon. Consider this, Lucius. You comprehend these matters better than I. Lucius incessantly calculated the potential profits, while Regulus's pointed remark struck at his core. I now possess more galleons than you, having gained control over several muggle nations. Your brilliance astounds me, Regulus, Lucius exclaimed, his tone one of awe, never having anticipated that his cousin would undergo such a remarkable transformation in just a decade. Narcissa felt a swell of pride for him. With the threat of the Dark Lord mitigated, I shall promptly engage with the muggle world. It seems their wealth is more readily acquired. You know my concerns, Severus. The Malfoys have always been the Dark Lord's coffers, and I do not believe he would relinquish them easily. Lucius furrowed his brow in distress, already tempted by Regulus's proposal. Yet the lingering dread of the Dark Lord's influence weighed heavily upon him. Lucius discreetly pressed his left arm, as Selwyn emerged from Severus's embrace. If it is that unsightly mark, I believe I can assist you. You must be aware, after all, that you introduced Severus to that madman. Embarrassment washed over Lucius at this realization, yet he could not suppress his excitement at Selwyn's willingness to help him rid himself of the mark. He had witnessed Severus free from the control of that noseless serpent. Perhaps we should establish a blood pact, Lucius, Regulus interjected. A father will always seek greater security for his child, and Severus, Elia's uncle, shall witness our unbreakable oath. The gravity of Regulus's words rendered the gathered individuals uneasy. Yet Lucius, under Narcissa's increasingly firm grip, acquiesced, leading the two men into the inner sanctum. Shortly thereafter, they emerged shrouded in silence. Following Severus's gesture, Lucius approached Selwyn, who cut open his palm to grasp his dark mark. After a chant of ancient and inscrutable origins, he withdrew his hand, and Severus cast a quick healing spell. Observing the residual golden blood upon his arm, Lucius's expression grew even more perplexed. Severus, a cleansing charm, please. Put away your inflated sense of self. Selwyn is not the foolish creature you presume him to be. Lucius managed an awkward smile, still incredulous at the vanishing of his dark mark. Narcissa. That accursed mark has truly disappeared. The couple expressed their excitement with elegance. Regulus, however, coldly interrupted. Your estate is not sufficiently secure. I possess a battalion of dummies, equipped with the highest standard of weaponry, and I shall deploy a few here. The Dark Lord will undoubtedly seek you out first, as the most lucrative purse. Regulus gazed kindly at Elia. I must attend to matters in France. While I am absent from England, I would like Elia to stay with you. I will assign certain tasks regarding the muggles for you to oversee. I trust your capability will surpass mine in this regard. Given the shortage of manpower in the wizarding world, you might consider utilizing the dummies. They are easier to control than troublesome muggles, and having experienced the magical realm, transitioning to the muggle world will be more manageable for you, Lucius. It is merely a matter of contract. Dummies can be more effective than wizards at times. Perhaps the adults would deliberate on even deeper, more clandestine matters, as Elia and Draco were ushered out of the study. Poor Draco had endured too much, merely dazedly clutching Elia's wrist. Elia, preoccupied with thoughts of her mother, had nearly processed everything by now, tightly gripping the bracelet on her wrist, regretting that Bella had perished so easily. Regaining her composure, Elia looked into Draco's eyes and asked, "Are you all right, Draco?" The unfortunate young lord, whose most exhilarating experience over the past 11 years had been riding a child's broomstick, and whose most taxing endeavor had been scheming against Potter, was now grappling with an overwhelming amount of ancient secrets and the treacherous currents of the adult world, struggling to digest it all. Meeting Elia's violet gaze, Draco, summoning his courage, pulled her into his embrace. "Elia, I will always be by your side." Feeling comforted by the young lord, Elia patted Draco's back. "Thank you, Draco." Draco, blushing, released her, his mind preoccupied with matters beyond his comprehension. "Let me show you my family's white peacock. It is the most beautiful magical creature in the world." Watching the two little ones walk away hand in hand from the upper floor, Regulus's eyes glimmered with a touch of warmth. "Are you truly leaving like this, Regulus?" Narcissa, standing hesitantly behind him, questioned. "That child has only just met you." "I will return, Narcissa, and you will come to love her, will you not?" "Elia is accustomed to my sudden departures. I truly wish not to dwell on separation." Narcissa sighed melancholically. "If this is your decision, I have said it before, Regulus Black. We have neither past nor future. Sylvia is lost to us, and I am more aware of her ultimate fate than you. Focus your gaze upon Elia. Cherish those present." Selwyn spoke coldly, his once beautiful violet eyes lacking luster. Those familiar eyes sent a jolt to Regulus's heart, as he felt a sharp pain from his mental barriers. "Have you had a prophecy as well?" Selwyn squeezed into Severus's embrace, muffled sounds escaping him. "A passive prophecy among blood relations. I merely bore witness to Sylvia's life. I cannot see Elias." Regulus gently closed his eyes. "Her future will be one of brightness and clarity." He turned to Narcissa, who appeared concerned, and reiterated firmly, "They all shall bask in the sunlight of their futures." Chapter 23. Who emerged victorious? On the Hogwarts Express, Blaise gazed incredulously at Draco, who seemed intent on personally feeding Elia snacks, baffled by how Draco had transformed during a mere Christmas holiday. To Draco, Elia embodied the poor, abandoned child whose mother had passed early, and whose father often vanished without a word. Though she maintained an outward calm, inside, she must be crying out, just as he had when he went 3 days without seeing his father. Elia adapted well to Draco's solicitousness, pushing the box away to indicate she was finished, only for Draco to immediately bring the juice to her lips. Blaise could no longer bear the sight, and sat down before Theodore, glaring at him. But Theodore offered not a single glance in return. Elia took a moment to check on Harry and the others, learning that they had scoured the library without finding Nicolum, which left her silent. Turning her attention back to her own plans, she resolved to personally destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, severing his financial resources. Elia's gaze shifted towards the Slytherin wizards, the unacknowledged recruits of the Death Eaters. "No, this is insufficient." Eleanora observed the young wizards from Ravenclaw practicing spells during lunch, the calm and amicable Hufflepuffs, the Gryffindors boasting of their daring exploits. It would be prudent to unite these individuals and establish an organization composed of combatants, researchers, and logistical support. Eleanora acted swiftly. By the following day, her application for the Magical and Scientific Research Association lay upon Snape's desk. He regarded it in silence, his brow furrowed as he read the declaration of intent to study magic and muggle science for the future of love and peace in the wizarding world. His estimation of Eleanora's penchant for mischief elevated to a new tier. He leaned over to kiss the slumbering Celsior in their bedroom before making his way to the headmaster's office. "Eleanora, Dumbledore summons you to his office. The password is lemon sherbet." Eleanora smiled at Snape, while Draco dashed off to observe the Slytherin practice. She proceeded to the headmaster's office and recited the incantation to enter. Dumbledore, stroking his beard with a twinkle in his eye, greeted her with a smile. "Headmaster, you called for me?" "Indeed. Would you care to sample some lemon sherbet first?" Eleanora resolutely declined, prompting Dumbledore to regretfully stow it away and retrieve her application once more. "Might you elaborate on your reasons for applying to this association?" With unwavering determination, Eleanora met his gaze and declared, "To enhance the strength of wizards and secure a brighter future for the magical realm." All fears stem from insufficient firepower. All for love and peace. This fervent declaration momentarily rendered Dumbledore speechless. He nodded toward the word science, inquiring, "What does this science entail?" "I believe the greatest white wizard of this century has not confined himself to tradition. Muggle scientific advancements have reached an alarming level. I aspire to merge magic with science to create more formidable weapons, safeguarding us, the feeble young wizards. The seemingly powerless young witch before him could instantly vanquish a mountain giant." Snape had already discussed the generalities with Dumbledore, yet the leadership of the association rested with Eleanora, and its entire direction was under her meticulous control. He felt it necessary to inquire personally. "The pursuit of Muggle scientific research is arduous. How do you intend to undertake this?" "I know several Muggle weaponry experts. I shall recruit them at a generous salary to impart their knowledge to our young wizards." "And what of materials and funding?" "Black and Malfoy will shoulder the burden. Hogwarts cannot bear such immense expenses." Upon hearing Malfoy's name, Dumbledore hesitated. The ever-cautious Malfoy. Was this their second line of defense? "What is the scope of wizards you wish to include?" "All. Every wizard interested in the fusion of magic and Muggle science shall be welcome. There will be no discrimination based on lineage. Everyone will have clearly defined roles, progressing together to forge a magnificent future for the magical realm." Eleanora's eyes glimmered with fervor, and Dumbledore sensed no trace of malevolence within her. Indeed, this child was inherently different from him, was she not? "One final question pertains to Harry Potter." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "The Dark Lord and Harry are arch-nemeses. One shall only perish at the hands of the other, as foretold by Trelawney's prophecy." Eleanora fell silent, her displeasure palpable. "Why can I not eliminate him? I have also met your uncle, and he shared a prophecy with me. At that time, we possessed the capability to vanquish the Dark Lord, yet we faltered." Dumbledore wished to evade memories of that time, for since then, he had meticulously calculated every move on the chessboard, even considering Harry as an infant, all for the sake of greater victories. However, Eleanora's unexpected presence awakened within him a realization of an alternative path, one fraught with thorns, yet perhaps less sanguinary. Dumbledore hesitated. "I can expedite their progress." Eleanora's discontent was evident, "but I must be included." Engaging personally, Dumbledore deliberated for a moment before acquiescing, preparing to allocate her a classroom, which Eleanora promptly rejected. "I require a parcel of land. My team will construct a new research institute there, as certain Muggle weapons necessitate a special environment for experimentation." Dumbledore watched as Eleanora cheerfully exited with parchment in hand, momentarily uncertain who had truly gained the upper hand. Savoring a piece of lemon sherbet, it appeared, at least for now, that he had triumphed. A vacant lot beside Hogwarts Castle was cleared, and the young wizards curiously observed the bustling construction crew, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. "You intend to establish a research institute there?" Eleanora cast 2 confusion charms while sipping her juice. "Indeed. You aim to organize a magical and scientific research association?" "Yes." Draco, eyes glinting, leaned over the back of her seat. "So, will you be the president?" "Of course." He whispered, "Then what is my role?" Eleanora raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Draco gently nudged her shoulder, prompting Eleanora to produce a form and offer it to him. He scanned it quickly, his gaze locking onto the position of vice president, which he was determined to obtain. "Eleanora, what is my title?" Draco leaned closer, inquiring softly. "I believe you would excel as my assistant." Draco's face fell, his voice laced with melancholy. "Then who is the vice president meant for?" Eleanora pretended to ponder, causing Draco to circle anxiously around her. "Is there truly someone else aspiring to be vice president?" he protested. "Which ambitious wizard dares to covet that position?" Seeing his anxious demeanor, Eleanora chuckled, playfully tapping his arm with her fan, before presenting him with a vice president application form and departing the common room. Harry, entranced by the mirror of Ariste, was found by Dumbledore, who earnestly advised him that the mirror revealed not wisdom nor truth, but rather illusion, urging him to shun fantasy and embrace reality. Reluctantly departing, Harry learned of Snape's appointment as Quidditch referee. Engaged in discussion with Hermione about Snape's motives for self-nominating, he produced 2 chocolate frogs for Neville, who had just been bullied. Gazing at the card in Neville's hand, a sudden recollection struck Harry. He had previously encountered Nicholas Flamel on such cards, which featured renowned scholars and illustrious figures. Hermione swiftly discovered that Flamel was the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. At that moment, they realized the entire Hogwarts community was abuzz with speculation about the purpose of the newly constructed building beside the castle. The trio of saviors found themselves intrigued and contemplated a nighttime expedition to investigate. Eleanora, amidst a throng of Gryffindors, called Hermione over, igniting a new wave of discussions among the young wizards. "That building is my creation," she declared, casting a confusion charm. "I am founding a magical and scientific research association to explore the integration of Muggle firearms and magic, thereby creating greater destructive power to combat the Dark Lord." Hermione was taken aback by both revelations, stammering, "To oppose the Dark Lord?" Eleanora nodded. "I trust you are aware of the Philosopher's Stone. The Dark Lord seeks it for resurrection and immortality, as revealed by pureblood families." Eleanora's righteous gaze locked onto Hermione's. "Neither my father nor I are Death Eaters, nor will we ever be. However, the allure of the wizarding world's living emblem is far too potent for that madman. My father and I can protect ourselves. We possess countless means to make him regret his actions, but other young wizards lack such protection. That madman will spare no one who dares to defy him." Hermione listened, astonished, as Eleanora continued. "Thus, we have resolved to fund the recruitment of talent to impart skills to young wizards after class, enhancing their prowess and ensuring the Death Eaters are thwarted, preventing the emergence of another dark era. Headmaster Dumbledore has also endorsed my initiative. All of this is for the future of the wizarding world." Eleanora placed the application for the secretary position before Hermione, stating, "And you, Hermione Granger, born of Muggles yet rivaling any pureblood wizard. Your remarkable abilities are evident, and your plans are always thorough." She smiled warmly at Hermione. "Having lived in the Muggle world, you understand better than I the power of Muggle technology, do you not?" Chapter 24. The Magical and Scientific Research Association. The aftermath of Harry Potter's latest victory in the Quidditch match was rather subdued, as the Research Institute, funded generously by Eleanora, was completed with remarkable speed and precision. Numerous young wizards murmured quietly as they pointed at the plaque bearing the name of the Magical and Scientific Research Association, most of them having heard about this organization founded by Eleanora, while some still harbored a disdain for Muggles. Eleanora's impassioned speech was entirely for the greater good, as she willingly opened her purse to invite the entire school of witches and wizards to partake in this noble endeavor of study. Subsequently, Vice President Draco, with his aristocratic flair, regaled the young wizards with tales of the remarkable accomplishments of their future instructors, each boasting no fewer than 10 titles. Having signed contracts and received generous remuneration, despite swearing unwavering loyalty, these instructors could still return to the wizarding world, and their future research would become renowned globally, each of them secretly reveling in their good fortune. Then Hermione made her entrance, presenting herself as the Secretary General, introducing the ministers and deputy ministers of the Departments of Foreign Affairs, Research and Development, Operations and Logistics one by one. The inclusion of Slytherin's serpents was to be expected, but the presence of Ravenclaw's Cho Chang, Penelope Clearwater, and Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory in the Research and Development Department, alongside Hufflepuff's Susan Bones in Logistics, was noteworthy. Even the twins Padma and Parvati Patil from Ravenclaw had joined the Operations Department. Observant young wizards noted that these individuals had been pre-invited. Those who had not received an invitation felt a sense of quiet disappointment, while others expressed their envy with thinly veiled sarcasm. The Department of Foreign Affairs was predominantly filled with Slytherins, yet Eleanora had selected several young wizards with a penchant for research and formidable combat skills to occupy positions in other departments, even including ordinary pureblood wizards in the Logistics Department. Hermione, holding a tray, watched as Draco handed out badges to the wizards nearby, etching their names on the back of the intricate, gold-crafted badges adorned with gemstones. Many young wizards gasped at the exquisite craftsmanship of these badges, and upon learning that they had been created by an alchemist capable of withstanding 2 fatal attacks, expressions of regret washed over several faces. Eleanora lamented that the alchemist was only willing to produce these badges, refusing to create more, even for additional payment. Once these badges were used, the young wizards would only receive ordinary badges devoid of protective properties, though they would still receive an alchemical pendant. Several young wizards immediately signed up, and seeing the enthusiasm of their peers, more followed suit. A nameless wizard, claiming to be from a pureblood family, rudely pushed aside a smaller wizard in front of him. Eleanora swiftly cast a binding spell on him, firmly rejecting such behavior, and removed his badge, instructing Goyle and Crabbe to escort the raucous pureblood wizard out. The smaller wizard, Neville, looked up at her with teary eyes, and after her impassioned speech and the distribution of the association's code of conduct to each member, he applauded resolutely and bravely joined the operations department, marking a triumphant conclusion to the recruitment event. Draco lounged on the couch, fiddling with his badge, which bore only his and Eleanora's names, while the others had their names inscribed on the silver strips affixed to the back of the badge. "You've certainly taken a bold step," quipped the newly appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, Blaise, as he observed that most of the important members were first-year students, and the arrogant upperclassmen would hardly stoop to participate. It matters not, Eleanora replied, twirling the unloaded Italian Beretta 92 pistol in her hand. Dumbledore had mandated that all wizards entering the institute were prohibited from carrying any alchemical products with spatial properties, and firearms and ammunition were not to leave the premises. With several wizards assigned to oversee compliance, she intended to return the pistol the following day. You really ought to see the Muggle firearms. I believe there are no heads that cannot be subdued by their firepower, nor any galleons that can bend the spine. Not every wizard deserves such consideration, Eleanora remarked, disdainfully dismissing the idea of the Parkinson family being involved, as they had long been sycophants to that madman. Hermione, you actually agreed to join that association? Ron gazed incredulously at the gleaming badge on her chest, as if she had committed a grave sin. Indeed, I was personally invited by Black. He called me a brilliant witch, and this position was reserved for me, Hermione replied, a hint of pride swelling in her chest. Are you really going to be his assistant? Ron scoffed. You have no idea what this association entails. Your prejudice against Black is too deep. This organization is filled with genuine firearms and ammunition, and experts will impart knowledge and combat skills to us. If we succeed in merging magic with firearms, when Voldemort stirs trouble again, we won't suffer such grievous losses, Hermione countered, struggling to reconcile Ron's bias against Slytherin. Did joining a society funded by Black equate to betraying Gryffindor? She turned to Harry. Do you think the same of me, Harry? Hogwarts is a school for wizards. Why must we draw such stark lines? Even though the society was founded by the pure-blooded Blacks, she had not permitted any other pure-blood families to act recklessly. Had she? Looking into Harry's eyes, she questioned, should we reject a society that offers learning, training, and abundant educational resources simply because it was established by Black? Harry, though wavering, found his prejudices against Black not as deeply rooted. It was merely that Ron was his friend, and he feared that Ron would feel hurt if he too joined. When the other young wizards surpass you with their skills, you will understand whether your current choices were right or wrong, Hermione declared, gathering her books and departing. When news of their conversation reached Eleanora, she regarded the names of Percy Weasley, Fred Weasley, and George Weasley on the list with satisfaction at Hermione's resoluteness. Every family had its few unconventional members. After a long day, Draco lazily collapsed onto the sofa, his silky platinum hair resting against Eleanora's thigh. She gestured for Goyle and Crabbe to carry him back to the dormitory for rest before leaving to discuss further plans with Theodore and Daphne. The Magical and Scientific Research Association had captured the hearts of the young wizards within a week of its establishment. Ravenclaw's Eagles immersed themselves in study, with professional instructors available to answer their queries. Even if they were squibs, their exposure to magic was vast. Hufflepuff's Badgers settled in comfortably, learning healing and armor-making. With an abundance of culinary delights at their disposal, Gryffindor's Lions spent their energy here, drawn to the prowess of combat experts and magical masters. While Snape had recently found it difficult to catch any late-night Gryffindors, Slytherin had embraced this new dynamic, with each department's snakes interacting harmoniously with the young wizards, and the more ambitious among them directly sought to secure business for their families. Draco spent most of his time in Eleanora's presidential office, where he sometimes collaborated with her on documents pertaining to the Black family. He was growing rapidly, but his gaze remained fixed on Potter. Eleanora, guess what I discovered? Draco leaned closer to her, his excitement palpable. You would never believe it. Prepare to be astounded. Eleanora rested her chin on her hand, regarding him curiously. What has Potter done this time? Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement. You will not believe it. That giant Hagrid has been raising a dragon. This revelation indeed sparked surprise in Eleanora, who raised an eyebrow at him. A dragon? Surely not. Seeing his enthusiasm, she wondered if it was a baby dragon he had encountered. Draco handed her a book with a note tucked inside, and as Eleanora read the note detailing an operation to smuggle a dragon on Saturday night at the Astronomy Tower, she felt utterly bemused. Why on earth was such a note concealed within a library book? I must see this for myself, Draco stated resolutely. Are we going on a night excursion? Eleanor inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Draco whispered, but that is a real dragon. Chapter 25, The Unicorn. Draco ventured to the Astronomy Tower, unable to resist the allure of encountering a genuine dragon up close. However, just as he approached the vicinity of the tower, Filch emerged ominously from behind him, declaring, "Look what I've discovered, the little nocturnal wizard." Startled, Draco jumped, his face drained of color as he gazed at Filch. I was following Potter and the others. They have a dragon. But there was no one around, and with a sinister grin, Filch seized him, adding, Slytherin loses 20 points for your insolence. From a distance, concealed beneath an invisibility cloak, Harry and Hermione sighed in relief, hastening to the summit of the astronomy tower, just as Ron hurriedly released the hatching dragon. As Harry departed, he noticed Neville, who was anxiously scanning the area. Neville rushed towards them, attempting to articulate something but faltering, his feet tapping nervously. Indeed, there was a Gryffindor lion out for a night stroll. Filch fixed his scrutinizing gaze on the anxious Harry, the savior Harry Potter. Spotting the basket behind them, he added, "Let me see what you are up to here in the shadows." In despair, Harry realized that the invisibility cloak had somehow fallen at the astronomy tower. He heard Filch's ominous breath. "Did you truly raise a dragon? Let McGonagall deal with you. Gryffindor loses 50 points, each of you." The following day, Eleanor observed the significant depletion of Gryffindor's points, glancing at the dejected Draco. "What did you do yesterday?" she asked. "I went to the astronomy tower to find Potter and his friends. But before I could ascend, Filch caught me. He deducted 20 points. Eleanor fanned herself. Were Potter and the others discovered as well? Their meager points are nearly exhausted. The Gryffindors have glared at them all day. Yes, we are to be confined, Draco replied weakly. I haven't even seen the dragon yet, and now I'm to be confined. That wretched Filch. I'll have my father remove him. Calm down, Draco. You will have ample opportunities to see the dragon. If you cannot swallow this indignity, teach him a small lesson. Headmaster Dumbledore would not expel him. Eleanor ceased her glances at Harry and focused on conquering the small cake before her. Upon learning that the evening's confinement involved entering the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, Draco's eyes widened in shock. That is the forest with werewolves. I could die in there. That wretched Filch. I'll definitely inform my father. Eleanor also felt displeased. It was indeed abnormal for first-year wizards to accompany that rough giant into the Forbidden Forest at night. She hastily reassured the agitated Draco. If anything happens, never wait for others to rescue you. As a Slytherin, among your peers, no one is truly reliable. Eleanor handed him her trusted Italian Beretta pistol. In case of danger, should you find yourself unable to flee or cast a spell, use this. But I hope you never have to. Draco forced himself to maintain composure as he followed Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest to search for the missing unicorn. Heaven knows he had no desire to be in this dreadful place. Yet he was even less inclined to let Potter discover his fear and mock him. All right. We will split into two groups. I will be with Harry and you two will be with Fong, Hagrid announced. Draco immediately frowned in indignation. What? You want me to be in a group with that filthy Muggleborn? Hagrid looked at him helplessly. All right, Malfoy, then you'll be with Harry and Fong. Hermione. Keep up. Draco had more to say, but Hagrid was already walking away. Harry was thoroughly disinclined to see him, wondering how Sirius Black could tolerate being around him every day. Are you satisfied now, Malfoy? Harry said, stepping in another direction. Draco glared at the lantern on the ground. Am I supposed to carry this? Harry turned back, taunting. You could choose not to carry it. If you could see clearly. Draco touched the pistol concealed in his sleeve, steadying his nerves before picking up the lantern and hastening to catch up. This is menial work. You dare ask a Malfoy to carry your lantern, arrogant Potter. Ignoring his words, Harry silently scoffed, continuing on his path. As they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Draco grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and swiftly directed the lantern toward it. What is that? Show yourself. A centaur with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a silver-maned horse emerged, his platinum hair shimmering under the moonlight. His handsome face adorned with 2 blue gemstones. The centaur disregarded Draco, his wise gaze fixed intently on Harry. The boy with the scar, Harry Potter, you must leave this place. Many creatures here recognize you. The Forbidden Forest is not safe at this time, especially for you. Harry glanced around, bewildered. Pointing to himself. How do you know me? The centaur's eyes held deep significance. The stars will reveal all. I am Firenze, and I must escort you out. Feeling slighted, Draco scorned. Why would I listen to a madman? You don't believe his words, do you, Potter? Firenze then shifted his attention to Draco, recognizing his distinctive hair. The child of the Malfoy family, Hagrid did not inform you that the unicorns in this forest have recently been attacked and injured? We have yet to ascertain what has harmed them. It is dangerous here, and you 2 young wizards should leave quickly. Draco gripped the pistol tightly, seething at Hagrid for placing them in such perilous circumstances. He would definitely inform his father to punish him. Firenze led the 2 young wizards toward the forest's edge, but they heard a faint whimpering sound. Under the moonlight, ahead lay a dark figure hunched over a golden creature, tearing at it. Draco froze in terror, and Harry felt a sharp pain in his forehead, his vision blurring. Draco shouted and turned to flee, with Fong closely following him, while Harry, regaining his composure, clung tightly to Firenze's side. Firenze's expression darkened. He raised his hand to strike, yet feared injuring the little unicorn beneath the dark creature. The shadowy figure noticed Harry, fixing its gaze upon him as if planning to do something. Firenze anxiously shielded Harry behind him. Draco returned, witnessing the dark creature now standing, turning its eyes shut, gripping the pistol tightly and firing multiple shots until the magazine was empty. Harry regarded him with a complex expression. You drove it away, Malfoy. Only then did Draco lower his trembling hand, slightly lifting his chin, forcing himself to shout. You would only cower in fear, Potter. What was that thing? Draco glared at Firenze, who looked at the firearm with suspicion. That creature poses a threat. It is likely responsible for the recent injuries to the unicorns. We must investigate that little fellow. To their astonishment, it was indeed a unicorn. Draco approached, stunned, as the golden creature lay in a pool of silver blood, tears streaming from its eyes, unable to move any longer. Harry looked at it with compassion. Can we save it, Firenze? Firenze lowered his head, mourning the life slipping away. It is too late. Its neck has been pierced. Poor child. Draco also felt sorrow for the loss of this beautiful being. What was that creature you drove away? He asked. No, that was a human. Slaying unicorns is a dreadful crime. He was just drinking the unicorn's blood, which can prolong life but at a terrible cost. Firenze shook his head, gazing at the night sky. To kill such a pure creature. From the moment its blood touches his lips, he is already half dead and cursed for eternity. Hearing the word curse, both boys shivered. Harry, puzzled, asked, but who would choose to live like that? Firenze lowered his gaze upon him. Can you not conceive of it? Who has silently awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence, and who clings tightly to life, biding their time? Harry suddenly recalled the searing pain he felt in his forehead upon encountering the figure in the black cloak. He touched the scar left by the Dark Lord, and a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Are you suggesting that it was Voldemort who killed the unicorn and drank its blood? Draco's eyes widened in terror. As the conversation between his Uncle Regulus and his father during the Christmas holiday had transformed his admiration for the Dark Lord into anger and fear. In disbelief he exclaimed, What? Voldemort? He promptly fell silent, trembling in fear. He had actually shot at Voldemort, and he must write to his father about it. Firenze's azure eyes regarded Harry intently. Do you know what lies hidden within the school at this very moment, Mr. Potter? A glimmer passed through his gaze, a philosopher's stone. Chapter 26, The Centaur. Firenze's words confirmed the trio's earlier suspicions. Indeed, the three-headed dog was guarding the philosopher's stone. Firenze gestured for Harry to mount. I must hasten to escort you to Hagrid. This place is perilous. Draco silently observed Harry atop the centaur, as several more centaurs emerged from the thicket. The leading centaur scrutinized the fallen unicorn, and then turned his gaze to Harry on Firenze's back, fixing him with a penetrating stare. What are you doing? Allowing a human to ride upon you? Noticing Harry's lightning-shaped scar, he became aware of something, digging into the ground and roaring at Firenze. You should not defy destiny. We are meant to be the prophets of the planets, and what are you doing now? Firenze earnestly countered, Bane. Did you not see that unicorn? Did the celestial alignments not inform you? We must resist that creature in the forest and stand with humanity. Bane was unyielding, and Firenze ceased his argument, beckoning Draco to follow. Draco cast a regretful glance at the little unicorn, patting the hair in his pocket as he trailed behind. Why must this wretched Potter sit? Is this how you treat a Malfoy? Draco was quite displeased. That insufferable Potter was becoming increasingly irksome, along with the oblivious centaur. Firenze, recalling his earlier tactics, halted and bent down. Come on, we must quickly find Hagrid. Harry found Hermione and Ron in the Gryffindor common room, and immediately recounted the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest. Ron was utterly terrified and hastily warned Harry against speaking Voldemort's name. Be careful, that evil dark wizard might hear you discussing him. Hermione noted Harry's mention of Malfoy having shot at Voldemort. Did Malfoy really come back? Did he injure the Dark Lord? Harry pondered. I believe so. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would not have retreated. To his astonishment, Black's perspective had been swiftly enacted. Firearms could even wound the unprepared Dark Lord. Hermione keenly observed the two anxious companions beside her and comforted them. Hogwarts has Professor Dumbledore. The Dark Lord would not dare act against us, at least not openly. Moreover, what the centaur said may not necessarily be true. Harry's expression remained grave. The scar on his forehead, left by Voldemort, indicated that this was indeed a distinct possibility. Contemplating the Philosopher's Stone within the school, he silently resolved to obtain it before Voldemort could enact his scheme. Reflecting on the enigmatic potion's master Snape, whose leg had been injured by the three-headed dog, Harry hastened to share his analysis with Hermione. Snape is likely a puppet of the Dark Lord. When Harry returned to the dormitory and pulled back the sheets, he discovered the invisibility cloak neatly laid beneath, accompanied by a note that read, "In case of emergency." Draco rushed back to the Slytherin common room, where he found Eleanor sitting drowsily on the sofa by the fireplace. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached her and embraced her tightly. Eleanor nearly cast a spell to fling him away, but upon catching the scent of Draco, she patted his back. "What has happened?" Draco was trembling. After a brief embrace, he withdrew his hands, his gray-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears, and recounted the night's events in a flurry. Though the common room was empty, Eleanor instinctively cast a confundus charm, her eyes widening in surprise upon hearing Draco claim he had shot at the Dark Lord. Her eyes, filled with fear and indignation, sought to reassure him as she gently patted his hand. "You were very brave, Draco. You weren't hurt, were you?" Draco's ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze and shook his head. The centaurs rely on celestial prophecies. They must have known something. Yet only Firenze chose to engage with humans. Does Firenze only care about Potter among the two of you? Eleanor mused, retrieving a fan and thoughtfully tracing its patterns. This thought incited Draco's ire. He crossed his arms and muttered, "He only speaks to Potter about peculiar matters. He completely disregards a Malfoy." The thinking of centaurs and humans is indeed disparate. Eleanor casually remarked, "We have long been aware of the Dark Lord's affairs, haven't we? Now Potter and his friends know too. It all seems to revolve around him." Draco looked at her quizzically. "What are you saying?" Eleanor snapped back to attention. Rising to her feet, "Nothing. You did well today, Draco," she affirmed. "It appears our actions were justified. You should make more time for training with me." Recalling the sensation of shooting, Draco felt a flush creep across his face. It had indeed been quite exhilarating, though he was still clumsy. He returned the firearm to her. "Who is our trainer?" Eleanor thought of the man with admiration. Her father's agent in the Muggle world, an exceptional mute, William Jackson. The following day, a wizard delivered news of the trio's conversation from the previous night to Eleanor. She looked at Harry incredulously, speculating that Snape was among the Death Eaters, wondering why he was so fixated on Snape. Luckily, they had Hermione among them. Eleanor gently tapped her fingers on the table, just as Hermione arrived at the Research Institute, prompting Eleanor to have her summoned to the office. "How has your time in the association been?" Eleanor inquired casually. Hermione, nervously cradling her cup, replied, "Very well. The association's principles are quite sound." She had become increasingly interested in Muggle weaponry as Eleanor toyed with her fan. "Because I brought you into the association. Has there been a conflict with Weasley? Have you resolved it?" Hermione nodded. Eleanor casually flipped through the books on her desk. "Everyone has different philosophies. I am pleased with your recognition of the association. As my secretary, you may share a training room with Blaise and the others. There will be better resources available there." Hermione's eyes brightened, as her curiosity about firearms and desire for strength mitigated her aversion to Slytherin. "Thank you, Madam President." Eleanor signed a note and handed it to her, signaling that she could depart. Watching Hermione's jubilant departure, Eleanor pondered when the Savior Potter would be willing to join them. Draco's letter of complaint to Lucius soon received a response. Due to the involvement of the Dark Lord, Lucius would not confront Dumbledore as he had in the past. The letter conveyed only consolation and promised to buy him the latest broomstick next year. Narcissa had sent twice the usual amount of sweets, her affection for her son evident as the owl collapsed on the table, unmoving. The fruit-flavored candies were, as always, intended for Eleanor, with the remainder distributed among the Slytherins nearby. Daphne, with her cultivated fashion sense from past interactions with Pansy, had established a place beside Eleanor, taking half of Theodore's biscuits. Theodore glared at her. "Your perfume is suffocating me." Daphne rolled her eyes at the dim-witted boy. "Such remarks are hardly the mark of a gentleman." Theodore, in a fit of displeasure, tossed the remaining biscuits to Crabbe, while Daphne made a face at him. "You might want to provoke him less." "I still worry that Theodore might not be able to restrain himself," Eleanor kindly cautioned, satisfied with the dress Daphne had gifted her, yet lamenting the necessity of donning the drab black robes during classes at Hogwarts. "Our association has been rather uneventful of late. You should spend more time familiarizing yourselves with firearms, as Draco is about to become immersed in it." Draco's steel-blue eyes sparkled. William could hit the bullseye blindfolded. Alas, he is but a damp squib. Eleanor rose, placing her fan on his shoulder. "William is the representative of the Blacks in the Muggle world. Show him a bit of respect and refrain from mentioning his shortcomings in his presence." Chapter 27, Examination Week. At the dining table, Eleanor observed Harry's increasingly haggard visage. It appeared that being the chosen one was no easy feat. Draco hung his head, his platinum hair cascading gracefully to the side of his face. The holidays are approaching. Has your uncle returned? Eleanor raised the letter in her hand. Father is waiting at home with gifts for me. It seemed she would not be able to spend the holiday with him. Draco pouted. Mother misses you dearly. I shall visit you. And you may come with your aunt to see grandmother. Draco had no particular impression of Walburga, merely nodding in response. As the training room had seen a significant drop in attendance lately, Blaze, appearing lethargic, interjected, exams are imminent. Everyone is busy reviewing. Who knows why the goblins are in rebellion? Eleanor felt a twinge of annoyance. Her memory was impeccable, yet she harbored no desire to recall anything regarding goblin rebellions. Daphne casually remarked, fortunately, the house elves nowadays are quite loyal. Upon the conclusion of the first examination, Draco leaned silently against Eleanor, scratching the back of the chair. I truly detest exams. Blaze had already slumped beside him. Perhaps no one enjoys them. What about your potions exam? Draco inquired with a hint of concern. Eleanor's face scrunched up slightly. Isn't the potions exam conducted in pairs? Draco shrugged regretfully. It's a solo endeavor throughout. Eleanor bitterly popped a fruit drop into her mouth. Professor Snape will surely show leniency. During the practical exam, Eleanor flawlessly commanded a pineapple to tap dance across the desk, executing several challenging aerial maneuvers and earning a high mark. Professor McGonagall marveled at the exquisite carving of 108 figures from a snuff box transformed from a rat. And she too awarded her a commendable grade, a resounding triumph until the potions examination. Eleanor's theoretical knowledge was unparalleled, yet her practical skills left much to be desired. Following the prescribed steps, she ground the mixture into a fine powder with a pestle, added it to the cauldron, stirred counterclockwise 5 times, and, after a final flourish of her wand, the liquid within the cauldron slowly bubbled to life, barely completing a potion. Snape twitched at the sight of the mediocre concoction, struggling to reconcile it with the talents of his exceptionally gifted niece. Yet how could excellent theory not be deemed excellent? Snape closed his eyes and sighed. History of magic was Eleanor's forte. As one of the few young witches who did not succumb to slumber during class, Professor Binns often favored her. Appreciating the nearly flawless answers she penned, meticulously inscribing the final response, Eleanor felt a sense of satisfaction as she clutched her stellar report card. Relieved that the history of magic exam did not require detailing the time, place, and outcome of the Goblin Rebellion. Already envisioning her return to the estate to boast to grandmother Walburga. Opening a freshly received message, the chosen trio finally realized that Hagrid's dragon egg had been procured through deceit. Yet Harry, still suspecting Snape, resolved to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone immediately. Through the glass window, Eleanor observed Draco diligently practicing his marksmanship. She gestured to William and turned to leave. However, Eleanor did not anticipate they would have to wait until evening to act. During this time, the chosen trio attempted to locate Dumbledore, sought assistance from Professor McGonagall, and even endured some snide remarks from Professor Snape. Why do you keep sending messages? Is something amiss, Eleanor? Draco noticed Eleanor, once again preoccupied, and felt a twinge of displeasure. Eleanor shook her head. It's about Hermione. I plan to retire early tonight. Reluctantly, Draco followed her out of the common room, only heading back to the dormitory after watching Eleanor's figure vanish around the corner, casting the disillusionment charm. Eleanor waited before the 3-headed dog. After glancing at her watch, she couldn't help but worry about the chosen one's timeliness. The empty hallway on the 4th floor echoed with faint, disordered footsteps as Eleanor listened to their hushed murmurs. The half-open door creaked open slowly, seemingly without assistance. My capable secretary, what brings you here? Eleanor dispelled her charm, and stood at the threshold. Ron started. How did you see us? Perhaps my hearing remains intact. In the dim light, Eleanor's violet eyes became all the more enigmatic. Granger. Hermione slowly removed the invisibility cloak, revealing the chosen trio before her. Eleanor struggled to muster a look of surprise. Out for a midnight stroll, are we? I heard the sound of a dog. Harry interrupted nervously. No, you must be mistaken. Eleanor's gaze fixed on Hermione. Granger. I have previously stated that you are the most outstanding first-year witch at Hogwarts. To stealthily enter this room guarded by a 3-headed dog in the dead of night, you must have devised an elaborate plan. Hermione managed a strained smile. Black, we would prefer not to waste time bickering. Eleanor stepped forward and swung the door open, the 3 heads of the dog barking ferociously at them. The chosen trio swiftly rushed inside, shutting the door to muffle the noise, and upon catching Eleanor's scent, the 3-headed dog ceased its barking, though its nose continued to twitch in their direction. Hermione sensed something was amiss. A simple charm should suffice to silence it. You wouldn't want to be discovered by Filch, would you? Harry stood before Eleanor. What do you intend to do? Eleanor smiled faintly. I wish to join you in your endeavor. Ron immediately interrupted. No. What scheme do you have by joining us, a pureblood like Black? Eleanor shot him a glance. Draco informed me about the Forbidden Forest. He saved you once, Potter. Harry bit his lip, acknowledging that it was indeed Malfoy who had chased off the mysterious figure. How did you manage to send your dragon away? Suppressing the urge to deliver a scathing remark to the two, Eleanor focused on Ron. It must be from your brother who raises dragons. Does he enjoy his work? Realizing the hidden threat posed by the wealthy and influential Black, Ron maintained a stoic expression. Saying nothing, Eleanor lifted Hermione's chin with her fan. My trusted secretary, what are your thoughts? There is much to be learned within the association. Hermione fell silent. No one is contradicting us, so let us proceed. How do you plan to deal with this creature? Eleanor smoothly inquired. My meticulous secretary. We can use music to hypnotize it, Hermione murmured. We've prepared a flute. Eleanor raised an eyebrow in surprise, producing a muggle music box, which she enchanted to float beside the three-headed dog, causing it to sway and eventually collapse onto the ground. Sound asleep. Let us go. The trio tiptoed toward the trapdoor, and Eleanor was nearly overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from the three-headed dog, never anticipating such a cruel ordeal. Ron opened the trapdoor, attempting to ignore Eleanor. Would you care to be the first to descend, Hermione? Hermione glared at him. I certainly would not. Ron sighed in resignation. Very well. Harry peered down the dark, bottomless hole. Eleanor casually tossed her fan down, and it made no sound upon landing. Slowly, Harry began to slide down the hole, his fingers gripping the edge. If anything were to happen to me, you need not follow. Simply leave and send Hedwig to contact Professor Dumbledore. Ron nodded and Hermione spoke up. I hope everything is understood without words. Harry released his grip, plummeting down into the cold, clammy air that whipped against his face, until he landed on something soft. Feeling around to ensure he was not missing anything, he exclaimed, No problem. You can come down now. It's soft here. Ron jumped down, landing beside Harry. Hermione glanced at Eleanora. You go first. Eleanora observed her leap down, and upon seeing no adverse reaction, she levitated nearby using a flying charm. Ron expressed his relief. Thank goodness for these plants. We might have turned into a puddle of mush otherwise. Hermione struggled, shouting, Thank goodness for what? Look at your legs. She was battling with the vines that ensnared her ankles. The two boys found themselves increasingly entangled, while Hermione looked on in horror. Eleanora dealt with the vine attempting to touch her, silently observing the three. Stop struggling. I know what this is, devil's snare. Ron grunted. How wonderful it is to learn the name of this cursed thing before we die. Shut up. I'm trying to think. Harry gasped, finding it hard to breathe. I hope you can think quickly. I can't breathe. Hermione clutched her hands and muttered, Devil's snare, devil's snare. What did Professor Sprout say? It thrives in darkness and dampness. Then let's use fire. Harry managed to squeeze out a few words. Hermione's eyes reddened with urgency. I know, but we have no matches. Ron's eyes widened. Do you remember you're a wizard? Hermione steadied her nerves, drew her wand, and began to chant, producing a flicker of blue flames at the tip. The vines recoiled swiftly from the light and warmth, and Eleanora descended to the ground with control. Thanks to your diligence in herbology, we are saved, Harry panted, leaning against the wall to wipe the sweat from his brow. Ron couldn't resist teasing. Good thing you're not as useless as you seem, Hermione. Ron caught sight of a composed and unscathed Black. Blimey, how come you look fine? Eleanora gazed at him with a hint of mystery, just the methods of a pureblood Black. Curious to know more? Swallowing hard, Ron fell silent, while Harry and Hermione silently reassessed Black's power and indifference. The group made their way down the only path available, when Ron suddenly spoke up. Did you hear something? Harry strained to listen, catching a faint rustling and clinking sound. What could that be? Ron asked, eyes wide. Harry shook his head. I don't know, but it sounds like wings flapping. There's light ahead. Let us go check it out. The light at the end of the corridor revealed a brightly lit room, adorned with a high arched ceiling. Countless small birds, sparkling like jewels, flitted about the space, while a heavy wooden door stood opposite. Blinded by the shimmering birds, Ron squinted. Do you think if we just walk by they'll peck us? I'm not sure, Harry replied, scrutinizing the birds, which didn't appear to be predators. Yet their sheer number was daunting. He pursed his lips. There seemed to be no other option. I'll go first. Taking a deep breath, Harry shielded his face and dashed across to the other side. Nothing happened. He tugged at the wooden door, finding it tightly locked. Eleanora stepped forward, with Ron and Hermione trailing behind. Ron pulled hard on the door, while Hermione attempted the unlocking charm, Alohomora, yet nothing occurred. What now? Ron looked at Hermione, who was studying the birds. They shouldn't be here without reason. As they observed the glittering birds, realization dawned. These aren't just birds. They're keys. Harry frowned. But there must be hundreds of them. We need to find a large, antique key, possibly silver, shaped like a doorknob. The three seized their brooms and soared upwards. But the little creatures were far too swift, yielding no success. Harry noticed one bird that seemed battered and suddenly realized, that's it. The large key is over there. No. Not there, over there. The one with the sky blue wings. All its feathers are askew. However, capturing the damaged bird proved to be a challenge. Harry furrowed his brow. We need to encircle it. Ron, you go that way. Hermione, you take the high ground. Now. The trio coordinated effectively and succeeded in seizing the key. Ignoring the key's struggles, Harry swiftly inserted it into the lock, and the door sprang open. The key immediately exhausted and fluttering away. Harry glanced at the others. Ready? Ron and Hermione nodded solemnly, while Eleanora also nodded slightly. Harry pushed the wooden door open with force. The moment they stepped into the pitch-black room, all the lights flared to life, revealing towering chess pieces that made them tremble. Beneath their feet lay a chessboard, while opposite them stood the black pieces. What do we do now? Harry inquired. Ron furrowed his brow. It seems we must play wizard's chess. The door is on the other side. These pieces are enormous. How do we play? Hermione asked nervously. We likely need to become the pieces ourselves. Ron stepped forward and patted the Black Knight's horse, which began to paw the ground, while the knight turned its armored head toward him. Do we need to join you? The knight nodded. Ron shrugged at his companions. All right. We need to take the place of 4 pieces. Eleanora produced a flying carpet and settled onto it. You 3 are probably the only ones who can. She was not keen on becoming a pawn. Eleanora floated leisurely across, and the chessboard remained unchanged. Harry grimaced. Can't we just walk over? Eleanora spread her hands. You must complete the triggered chessboard. Ron looked at the pair. Don't take this the wrong way, but you both are terrible at chess. Harry scratched his head. That is true. It's up to you, Ron. Ron confidently commanded. Harry, you take the bishop. Hermione, you go there, replacing the castle. And you? Hermione queried. I'll be a knight, Ron declared as he stepped onto the board. The pieces seemed to be listening to their conversation. As Ron finished speaking, a knight, a bishop, and a castle turned around, facing away from the white pieces, creating 3 vacant spots for them. The rules of wizard's chess dictated that the white pieces moved first. A white pawn slowly advanced, and Ron began directing the black pieces, while Harry and Hermione trembled as they watched the clash between black and white. They witnessed the white queen ruthlessly knock over a knight, which fell to the ground motionless. The two quaked even more. If these pieces struck them, Merlin's beard, they couldn't even imagine. Such were the rules of wizard's chess. Ignoring the Black Knight, Ron instructed, Harry, move 4 squares to the right. Then you'll be able to capture the bishop. The white pieces mercilessly captured a multitude of black ones, with Ron precariously saving Harry and Hermione from peril, while the number of white pieces he captured was nearly equal to those he had lost. Hermione hardly moved throughout. As Ron calculated intently, the board reached a stalemate. He sighed heavily. It must be done. I'm about to be captured. Harry and Hermione's eyes widened. No. Ron frowned and declared loudly, this is chess. Sacrifices must be made. If I move left, the White Queen will capture me. But then you can checkmate the king, Harry. But don't you want to stop Snape? Harry interrupted, his voice rising. Don't hesitate, Harry. I'll be fine. Eleanora raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their lingering concern for Snape, observing Ron with newfound interest. He was not as useless as he usually appeared. Ron's face turned pale, yet his expression remained resolute as he moved. The White Queen's stone-like arm struck him heavily on the back of the head. Ron was sent flying, while Hermione screamed in alarm, but stayed rooted to her square. Harry watched intently as the White Queen dragged away the unconscious Ron. He stiffly moved 2 squares to the left, and the faceless White Queen removed her crown, casting it into his square. The white pieces collectively parted to create a path, bowing towards them. Harry and Hermione, tears in their eyes, cast a fleeting glance at Ron before hastily moving to Eleanor's side. The trio strode purposefully through the door, and along the corridor without looking back. Do you think Ron will be all right? Harry asserted with unwavering conviction. He will be fine. What's the next challenge? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. The first obstacle was the devil's snare that Professor Sprout described. The second might involve Professor Flitwick's flying charm. And those chess pieces were animated by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. That leaves only Professors Quirrell and Snape. You have always harbored suspicions about Professor Snape, Eleanor remarked, gazing at Hermione. Can't you change your opinion? Harry tightened his lips. We hold evidence to support our stance. Eleanor scoffed. Very well, let us make a wager. I bet that the mastermind behind this mechanism is someone other than Professor Snape. Hermione fell silent, while Harry frowned. Why? Are you still oblivious to how Professor Snape saved you with a countercurse? If he wished to harm you, his abilities would allow him to simply let you fall. Or concoct any potion without detection. Eleanor regarded Harry's defiant expression. Let us wager. I cannot allow you to continue misunderstanding Professor Snape, and once you discover it is not him, it will be forgotten. What do you propose to wager? Eleanor raised an eyebrow. The invisibility cloak of the Potter family. Or the prize of this endeavor, the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's eyes widened in shock. What? He cannot part with either. Especially since the Philosopher's Stone does not belong to us. What do you want the stone for? Eleanor retorted, opening her fan and fixing him with an irate gaze. My father is not a Death Eater, nor will I be. Cast aside your prejudices, Potter. Harry grimaced. I refuse to wager with you. Your refusal is irrelevant. It is settled. If the intruder is not Professor Snape, you shall provide me with either the invisibility cloak or the Philosopher's Stone. And apologize to Professor Snape for your foolish bias. Chapter 29, Unexpected. I never agreed to this. Harry's face flushed with anger. Eleanor, unfazed, halted at the door. Your inquiry about the wager implies your consent. I will inform Professor Dumbledore. Without waiting for Harry to retort, Eleanor pushed the door open, and a foul stench assailed her senses, reddening her eyes. Harry, unable to react in time, was forced to swallow the foul air, and through his tear-blurred vision, he spotted the giant lying on the ground with a gaping wound in its head. At least we do not have to fight the giant, Harry muttered. The trio swiftly approached the next door. Inside the subsequent room was quite ordinary, save for a table adorned with 7 differently labeled bottles. As they settled into place, purple flames erupted behind them, while black flames ignited in front, enveloping the 3 in a fiery embrace. This must be Snape's potion, Hermione remarked, picking up a piece of parchment and reading aloud. Danger lies ahead, safety is behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them, one will lead you forward, the other will return you to your original place. Hermione scrutinized the 7 bottles on the table, contemplating the parchment's words. Perhaps the smallest bottle will allow us to proceed, while the one on the right will take us back. Quite the delightful logic puzzle. Harry glanced at Eleanor. But there are 3 of us. How shall we divide it? Someone has already passed before us. We must face formidable enemies. Harry resolutely seized the smallest bottle. Hermione, you go back to find Professor Dumbledore. I will confront him. Hermione turned to Eleanor. Will the methods of the Black family allow you to pass through the flames? Eleanor spread her hands before her. Of course, go back, Granger. Harry downed the potion in one gulp and confidently approached the flames. Eleanor turned to see Hermione drink the potion, and immediately follow through the flames. The room had clearly been occupied prior. However, it was not Snape. Harry Potter's scar throbbed painfully once more as he raised his wand at the figure clad in a turban. How could it be you, Professor Quirrell? Quirrell revealed a sinister expression unlike any he had shown before. Ah, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, back again to seek death. Harry's painful scar warned him that Quirrell was no ordinary foe. He must be connected to the Dark Lord. So it is you. You are indeed the Dark Lord's pawn. Quirrell chuckled darkly. Today shall mark your chosen demise. With a flick of his wand he declared, Die, you cursed savior. A flicker of green light emanated from the tip of his wand when Eleanor suddenly appeared, shoving Harry aside. Damn you, you foul-mouthed turban-wearer. Eleanor drew a rifle and fired at Quirrell, who was struck multiple times, blood gushing from his throat, rendering him incapable of casting a spell. She then yanked Harry forward, positioning him before the fallen Quirrell. Unveil his turban. Harry hesitated. Why must I do it? Under Eleanor's icy gaze, his hands trembled as he pulled the turban away, revealing Quirrell's face, Merlin's beard, there's a face on the back of his head. Harry gasped, his complexion drained of color at the bizarre sight. Eleanor grimaced at the grotesque visage, reloading her rifle and pressing the barrel to its forehead. Pleasure to meet you, Voldemort. You are indeed astonishingly hideous. Voldemort glared at her. You have successfully enraged me. Eleanor remained unfazed. Quirrell is now a civ. Yet you persist in clinging to life upon the back of his head. You are truly difficult to kill. As Voldemort prepared to respond, Eleanor shoved the barrel into his mouth and seized Harry's wrist, pulling him toward Voldemort. What are you doing? Let go of me, Black. What are you doing? We are classmates. Ignoring Harry's struggles, Eleanor compelled him to touch Voldemort's grotesque face, causing them both to disintegrate into ash alongside Quirrell. The enormity of this ordeal cast a deep shadow over Harry, who stared vacantly at his hand. How did he die? Eleanor retrieved a cloth to meticulously wipe her hands, the way he just did. Honestly, How foolish can one be to choose their own demise? Displeased, Eleanor cast the cloth aside. It seems only you could kill him. I should have tested if smashing Quirrell's head would have silenced Voldemort's bravado. Dreadful Dumbledore. Harry approached the mirror of Ariste, gazing at the reflection of his parents, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Eleanor generously granted him 2 minutes to vent his emotions. But once the time was up, she pressed him against the mirror. Hurry, retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. What? How am I to know where it is? Harry struggled. Let me go. Eleanor appeared displeased. Only those devoid of desire can claim the Philosopher's Stone. It lies within this mirror. Suppress your weakness and do not waste time wallowing in illusions. Eleanor released her grip and retrieved the cloth once more. Hurry, Potter. It is late. And I wish to rest. Harry felt wronged. It is not my fault you came here. Harry recalled Eleanor's unhesitating action of reducing Quirrell to pulp. Shivering slightly as he searched for the stone, Eleanor approached the spot where Quirrell had vanished, still unsatisfied, and stomped down twice. Next time I'll blast you with a cannon. Let us see if you survive. Discarding the cloth, Eleanor glanced at her watch, growing increasingly irritable. Ouch! Harry clutched his head as he retrieved the Philosopher's Stone. Why was it hidden so strangely? Do not forget our wager. Eleanor regarded him with a piercing gaze. The true puppet master is the garlic-tongued Quirrell, not Professor Snape. You must apologize to him. And your wager? The invisibility cloak or the Philosopher's Stone? That wager doesn't count. I did not agree. Harry's face flushed crimson. Then you have chosen to give me the invisibility cloak. No. Eleanor spread her hands and smiled. Then the Philosopher's Stone is mine. With a levitation charm, she drew the stone into her alchemical space, raising an eyebrow. I am quite amenable, Potter. Good night. Harry extended his right hand, watching helplessly as Eleanor departed. Black is nothing short of a thief. Eleanor joyfully strolled back to her dormitory, unfurling parchment to eloquently inscribe 3 pages. After freshening up, she lay on her bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Rising early the next morning, she eagerly made her way to Professor Snape's office. The Medusa on the door flicked its tail at her. You are rather early, Black. Unable to contain her excitement, she inquired, may I enter? The Medusa nodded. Of course, Professor Snape is inside. Emerging from the potions classroom, Snape regarded the Philosopher's Stone on the desk in silence. So, is there any possibility of aiding my uncle's recovery? Eleanor ventured. If I am not mistaken, this belongs to Dumbledore. Eleanor nodded. Potter found it yesterday and gifted it to me. Is it useful for my uncle? Snape gazed at Eleanor's sparkling eyes with a complex expression. Regrettably, Eleanor, the special substance within the stone grants immortality. But the frailty and slumber of Selyar are unrelated to vitality. Eleanor's gaze dimmed. Is that so? Observing her dulled spirit, Snape hesitated before reaching out to gently ruffle her silvery hair. Your concern for Selyar will surely delight him. When he awakens, I shall bring him to see you. And this letter, please deliver it to my uncle. Snape accepted it, tucking it away, before retrieving a vial of golden potion from the shelf and handing it to Eleanor. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone is no simple feat. This is a Felix Felicis, which may yield unexpected results at critical moments. Understanding the rarity of Felix Felicis, Eleanor's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Professor Snape. You truly are the most esteemed and youthful master of potions of our time. As Eleanor opened the cellar door, she glanced back at Snape's slightly pleased expression. Thank you, the best uncle. Snape's countenance darkened. Yet Eleanor had already vanished, a truly glib little giant. Chapter 30. A conversation in the headmaster's office. At the dining table, Draco unhappily took the brioche from beside Eleanor. Where were you this morning? I waited for you. I went to see Professor Snape. Draco pushed the brioche back towards her. Tonight, the Slytherin banner will adorn the Great Hall. My father has always said Slytherin is the best. Eleanor quietly sipped her juice, sensing something amiss, though she could not quite place it. Slytherin had claimed the House Cup for a decade. Was it not natural for the glory to continue in our hands? Daphne interjected, eager to assert her presence before Eleanor. The holidays are approaching. With the Philosopher's Stone in Eleanor's possession, Dumbledore would soon meet this little witch who stirred such complex feelings within him. The last time Eleanor visited the headmaster's office, Phineas Nigellus Black had been absent from his portrait. Upon hearing that Dumbledore would converse with a descendant of the Black family, he boasted to the other portraits of the Black lineage. Most heads of Gryffindor could hardly tolerate him, while a Ravenclaw headmaster resignedly soothed, "Do understand Phineas Black. He once believed the Black family had perished." Phineas disregarded the portraits of lesser bloodlines, adjusting his attire as he faced the wooden door. Fizzing Wisby. The moment he laid eyes on Eleanor, he felt a tremor for the first time in centuries. What a formidable child she was. Headmaster Dumbledore, you summoned me? Dumbledore blinked his wise eyes, producing a pile of cockroaches to place on the table. Would you care for a taste? Eleanor promptly opened her fan, her violet eyes expressing her dismay at the wriggling mass. Why subject me to such torment? I shall never put that in my mouth. Absolutely not. I won't even touch it. Dumbledore felt a pang of sorrow at yet another young witch rejecting his delightful offering of cockroaches, yet found amusement in Eleanor's rare display of imperfection. Calm yourself, Miss Black. I shall put them away. Taking one into his mouth, he was satisfied to see Eleanor's eyes widen in shock as he tidied the cockroach pile. Let us discuss the Philosopher's Stone. Eleanor concealed her eyes behind the fan. My eyes are injured. I cannot converse at present. Dumbledore was momentarily flustered. How unexpected. He continued, Harry has already recounted the events surrounding the trapdoor. Eleanor peered from behind her fan at Dumbledore's nightcap. So Potter's revelations do not escape your notice. Dumbledore fell silent, realizing what an unlikable little witch she was. He had not anticipated that Potter, the renowned savior, would lack both wit and manners. Professor Snape had protected him numerous times, yet because of Snape's scrutiny towards him and Gryffindor, any misfortune befalling Potter was immediately attributed to their esteemed headmaster. Eleanor's gaze shifted, locking with Dumbledore's. Is it not traditional for Slytherin and Gryffindor to harbor animosity under your guidance? If they refrained from nocturnal escapades and answered questions perfectly, how could they consistently lose points? Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words in response to Eleanor's unassailable argument. It was common knowledge that the incident at the Quidditch pitch was not the doing of Professor Snape. After all, he had saved Potter. Why would a renowned master of potions and charms, the headmaster of Hogwarts, target an impetuous cub of a lion? Eleanor grew increasingly incisive, and Dumbledore, peering over his glasses, reconsidered her. Why would Professor Snape be more inclined to target Potter? There was no prior connection between them before Potter arrived at Hogwarts, was there? Perhaps it lies with Potter's father and mother? Dumbledore remained silent. Aren't we discussing the Philosopher's Stone? Why the sudden shift to reasoning? I hold no interest in the past of the deceased. The present is that Potter perpetually doubts Professor Snape, which displeases me. Thus, he wagered a bet regarding whether the individual behind the trapdoor was indeed Professor Snape. Potter's stake was either his invisibility cloak or the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, the witless Potter lost, but unwilling to part with his cloak, he had to relinquish the stone to me. The Philosopher's Stone is not Harry's property, Dumbledore interjected quietly. Eleanor forced a smile. Ah, what a pity. Then Potter must part with his invisibility cloak, which holds great significance for him. Dumbledore kindly reminded her. Harry has only just learned that the cloak was a bequest from his father. Eleanor waved her fan. How unfortunate. He shall soon be severed from his father's legacy. You two young witches needn't take your playful banter so seriously. Eleanor frowned slightly, contemplating. It seems I must forge an unbreakable oath with Potter next time. Dumbledore choked slightly, realizing he was utterly at a loss with this cunning Black. What do you intend to do with the Philosopher's Stone? After all, it is one of the greatest alchemical artifacts, and pureblood families often indulge in collecting such treasures. You must visit my collection room sometime. Dumbledore, feeling a pang of frustration, took a bite of the cockroach pile, finding comfort in Eleanor's injured eyes. The Philosopher's Stone sustains the lives of the 600-year-old Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. It is indeed his alchemical treasure. Dumbledore attempted to leverage another's life to ensnare Eleanor, yet she remained unfazed. It seemed he no longer required the stone, having kept it in the headmaster's office for so long before it was stolen. Dumbledore was on the verge of pulling his beard out. Very well. I shall reclaim the Philosopher's Stone. Eleanor regretfully placed the stone on the table. It appears my collection room shall only accommodate an invisibility cloak. With the stone on the table, Dumbledore found it a nuisance. Put it away, Black. You must take your leave. Eleanor reluctantly retrieved the stone. You ought not harbor suspicion towards me, headmaster. None of my existing family are Death Eaters, and I would much prefer to understand that peculiar individual firsthand. Dumbledore scrutinized her, remaining silent. Just as you would not want me to scrutinize you, suspecting you of setting traps for me. I would be displeased and take it out on Potter. Eleanor met Dumbledore's gaze. I have no desire to engage in convoluted games with anyone. Eleanor's gaze shifted to the magnificent bird perched upon the phoenix tree. Could this truly be the legendary phoenix? Fawkes stood silently, fixated upon her, as Eleanor's hand deftly brushed against the creature, claiming a feather. Oh, you are shedding, poor phoenix. With Fawkes's call echoing in her ears and Dumbledore's weary gaze upon her, Eleanor executed a flawless bow before gracefully departing. Phineas mercilessly mocked Dumbledore and the unsightly bird. Look at you now. Dumbledore, fatigued and nibbling on a mound of cockroaches, lamented. That child has been threatening me with Harry. You wish to use her as a pawn. But she is not easily manipulated. A flicker of light danced in Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses. At least she has entered the game, has she not? Eleanor made her way directly to the cellar office, laying the heap of feathers upon Snape's desk. Snape regarded the precious potion ingredients with raised eyebrows. Has Dumbledore's bird finally succumbed to age? Merlin knows how dearly Dumbledore treasures both the feathers and tears of that bird. And now this fortunate niece brings him such a bounty. Snape swiftly preserved the feathers, his mind racing with no less than 20 potion recipes. Perhaps, he mused, conversing with the headmaster is truly exhausting. I now understand why my father maintained several agents within the Muggle political sphere. Eleanor waved her fan lightly. This is where Draco and the rest of Slytherin differ. Uncertain whether she was praising or belittling him, Snape unceremoniously ushered Eleanor out of his office. Ready to commence brewing potions. Chapter 31. The House Cup. Merlin's socks. How could I have failed that Muggle subject? Draco stared incredulously at his report card. Where Eleanor topped the list, Hermione followed in second, and Draco himself languished in third. Have you not noticed her remarkable talent and relentless dedication to study? Inquired Dale Stevens from Ravenclaw. I see Granger in the library every time. Satisfied, Eleanor tucked away her report card, eager to present it to her father and grandmother Walburga. This is precisely why I chose her as secretary. She is of Muggle descent and possesses great talent. In the future, speak kindly to her, Draco. I am investing in Granger. She will prove invaluable. Draco scoffed, dismissing the Muggle witch, then leaned closer to Eleanor, nudging her shoulder lightly. You are at the top. So let me join your study sessions before the next exam. Eleanor raised her chin slightly. This is a gift I possess, Draco. Daphne regarded Draco's newfound attachment to Eleanor with bewilderment. Why did I never notice this side of him before? Blaise, unfazed, commented, I've outgrown curiosity and surprise. Theodore turned a page in his book, distancing himself from Daphne, noting that Draco was particularly special towards Eleanor. Blaise, who had already cycled through girlfriends since first year, found it unsurprising that many were enamored with the beautiful and accomplished Eleanor. They haven't a chance, Daphne sneered. The foolish lions of Gryffindor believe Eleanor to be utterly talentless aside from her gifts. It is said she has never spared them a glance. Blaise laughed, collapsing onto the sofa, while Theodore and Daphne exchanged knowing glances before quickly averting their eyes. After the little witches and wizards indulged in snacks during the evening gathering, Dumbledore rose, announcing the scores for each house at the end of the academic year, his voice booming. An enchantment most effective at such moments. Gryffindor, 312 points. Hufflepuff, 341 points. Ravenclaw, 406 points. Slytherin, 462 points. Slytherin, with an overwhelming score, claimed the House Cup, as the hall adorned itself with Slytherin's green banner, typically elegant and reserved. Slytherins clapped proudly for their house, and even Snape managed to muster a faint smile. In light of an incident that transpired at the year's end, Gryffindor's Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley valiantly defended the school. Thus, I award Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley an additional 50 points each, and an extra 60 points for Harry Potter's outstanding performance. The sudden twist left the young witches and wizards in shock, with Gryffindor's lions being the first to react, cheering for the trio of saviors. The green banner of the hall was swiftly replaced by a red one, while Snape's expression turned flat and grim. The Slytherin snakes wore somber faces, displeased at being so publicly humiliated in favor of Gryffindor. The Hufflepuff Badgers, confused, joined in the merriment, while the Ravenclaw Eagles remained momentarily silent. Eleanor cast a glance at Daphne, who stood up. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire what incident warranted Gryffindor an additional 160 points? The Slytherin snakes turned their attention to Dumbledore, whose hand faltered. A dark wizard controlled Quirrell and invaded Hogwarts. Harry and his friends defeated the dark wizard, thus safeguarding the school. Daphne lifted her chin disdainfully. So the supposedly safest Hogwarts was so easily infiltrated by a dark wizard, one who was effortlessly vanquished by 3 first-year wizards? The complexity of this situation. She caught Eleanor's gaze. When exactly did they defend Hogwarts? If it was during the day, would not others have noticed? Neville, unable to contain himself, stood up, face flushed. The dark wizard invaded at night, of course. Daphne smiled. Ah, the night-roaming Gryffindors. The school rules explicitly prohibit such escapades. Does this behavior merit reward? If points can be earned for nighttime wanderings, what would prevent other wizards from following their lead and encountering the dark wizard as well? The Slytherin snakes rose one by one, protesting for their dignity. Dumbledore paused. Of course not. Hogwarts forbids nighttime excursions. Gryffindor loses 60 points. This year's House Cup rightfully belongs to Slytherin. The hall was once again adorned with green banners. Yet the Slytherin snakes did not celebrate. They sat down, nodding in appreciation to Daphne and the others. Eleanor harbored a deep disdain for Dumbledore's actions, using Slytherin to bolster Gryffindor and the Savior's reputation. Her expression turned cold as she regarded Dumbledore from afar, then shifted her gaze to Harry and the others, offering a knowing smile. She could accept Dumbledore's omission of her from the conversation, as she too did not wish for Slytherin to know of her midnight escapades with Gryffindor. Yet this blatant act of suppression against Slytherin incensed her. Well done, Daphne. Daphne stood tall with pride, aspiring to step on Slytherin to elevate herself, disregarding whether they consented. Draco sensed that Eleanor knew something but chose not to divulge it. He cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Harry trio. The headmaster of Gryffindor is perpetually biased, shamelessly slapping Slytherin in the face. I shall certainly inform my father. Realizing that having a board member father could be quite advantageous at times, Eleanor pondered silently. Perhaps it was time to arrange for her father to become a board member to temper the headmaster's favoritism. Ignoring the glances Harry and Hermione cast her way, Eleanor rose before the banquet concluded, with the Slytherin snakes following suit. Draco shot a fierce glare at Harry before departing alongside Eleanor. On the Hogwarts Express, Draco turned to Eleanor. You do not reside at Malfoy Manor. You must write to me. Eleanor nodded resignedly. You've talked the entire journey. Drink some water, Draco. Leaning against the seat with arms crossed, Draco replied. Why won't you let me speak? I want to see you during the holidays. Daphne, overhearing this, cast an unladylike glance at Theodore, who was engrossed in his book and completely ignored her. You can come to my home. Let my uncle and aunt host you. Draco scoffed. The holidays will be filled with various parties, one after another, and I too wish to seek you out. Eleanor fanned herself lightly. You are the exemplary heir of the Malfoy legacy. I have high hopes for you. A faint blush crept onto Draco's pale face, his steel blue eyes wandering, and he fell silent. At platform 9 3/4, Eleanora immediately caught sight of the resplendent Malfoy couple, and beside them, she noticed Regulus. With a swift lift of her skirt, Eleanora dashed into Regulus's embrace, who instinctively lifted her up. After composing herself, Eleanora approached the Malfoys to pay her respects. Narcissa knelt down to kiss Draco's cheek, exclaiming, My little dragon, how I've missed you. Draco nuzzled against her before Lucius extracted him from her embrace. I will take Ellie home first, Regulus announced, holding his daughter close. Upon hearing this, Draco leaned out eagerly. You must write to me, Eleanora. Lucius turned away in exasperation, while Narcissa gazed tenderly at Regulus as he and Eleanora disapparated away, soon followed by the three of them departing the platform. Chapter 32, Holiday. Eleanora entered the room where portraits were housed, and Walburga, still embroiled in an argument, saw Eleanora skillfully produce a radiant smile. My Ellie, you have returned. Indeed, grandmother. I topped my class, and Slytherin has won the House Cup, Eleanora declared, lifting her chin to showcase her report card. Creature was polishing a golden ring adorned with the Black family crest, and upon hearing of the young Miss Black's accomplishments, he wept tears of joy. Truly, my Ellie. I have never doubted your brilliance, Walburga replied, her smile softening. The usually taciturn Orion also offered a few compliments, and the ancestors of the Black family expressed their pride in their heir's excellence. Lucille began instilling the pureblood ideals into Eleanora, who received them well. Regulus, standing in the shadow by the door, gazed at this scene, finding it more harmonious and warm than he remembered his home to be. He looked at Eleanora with gentle eyes, wishing for eternal happiness for his and Sylvia's precious child. Preparations for the Muggle world needed to commence. Along with the tedious gatherings in the wizarding community, the Blacks must further enhance their influence. Regulus smiled softly, watching his chattering daughter as he turned to leave. The ever-loyal house elf, Dobby, was elated to serve the young mistress again, almost colliding with the kitchen walls in his excitement. Dobby was the happiest of house elves. Eleanora lavished praise upon Dobby, and in gratitude, she gifted him an embroidered silk scarf, which he accepted with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The following evening, Eleanora donned a platinum-hued Hubble dress, and reclined in a chair by the window, perusing a spellbook. A sprightly owl tapped at the window, then circled around to land on the small table. It presented a small box and an envelope. Upon breaking the wax seal, Draco's elegant cursive flowed across the parchment. Eleanora couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering how many times he had rewritten this. Dear Eleanora, I have omitted some customary greetings, unsure if you would mind, for I have much to convey. Mother has baked fruit-filled cookies again, and I have brought you some with blueberry filling, your favorite flavor. It feels like an eternity since I last saw you. It has been 3 days. Father has taken me to 4 gatherings, and the dull conversations have left me utterly bored. Eleanora was astonished that Draco had filled 3 pages with mundane details. If only his potion essays could flow with such ease, Snape would be overjoyed. She turned to the last page of parchment. Father introduced me to a Muggle merchant involved in jade trading with China. In his collection, I spotted a beautiful serpentine bracelet that instantly reminded me of you. I purchased it with the intention of gifting it to you. Though I fear the clumsy owl might break it, I shall bring it to you when we meet. I am curious about your activities. We have never been apart for so long, and I find it quite disconcerting. I shall await your reply. Missing you dearly, Draco. Eleanora moved to the desk, took a fresh sheet of parchment, dipped her quill in ink, and began to compose her response. Dear Draco, I have been studying diligently at the estate and occasionally chatting with grandmother's portrait. The ancestors of the Black family speak so charmingly. Thank you for the thoughtful gift. I am certain it will be exquisite. My father left early this morning. He is exceedingly busy, leaving me to study spells with a heavy heart. How is your flying charm and disillusionment charm coming along? I have discovered a few interesting spells that I will teach you upon our return to school. Engaging in social activities among pureblood families is essential, and the Malfoys have always excelled in this regard. I wonder if the you at the gatherings is any different from the you during the Halloween feast. I also miss Aunt and Uncle. Malfoy Manor is quite cozy. Thank you for the cookies. Eleanora Sylvia Black. Recalling the turquoise brooch in the collection room, Eleanora tucked it along with her letter into the box. The satiated owl displayed its majestic wings to the snowy owl by the window before soaring away. No longer required to don the somber black robes at home, Eleanora delighted in changing into 8 different dresses throughout the day, often running to the portraits of the Black family to receive their compliments on her lovely gowns. The owl returned, showcasing its prowess as it flew past the snowy owl and perched regally on the back of a chair, this time bringing a beautiful platinum hairband adorned with diamonds and 4 pages of gilded parchment. The hairband sparkled in the sunlight, and Eleanora happily stowed it away, already envisioning which dress it would complement. Draco's letters detailed his monotonous daily gatherings and the increasing weight of his heir responsibilities. He expressed concern about living up to the Malfoy standard, claiming he was so stressed he could hardly eat. The letter contained 2 pages of his longing for her, mentioning that he had commissioned a pocket watch from an acquaintance, planning to present it to her when they met. Eleanora noted that this letter was signed, Yours Draco. The large box on the cabinet was now full, prompting Eleanora to retrieve a new box to store the letter, and take out another sheet of parchment to write a reply. Placing a gemstone brooch she had prepared earlier into the gift box. It was a gray-blue gem reminiscent of Draco's eyes. The owl circled twice before the snowy owl, which flapped its wings and hooted twice, before the owl flew off contentedly. As the start of the school year approached, Regulus returned, appearing more fatigued than before. Eleanora immediately called for Dobby to prepare a bath for him. Regulus refreshed himself with a cleansing charm before coming over to embrace his beloved daughter. From now on, you will have a board member for a father. Eleanora joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, My father is omnipotent. Now no one dares to bully me. He certainly did not believe Eleanora would be bullied. Regulus placed her on the sofa and retrieved a long box. Now take a look at your gift. Inside the box lay a Padparatska sapphire necklace, surrounded by diamonds, which Eleanora cherished. She eagerly donned it, preparing to impress her father with a dish of lamb chops, while Regulus, grimacing, retreated to the bath. As anticipated, Eleanora's cooking resulted in a charred piece of meat on the plate, and Dobby anxiously stood nearby, knowing this was inedible. Yet it was made by the young mistress herself, causing Dobby to feel conflicted. Regulus skillfully cut away the charred exterior, forcing down the remaining lamb chops while suppressing his urge to retch. He managed a grim smile. Your progress is commendable, Ellie, but perhaps refrain from cooking next time. Your hands are not meant for preparing lamb chops. Eleanora beamed as she watched her father eat the lamb chops she had made, blissfully unaware of the implications of his words. Dobby promptly served Regulus a cup of red tea, along with the dinner he had prepared. Regulus found the meal tasteless. His palate dulled. Heaven knows how Eleanora inherited Sylvia's culinary skills, yet he always finished her meals, often catching glimpses of Sylvia waving at him in his mind. In the final days of the holiday, Regulus took Eleanora to a Muggle concert, where she became enchanted by the clanging of instruments. Without hesitation, Regulus commissioned a magnificent golden piano for her. He soon regretted this decision, as the cacophony of sounds that emanated from Eleanora's playing haunted him for days. She even managed to dishearten several piano instructors. Realizing her lack of talent, a distraught Eleanora sought solace in the portrait room, where the esteemed ancestors of the Black family imparted their pure-blood ideologies to her and summoned Regulus for a stern reprimand. After absorbing these traditional values, Eleanora felt rejuvenated. While Regulus languished in despondency for several days, Creature and Winky busied themselves trying to cheer him up, and Creature's wrinkles seemed to smooth out. By the time they returned to the manor, Creature appeared rejuvenated and sprightly, relishing the moments spent with Eleanora under the influence of the pureblood teachings. Regulus introduced Eleanora to his network of connections. Although they lacked magical prowess, they thrived in the Muggle world, providing Eleanora with several additional sources of pocket money. Chapter 33. The Leaky Cauldron. The Malfoy family's owl soared into the manor once more, and this time, Draco's letter was exquisitely adorned, infused with a delicate fragrance. Such a lavish missive was an invitation for Eleanora to accompany him to Diagon Alley to procure their second-year textbooks. She retrieved a splendid box to contain the letter, and collected a sheet of gold-embossed parchment to pen her reply in Regulus's study. When the appointed day arrived, Eleanora longed to don the crinoline gown sent by Mrs. Isfahani, yet it was evidently ill-suited for the crowded, dilapidated streets of Diagon Alley. Thus, she opted for a more understated Edwardian gown of silk with metallic embroidery, securing her long hair with a diamond-studded headband gifted by Draco. Stepping through the fireplace into Diagon Alley, Eleanora spotted Draco waiting outside Florian's ice cream parlor, 2 mint chocolate ice creams in hand. The moment Draco laid eyes on Eleanora, her exquisite presence illuminated the crowd. Eleanora noticed that in just 2 months, Draco had grown taller, his baby fat diminishing, with his platinum hair sleekly framing his face, and the embroidery on his shirt glimmering under the sunlight. "Long time no see, Draco," she greeted, their hands clasping briefly as she accepted the ice cream from him. "Is it just us?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is just the 2 of us," he replied, stepping back slightly to admire the headband atop her head, his eyes sparkling with delight. Eleanora reflected on the list of books authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, bemused by the sheer volume of his work. Who is this Gilderoy Lockhart? And how did he manage to write so many books? "He is our defense against the dark arts professor for second year," Draco explained, slightly nervous as he awaited Eleanora to finish her ice cream. "I don't know much else about him, but given his prolific writing, I hope he is not a complete charlatan." As Eleanora savored her ice cream, Draco produced a collection of boxes. "These are gifts for you." Eleanora was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you, Draco. I shall set them aside for now and explore them at home." She carefully stowed the gifts within the alchemical ring on her finger. Draco then revealed a silver-green velvet box containing a serpentine bracelet of jade. "I had my father arrange for a protective enchantment to be inscribed on it, as it is rather fragile." The intricately carved bracelet, with its deep green gradient, captivated Eleanora. "Thank you, I adore it," she expressed, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. "Would you like me to assist you in putting it on?" Draco asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Although the bracelet did not perfectly match her gown, Eleanora met Draco's gray-blue gaze and extended her right hand. "If you wouldn't mind." As Draco gently fastened the bracelet around her wrist, he nearly jumped back as if scorched. "Shall we head to the Leaky Cauldron?" he suggested. Eleanora gazed down at the bracelet in admiration before rising to accompany him. To their surprise, the exterior of the Leaky Cauldron was teeming with people. Eleanora, slightly displeased, unfurled her ivory and diamond-encrusted fan, questioning the throng that had congregated there. Draco mirrored her frustration, suggesting, "Let us have Goyle purchase the books for us." Eleanora's keen eyes caught sight of Lucius Malfoy within the crowd. "Is Uncle Lucius also in Diagon Alley?" she asked. Draco paused. "I had no idea. I came alone." Observing Lucius seemingly embroiled in a dispute, Eleanora grasped Draco's wrist and maneuvered through the crowd. She noticed Lucius hastily shoving a black notebook into a tattered basket. "Arthur Weasley. The recent raids have been quite bothersome. I hope the ministry compensates you sufficiently for your overtime," Lucius intoned, his words dripping with scorn directed at Arthur Weasley, who shielded his daughter behind him. "You're next, considering that Malfoy is a well-known Death Eater," he retorted. Lucius towered over Arthur, unwilling to bend even slightly. "May your red hair bring you luck, you wretched Weasley. Is it your meager vault that grants you the audacity to slander a noble pureblood family?" Draco stepped closer to Lucius, mocking, "The pureblood traitor Weasley seems to relish stirring trouble, as if doing so elevates his status." He then spotted Harry Potter emerging from a throng of enthusiastic young witches and wizards. "And there's our attention-seeking savior, Harry Potter. I suppose you're eager for the headlines." The red-haired girl clutching a worn basket stepped forward, glaring at Draco. "Shut your mouth. You have no right to speak of him." Draco, chin raised, ignored her. "Look at Potter. Have you found yourself a girlfriend?" The girl, blushing fiercely, shot him a fierce glare. Just as Harry was about to respond, Eleanora sidled up to Lucius. "Good day, Uncle," she greeted. Lucius smiled slightly. "I am delighted to see you, Eleanora." She raised the list of books in her hand, exclaiming, "I still need to purchase my second-year textbooks in this bustling crowd. You might be jostled by the unruly throng. Allow me to fetch the books for you," Lucius offered, accepting Draco's list before ascending the stairs. Eleanora stood beside Draco. "Long time no see, Potter. Where is Hermione?" Harry sighed. "She is seeking Lockhart's autograph. She's his fervent admirer." Lockhart? After hearing Hermione's enthusiastic descriptions, Harry could now recite Lockhart's biography. An internationally renowned author, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. Lockhart, who authored many works and was a sensation in the magical world, was also their defense against the dark arts professor. Eleanora raised her fan in mild distaste, whispering to Draco, "I have a feeling this Lockhart is not a good person." The heat of the moment tinged her earlobes pink, and Draco tightened his grip on her wrist without uttering a word. Spotting Lucius descending, Eleanora produced an exquisitely wrapped lace box from her ring and handed it to Hermione. A gift. As Draco waited for her to finish, he took her hand and led her away, leaving the red-haired girl gazing at the incongruous box. "Who is that girl, Harry?" Harry turned, searching for Hermione among the crowd. "A Slytherin student, president of the Hermione Society," he replied. The girl clutched her basket tightly, trailing closely behind Harry. Eleanora spent a delightful afternoon at Malfoy Manor, returning home laden with gifts. Upon arriving at the portrait room, she conjured a sofa and settled down to unwrap her presents. Lucius had gifted her a trove of jewels. Narcissa had provided a collection of beautiful dresses, and Draco had bestowed upon her an array of exquisite accessories. Among them was a long box containing a warm white jade folding fan intricately carved with floral patterns, which Eleanora instantly adored. "The Malfoys are indeed generous with you," remarked the usually taciturn Orion, his voice dry and matter-of-fact. Eleanor let out a soft huff, replacing her old fan and tucking away the gift as she exited, leaving behind a row of silent portraits within the room. How curious it is that both generations of the Blacks have forged such camaraderie with the Malfoys. While Berga found herself somewhat puzzled, she had never heard any names other than those of her immediate circle from Ellie. Olin was typically taciturn, yet his words were often incisive. This time, however, he remained quietly observant, uttering not a single word. Chapter 34. The Start of Term. Regulus escorted Eleanor to King S. Cross Station, where she joined Draco as they made their way toward platform 9 3/4. They sought out an empty compartment to settle in, and before long, Daphne and Theodore joined them. To our astonishment, our new defense against the dark arts professor is none other than Lockhart. I perceive him as nothing more than a charlatan. Let us hope he does not follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, remarked Blaise with a sneer. Theodore withdrew his gaze from the window, noting, "You seem to harbor quite a bit of animosity towards him." Blaise's expression darkened. Could he confess that his mother was also infatuated with Lockhart? Sensing the tension, Daphne chuckled softly. "I haven't seen you at any of the numerous gatherings this holiday, Eleanor." Daphne inquired with genuine curiosity. "Is it permissible for the heir of the Black family to forego attending such soirees? I have little affection for those gatherings, and not a single invitation has graced my hands," Eleanor responded. Daphne wisely chose not to pursue the topic further. Draco spoke very little that day, his attention fixed on the serpent bracelet adorning Eleanor's wrist, and the fan in her hand. It appeared she was quite fond of the gift he had bestowed upon her. Draco mused. "We're almost there. I sincerely wish the Hogwarts Express were as swift as its name suggests." "Ladies, please change into your robes," Blaise announced, rising first, with the boys following suit. Once again donning the dark robes was not to Eleanor's liking. She reluctantly exchanged her lovely, ornate gown for the drab attire, for she had a penchant for all things glittering. She retrieved a shimmering brooch to adorn her robes, feeling slightly uplifted. The upperclassmen would be traveling to Hogwarts via the thestral-drawn carriages, and Draco curiously scrutinized the ethereal vehicles. "I truly cannot see the thestrals," he remarked, gently nudging Eleanor with his shoulder, intrigued by what they appeared to her. "Can you see them?" Eleanor silently averted her gaze from the translucent wings of the thestrals, quietly boarding the carriage without answering. "I have been able to see them since childhood." During the opening ceremony, Eleanor and Draco found themselves lost in thought. The proceedings were dreadfully tedious, and they failed to notice any noteworthy first years. As soon as the feast concluded, Eleanor retreated to the sofa by the Slytherin fireplace. She adored both the sun and the moon, and the sofa adjacent to the Slytherin common room was quite comfortable. After merely 2 days of tranquil campus life, Eleanor arrived at the classroom for defense against the dark arts taught by Lockhart. An uneasy premonition washed over her as she chose a seat in the front row, near the door. When class commenced, Lockhart soared into the room, levitating in the astonished gaze of the young witches and wizards. What is the purpose of this display? Eleanor thought, struggling to comprehend, while Draco sat in silence, resting his chin on the desk as he listened to Lockhart boast about his past adventures. I recall this is a defense against the dark arts class, not Lockhart's personal showcase. Eleanor noted that most of the young witches gazed at Lockhart with adoration, including the astute muggle-born witch Hermione. Lockhart, seemingly reluctant to conclude his soliloquy, distributed a prepared quiz to the students. Let us assess your understanding of the course material. Eleanor, rarely losing her composure, dropped her quill in exasperation. The quiz was filled with Lockhart's personal inquiries, bearing no relevance to defense against the dark arts. He was hardly more competent than Gilderoy Lockhart. Fanning herself in frustration, Eleanor resolved not to write a single word on the paper. Absolutely not. Most of the young Slytherins, led by Eleanor and Draco, refrained from putting pen to parchment. Upon realizing that Slytherin had submitted nearly blank quizzes, Lockhart's displeasure was palpable. Why has Slytherin written nothing? Daphne, keenly observing Eleanor's demeanor, raised her hand. Lockhart called on her, and she unabashedly retorted, if knowing Lockhart's favorite color could shield us from dark magic, we would gladly indulge in reading his nonsensical tomes. Her words elicited discontent among Lockhart's admirers, and he too appeared irked. What is your name? He inquired. Daphne proudly straightened her posture, declaring, Daphne Greengrass. Surely you are familiar with my family. Lockhart, with a scowl, instructed her to sit down, soon spotting Hermione's quiz, where she had nearly answered every question correctly. Lockhart smiled, beckoning Hermione to rise and posing her several questions. Realizing she was indeed a devoted fan, his confidence restored. Hermione flushed under Lockhart's approving gaze as she sat back down, prompting Ron to scoff. Look at our little know-it-all, utterly bewitched by such a buffoon. Hermione shot him an annoyed glare, retorting, you are far too harsh, Ron. Ron shrugged noncommittally, leaning towards Harry. Eager to establish his authority, Lockhart produced a cage of considerable height, filled with blue Cornish pixies. Today, we shall vanquish these malevolent and exceptionally destructive creatures. Some inexperienced young witches and wizards recoiled, their faces pale at the sight of the pixies' fierce gazes. You must quickly subdue them. This is the objective of today's lesson. Lockhart flung open the cage door, and the Cornish pixies burst forth, shrieking as they dashed to shred the students' textbooks, tugging at their robes, and shaking the lamps. Eleanor deftly swatted a pixie aside, while the young Slytherins found themselves beleaguered. They are simply too unruly. Quickly, Professor Lockhart, recall them. Lockhart attempted to subdue one of the pixies, only for it to be sent flying, rising enraged and wreaking further havoc. Realizing the chaos was spiraling out of control, Lockhart prepared to abandon the disorderly classroom. Noticing his intent, Eleanor swiftly positioned a desk in front of the door. Professor Lockhart, are you truly going to abandon your students to flee alone? The young witches and wizards glared at Lockhart for unleashing the Cornish pixies without recourse. Lockhart, visibly flustered, was besieged by several pixies, struggling to manage the situation, and shot an irritable glance at Eleanor. Of course not. I am merely taking a stand here. His meticulously styled hair became disheveled, further aggravating his temperament. Eleanor turned to the young witches and wizards, declaring, Professor Lockhart has instructed us to exit. She hastily approached and playfully slapped Lockhart with her fan, causing him to uncontrollably advance toward the podium. Crabbe and Goyle rushed over to move the desks, and Eleanor opened the door. Quickly, let us leave this place. Professor Lockhart must tackle the Cornish pixies alone. Our presence here would only hinder him. Impatient with the pixies' antics, the young witches and wizards hurriedly fled, exchanging glances with Draco before shutting the door behind them, sharing a knowing smile at Lockhart. Struggling to regain his composure, Lockhart noticed that he could finally move, panic setting in as he rushed to grasp the door, his hair being tugged by two pixies. Eleanor's wicked grin widened as Lockhart caught sight of her smirking lips, and she whispered, good luck. Draco, arms crossed, observed Eleanor with an arched brow. Lockhart is in for quite a misfortune. Eleanor tilted her chin defiantly, a wretched charlatan. Wasting my time while attempting to deceive me. Do you truly believe he is a fraud? Draco chuckled maliciously. Is it due to his foolish antics? Eleanor scoffed. If he cannot even manage Cornish pixies, how could he possibly contend with werewolves? He is either fabricating tales or pilfering others' exploits. Draco wholeheartedly agreed. His audacity could indeed outmatch that of the Cornish pixies. It was bewildering that such a mediocre wizard had been appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore must be losing his faculties. Draco clenched his fists, determined to inform his father. Eleanor lightly tapped his shoulder with her fan. remarking that the Board of Governors had long ceased to apply pressure on Headmaster Dumbledore, allowing him to indulge in a rather complacent existence, to the point of becoming somewhat myopic. The two exchanged glances, hearing a shriek from Gilderoy Lockhart behind them, before turning to leave. Chapter 35, The Howler. At the Gryffindor table in the Hogwarts dining hall, Ron received a howler, during which Mrs. Weasley chastised him, only to conclude with tender concern for her beloved daughter. Draco unabashedly ridiculed Weasley, knowing the reason behind the howler. It was rumored that the so-called Chosen One Potter and the red-haired Weasley had driven a magical car to Hogwarts on the very first day of term. Draco raised his chin haughtily, mocking the reckless Gryffindors for allowing muggles to witness their antics. How utterly ludicrous. Eleanor was also slightly taken aback. Did they not take the Hogwarts Express? Blaise had several ambiguous acquaintances among Gryffindor, and was already aware of the news. Potter claimed he couldn't access Platform 9 3/4, though she wondered if that was true. Unable to access it? What trouble had Potter landed himself in now? Eleanor found herself speechless. Potter truly seemed to attract calamity. As long as Harry's circumstances were dire, Draco found joy in it. He also harbored a disdain for Ron. Who knew? Arthur Weasley must have quite the headache. Given that he was always keeping an eye on Malfoy, even a single cup from the Malfoy household was worth more than their entire vault. Eleanor furrowed her brow. They had already attended classes for a day before learning about the start of term. She glanced at Blaise, questioning the efficacy of his charm. Blaise offered an awkward smile, admitting that he was aware of the situation but had not paid it much mind, dismissing it as merely a Gryffindor joke. I tasked you with closely monitoring Potter's movements. The one casting the Confundus charm during their conversation had now become Theodore, who was mocking Blaise from behind Eleanor. Regardless of whether Potter's socks were torn, you must report every detail. I do not wish for you to engage in trivial pursuits under the guise of cleverness. Eleanor did not believe that Harry would fabricate a story about being unable to access Platform 9 3/4 merely to justify driving a magical car. She keenly sensed that something significant had transpired with Harry. Regrettably, during the holiday, she had paid him no mind. Who could have imagined Potter would stir up trouble during break? Eleanor set down her silver spoon, rising to tower over Blaise, admonishing him to clear his mind. The position I granted you as Minister of the Department of International Magical Cooperation was predicated on the belief that you possessed some degree of capability. I did not foresee that you would prove to be a fool. If you do not desire this position, there are many who would gladly take your place. I do not offer these opportunities lightly. The Zabini family's thriving business could falter at any moment. Turning on her heel, Eleanor walked away, while Draco patted Blaise on the shoulder and approached Eleanor's side. Daphne cheerfully linked her arm with Theodore, unfazed when he shrugged her off. Her exuberance was palpable as she exclaimed, "Your mind, so steeped in innuendo, has truly rusted. Thank you for vacating the position, for I shall excel far beyond your capabilities. Your family's business is indeed enviable. I hope you can maintain it." Daphne trailed alongside Theodore, leaving Blaise pale-faced. He had indeed neglected the mindless actions of the two Gryffindor lions at the start of term. Eleanor had unequivocally stated the necessity of monitoring the Chosen One's every move, and Blaise had not anticipated that his dismissive laughter would incite such ire from Eleanor. Concealing his panic, he hastily departed, intent on rectifying his earlier behavior. Do not let Blaise and that Potter occupy too much of your thoughts. You were quite furious with Blaise. Draco's gray-blue eyes fixated on the embroidered hem of Eleanor's robes. Is there something amiss? Eleanor longed to roll her eyes dramatically, but managed to suppress the impulse with her upbringing. Potter may be reckless, but that does not equate to a lack of intelligence. His account of being unable to access the platform was merely a pretext to justify driving that rather useless magical car? One must consider that Potter is not a fool. It is Weasley who would act so foolishly, not Potter. Draco instinctively furrowed his brow, finding her words disconcerting. Surely something significant had occurred. Was it connected to the Dark Lord? He was utterly in the dark. Eleanor, perturbed, strode into the practice room of the Research Institute. The opulence of the President's private chamber dazzling enough to blind a badger. Was there a jinx upon Potter? I have neglected him for a mere holiday. Draco awkwardly donned his training attire, the cumbersome straps and fastenings causing beads of perspiration to form upon his brow. He cast a pleading glance at Eleanor with his gray-blue eyes. I must know what has happened to Potter. Eleanor grasped the straps of Draco's attire, pulling him closer as she deftly helped him adjust his combat uniform. The mute Gwendolyn was a subordinate of William's. She placed refreshments on a small table to the side. Eleanor beckoned her, and Gwendolyn's eyes sparkled with excitement as she composed herself and approached. Eleanor interrupted her attempt at a curtsy, issuing a direct command. Utilize the Gryffindors to extract what experiences Potter underwent during the summer. This was Gwendolyn's first assignment from the young master, and she could hardly contain her enthusiasm as she hurried off to execute it. Draco scoffed, "Your concern stems solely from Potter's notoriety. Enough, Draco, do not sulk. You know he hardly amounts to anything." Eleanor, too, was reluctant, harboring disdain for the tiresome Dumbledore and the enigmatic Dark Lord. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Eleanor claimed her usual spot on the sofa by the fireplace, where 3 documents awaited her attention. She first perused Gwendolyn's report, noting that a wizard had spotted a house elf near the Dursley residence on Harry's birthday. The Dursleys resided on Privet Drive, an area populated by Muggles. Potter had no house elf, nor would the Dursleys possess one. Where had it come from, and what had it done? Eleanor's brow furrowed as she continued reading. It appeared a confrontation had occurred. The wizard had observed a woman, covered in cream, storming away in fury, followed by the Ministry of Magic seeking trouble with Harry. The wizard, lurking in the shadows, overheard the ministry officials mocking Harry, planning to attribute his infractions to the house elf. 3 days later, Ron and the Weasley twins had driven the magical car to retrieve Harry, having received information from Arthur Weasley, who worked at the ministry. The parchment recorded snippets of Harry's lively yet unremarkable existence at the Weasley household, culminating in a final page detailing an old witch capturing a flustered Harry as a platinum-haired man lingered in the background of the Borgin and Burke's shop. After a series of inconsequential antics, the narrative shifted to events leading up to the start of term at Flourish and Blotts. One ministry wizard stated that Harry and Ron could not access platform 9 3/4, necessitating their use of the magical car to reach Hogwarts, during which they collided with the Whomping Willow, ultimately leaving the magical vehicle to vanish within the Forbidden Forest. Eleanor's expression remained impassive. Such reckless and thoughtless Gryffindors. Were the professors at Hogwarts mere decorations? She opened Daphne's report, which, while lacking Gwendolyn's detail, contained all necessary information, including mentions of the peculiar house elf. Blaze's report was similar to Daphne's, but he recognized the identity of the house elf, Dobby from the Malfoy household. Closing the documents, Eleanor slightly turned her body to glance at Draco, who was toying with a small model, his gaze lifting to meet hers. "Draco, has your uncle done anything concerning Potter?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Why would my father concern himself with a wizard of no consequence? Are house elves entirely loyal?" Eleanor was surprised to hear such a question. Draco knitted his brow in contemplation. "Perhaps they are. The actions of house elves are generally dictated by their masters, though not necessarily. There may be exceptions." Eleanor locked her gaze with Draco's gray-blue eyes. "Now tell me about Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family." Chapter 36, Dobby. Draco had always been indifferent towards house elves, and as he struggled to recall, was it Dobby? Perhaps just an ordinary elf. Yet there seemed to be something peculiar about him. Draco pondered deeply and suddenly remembered overhearing Dobby and other house elves during his childhood expressing a desire for freedom, a notion he had scoffed at, finding it utterly ludicrous. How amusing it was to recall that Dobby had once proclaimed his yearning for liberation. Eleanor was increasingly convinced that this house elf posed a problem. Grasping Draco's sleeve, she declared, "This Dobby is a concern. He cannot remain at Malfoy Manor. I shall request Professor Snape to personally fetch him, and we must interrogate him." Draco felt a flicker of confusion, yet he soon realized that perhaps the 3 documents contained some troubling information. A problematic house elf was not something he deemed worthy of significant attention. Rising from his seat, he stated, "Let us proceed." The 2 made their way to the cellar office, where Medusa languidly swayed her serpentine tail as they entered. Inside, they found Snape cradling a sleeping Celial at his desk, the 3 of them exchanging unspoken glances. With a dark expression, Snape carried Celial back to the bedroom. "The 2 of you, trespassing at this late hour. What justification do you have for defying your curfew?" Snape's voice was laced with cold elegance, and his demeanor betrayed his displeasure. Draco's face drained of color as he took a step back, clutching Eleanor's wrist. She soothingly fanned him, then turned to Snape. "Professor, I have learned that the house elf Dobby from Malfoy Manor sought out Potter during the holiday, and they had a significant altercation. After Potter was taken to the Weasley residence, Dobby has not been seen since, yet Harry is unable to access platform 9 3/4. Eleanor's eyes sparkled with realization. Her uncle was too preoccupied to notice Potter. Had the so-called most loyal house elf undertaken such a convoluted effort to find Potter merely to assault him? Snape frowned involuntarily at the thought of Dobby's unauthorized actions, and strode towards the fireplace, declaring, "I shall retrieve him." With that, Snape vanished into the hearth. Eleanor positioned herself at the bedroom door for a moment before returning to sit beside Draco. "If Dobby is indeed problematic, we must address it immediately." Uncertain of what Dobby represented to Draco, she noted that he appeared quite unperturbed, suggesting that Dobby had little impact on him. Feeling reassured, Eleanor nestled comfortably into the sofa. Snape soon returned, dragging a bound Dobby by the collar, while holding a large box in his other hand. "This is a gift from Narcissa for you both." Eleanor took the box and set it on the small table. Pointing her wand at Dobby's head, she demanded, "What have you done to Harry? Why call Harry?" Draco glanced between Dobby and Eleanor, casting a menacing glare at the house elf while crossing his arms in silence. "What do you intend to do to Harry?" "I will not divulge anything." Dobby's voice rose in desperation. Eleanor feigned a look of dismay, struggling to maintain a pained smile as she replied, "Harry has violated school rules. He risks expulsion, and I cannot bear to see him expelled." "What?" Dobby writhed in protest. "Why would Harry be expelled? That cannot be." Eleanor, tempted to silence him with an Avada Kedavra, resisted the impulse and choked out, "Wizards at Hogwarts must not be late, nor can they display magic in front of muggles. Harry claimed he was unable to access platform 9 3/4, and had to drive a flying car to report." Dobby's eyes widened, and Eleanor pinched her thigh in frustration, causing Draco to yelp and glare at her, his face flushed with indignation. Realizing she had inadvertently pinched him, Eleanor awkwardly withdrew her hand, her earlier tears long dried. "You know Harry, the boy who lived, who vanquished the Dark Lord. How could he possibly be expelled?" Eleanor seamlessly transitioned into a sorrowful expression as she dabbed at her eyes. Dobby trembled at her words, but he cannot attend Hogwarts. He will perish." "Why would he perish? He is the boy who lived." Eleanor pressed on, while Dobby in anguish banged his head against the wall, reiterating, "Harry cannot go to school. He will die. He will die." Dobby's piercing cries sent waves of pain through Eleanor's head. Snape, gripping Dobby by the neck, lifted him to meet his gaze, penetrating deeply into the elf soul. Upon discerning the truth, Snape released Dobby, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. Both Eleanor and Draco's attention remained fixed on Snape, while the nearly lifeless Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished. What a disgrace. Dobby had escaped right under their noses, and Eleanor yearned to capture him and unleash an Avada Kedavra. Snape paid no heed to Dobby's disappearance. The use of apparition at Hogwarts was ineffective against house elves. He recounted what he had uncovered. Lucius possessed a notebook, a dark artifact left behind by the Dark Lord, and Dobby often eavesdropped on their conversations. At this revelation, Snape's expression soured further as he recalled Dobby overhearing Lucius and Narcissa discussing how he had smuggled the diary into Hogwarts. The Ministry was stringent in its scrutiny of dark artifacts. Lucius intended to divert blame, potentially implicating Potter, and posing a threat to Dumbledore. Snape's disdain for Lucius's relentless pursuit of trouble with Dumbledore was palpable. There were times he wished to hang the man by his heels for a thorough beating. Yet he knew he could not overpower him. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Dobby dares to eavesdrop on my father's conversations? This is not the first time." He seethed. Arms crossed, that wretched little elf. Eleanor snapped back to the moment, gently patting Draco's arm with her fan before turning to Snape. "Did you see what the diary looked like?" Snape shook his head, mockingly. "The house elf's inept eavesdropping skills. Lucius has never mentioned it in its presence." Eleanor sensed that something crucial had been overlooked, yet she could not grasp what it was. Snape seized the collars of the two young wizards, ushering them out. "I hope you are not as foolish as that Gryffindor lion. Should Slytherin lose points because of you, prepare for a lengthy detention. It is time for you both to leave." Draco swiftly pulled Eleanor away, and Snape managed a faint smile before retreating back to the bedroom, where Celio remained in the same position, blissfully unaware. Snape cast several cleaning charms upon himself and nestled Celio back into the covers. He buried his face in Celio's neck, inhaling his faint scent, gradually allowing himself to relax. "Please wake soon, my dear." As Draco stormed out of the cellar office, arms crossed in anger, he muttered, "Damn Dobby. I must inform my father." Eleanor nodded in agreement. That treacherous house elf, who knows how much he has overheard about the Malfoy family. He must not fall into the wrong hands. Draco's expression darkened. "I will write to my father." Eleanor twirled her fan, contemplating Dobby's departure, but noting his apparent fixation on Potter. A faint smile graced her lips. "Wait, Draco. Dobby will surely return, perhaps even to meet his demise." Chapter 37. The Duel. Blaze's pivotal discovery had salvaged his precarious position, while Daphne had glared at Theodore for several days in frustration. Lucius erupted in fury upon receiving Draco's letter, incredulous that a contemptible house elf would dare betray its master. The house elves of Malfoy Manor trembled beneath their master's wrath, simultaneously shamed by Dobby's actions. One day, a house elf named Libby knocked timidly at Lucius's door. Lucius looked down upon the quaking creature with disdain. He had little desire to see them lately. Are you here to perform a dance for me, you foolish Libby? In the large, tear-filled eyes of Libby, courage welled up as it bravely lifted its head, squeezing out deep creases. My esteemed master, it lamented, for the humble Libby knew that Dobby had long sought freedom. It was not a worthy house elf. Libby cried out passionately, Dobby is quite dissatisfied with the master. He has always yearned for liberation and even desires his own compensation. Dobby had seen the newspaper featuring the boy who had narrowly escaped death, and he idolized him. Lucius was already aware of this and remained unmoved, merely gazing at Libby. Clenching its fists, Libby lowered its wrinkled head, for it often eavesdropped on its master's conversations and had overheard the location of the master's secret room. Malfoy Manor housed numerous secret chambers, some filled with treasures and antiques, while others contained Narcissa's belongings and Draco's childhood toys. Most critically, one chamber held dark magical artifacts. Lucius tossed his brooch into Libby's arms, declaring, You have done well, Libby. I am pleased that Malfoy Manor has such a loyal elf as you. Libby received it with trepidation, but before it could utter a word, Lucius had already hastily departed. Having earned their master's commendation, Libby became the target of envy from the other house elves, who racked their brains over Dobby's dubious actions, hoping to gain recognition from the master. Cecily, you won't believe it. That damn Dobby has even discovered the location of the secret room containing dark magical artifacts at Malfoy Manor. Lucius waved his serpent staff, wishing he could bind Dobby and unleash several Avada Kedavras upon him. Oh, this is indeed unfortunate news, Narcissa remarked anxiously, watching Lucius as he forced himself to remain calm. Dobby had befriended the young Potter and Weasley, and Arthur Weasley. He wished nothing more than to tear a large chunk of flesh from Malfoy. The two secretly transformed the chamber containing dark magical artifacts into Narcissa's storage room overnight. Upon hearing this, Regulus eagerly volunteered to take all the dark magical items from Malfoy Manor. According to Eleanor's plan, the association organized a combat ceremony, with the prize being a newly developed enchanted handgun. The training room was filled with ordinary firearms, but the enchanted handgun piqued their immense interest. Most of the Gryffindors signed up, as did the wizards from Slytherin, while some Ravenclaw scholars wished to study the device, and the Hufflepuff Badgers remained peacefully indifferent. Cedric volunteered enthusiastically. The previously unopened combat arena on the third floor of the Research Institute swung open its doors, having been enhanced by the extension charm to accommodate all the wizards of Hogwarts. The audience was not segregated by houses, and the young wizards bewilderedly searched for their companions. Slytherin sat elegantly in the center, Cedric near Eleanor, with Ravenclaw on the left and Gryffindor on the right. The tiered seating encircled a vast area, which was divided into 9 sections by an octagonal cage, the central platform serving as the dueling stage. Eleanor fanned herself leisurely, confiding in Draco, In truth, I envisioned that central section as a gilded cage. Draco with a smile described her profile. You truly possess a wicked sense of humor, Eleanor. Eleanor remained non-committal, glancing at Daphne below, whom she had entrusted with organizing the event, much to Blaze's growing unease. Daphne gestured to her companion, who whistled, and a group of vibrant young ladies in short skirts began to dance, capturing the attention of many youthful onlookers. The opening dance ignited the atmosphere, and wizards took to the stage according to draw numbers. Cedric awaited his turn, and upon glancing, he noticed a line of beautiful Hufflepuff girls cheering for Slytherin. When had the Hufflepuff Badgers become so friendly with Slytherin? Daphne, who preferred to remain in the shadows, would not admit that all this was orchestrated by her. The easygoing Badgers were indeed quite easy to sway. Only Slytherin had cheerleaders among the 4 houses. Others could hardly contain themselves, as Gryffindor girls rushed down to cheer for their own. Yet they paled in comparison to the organized spectacle of the Badgers, who had costumes, dances, chants, and structure. The leading girl was Noli Putt, a third year from Slytherin, who had approached Daphne to propose the cheerleading squad, and it appeared to be quite effective. Daphne certainly had many clever ideas, Blaze remarked languidly, while Theodore scoffed, Your jealousy is palpable. You could easily compete with Eleanor. Blaze shot Theodore a glance and fell silent. On the stage, wizards exchanged spells and combat maneuvers. Those with excellent marksmanship used powder-filled guns to defeat their opponents before they could cast spells, resulting in defeated wizards leaving the stage with dust on their chests. Among them, Dennis Lestrange shone particularly bright, compelling even wizards from other houses to acknowledge the exceptional prowess of this Slytherin. Dennis adeptly countered spellcasting wizards with his own magic and skillfully subdued the combat-savvy lions without ever losing in marksmanship. Eleanor was satisfied with the expressions of the surrounding wizards. Dennis Lestrange was their chosen star of the association, having undergone specialized training with William throughout the entire holiday. After eliciting gasps of admiration, Dennis altered his combat approach. As a wizard raised his wand to chant, Dennis swiftly moved in, locking his arm around the wizard's neck and pointing an imaginary gun at his temple. Bang! You lose. The audience erupted with uncontrollable cheers as Dennis awaited his next opponent with grace. George Weasley, with his tousled red hair, climbed into the octagonal cage, exclaiming, "Wow! This is so cool. You've truly stolen the show." Dennis smiled modestly, his hair still impeccably in place despite multiple matches, maintaining his elegance. "Go ahead," he invited. George prepared for close combat, but Dennis casually drew a silver handgun and aimed it at George's head. Hey, aren't you going to fight me? You're taking this too seriously," George teased, raising his hands in jest while subtly shifting his position. "To defeat you quickly, I need not expend effort in combat," George shrugged, casting an ironclad charm upon himself, knowing that the powder-filled gun would be ineffective against it. Dennis skillfully engaged with George, his movements elegant and incisive, captivating the audience. George, feeling toyed with, could no longer laugh. "Are you mocking me? Show me your true strength. I don't require your leniency." Dennis shrugged regretfully, red-haired lion. "If that is your request, then as you wish." George tensed, and Dennis gripped his black wand, casting swiftly, Expelliarmus. Chapter 38. Dennis Lestrange. George Weasley was forcefully ejected from the arena, causing an uproar among the audience. The Slytherins smiled gracefully, while Gryffindors were stunned by Dennis's formidable display. Though George was known for his mischievous antics, he was no weakling, and Dennis was remarkable to be able to cast spells instantaneously in his third year, demonstrating considerable power. The Wizards did not desire to be flung away. Dennis smoothly advanced to the finals within the octagonal cage. Fred Weasley, one of the Weasley twins, also reached the finals, intrigued by the boy who had sent his brother flying. Yet fate did not pair them against each other. Dennis showcased his abilities with a 360-degree display, making it evident to all that he was not exerting his full strength. During the Final Four match, Fred Weasley eagerly faced Dennis, cautiously casting an ironclad charm, preparing to defeat him with his handgun and magic. Dennis's movements were swift. Fred's handgun could not aim accurately at him, and he could not cast spells instantaneously. As Dennis approached, Fred decisively abandoned his prior preparations, bracing himself for combat. Yet Dennis leisurely aimed his handgun at him. Fred Weasley sought to swiftly approach and confront him, but Dennis fired several shots at his heart. Although the paintballs would not cause harm, the sting upon impact was quite painful. Unwilling to accept defeat, Fred clutched his chest, his heart racing, casting a glance at Dennis before turning to leave the dueling arena. "Oh, Fred, you couldn't possibly best that Slytherin," George Weasley mocked, wrapping an arm around his brother's neck without reservation. Fred Weasley, unusually silent, pressed his hand tightly against his rapidly beating heart, fixating on Dennis on the stage. They had not heard Dennis utter a word before he fired. Clenching his fist, Fred thought bitterly of the sentimental Slytherin. The final match pitted Dennis against Cedric, a rather formidable Hufflepuff wizard who surprisingly did not falter, and exhibited remarkable strength. "You have compelled me to recognize Hufflepuff. It seems they are not merely a collection of mediocre individuals." Cedric, unfazed by Dennis's provocations, smiled gently, expressing his honor to be his opponent. Dennis sheathed his wand, glancing at Daphne in the audience. He intended to resolve this cheerful little badger with a combination of combat and his handgun. Cedric also put away his wand, briefly eyeing Eleanor's position, his gaze flickering before looking resignedly at Dennis. "Let us begin." Dennis's fighting style radiated a brutal elegance, the sound of his strikes against Cedric resonating in the stands. Cedric, taken aback by Dennis's strength, struggled to defend himself. Dennis attempted to resolve the conflict with his handgun, but Cedric proved surprisingly agile. After 2 missed shots, Dennis pressed his lips together and holstered the weapon, squinting at Cedric. "You possess some skill." Naturally, the duel among Hogwarts' young wizards was not meant to end in fatality. Dennis straightened up, leisurely loosening his tie and wrapping it around his hand, flashing a smile at Cedric. He had captured the audience's full attention. His tie-unraveling gesture elicited gasps from the young wizards. Cedric, with a serious demeanor, poised himself for the impending clash. The nature of Dennis's assault transformed, adopting a fierce yet graceful finesse. He swept Cedric off his feet, lunging to pin him down while swiftly binding his wrists with the tie, pressing the handgun against his throat with a nonchalant grin. "Cedric, you have lost." Cedric turned his head in mild resignation. "You are indeed quite formidable." Daphne, with her exceptional oratory skills, elevated the conclusion to a crescendo, while Eleanor presented the award to Dennis alongside Draco, the monetary prize eliciting gasps from the gathered wizards. Eleanor adorned Dennis with a pure gold medal from the platter, and the individuals on stage exchanged silent glances, an unspoken understanding passing among them. Dennis emerged as Hogwarts' new star, handsome, elegant, and powerful. Despite being a Slytherin, many wizards from other houses admired him with genuine fondness. Ron, aware of Eleanor's association organizing a combat ceremony, noted that George and Fred had participated. Listening to the chatter of young wizards in the hall discussing Dennis Lestrange, he scoffed, another ploy from that Black. Harry had grown accustomed to Ron's bias against Black. His own dark circles under the eyes were a result of Professor Lockhart's nightly insistence on responding to fan letters, while Dobby had unexpectedly appeared before him during the holidays. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, was taken aback, nearly crying out in fright. Unable to escape in time, he found himself entangled with Dobby, who, unbeknownst to him, had taken to kitchen chores and frequently emerged to pester him, a fact Harry lamented. Hermione, having witnessed the combat ceremony, cast a sidelong glance at Ron. You miss seeing the strength of Dennis Lestrange. His fighting skills are impressive, his aim precise, and he even casts spells instantaneously. His hair remained perfectly in place till the end. Ron, lost in thought, chuckled softly. Are you certain that Dennis Lestrange is not just another first-year Malfoy, reeking of hair gel? Hermione chose not to respond to Ron's remarks, as two Ravenclaw wizards approached her, prompting her to rise and depart without a word to Ron. Furrowing his brow, Ron turned to Harry. Don't you think Hermione seems different from before? Harry scratched his head. Perhaps she is just busy. Busy with what? Is Miss Know-It-All intent on dedicating herself to Slytherin? Ron grumbled, taking a hefty bite of chicken leg. Since the start of school, she hardly walks with us anymore. Harry failed to comprehend Ron's perspective. Wasn't she just eating with us? Ron shot Harry a glare, focusing intently on his meal in silence. After days of hearing about the combat ceremony, Harry's curiosity about Eleanor's association grew. He discussed it with Ron, who, upon learning of Harry's interest in joining, became visibly animated. Are you planning to betray Gryffindor as well? Harry pressed his lips together in resignation. The association trains wizards and teaches us shooting. Everyone also studies magic, and many have become quite powerful. Ron reacted strongly, leading to a fallout between them. Ron was Harry's first friend, and he cared deeply for Ron's feelings. Even though he was curious about the association, he refrained from joining, often engaging with other wizards in discussions that only fueled his desire to participate, especially since a majority of Hogwarts' wizards had already joined. Eleanor had not anticipated Harry's level of restraint. Clearly, he was bursting with curiosity yet reluctant to engage. Blaise brought news that Harry and Ron had a severe argument over joining the association. Eleanor raised an eyebrow, realizing Potter indeed valued friendship. An idea struck her, and she turned to Daphne, recalling how their previous conflicts had been mediated by Granger. What has she been up to lately? Daphne covered her mouth with a smile. She has befriended knowledgeable young wizards who admire her, studying together. Granger seems so happy that she has forgotten about those two. Draco scoffed, that Granger resembles a Ravenclaw bookworm. Yet she ended up in Gryffindor. Eleanor chuckled softly. Indeed, why is that? She lacked the patience to wait for Harry to dither about joining the association. She turned to Theodore. You will handle this matter. Chapter 39, Invitation. Draco had been elusive these past few days, while Eleanor remained absorbed in her research, scrutinizing the report in her hands. Hermione, engrossed in her studies in magic, had formed several amicable friendships with Ravenclaws. Harry often lingered near the Research Institute, intrigued by the unfamiliar concepts of Muggle firearms in combat. Daphne, Draco has been training for half a month now. If you do not visit him soon, he might just devour Theodore, Daphne remarked, knocking on Eleanor's office door and leaning closer to observe her expression. Draco has not invited me to watch. I have no interest in Quidditch. I fail to see the allure of soaring through the skies on a broom. Eleanor critiqued sharply, raising her documents to shield her gaze from Daphne's probing. When did you become so concerned about Theodore? Daphne summoned a house elf for a cup of coffee, leisurely savoring it as she sat back in her chair. You know, I have a sister. She is truly a golden-haired, blue-eyed sweetheart, but our beliefs are starkly opposed. I am a fervent supporter of blood purity, while my sister harbors goodwill towards Muggles. Daphne shrugged. My father has only us 2 daughters. One of us will likely be married off for an alliance. It's the tradition of pure-blood families, isn't it? My father, like me, is a supporter of blood purity. Our betrothed will surely be from one of the 28 pure-blood families. Daphne grimaced in distaste. A bunch of useless layabouts. Just imagine. In a family alliance predicated on blood supremacy, the bride is a wizard sympathetic to Muggles. We can easily predict her fate. Though our relationship is not the best, I do not wish for my sister to suffer. Daphne's fingers traced circles around the bottom of her cup, a forced smile gracing her lips. If a union is to be, I would prefer to choose someone with whom I can coexist harmoniously, rather than pairing with any random scoundrel. There are certainly older wizards vying for my attention. Yet they are woefully mediocre and rather unappealing in appearance. A light thought crossed Daphne's mind, and she chuckled softly. Although Theodore's father is a Death Eater, he himself is not, and besides, we both share the ideology of pureblood supremacy. Moreover, he is quite handsome, is he not? I find Theodore's brooding and melancholic demeanor quite alluring, and most importantly, he possesses considerable skill. His potion-making rivals that of Draco, rendering him not merely a decorative flower vase. Eleanor tapped her fan thoughtfully, gazing at Daphne. Then why not choose Blaise? Daphne rolled her eyes dramatically at the ceiling, not at all ladylike. Blaise? Spare me, Eleanor. I'm not fond of darker skin tones. To be blunt, he is as emotionally fickle as his mother. Theodore, who is capable and clean-cut, is far more appealing. Eleanor nodded in understanding. So, are you planning to arrange a marriage for yourself to ensure your sister inherits the family legacy? Daphne laughed with a sparkle in her eyes, her radiance more pronounced and dazzling than ever. Why shouldn't I inherit the family? The Greengrasses and the Knot family united will bear me 2 children. And I shall not overlook either lineage. My sister is ill-suited for the treachery that permeates pureblood society. She shall live her life in honesty, and I will protect her. Eleanor smiled gently. What a splendid ambition. She paused, her violet eyes searching Daphne's. But will Theodore choose you? Do I need him to choose me? It is his fortune that I have my eye on him. Who else would look upon such a sullen and dreary individual? He is both sharp-tongued and cunning. With a mind consumed by pureblood ideals, what girl would wish to marry him? The thought of sharing a life with him leaves me breathless. The noble Greengrasses should consider themselves fortunate that he has caught their eye, given that his father follows that dim-witted man. Our family is neither Death Eater nor Order of the Phoenix. Is that not wise enough? Do I require his selection? Who cares? Eleanor smiled as she observed Daphne's indignation. Daphne barely managed to rein in her emotions, wishing only to vent her frustrations on Blaise. After bidding Eleanor farewell, she stormed off. The following day, Draco, upon seeing Eleanor, seemed tongue-tied, hesitating to speak. Eleanor calmly munched on her dry toast, unfazed as she made her way to potions class. Snape continued to excel in his role, unleashing his venom upon every Gryffindor lion, with particular attention paid to Harry. Draco, distracted, sharpened his fangs, even as Harry floundered in a frenzy, glorying in the deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor, without a hint of schadenfreude. On the way to defense against the dark arts, Draco turned to gaze at Eleanor's silvery hair glistening in the sunlight, her translucent profile enchanting. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her wrist. Eleanor turned to him, arching her left eyebrow. Draco pressed his lips together, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. I've been performing admirably in Quidditch. Would you care to watch my practice this afternoon? Anxiously awaiting Eleanor's response, he knew she held little interest in all matters broomstick-related, preferring to remain in the cold office perusing tedious documents. Eleanor placed her hand upon the back of Draco's, her gray-blue eyes shimmering as she offered a smile that could only be described as tender. Of course, Draco. If it is you, I shall go. The blush on Draco's face deepened, spreading down to his neck, and he stood there dazed, until he realized Eleanor had already walked away. As he made his way to the pitch, he glanced back repeatedly, searching for Eleanor's figure. In the center of the front row of the stands, she stood, surrounded by a few indistinguishable figures. Eleanor and Draco locked eyes from afar, and she waved her arm, prompting Draco to mount his broom, his training performance remarkably impressive. Truly a platinum-haired firecracker. Who would have thought that Draco could experience a moment of self-doubt? Blaise drawled, and Eleanor frowned lightly, sensing another bout of unwelcome commentary on the horizon. I've been playing with brooms since childhood. Joined the Quidditch team in second year as a seeker. Yet it took me half a month to gather the courage to invite you. Blaise shook his head in disbelief, stealing glances at Eleanor's reaction. Eleanor displayed no reaction, turning slightly to the side as she opened her fan, not granting Blaise even a glance. If you're so idle, deliver the statistical records of the association members to me. Remember, in triplicate. Blaise stared at her in disbelief. What? There are over 700 members in the association. Unmoved, Eleanor replied, what? Are you even more incompetent than I thought? It's merely a statistical report. Your reaction disappoints me. She sighed dramatically. Daphne, Blaise quickly interrupted. I'll do it right away. He shot a glare at Daphne as he turned, determined not to let her usurp his responsibilities. He would excel at this. Eleanor extended her hand, looking at Daphne. How old is your sister? 11. She is also a new student this year. Clearly, she had never observed them together. It seemed the external relationship was indeed as ordinary as Daphne had described. She has joined the association, working in logistics with those Hufflepuffs. It appears as you said. You can foster a bond with your sister. I have tasks for her to undertake. Eleanor mused, her gaze drifting to Harry, who was darting about on another field. It was not a good sign that Potter was outside our circle. Wasn't he curious about the association? It was time to introduce a potent potion. She glanced at Theodore, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that arrangements had already been made. The Gryffindors in the association were eager to engage with Potter. Eleanor smiled with satisfaction, continuing to watch the platinum-haired figure on the field. Though she still did not comprehend the allure of Quidditch, Draco appeared more vigorous than ever, more captivating than before. Chapter 40. The Training Room. Harry recently felt both elated and troubled. He had made numerous acquaintances within the action department of the Magical and Scientific Research Association. The Gryffindor Lions recounted their training experiences as if they were grand adventures, further piquing his curiosity about the action department. Ron remained somewhat aloof, while Hermione was preoccupied with her studies and magical research, inquiring during lunch about the nature of Harry's dispute with Ron. Harry bitterly recounted their argument, and Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry's eyes. Do you wish to join the association? Is it to be part of the action department? Harry fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, blushing as he nodded. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The action department is predominantly filled with Gryffindor students, after all, as they find it challenging to resist the allure of combat and technological weaponry. Hermione smiled, recalling the association's daily activities. You have great potential, Harry. Joining the association founded by Black, a Slytherin, is not disgraceful. Ron harbors an irreconcilable bias against Malfoy, yet Malfoy serves as the vice president of the association. In truth, I would prefer you to join. You know I am just a wizard of Muggle descent. Despite my diligence in studying, I still feel the gap in lineage compared to those pureblood wizards. Hermione had grown comfortable expressing these sentiments, having spent time with Ravenclaw and reaping many rewards. The research department contained numerous magical tomes and scientific texts. It was a veritable treasure trove. Hermione produced her badge. I know that acquiring an alchemical item in the wizarding world is exceedingly rare, yet every wizard in the association possesses one. This is a protective alchemical item given to us by Black. It is said to withstand the killing curse. Tenderly stowing the badge away, Hermione lifted the statistical report in her hand. The Weasley twins are also in the action department. They have made significant progress. I believe they can now duel with ordinary adult wizards. Your talent is formidable as well, Harry. The association will be of great benefit to you. Though of course, this is merely my perspective. Harry was filled with emotion. Yet he was a person who valued relationships, and his circle of friends was rather limited. The conflict between Ron and myself had yet to be resolved, and I feared that joining the association would lead Ron to sever our friendship entirely. Moreover, my previous interactions with both Black and Malfoy had not been particularly amiable. Harry felt a pang of shame. He indeed harbored unwarranted prejudice against Black, and found himself nursing some resentment towards Snape. Black, unlike Ron, though a Slytherin, warmly welcomed every wizard to join the association, and the Hufflepuff wizards even had a spacious snack room. Hermione, with her mature demeanor, comforted Harry, assuring him, I am your friend. But Black personally invited me to be her secretary. I have done nothing, yet I have gained so much from her. Hermione patted Harry on the shoulder, suggesting that he consider it a Quidditch practice, noting that he wouldn't encounter Black and her peers at the Institute, as they typically trained in the President's chamber. And given your curiosity, why not see for yourself? Hermione produced a jade token engraved with a skull and a serpent. With this in hand, no one will obstruct your passage. Casting a glance at the time, Hermione bid farewell and departed. Gripping the token tightly, Harry, burdened with thoughts, had a restless dinner before pacing to the entrance of the Institute. 8 wizards stood guard at the door, and gathering his courage, Harry approached. At a distance of 5 steps from the wizards, one raised a hand to halt his advance, demanding, show your identification. Flustered, Harry raised the token and anxiously awaited the wizard's directions, hastening inside. Inside the first-floor hall, a few Hufflepuff wizards were engaged in conversation, while at the central reception sat 2 lovely mute girls. Harry wished to avoid interaction, so he adhered closely to the wall as he ascended to the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were brightly lit, but through the glass, Harry could scarcely spot anyone. One room at the staircase had its door ajar, and as Harry approached, he beheld a witch with golden, wavy hair and striking blue eyes, her face adorned with 2 dimples. Upon realizing his presence, the witch smiled at him for quite some time, causing Harry to redden and feel somewhat clumsy. Are you Harry Potter? She inquired. Harry awkwardly scratched his head, replying yes. Do you know me? She rose and approached him, stopping just before Harry. Of course I know you. The renowned boy of the wizarding world. The girl extended her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Astoria Greengrass. Blushing, Harry shook her hand, quickly withdrawing his touch. I haven't seen you here before. Are you with the logistics department? Astoria gestured for Harry to enter. Harry clumsily walked to the table where Astoria had just been seated. No. I'm heading to the Department of Action. I was merely passing through. Astoria nodded. The combat department is on the 3rd floor. I have observed their training before. You must be quite skilled too. I am not skilled at all. I haven't even trained, Harry admitted, glancing down at the potions on the table. Were you just preparing potions? Yes, the wizards in the combat department are frequently injured, and we are running low on supplies. They come to train every day. Even when hurt. Astoria spread her hands in exasperation. If you get injured while training in the combat department, you can come find me. With a wink, she added. I can prepare better potions for you. That is a privilege granted to me by the president. At a loss for words. Harry felt a mix of gratitude and confusion as Astoria kindly escorted him upstairs. You're late today. We need to see if there are any vacant spots in the training rooms. They searched each room in turn, finding wizards training vigorously, sweat pouring down. Yet not a single room was available. Ah, what a pity, Astoria sighed. I wanted to see the savior's prowess. Harry's gaze darted around, avoiding eye contact. I'm not that impressive. I might disappoint you. Just a second-year wizard who defeated the Dark Lord's avatar? You are being overly modest, Harry. Those few must be soaring high in pride. Astoria replied with a joyful smile. Those few? Harry inquired. Astoria laughed heartily. The Weasley twins. They are keen on pranks and love to flaunt their achievements. The vice president has clashed with them numerous times. Harry silently acknowledged Fred and George's prowess. Ah. Let's go there. Astoria exclaimed, grabbing Harry's wrist, her blue eyes sparkling under the lights. My sister's training room is often empty. She always sneaks into the president's training room. I'll sneak you in. You can train there. Astoria led Harry to the end of the corridor, and took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. The decor on the 5th floor was markedly more opulent, leaving Harry in awe. This is the place, Astoria said, standing before a metal door. After a few moments of fiddling, she opened it and pulled Harry inside. What would you like to train in? Combat spells or firearms? She casually picked up a handgun from the table, and fired 10 shots at a target. I only hit 4 times. I haven't even reached the bullseye, Astoria lamented. Lowering the gun with a sigh. You did quite well, Harry offered, trying to encourage her. Astoria chuckled. I almost thought you were mocking me. But then I realized you're not that kind of person. Blushing under Astoria's eager gaze, Harry awkwardly handled the handgun, attempting to fire a shot. The recoil jolted his arm. His accuracy was dismal. Yet Astoria did not mock him, instead suggesting they train together in this room in the future. Chapter 41. The Nimbus 2001. Eleanor had recently begun to carve out some time to watch Draco train at the Quidditch pitch. Each training session saw Draco brimming with energy, yet the dilapidated decor of the viewing stands rendered Eleanor increasingly dispirited. I don't want to come tomorrow. Why is this viewing area so drafty and devoid of a single chair? Eleanor lamented, the cramped confines of the stands unable to accommodate her comfortable chair. Draco will be upset. It has always been like this at Hogwarts. Just look at these ancient marks, Blaise shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. Has your Ravenclaw girlfriend, Annalise, stopped troubling you? Eleanor waved her fan, too weary to spare Blaise even a glance, toying with the Ravenclaw's feelings. I would love to see if what's around your neck is a quaffle, or if you could simply keep your mouth shut. Daphne, delighting in the drama, leaned against Theodore's shoulder, prompting him to push her away and change his position. Daphne shot Theodore a glare before stepping forward to squeeze past Blaise and stand beside Eleanor. Malfoy is a board member. You could mention it to Draco. He would be more than happy to renovate the viewing area for you. Eleanor twirled her fan, remaining silent. The September sun was making her uncomfortable. I truly don't understand what's so entertaining about Quidditch. After that day, Draco no longer spotted Eleanor at the Quidditch pitch. He searched every corner of the viewing stands, but found not a single strand of silver hair. Draco, you're distracted. Be careful, or the bludger will break your bones. Marcus Flint admonished, clapping Draco on the shoulder with unceremonious force. The rough-and-tumble Marcus Flint possessed strength beyond measure, and Draco, caught off guard, nearly toppled from his broom. Flint. Watch it. You almost knocked me off, Draco scowled, clearly displeased that this brutish oaf dared to lay hands on a Malfoy. Marcus Flint, undeterred by Draco's warning, teasingly winked at him, looking for Black. Her father donated some funds for repairs to Hogwarts. They're planning to renovate the viewing area. Though Headmaster Dumbledore isn't entirely on board. Draco lifted his chin and scoffed, I certainly know that. No need for your input, you oaf. With that, Draco turned and soared away, while Marcus Flint, unfazed by the nickname Draco had given him, hastened to pursue. Under the influence of galleons, the pace of the renovations advanced swiftly. After training that day, Draco found Eleanor in the Slytherin common room. What are you doing here? I was just about to head to the Institute to look for you. Draco settled himself on the armrest to the left of Eleanora, casting a glance down at the hardcover book nestled in her hands. An animagus? Have you already begun delving into fifth-year spells? The remnants of post-exercise warmth clung to Draco, his overpowering presence rendering Eleanora somewhat uneasy. She closed the book, straightened her posture, and with an unflinching demeanor, deftly shifted the subject. I'm here waiting for you. You're waiting for me? Draco raised an eyebrow in surprise, his slate blue eyes glistening with intrigue. Eleanora rose and approached the long table, lightly tapping a box wrapped in green velvet. This is for you. Draco scrutinized Eleanora, then the box, his platinum hair shimmering brightly. May I open it here? Eleanora resumed her seat on the sofa. It's a gift for you, so of course. Draco unveiled the box to reveal a glossy, obsidian-hued Firebolt 2001. His eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced between the broom and Eleanora. By Merlin's beard, it's a Firebolt 2001. The Firebolt 2001 is nothing extraordinary, Eleanora remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed the sparkle in his eyes. If you're to play Quidditch, you must possess the finest, don't you think? Draco blinked, a cherubic smile spreading across his face in the flickering light of the fireplace. Of course. My father was willing to gift it to me last year. But he ceased once I began training. He feigned a pitiful expression, subtly disparaging his father's wise judgment. You need not worry. As the pampered child of the Malfoy family, you shall have all that you desire. However, as the heir to the Malfoy legacy, you are not permitted to indulge in frivolities. Your uncle harbors significant expectations for you. Eleanora reached out, patting his arm, her heart softening at the sight of the now handsome Draco, a stark contrast to his previously iron-hearted demeanor. Realizing that Eleanora was particularly affable today, Draco composed himself, lowering his gaze to exhale a soft sigh. I haven't seen you in the stands for several days. Hogwarts is somewhat antiquated. I'll attend once the stands are refurbished. Eleanora's expression remained unchanged as she averted her gaze. Even Weasley has someone attending his matches daily, yet I do not. A faint blush crept across Draco's cheeks as he suppressed his embarrassment and continued his performance. Potter occupies too much of your thoughts. You need not measure yourself against him. If winning the Quidditch match can shift your focus away from Potter, then so be it. Draco scoffed lightly. I will undoubtedly surpass Potter. You must come watch my training and witness my progress. Eleanora rested her chin upon her hand, watching Draco squint slightly as the firelight danced upon his platinum locks. Very well, I shall attend. Draco, what has Mrs. Malfoy sent you in terms of snacks? Crabbe queried, mouthful of pudding. What? How did you know Eleanora gifted me a Firebolt 2001? Draco elegantly sliced into a lamb chop, not bothering to glance back. Goyle rolled his eyes and handed a cup of pumpkin juice to the choking Crabbe. Anna still ignores me. Do you think a sapphire hairpin or a rose quartz clip would suit her better? Blaise pondered, glancing at the two hair accessories on the table, seeking Draco's opinion. Would you like to see the Firebolt 2001 Eleanora gifted me? For your sake, Blaise, I shall begrudgingly allow it. I'll showcase it once we return to the dormitory. Blaise gazed at the haughty Draco, rendered speechless by the audacity. Draco, have you completed the essay on Dragon Root Potion that Professor Snape assigned? Theodore asked, engrossed in his herbology tome without lifting his head. Even you wish to see the Firebolt 2001 Eleanora gifted me? I never expected you to have such aspirations, Draco remarked, generously flashing the exquisitely wrapped Firebolt 2001 at Theodore. Theodore stared vacantly at Draco before rising abruptly to leave. Draco, I couldn't find Eleanora. Please stamp this document. Daphne pointed to the bottom right corner, while glancing at the other papers in her hands. Eleanora sent me the Firebolt. Eleanora gifted you an exquisite and expensive Firebolt 2001? That is simply marvelous. Stamp here, please. Daphne held the document before Draco with an expression bordering on insistent. I can see it, Daphne. You're being quite unreasonable. However, considering your discerning taste, I shall forgive you. Draco retrieved the vice president's seal and stamped it, graciously returning the document to her. Daphne snatched the document back with a dramatic eye roll. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 42 Whispers. Hey, Astoria. Astoria, clutching her textbooks, turned to see Harry, bent over and panting. Her eyes crinkled in a smile. Harry, have you just finished exercising? Harry chuckled in response. Yes, I just finished training. I wanted to tell you that I'm not actually a member of that association. A hint of awkwardness washed over him as he adjusted his glasses. Astoria bent down to meet his emerald gaze. I already know that. The proximity allowed Harry to catch a whiff of the jasmine fragrance wafting from Astoria, causing his cheeks to flush as he took a step back. I want to join the association, and was wondering if there's anything I need to prepare. Astoria straightened up, extracting a gilded application form from her book. Her azure eyes sparkled with delight. Here you go. I've had it ready for you. Harry accepted the application in astonishment, momentarily stunned by the sight of the Captain S application for Team 11. A Captain S application? Indeed. You excel at Quidditch and your spellwork is commendable. I believe your athletic and combat skills will be remarkable as well. Astoria blinked playfully, her excitement palpable. I obtained this directly from the president. Harry nervously clenched the hem of his shirt, murmuring his thanks. Astoria approached him to explain how to fill it out, maintaining a safe distance as the heat rose in Harry's cheeks. I'll take my leave now. I'll come find you for dinner. Astoria waved at Harry before turning to depart. Around the corner, Ginny Weasley, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, observed Harry standing frozen in place, noting the flush of his ears. Clutching her worn notebook tightly, Ginny seemed to sense something, her eyes vacant as she turned and walked away. Eleanora swiftly approved Harry's application, placing the pin and Captain S armband into a box, and pushing it towards Astoria. Take this to him. Astoria nodded and exited the office. Eleanora approached the window. The dark lake beneath the night sky obscured, her gaze unfocused as she glanced at the time before departing. Harry, unfortunately, found himself once again conscripted by Lockhart, laboring over an array of torturous replies. He drifted aimlessly, his mind clouded. Come here, let me tear you apart, let me kill you. Once more, that peculiar, untraceable voice echoed in his mind, causing Harry to tense and scan his surroundings. Who is it who keeps playing these tricks? In the shadows of the corner, Eleanora stood at ease, casting a disillusionment charm to peer at Harry in his distressed state. This strange voice had haunted him countless times, and Harry pounded his head in frustration, beginning to doubt his own sanity. The voice seemed to cling to him, and with a pallid complexion, he hurried back to the dormitory. Eleanora stepped into the spot where Harry had just paused, listening intently, yet the silence enveloped her, leaving her with nothing to hear. She refused to believe that Harry was insane, and with a contemplative frown, Eleanora returned to her dormitory. That peculiar voice, was it something only he could hear? Harry, preoccupied with classes, training, and combat, found the darkness beneath his eyes growing ever more pronounced. Astoria encountered him as he emerged from the washroom, startled by his pallor. Merlin's socks, what's wrong with you, Harry? Astoria exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. Harry's complexion was far from healthy. Me fine, eri straightened. Forcing a wan smile. Who would believe that? How long has it been since you last slept? Astoria furrowed her brows, observing Harry's pallor, which rivaled that of Filch. Harry slumped against the wall, shoulders drooping as he muttered, Well, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I've been plagued by nightmares. This won't do, Astoria declared. You should forego training today and rest properly. She led him to a lounge on the third floor, drew open a drawer to ignite a jasmine-scented candle, and placed a small dish of potion on a low flame to warm. You need to recuperate. Astoria gently urged him onto the bed, and Harry lay there, awkwardly stiff amid the soft, inviting blankets. I'll call for you later, just relax. This will greatly aid your slumber. Astoria extinguished the light and stood at the doorway, offering him a soft smile. Sweet dreams, Harry. As Harry watched Astoria fade into the shadows, he stared blankly at the ceiling, though he could discern nothing. Sleep soon overtook him, and with a tilt of his head, he drifted into slumber. Harry was abruptly roused by a vigorous shake, nearly springing upright and colliding forehead first with a delicate, warm skin. He heard Astoria exclaim in pain and promptly opened his eyes. Oh, what have I done? Are you all right? He rushed to ask, supporting Astoria, who was cradling her chin, tears brimming in her eyes, her brows knitted in annoyance. Astoria shot him a glare, rubbing her sore jaw. You nearly knocked me senseless. Harry offered a nervous laugh and uttered some conciliatory words, which made Astoria chuckle, though it drew a wince from her as her chin throbbed. Seeing her in such a state made Harry scratch his head and laugh as well. I couldn't wake you last night, Astoria huffed lightly then. As if struck by a thought, added, if you don't leave me, I might become a night wanderer. I had to go. I didn't know your schedule and was concerned you had classes in the morning, so I brought 2 toasts and an orange from the dining hall. Astoria handed the lunchbox to Harry, and stood to clear away the burnt candle and dish. Harry opened the lunchbox to find it filled with bacon and a fried egg. He watched as Astoria pulled back the curtains, her soft golden hair dancing in the gentle breeze, before she settled at the table to enjoy the lovingly prepared breakfast. You slept so soundly, your complexion looks much improved today. Astoria poured a glass of water and placed it beside Harry. My aromatherapy and potion work wonders, don't they? My father often suffers from insomnia and frequently relies on them to sleep. Quite effective, thank you, Harry replied, his smile warm and gentle. Astoria regarded him with surprise, as if she had glimpsed something extraordinary. I'll bring you some to take home, but don't overuse it. I worry you might oversleep. What kind of nightmare left you looking so haggard? Astoria, maintaining her composure, deftly shifted the topic as she disposed of the flowers in the vase, replacing them with the champagne-colored roses she had brought. I often hear strange sounds, hissing, though it seems no one else can hear them. Relaxed yet troubled, Harry shared his experiences, glancing at Astoria with anticipation, hoping for her insight due to her lineage from the ancient Greengrass family. Do you know what it could be? Astoria pondered for a moment, shaking her head regretfully. I am the second daughter in my family. I am not privy to many matters. I shall inquire with my sister, for she possesses considerable knowledge. Noticing Harry's disappointment as he lowered his gaze, Astoria reached out to cover his hand with hers, her azure eyes shimmering with brightness and conviction. Yes, you. It cannot be anything dreadful. Only you can hear it. Perhaps it is a sign meant for you. Do not dwell on it too heavily, Harry. Harry's face flushed instantly, and he withdrew his hand, leaping to his feet. I must get to class. The two parted ways on the first floor, one ascending while the other descended. Ginny Weasley's countenance darkened further as she fixed her gaze upon Astoria's retreating figure, muttering to herself. A note. Why do I consistently write about the chemistry between Astoria and Harry? Are you inclined towards a Harry-Astoria pairing or a Ginny-Harry one? I find myself quite conflicted regarding Harry's romantic entanglements. Please indicate your preference below. If you'd rather not see certain pairings, I shall proceed with the original storyline. If you favor Harry-Astoria, I shall continue to develop that thread. If you prefer Ginny-Harry, I will enhance Ginny's appearances. Harry-Astoria is here. Ginny-Harry is here. Chapter 43, Rumors. Strange hissing sounds. Audible only to Potter? Daphne shrugged her shoulders in bewilderment. Yes, that's what my sister said. It's truly peculiar. I hope Potter isn't losing his mind. Do not speak ill of Daphne. Potter is a normal individual, at least for now, Eleanor noted, tapping her fingers against the fan, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. My reading is still insufficient. Since this was heard at Hogwarts, it must be linked to the school. Eleanor instructed Daphne to gather school rumors. After Daphne departed, she retrieved a piece of parchment and, after some deliberation, composed a letter to Lucius with ornate prose. The following day, Eleanor received a reply, which she perused before handing it to Draco. It revealed that the one casting the Confundus charm was Theodore. My father mentioned that in 1943, Hagrid was raising a dangerous creature that devoured a Muggle-born wizard. Draco expressed confusion, turning to Eleanor with a questioning look. Why has my father suddenly brought this up? Due to Potter's situation. You will understand soon, Draco. Eleanor calmly finished the cake on her plate, wiped her hands with a napkin, and looked at Daphne. This rumor is quite strange, but you may share it with Astoria. Potter and Hagrid have a good rapport, and we will uncover what transpired back then. Draco observed Eleanor and then Daphne, feeling quite dissatisfied with their cryptic exchange. Eleanor stood to head to class, reassuring Draco that she would update him after her investigation, affirming that she would watch his training for the entire week, which pacified him. Hagrid? Impossible. He is not that kind of person, Harry exclaimed with fervor. Astoria, startled, grasped her wrist, her azure eyes glistening with unshed tears as she weakly leaned against the wall, forcing a strained smile. I apologize for offending your friend, but this is all I could uncover. Perhaps it is all mere rumor. I have yet to complete my paper, so I must take my leave. Harry felt a twinge of uncertainty as he observed Astoria's tear-filled gaze, his frustration causing him to tug at his hair helplessly, staring blankly at her receding figure. Once again unfortunate enough to be summoned by Lockhart for correspondence, Harry found his patience for the defense against the dark arts professor dwindling to nearly nothing. He once more heard the strange sound, filled with a desire to angrily scream, wishing for this haunting presence to leave him be. Harry hurried back to the dormitory, where Ron immediately shifted his posture, coldly seated on the edge of the bed without acknowledging him. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and exited the dormitory. Oh Harry, so delightful to see you, Hagrid exclaimed warmly, enveloping his little friend in a hearty embrace as Fong barked excitedly at him. Harry was promptly seated and soon received a massive rock cake. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry bit into the rock cake with effort, forcing a stiff smile. Actually, I came to ask you something. What is it? I will share whatever I know, my friend. Hagrid blinked his beetle-like black eyes, fixing his gaze on Harry. I heard, Harry hesitated, about an incident at Hogwarts in 1943, supposedly involving you. That was not me, Hagrid exclaimed, waving his enormous hand animatedly. Not me nor Aragog. He is a good creature. Hagrid soon appeared to recall something, his head drooping in despair. But Myrtle died. What happened back then? Could you tell me, Hagrid? I believe it wasn't your fault. Oh, Harry, you are truly an angel. Hagrid fished out a handkerchief from somewhere, dabbing at the corners of his eyes. I was in my 3rd year when Myrtle was found dead in the girls' restroom. She was a witch from Ravenclaw. And following an investigation by the Ministry of Magic, it was determined that she had been murdered, prompting an extensive inquiry at Hogwarts. Reflecting on the past was not a source of joy for Hagrid. Later, Tom Riddle discovered Aragog and reported me. Ultimately, it was concluded that Moaning Myrtle had been killed by Aragog, leading to my expulsion. This was a grave injustice, as Aragog would never commit such an act. He is a good creature. Harry hastily sought to comfort him, voicing his confusion. Aragog, Harry sighed heavily, is an acromantula. I raised him since he was a hatchling. By Merlin's beard, Harry exclaimed in shock, struggling to find the right words, unable to grasp the creature's charm. He could only offer a few dry reassurances before taking his leave. The newly furnished viewing area had significantly enhanced comfort, and Eleanor found herself reclining in the soft chair, wishing to curl up in an ungraceful manner. Despite having attended numerous Quidditch practices, she still couldn't grasp the intricacies of the game, and felt herself growing drowsy. Draco, darling, your Firebolt 2001 is renowned. The entire Hogwarts is aware that it was a gift from Eleanor, Blaise teased with a grin. Less of your chatter, Blaise. Theodore sharply interjected, mocking Blaise's romantic endeavors, prompting Blaise to consider a duel. Daphne intervened, asserting that the Firebolt 2001 was incomparable to the 2000 model. Draco was already faster than Crabbe, and now even Crabbe on a broken broom could not catch him. What a pity, Daphne scoffed, crossing her arms and glancing at Blaise. No one gifted you a Firebolt 2001. Blaise's face shifted through a spectrum of colors as he gritted his teeth and turned away. You are becoming increasingly unlikable, Daphne. Daphne smiled sweetly as she looked back at Theodore, who appeared engrossed in his potion textbook, seemingly oblivious to their exchange. With Halloween approaching, Eleanor found herself more eager for Christmas. Draco walked backward in front of her, clutching their books, his platinum hair shimmering faintly in the dim light of the dungeon. Halloween allowed for beautiful dresses, as the dark robes were far from attractive. Eleanor was indeed looking forward to it. Daphne's taste was commendable. Draco, lost in thought, turned stiffly to walk alongside Eleanor, suddenly falling silent. As usual, Eleanor excelled in potions class, her thoughts drifting to her uncle and Professor Snape. Her uncle remained unresponsive, and Professor Snape appeared increasingly haggard. The once vibrant bat had grown sallow and gaunt. Draco noted the change in Professor Snape as well. He was evidently in a foul mood, and Gryffindor's gem supply was nearly depleted, prompting McGonagall to have a word with him. Uncertain of the ailment afflicting him, Eleanor's father had some connections at St. Mungo's, but Professor Snape had declined assistance. Draco was equally perplexed. He had only met Eleanor's uncle a few times. It was not a physical ailment but rather something of the soul, a malady for which no one in the wizarding world could provide a remedy. Eleanor's expression was impassive, her violet eyes slightly unfocused. Draco observed Eleanor's profile, her voice calm, yet he sensed an underlying sorrow within her. Suddenly he grasped her wrist, the warmth of his touch jolting Eleanor back to reality. Turning to face Draco, the setting sun enveloped him in a golden hue, making it difficult for her to discern his features, yet she felt certain he was smiling. It's all right, Eleanor. Together, we will find a way. Chapter 44. A Farce. On the eve of Halloween, Daphne found herself increasingly favored, determined to adorn Eleanor as the most enchanting sight at Hogwarts, while hastily selecting a bloody bride costume for herself. Having received numerous benefits from Draco, Daphne proudly raised her chin. Her costume would be that of a platinum ghost. Do your utmost, Draco, she chuckled with a malicious delight. Draco penned a letter to Narcissa overnight, commissioning a bespoke platinum suit from a tailor, the highlight being a cloak adorned with intricate golden tassels. Ladies' costumes were always time-consuming. Daphne prepared a platinum baroque chiffon gown. Layers of white silk cascaded below her knees, with an outer layer of chiffon extending to the floor. The chiffon was embroidered with skulls and pentagrams in gold thread, while the silk bore irregular long lines. Her arms were adorned with golden spells embroidered up to her chest, and the floor-length veil embellished with pearls and gold trim was irresistible in its splendor. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, The platinum suit suited the platinum-haired young master perfectly, causing Eleanor to glance at him more than once. Rumor had it that this year's ball would not be heavily attended, as nearly headless Nick had invited many to his death day party. Blaise had switched to another beautiful partner, though it was a tedious affair with few Slytherins in attendance. Blaise pushed away his pouting companion, teasing Draco, "Why so silent?" Draco stared ahead, irritated by Blaise's jests, glaring at him fiercely. Eleanor twirled her bracelet and linked her arm with Draco's. "We should be on our way." Draco nodded stiffly, nearly marching in unison with her toward the Great Hall. "Surely the Gryffindors have all gone to the Death Day party," Blaise remarked, his fiery girlfriend from Gryffindor raising his profile significantly. Eleanor cast her gaze upward, failing to spot any noteworthy figures at the Gryffindor table, redirecting her attention to the embroidery on her gown. "Your taste is impeccable. I believe you could successfully run a clothing company in the Muggle world." This opulence left Daphne momentarily awestruck as she twisted her arm, eliciting a pained gasp from Theodore. Daphne resolutely decided to prepare Eleanor with hundreds of outfits each quarter. The Slytherin Halloween ball resembled a small social gathering, where Draco navigated effortlessly. Exuding confidence in this social arena, Eleanor typically refrained from such gatherings. Her family's business was built by her father, and agents were employed for development, leaving socializing at school to Daphne and others. As the feast neared its conclusion, an unexpected commotion erupted outside. A pumpkin-headed wizard stumbled into the hall, flailing his arms and shouting, "Harry Potter killed it! He killed it!" The crowd erupted in chaos, and Eleanor promptly stepped outside, with Draco rushing to her side and Daphne trailing closely behind. Harry stood dazed before a wall inscribed with a bold message. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the air." Eleanor noticed something peculiar hanging from the chandelier and, unfolding her fan, approached Harry. "What happened, Potter?" Harry's complexion was pale, as if startled. Causing him to tremble slightly, he managed a strained smile. "It's you, Black. It's Moaning Myrtle. She's been petrified." Eleanor followed Harry's gaze upward, surprised by the peculiar object. Sensing others approaching, she led her companions to a safe distance. A group of young wizards pointed at the bizarre scene, and Harry, bewildered, stood frozen. "Myrtle, my Myrtle!" Filch screamed, dashing toward them, his eyes filled with despair as he gazed at the suspended stone figure, frantically pointing at Harry. "It's you. You're a murderer." "It wasn't me. I just arrived here." Harry panicked, waving his hands, the murmurs of the onlookers heightening his anxiety. Filch continued raving, intent on transferring the anguish of losing Moaning Myrtle onto this alleged killer, wishing for him to suffer as he did. "Calm down, Filch." Hermione, her makeup half removed, gasped as she rushed over. Harry turned to see Astoria supporting Hermione, who quickly withdrew her hand when he looked her way, retreating into the crowd. "Harry attended Professor Nick's memorial party with us tonight. We have just returned." Harry was with Ron and had no time for such matters. Filch, in a frenzy, thrust himself before Hermione, furiously pointing at Harry, his voice sharp and fragmented, the scene echoing with his solitary outrage. Someone witnessed it. It was him. And this statement. "He is the murderer who opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Mrs. Lorelei." Hermione furrowed her brow, stepping aside to glance at Harry. "Aren't you with Ron? Where is he?" Harry seemed to find his anchor. He rushed to Hermione's side, closely aligning himself with her while warily eyeing the deranged Filch, and bitterly remarked, "Ron and I separated." Eleanor looked at Harry with a mix of unspoken words, while Draco coldly mocked, "How honest of you, St. Potter. Has the impoverished Weasley abandoned you? Who knows, perhaps they are still at odds." Eleanor turned her head, casting a meaningful glance at Daphne, who awkwardly smiled and shot a fierce glare at a blonde girl in the crowd. "Ron was indeed with you. You two just parted ways," Hermione asserted, brandishing her wand as if to obliterate the wall. "Whose cruel prank is this?" Professor McGonagall arrived just in time to halt the farce. Upon learning that mandrakes could reverse petrification, Filch, choking back tears, carried Mrs. Lorelei away. As for Harry's claims, the notion of him being the heir of the Chamber of Secrets inexplicably circulated. What? St. Potter is the heir of the chamber? That's more ludicrous than a house elf becoming the Minister of Magic. Draco seethed, viciously slicing his steak, his slate blue eyes narrowing at Gryffindor. Foolish people always love to spread hearsay. Yet the discord among the trio of saviors deepens ever further. Eleanor did not miss the sight of Hermione pulling Harry away to a position far from Ron, who sat dejectedly with his head bowed, silently enduring the scrutiny of those around him. "Has your sister received news from Potter? What did Hagrid say?" Eleanor asked, somewhat irritated as she munched on a syrup pie. Hogwarts breakfast never included fruit. Daphne shook her head. "They are at odds. I will remind her." Draco produced a cloth to wipe a green apple, and handed it to Eleanor with a dismissive tilt of his chin. I doubt that oaf knows anything useful. Eleanor took a small bite of the apple, pushing the pie aside. He hardly seems capable of any profound insight, yet as the involved party, he must know something. A thought seemed to elude her, and Eleanor furrowed her brow in frustration. The clamor of the dining hall gave her a headache. She finished the apple and fanned Draco's arm. Let us depart. Chapter 45. The Rumor Mill. The rumors escalated. Once admiring young witches and wizards now veered away from Harry, whispering and pointing. Harry sat bitterly in a corner of the long table, food tasteless in his mouth. Hermione forcefully shoved past an exaggeratedly gesticulating chubby boy. Shut your mouth. Your stench is more overpowering than a troll's. The boy's face turned crimson as his companions quickly restrained him. That's the top student from Gryffindor, the know-it-all. Why provoke her? Hermione slammed her plate down, glaring across 12 people at Ron. He was clearly with you that day. Such events transpired right after your separation. Why isn't Ron defending you? Harry shook his head at Hermione's righteous indignation. Ron knew I joined the club that day. We had a fight. Hermione stood up in confusion, glaring at a small wizard pointing at Harry, watching him turn uncomfortably before she sat down triumphantly, like a victorious rooster. Harry, are you all right? A shy voice chimed from behind. Harry lethargically turned, managing a weary smile. I'm fine, thank you, Ginny. Oh. Our sister is such a little angel, so understanding and beloved by all. The Weasley twins each wrapped an arm around Harry. Don't be so glum. George winked at him. You're the mysterious heir of the chamber. Fred slapped Harry's shoulder enthusiastically. That's just too cool. The legendary chamber of Slytherin. Fred drawled. And George chimed in Gryffindor. Draco glared at the raucous spectacle at the Gryffindor table, pushing aside the roast beef. They are insufferably loud. Crabbe quickly piled beef onto his plate, diving into his meal. The heir of the chamber of Slytherin is St. Potter? Who spread that nonsense? Draco grumbled, his platinum hair nearly standing on end. Calm down, Draco. It's not true, just someone playing tricks, Eleanor remarked, losing her appetite. She had only eaten half of her fruit pie. The Weasley twins were indeed lively. Perhaps they should be given a heavier training regimen. Or cleaning the lavatories of the Research Institute would suit them well. Eleanor coldly opened her fan, her eyes devoid of emotion, while Daphne excitedly began making arrangements. Eleanor, do you know what's going on? Draco's slate-blue eyes brimmed with curiosity. Of course not, Eleanor replied nonchalantly, sipping her juice. I'll write to my uncle. He more informed. Draco blinked his clear eyes and nodded in agreement. Eleanor lingered, reluctant to attend class. She had no desire to endure Lockhart's daily self-aggrandizing. Why is it that my father is a governor, yet Dumbledore refuses to replace the defense against the dark arts professor? Quirrell is better than this self-absorbed Lockhart. Eleanor desired a perfect report card, but she yearned more for an untainted spirit. It was said that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed. Draco leaned closer to Eleanor, whispering conspiratorially, every appointee to that position meets with misfortune. No one lasts more than a year. Eleanor pondered this, noticing that Draco no longer bore the sweet scent from their first year. Did this imply Lockhart's fate was already sealed? A knowing smile crept onto Eleanor's face. Dumbledore was perpetually calculating. Draco seemed puzzled as he overheard two Gryffindor witches discussing the chamber, and he exchanged a glance with Goyle, who promptly shoved Crabbe aside. The two Gryffindors, annoyed, turned to argue, but upon seeing Goyle and Crabbe's imposing figures, and the haughty, indifferent purebloods behind them, they realized Gryffindor had courage but no desire for folly. Their faces flushed crimson as they retreated. Foolishness. That Potter has no connection to Slytherin whatsoever, Draco scoffed, crossing his arms, unwilling to entertain such notions. Damn that Potter, he is famous again. He must be overjoyed. Eleanor observed Draco's clenched jaw, falling silent, unsure of what to say. Harry slipped out of Hermione's protective circle, donning his invisibility cloak and weaving through the crowd that gossiped about him, making his way directly to the third floor of the Research Institute. The Hufflepuff Badgers were gathered in groups in the hall, preparing potion ingredients. While the third floor was nearly deserted, he searched room by room until he found Astoria in the innermost potions classroom. Astoria sat by the window, the setting sun illuminating her golden hair, casting a soft glow. Even the dimples in her cheeks brimmed with gentleness. A gust of wind blew Harry's hat away, leaving just his floating head at the door, staring foolishly. Astoria fought the urge to turn. Heaven knows how ridiculous and horrifying a floating head appeared. Ah! A small badger emerged from the lounge, startled by the sight of the floating head at the end of the corridor, shrieked and fled in a tumble. Harry jumped at the sudden noise, and Astoria looked at him helplessly. Hello, Mr. Potter. Is leaving just a floating head your new magic trick? Harry realized something and, in a flurry, hastily removed his invisibility cloak. He approached Astoria with a nervous chuckle. "Long time no see, Astoria." Astoria remained seated, merely offering a faint smile, her eyes silently inquiring about his purpose. Harry fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, attempting to divert his gaze to the peculiar potions on the table. "Are you brewing potions?" he asked. Astoria nodded but remained silent. Harry glanced at the curtains, remarking, "These curtains are truly beautiful, ha ha ha." Lifting his gaze, he met Astoria's cerulean eyes, biting his lip before quickly looking down again. "I'm sorry for being harsh with you last time. It was wrong of me." Astoria raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. "I forgive you, it's all right." Harry recalled the time he felt isolated when Filch targeted him. And it was Astoria who had gone to fetch Hermione to come to his aid, even after they had quarreled. Her willingness to forgive him so easily only deepened his sense of guilt. He recounted Hagrid's words to her with earnest intensity in his emerald eyes. "I truly apologize, Astoria. You went out of your way to gather information for me, and I spoke about you so poorly." Clenching his fists as though making a solemn vow, he declared, "I will never lose my temper with you again. We are." He paused, his voice softening considerably. "Good friends, right?" Astoria's smile grew even more tender, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "Of course, Harry." Flushed and unsure where to look, Harry suddenly stood up, stammering, I should go now. It wouldn't be good for others to see us together." In a fluster, he fumbled to put on his invisibility cloak, only to be gently stopped by Astoria, who grasped the corner of his clothing. Her blue eyes sparkled with starlight. "It's all right, Harry, I believe you. The Chamber of Secrets is merely a fabrication." She retrieved several potion vials and placed them into her small bag, winking at Harry. "Shall we go to my sister's training room now?" Chapter 46. The Golden Snitch. "Hagrid killing someone?" Draco scoffed, making a small gesture with his hand. "That big oaf probably lacks the courage for such a thing." Eleanor glanced at the letter on the table. "What did Uncle say?" Draco quickly read through the letter and handed it to Eleanor, leaning back with his long legs stretched out, still chuckling over Hagrid's predicament. Eleanor felt quite pleased that they could use Confundus charms to discuss matters without others catching on. She tucked the letter away and turned to pat Draco on the back, prompting him to sit up straight beside her. Draco's grandfather knows about the rumors surrounding the chamber, Eleanor thought, finding it amusing to picture Lucius running to ask her father about it. The Chamber of Secrets, located beneath Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was said to have been constructed by Salazar Slytherin during the medieval period. Eleanor furrowed her brow slightly. "And the chamber has indeed been opened before, by the then Dark Lord." Blaze's eyes widened, as if he had heard something extraordinary. "Oh, Draco, your grandfather has experienced quite a lot." Draco let out a dismissive huff, turning his attention to Eleanor. "The Dark Lord opened the chamber and, for some reason, accidentally killed a Ravenclaw girl. To avoid expulsion from Hogwarts, he pinned the blame on Hagrid." Eleanor found herself at a loss for words, twirling the bracelet on her wrist. Hagrid had indeed kept a dangerous magical creature, the Acromantula, and when the Ministry of Magic investigated the incident, they attributed the girl's death to the creature, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion. Draco was too indifferent to mock Hagrid any further. He narrowed his eyes, resting his arm on the back of Eleanor's chair, twirling a strand of her hair. "Moreover, my grandfather has never set foot in that chamber. Only the Dark Lord knows its secrets." Draco lounged with his legs crossed, disdainfully dismissing Harry. "So, the notion that Potter is the heir of the chamber is the most ridiculous joke. If Mrs. Norris is petrified and connected to the chamber, then it must be the same creature that killed the girl," Daphne asserted. "It seems that the girl wasn't merely petrified. The creature has various methods of killing." Theodore suddenly interjected. "Are there any other clues?" Eleanor shook the envelope, regretfully stating, "Unfortunately, this is all there is. No information about the girl or the Dark Lord. He has placed too many useless restrictions on himself." "I'll go find someone to investigate," Daphne said, rising to drag Theodore away. Draco glanced at the useless Blaze who, feeling frustrated, pulled Crabbe and Goyle along as they departed. "Tomorrow is the Quidditch match. Will you come watch me practice today?" Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled as he looked at Eleanor. Eleanor feigned a look of hesitation, prompting Draco to grow anxious. "It's my last practice before the first match. You wouldn't miss it, would you?" Eleanor opened her fan to conceal her uncontrollable smile, revealing only her violet eyes brimming with laughter. "Of course. I will come to watch you." On the day of the match, Eleanor once again reminded Draco, "Be careful, Draco, and you don't need to keep an eye on Potter. He poses no threat to you. Focus on the game and don't get hurt." Draco feigned reluctance, waving his hand as he took to the field. Daphne silently handed a document to Eleanor. "You are too kind to him. I think he might grow a tail." I have always been patient with beautiful people, Eleanor replied, quickly flipping through the documents. Have you found any information on the Dark Lord? We are still searching. There's no trace of him. Our team is verifying, Daphne said, flashing a perfect smile. Draco mounted his Nimbus 2001 and couldn't resist taunting Harry across the field. Get ready to cry, Potter. The match commenced swiftly with the Slytherin team, riding their Nimbus 2000s, firmly suppressing Gryffindor. George and Fred Weasley remained close to Harry. Are you still a baby, Potter? Draco sped to Harry's side, then accelerated to create distance, Crabbe following closely behind. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. The score was undeniably in Slytherin's favor, a nerve-wracking 210-70. With Gryffindor left to pin their hopes on the golden snitch. Draco, riding his broom, teased Harry from a distance, growing bored at Harry's lack of reaction. He glanced at the scoreboard, then towards the stands where Eleanor sat, speeding back to Harry. Thinking of a comeback? Don't dream. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled directly towards Harry. He maneuvered his broom upward swiftly, but the bludger seemed fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing him. Harry, in a state of despair, could only focus on evading the rogue ball. Draco was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his comfortable position, mockingly laughing at Harry's plight. Harry, drenched in sweat from dodging, had no idea what was causing the erratic bludger. Instinctively, he glanced towards Snape, but the thought of the fearsome Eleanor sent a shiver down his spine. After a few more narrow escapes, Harry, mustering his courage, looked towards Snape again, only to find his expression dark and foreboding. What on earth is happening? Harry thought desperately. Draco, comfortably watching Harry's frantic escape, suddenly caught Harry's glance. Pretending to be nonchalant, Harry charged towards him. He is trying to harm me, flashed through Draco's mind. And he immediately straightened up, turning to look towards Eleanor, only to spot the glimmering golden snitch. In an instant, Draco reached out to seize the snitch, guiding his broom upward at a rapid pace. Harry, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted in frustration, instinctively slowing down, only to be violently struck down from his broom by the pursuing bludger. Victory belonged to Slytherin. Draco did not bother to glance back at Harry's misfortune. Instead, he soared directly in front of Eleanor, executing a graceful maneuver. He proudly extended his hand to showcase the golden snitch, proclaiming himself the finest seeker. Eleanor looked up at him with a faint smile, unreservedly offering her affirmation, of course, to Draco, the most exceptional seeker of Slytherin. Draco let out a slight huff, gradually descending as he grasped Eleanor's wrist, swiftly placing the golden snitch into her palm while clearing his throat awkwardly. It's a gift for you. Eleanor was somewhat taken aback. Her heart softened unexpectedly. Just as she was about to respond, a bludger hurtled toward Draco. Quickly grasping the broomstick, she yanked Draco behind her, brandishing her wand to cast a shattering spell that obliterated the threat. Draco, belatedly realizing what transpired, turned pale and attempted to leap off his broom to join Eleanor. Eleanor scanned their surroundings, her keen eyes discerning a non-human entity moving atop the southeast tower. She positioned herself sideways on Draco's broom, directing him. That creature is escaping. Draco soared forward, momentarily glancing back to caution Eleanor to be careful not to fall. Eleanor unleashed a binding spell, gracefully controlling her descent to land perfectly. With a condescending foot, she pinned Dobby down, her face contorting into a cruel smile. Don't even think about running, Dobby. If you dare flee, I'll toss Potter into the Black Lake to feed the giant squid. Dobby ceased his frantic writhing, his tennis ball-sized eyes brimming with sorrow and indignation. Eleanor, unwilling to witness his distasteful expression, coldly raised her wand at him. Petrificus totalis. Kicking the petrified Dobby aside, she turned to Draco, who remained on his broom, lifting her chin with a haughty hum. Can't you bear to part with your broom? Draco alighted and approached her, curiosity evident in his voice. Is this the bludger it controlled? Eleanor sauntered over and disdainfully kicked it a few times. Indeed, house elves possess profound magical abilities, yet their intellect is lacking. It just attempted to strike you, that audacious creature. Before Draco could express his outrage over Dobby's actions, Snape arrived, trembling as he controlled his broom. His pallid face darkened with ire as he glared at the two. I trust you two imbeciles are not here for a rendezvous. Kindly use your rusty legs to dismount. Chapter 47. The Commotion. Draco, looking rather dejected, brought Eleanor down to the ground, where Snape, with a grim countenance, was carrying the petrified Dobby. A crowd on the pitch erupted in exclamations. Draco glanced up to see an anxious Hermione and a boisterous Lockhart. What have you two been doing? You've missed quite a spectacle. I came to inform you that Potter fell from the sky and injured his arm. Lockhart offered to heal him, but ended up rendering him boneless. Draco felt a rush of exhilaration upon hearing this, and promptly decided to witness the commotion surrounding Harry, who had already been taken away. Eleanor had just finished briefing Snape about Dobby when she spotted Draco sneaking up behind her. "Eleanor, let us head to the hospital wing," Draco said, his eyes sparkling with mischief, eager to witness Potter's humiliation. Snape shot them a disapproving glance before turning away, still clutching Dobby. Eleanor and Draco arrived at the hospital wing, finding it occupied solely by Harry, as Madame Pomfrey deemed it necessary for patients to have a tranquil environment, shooing away the noisy young wizards. Harry lay in bed, grimacing in pain. Upon seeing Draco, his eyebrows shot up. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Draco crossed his arms and approached Harry's bedside, bending down to scrutinize his limp arm, seemingly tempted to poke it. "I heard you're lacking bones." Harry flushed crimson and turned away, unwilling to engage. Draco, feeling a tinge of boredom, found solace in witnessing Harry's misfortune. "Daring to let that half-wit Lockhart treat you? Next time, remember to wait for me before you perform such a ridiculous stunt." Eleanor returned with a potion and chuckled at the sight of Draco irking Harry to the brink of fury. "Harry, are you all right?" A red-haired girl rushed past Eleanor and flung herself to Harry's bedside, inadvertently pressing down on his injured arm, causing him to scream in agony, summoning Madame Pomfrey. "You unruly little wizards. I told you patients need rest." Pressing on his arm to hasten his recovery, it will only worsen his condition. Madame Pomfrey quickly examined Harry, while Ginny Weasley, embarrassed, appeared on the verge of tears. "Lockhart, honestly, what should have been a simple injury, and he managed to extract your bones. You'll need to take essence of bone to regrow them. Truly, you're a nuisance." Harry scratched his head awkwardly, noting Draco's unabashed smirk, which only soured his mood further. Eleanor stood by the door, observing as the Weasley girl swayed unsteadily, before collapsing to the floor with a thud. "Oh, Merlin's socks. What's wrong with her?" Madame Pomfrey hastily examined her, furrowing her brow in confusion. "How long has she been without rest? This does not bode well." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but a commotion erupted outside as several individuals burst in. "Merlin's five-fingered socks. Look at him, he has been petrified." Eleanor stepped aside to allow the wizards carrying a stone statue to enter, glancing over them briefly before returning her attention to Ginny Weasley. Harry, upon realizing the petrified individual was Colin Creevey, felt a wave of distress wash over him, struggling to shift his body for a better view, only to be pushed back onto the bed by the flustered Madame Pomfrey. Draco's complexion paled as he leaned closer to Eleanor, grasping her wrist. "We should leave." Eleanor, contemplatively gazing at Ginny Weasley, pondered the recent events. So much had transpired, yet some details eluded her. What exactly had she forgotten? The second victim of the Chamber of Secrets had emerged, and the wizards were in a state of unease. Rumors circulating that Slytherin's chamber had been opened to cleanse the mudbloods. Though Draco knew this was not the truth, he relished the outcome. Daphne rolled her eyes expertly, reminding them that Myrtle was a half-blood witch, questioning who concocted such a clumsy excuse. Theodore placed a sheet of paper before Eleanor, his brow furrowed, appearing even more morose. "The mysterious figure is likely Tom Riddle. We initially could not locate him, but the year Hagrid had his incident, he received a special award for services to the school, and we traced it back to him." Theodore hesitated before continuing. "Tom Riddle, his father was a muggle, but his mother hailed from the Gaunt family." Blaise raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "The family obsessed with blood purity, where most of the members intermarried." Daphne scoffed with disdain. "Look at the deeds he has committed. He is nothing more than a lunatic." Theodore fixed his gaze on Eleanor. "The Gaunt family descends from Salazar Slytherin. The chamber was constructed by him, and Slytherin's most enigmatic trait is Parseltongue." Eleanor sat up with interest. Could there be a serpent within the chamber capable of petrifying people? Theodore rested his hands on the table, nodding affirmatively. "Only Potter can hear that voice, the eerie hissing, and the ability to petrify points to the legendary basilisk. Unfortunately, our resources are too scant. Could that fellow have invaded Hogwarts again?" Draco recalled the mysterious figure in the Forbidden Forest, his complexion growing paler. Eleanor curled her lips into a cold smile, her gaze fixated on the staircase. "Someone knows more than we do, don't they?" In the dungeon office, Snape's dark, soulless eyes fixated on Eleanor as she languidly typed up a nonsensical essay. "Eleanor, you ought not to become too entangled. That old bee is barely managing to save himself." Snape's voice was low and hoarse, his condition deteriorating further. "We are all at Hogwarts. The mysterious one will not let useful entities like Black and Malfoy slip away. Rather than waiting for others to rescue us, it is far more prudent to seize control of our own destiny." Eleanora cast a glance towards the bedroom door. "Pondering what tether might be binding you." compelling you to willingly remain at Hogwarts as a mere laborer. During this time, you are once again tasked with brewing potions for free, I presume? Snape's countenance darkened further. Yet Eleanora seemed oblivious, continuing to score points for Gryffindor before finally lifting her gaze. I harbor no affection for him. He resembles a politician more than a headmaster. Engaging with someone of such intellect can be exhausting, especially when I sense he is scheming once more. Eleanora languidly opened her fan, questioning why she could not enjoy a carefree and delightful school experience. Pray, divulge to me the password to the headmaster's office, dear aunt. Snape swept into the bedroom, leaving behind only the words nougat. Eleanora pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore hastily concealed something within a drawer. Upon seeing her, he exhaled in relief. Would you care for some lemon sherbets? Please take them. Thank you. Eleanora seated herself, fixating her gaze upon Dumbledore, insisting on discussing Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged, yet his eyes suddenly sharpened. It is perhaps best for the young wizard to concentrate on his studies. I am not addressing you as a student. I implore you to regard me as a member of the Board of Governors, Black. If you could assure me that Hogwarts remains the so-called safest place, I would be inclined to listen. Eleanora smiled faintly while idly fanning herself, considering the petrified Muggle wizard, Colin Creevey. Although his life is not in immediate danger, no one can guarantee his statue will remain intact until the mandrakes are successfully cultivated, nor can we ascertain whether he may suffer a breakdown as a result. Dumbledore's smile faded, and he regarded the girl before him with wariness, for it had been long since anyone had dared to challenge him so directly. The desire for magic, yet rendered voiceless. The peculiar character of Filch, often tormented by wizards, should Mrs. Norris shatter. What madness might he unleash? Eleanora leaned slightly forward, her gaze wandering over Dumbledore's meticulously arranged beard, stating that she would not mind discussing stories of a more distant past. Chapter 48. Confrontation. You are but a second-year student. Your focus should rightly be on your studies. Dumbledore scrutinized Eleanora, leaving no subtle expression unexamined. Do not be so acerbic. The Black family dwells within the wizarding world, and desires to earn Muggle gold in peace. Your machinations are impacting the Black family business. Eleanora tilted her head towards the drowsy fox. Should any complications arise, the Board of Governors would exert pressure upon you, altering the trajectory of your calculations. You ought not to treat those around me as mere pawns. Receiving potions from the Master without compensation is unjust. Even the capitalists among Muggles display more loyalty than you. Dumbledore paused, caught off guard by her words, his aged face reddening with embarrassment. Before he could respond, Eleanora pressed on. I understand you to be wise, composed, and compassionate. You are exceptionally adept at keeping secrets. In your first year, you orchestrated events that enabled Potter to defeat the Dark Lord and safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, thus garnering him accolades and further bolstering his reputation as the renowned savior. What, then, do you intend to accomplish this year? Eleanora leaned slightly, locking eyes with him, those eyes perpetually brimming with wisdom. As headmaster, you hold sway over every aspect of the school. You are aware of the chamber's existence and the reasons behind the current disturbances. Rather than intervening, you seem to be subtly encouraging Potter. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Eleanora felt a swell of impatience. The most formidable white wizard of this century was exceedingly tight-lipped. The one who opened the chamber was the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle. Last time he possessed Quirrell. Who then is his current host? Dumbledore regarded her intently, sighing in resignation. I wish no harm upon any child. I am not as omniscient as you presume. My actions, though they may cause harm, are undertaken for the greater good. Eleanora fell silent, her skepticism towards the white-bearded man unwavering. Tom is a genius, endowed with remarkable talent and a patient heart. I often reflect on whether I might have believed in him more at that time. Dumbledore bitterly plucked a lemon sherbet from the bowl, finding it particularly tart. This child once held great trust in me. I sensed a degree of reliance from him. Yet his closeness to dark magic made me wary. I bear some responsibility for Tom's current state. Dumbledore's gaze bore into her, asserting that his revelations were not born of fear towards the Blacks or any other family, but rather due to your mother, Sylvia. She was an extraordinary woman. Eleanora's calm facade cracked, her fingers instinctively tightening around the bracelet on her wrist before she regained her composure. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked that he possessed the qualities befitting a politician. Dumbledore winked at her, asserting that he would never seek proximity to the whirlpool of power. He continued to speak of Tom Riddle. Tom excelled in his studies, comported himself with grace, and wielded powerful magic, drawing a following of predominantly pure-blooded individuals. He bound them tightly to his cause through the blood of the Gaunt family and lofty ideals, marking a calamity for the wizarding world. Dumbledore conceals his covert manipulations, shifting the conversation back to the chamber. Within Slytherin's chamber resides a basilisk. Tom's ability to speak Parseltongue indeed grants him access to it. Eleanora lost interest in recounting the past and pivoted to another matter. Cease your exploitation of Professor Snape, or be prepared to pay him triple the compensation. Consider that he must grade countless nonsensical essays daily, prepare lessons, and develop new potions, all while providing potions for your institution for free. I believe the professor has published at least 5 fewer papers this year, due to your skin-flaying demands. Eleanora rose gracefully, performing a slight bow, giving Fawkes a gentle pat, and swiftly departing. Dumbledore watched his old companion with a pained expression, turning away as if he had not seen. Eleanora placed a feather upon Snape's desk, casting a glance at the slumbering Cellian, before resolutely deciding to keep a close watch on Harry. What has your sister been up to lately? Eleanora inquired of Daphne, who had just entered. She is busy making friends. She has taken quite a liking to that group of Hufflepuffs. Daphne's eyes rolled dramatically. You might want to share a few details with her. Potter is even more foolish than I imagined. Your workload will increase. I intend to send Granger to assist him. Daphne was eager to push Hermione aside, clutching her files as she turned to leave. Today Draco did not attend training. He was practicing his marksmanship in the top-floor training room, and he could now hit the bullseye 6 out of 10 times. Draco. Eleanora stood at the door, calling to him as he finished his 3rd set. Draco turned to see her, holstered his wand at his waist and approached her. What is it, Eleanora? Eleanora's gaze brushed over his soft, shimmering platinum hair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Are you not curious about the chamber? I have come across some new information. Draco regarded her with curiosity, asking if she had come specifically to inform him. Of course. Eleanora moved to the sofa and patted the space beside her. Tom Riddle, years ago, opened the chamber and killed Moaning Myrtle, shifting the blame onto Hagrid and his acromantula to evade the ministry's scrutiny. Draco tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on her, listening intently. His mother hails from the Gaunt family, a lineage of Slytherins, thus he possesses certain unique abilities, such as Parseltongue. This language allows him to converse with snakes, and the creature that murdered Myrtle and petrified that cat in first-year Gryffindor is a basilisk. A basilisk? Draco's eyes widened, and he glanced around nervously, drawing closer to Eleanora. What manner of beast is that? Is Hogwarts truly safe? Eleanor reached out to gently pat Draco's platinum hair, and as she withdrew her hand, she inadvertently brushed against the cool tip of his ear. Do not fret, this thing cannot harm us. Draco, his ears tinged with a blush, cast a sidelong glance at Eleanor, and offered a casual nod. The rumors circulating outside are often the product of wild imagination. Only Tom Riddle has ever breached that chamber over the years, for he is a descendant of Slytherin. Draco furrowed his brow in contemplation, looking at Eleanor with confusion. What lies within that chamber? How could the basilisk have survived in there for decades? Eleanor gazed at him intently, then burst into laughter, her mirth causing Draco to momentarily pause in astonishment before he too joined in her laughter. Your perspective on matters is truly peculiar. You are quite the little genius. Wiping away tears of laughter with a handkerchief, she endeavored to regain her composure. The creature created by Salazar Slytherin a millennium ago may not necessarily be a magical beast. It could very well be some extraordinary alchemical creation. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, and a thought struck him, leading him to eagerly inquire. Could one perhaps create a living dragon-like creature as well? Eleanor maintained a serious expression, managing only a faint smile. Theoretically, it is indeed plausible. Chapter 49 Potions. Pull yourself together, Harry. I do not wish to see you looking as dull as a mushroom, Hermione declared, setting down a hefty stack of books as she dove into her studies. Harry forced himself to concentrate on gathering information, yet his keen ears caught the faint rustling sounds emanating from the nearby bookshelf. Look, there goes Harry Potter, the one who opened the chamber and got Colin Creevey hurt. They call him the Chosen One, but he is nothing but a menace. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. And I certainly did not want Colin to end up like that. Harry's mind conjured the image of Colin Creevey, his freckled face flushed with excitement as he implored Harry for a photo, his shy and exuberant voice echoing in his memory. I'm your biggest fan, Hermione. Upon hearing that exasperating voice, had just risen when she saw Ron, who rarely frequented the library, lunge at the wizard like a cannonball. Shut your garlic-smelling mouth, you toad! Ron shouted as he pinned the wizard down. The wizard, with a face devoid of any recognition, blushed deeply and could not resist delivering a punch to Ron. You impudent Weasley, I'm merely speaking the truth. Word has spread throughout Slytherin that the one responsible for Colin's plight is none other than Harry Potter. Madame Pants appeared with a stern expression, shooing away the raucous gathering of wizards. Harry grabbed Ron, still fuming, his emerald eyes twinkling with amusement. I'm truly delighted that you stand up for me, Ron. Ron awkwardly shook off Harry's grip, stammering, I'm not defending you. I just don't want to hear people talking nonsense. Hermione interrupted their strange reconciliation, rubbing her eyes as she scanned the surroundings. Did anyone see that wizard? Harry immediately began searching, his eyes widening in shock. By Merlin's beard, he has gone. And I can't recall what he looked like, only that he wore Gryffindor robes. But do you remember what he said about Slytherin having a chamber? Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry and said, it would be far more efficient to gather intel directly from Slytherin than to search aimlessly. Huh? Why would Slytherin share anything with you? You think you're one of their lackeys? Ron couldn't help but scoff. If you can't keep your mouth shut, I wouldn't mind helping you do so. Hermione shot him a fierce glare before turning back to Harry. What do you think, Harry? The renowned Miss Know-It-All wishes to inquire directly from Slytherin? Then by all means, go ahead. Ron rolled his eyes, letting out a derisive snort. Surely the brilliant wizard from Gryffindor can brew Polyjuice Potion? Hermione glared at Ron, her knuckles itching for a punch as she shot him a sidelong glance. I'm only a second-year wizard, and Polyjuice Potion is in the restricted section. Ron shrugged, unable to resist jabbing back at Hermione. So what? Haven't you gotten a signed copy from Lockhart by fawning over him? Getting into the restricted section should be a piece of cake for you. Having made several acquaintances from Ravenclaw lately, Hermione found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Ron's insufferable behavior. She swiftly advanced and delivered a punch to Ron's face, who yelped and hunched over, clutching his eyes. First, clean up your mouth before you speak to me. Ron Weasley. If you wish to duel, then continue provoking me. Ron struggled to straighten up, turning to Harry with a grimace. Malfoy must know about the chamber. We can use Polyjuice Potion to transform into his entourage and extract information from him. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted, but Ron, oblivious to his expression, continued. As long as we can brew Polyjuice Potion, this is an impeccable plan. Ah, and how do you intend to acquire the ingredients necessary for brewing Polyjuice Potion? Hermione crossed her arms and inquired. In Hogwarts, Snape has no shortage of ingredients. What does he lack? Are you suggesting we steal from Snape? Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Steal? It's a crucial part of the plan. Ron glanced around before continuing. We have potions class this Friday. We can sneak into his storeroom while he is teaching. You won't notice if a few things go missing. Hermione, disinterested in debating further, gazed at Ron and said slowly, let us see if you succeed before you boast. Now come help me find resources, Harry. Harry looked conflicted as Hermione pulled him away. Ron watched Harry glance back repeatedly, scoffing, just wait and see how I succeed. The trio of saviors, loudly discussing their plans in plain sight, unsurprisingly caught Eleanor's attention. She tossed the documents to Daphne, who spread them out before Theodore, reading line by line. Is this the courage of lions? Theodore remarked with a sardonic smile on his otherwise gloomy face. What a foolish Weasley. Eleanor caught sight of Draco's carefree figure on the Quidditch pitch, and her mood brightened slightly. The Weasley family has been far too comfortable lately. She glanced at the Weasley twins on the scene. I do not wish to see them living too comfortably. Understood. Theodore was more than willing to carry out such a task. He had devised a meticulous plan. I shall not allow them to offend the head of Slytherin. Eleanor regarded him with satisfaction, appreciating his usefulness. If you perform excellently, your father's long-stalled application will soon be approved. Theodore grimaced in distaste, and Daphne shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to suppress his expression and make arrangements. Eleanor waved goodbye to Draco, pursing her lips as she rose to leave. After Draco finished an exhilarating training session, he turned to find Eleanor had vanished. Frowning, he dodged Marcus Flint's heavy blow, his displeasure evident. I told you not to treat me like this, Flint. Marcus Flint laughed heartily. What's the matter? Are you sulking because your little girlfriend abandoned you? Draco charged at him on his broomstick, and Flint failed to steady himself in time, clinging to his broom like a frog. Hey, are you trying to kill me, Malfoy? Draco scoffed. Mind your tongue if you wish to live longer. With your intellect. I worry about your ability to lead Slytherin's Quidditch team. He slowly approached Flint, his gray-blue eyes devoid of expression. Are you jesting about a Malfoy? Or a Black? Let us see how heavy your bones are, Flint the gorilla. Without another word, Draco turned and soared away, the other Quidditch players following suit as they exited the pitch. Marcus Flint's temples throbbed with rage as he muttered a curse and surveyed his surroundings before taking flight in a hasty retreat. Eleanor quickly became aware of the altercation between the two, prompting the board member, Black, to dismiss Flint from the Quidditch team, citing his excessively brutal and aggressive playing style as detrimental to inter-house camaraderie. Graham Montague, now gloriously elevated from chaser to captain of the Quidditch team, reveled in this unexpected honor, heedless of Flint's furious glare, thus ensuring Draco's more comfortable position within the team. In Chapter 50, Percy Weasley adjusted his glasses with utmost seriousness, noticing an increasing number of gazes directed at him from the wizards of Hogwarts. He straightened his posture and walked deliberately into the dining hall, dining modestly under the intermittent scrutiny of others. Ron occasionally craned his neck to steal glances at the badge adorning Percy's chest, his face flushed with suppressed laughter. The Weasley twins had been so busy with extra training that they scarcely had time for mischief. Merlin knew how long it had been since they had ventured out at night. However, this did not prevent them from pulling a prank on their beloved youngest brother. Just 3 days prior, when Ron had borrowed Percy's prefect badge for a closer look, they had orchestrated something quite monumental. Percy would certainly be astonished. One could only imagine the scene of their most cherished brother being thoroughly pampered. Wasn't that just splendid? George and Fred exchanged enthusiastic high fives, their hands trembling as they cautiously sliced their food. Percy approached the fourth door to the left of the fat lady's portrait on the 6th floor, his nerves evident as he uttered the password, and stepped into the prefect's bathroom. "Penelope, how are you?" Percy inquired, handing her a cup of warm milk, his fingers brushing through her lustrous black curls, his gaze drawn to her deep, captivating eyes. "Thank you, Percy, I'm feeling much better," Penelope replied, flashing a charming and enchanting smile as she playfully tugged at his button, drawing him to sit beside her. Percy cleared his throat, lifting his gaze to the opulent crystal chandelier above. "I was quite worried about you during your illness. It's been 5 days since I last saw you. I received your heartfelt letter." Penelope leaned in closer, though her eyes were irresistibly drawn to the badge on his chest. "Fool, Percy, please don't tell me you wore that all day." With a playful smile, she removed the badge from his chest and gently pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. To Percy, the badge was still a symbol of his status as a prefect, and as realization dawned upon him, he felt a flush creep to his cheeks as he coughed into his fist. Perhaps it was my brother's doing. Percy recalled the attention he had been receiving lately, his entire being becoming heated. He remembered that his youngest brother, Ron, had borrowed the prefect badge just 3 days ago for a closer inspection, and since then, he had been the center of various gazes, with the badge remaining in his possession. It was quite astonishing that the most innocent Ron had taken a mischievous turn. Percy was rendered restless, his demeanor eliciting a sense of affection from Penelope, who wrapped him in her embrace and gently kissed his forehead. "Darling, don't overthink it. You remain the finest prefect of Gryffindor, all right?" Percy resolved to teach that disobedient brother a lesson the following day, setting aside his distractions to immerse himself in the tender moments shared with Penelope. Meanwhile, Ron was discussing plans with Harry for their upcoming potions class, his ever-serious brother casting a shadow over him. "Hey Percy." Ron instinctively glanced at the badge on Percy's chest, his fleeting smile caught sharply by Percy's perceptive eyes. This only reinforced Percy's certainty that the brother he had once proudly proclaimed to others as, "You all know him, my youngest brother. He has passed Professor McGonagall's giant chess challenge with flying colors," was now the very one who dared to tease him. Ron's jesting concealed Percy's warmth toward him. The prideful Percy could scarcely fathom that he had been parading around Hogwarts for 3 days with a foolish badge. Percy's perfect smile turned slightly cruel as he beckoned Ron aside for an unspoken yet severe reprimand. Ron wandered the corridors in a daze, when suddenly, an ordinary wizard stumbled out from around a corner, colliding heavily into him while clutching a box of supplies. With a yelp, Ron was sent tumbling 3 times, struggling to rise while clutching his arm. "Merlin's beard. Can't you watch where you're going?" The ordinary wizard lay sprawled on the floor, appearing dazed from the impact. Ron, fuming, approached him and noticed a variety of labeled potion ingredients scattered about. With a glint of mischief in his eye, he quickly identified some valuable components: fluxweed, powdered bicorn horn, African snake skin, and stuffed several handfuls into his pockets. Ron crouched down, shaking the ordinary wizard. "Hey, wake up. Don't even think about trying to swindle me." The wizard groggily opened his eyes, and Ron greeted him before staggering off. The wizard's eyes gleamed with clarity as he hastily gathered the mess around him and vanished in a flash. "Hey, Harry, I found the ingredients we need for Polyjuice Potion. We won't have to risk disrupting Snape's class." Ron triumphantly placed the ingredients on the table and cast a proud glance at Hermione. "Once Miss Know-It-All concocts the potion, we can extract information from Malfoy." Hermione regarded the assortment of ingredients with a complex expression, her curiosity piqued about where Ron had procured them. They both knew he had just returned from Percy, the proud Gryffindor prefect, and instinctively assumed it was his older brother who had bestowed them upon him. Although Hermione disapproved of the plan, She swallowed her objections under the fervent gazes of Ron and Harry. Just this once. I can't guarantee my success, though. For a second-year wizard to attempt brewing a polyjuice potion independently was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for Hermione. But where will we brew the potion? Harry asked, a hint of distress in his voice. The abandoned girls' bathroom on the second floor of Hogwarts. I can brew there without anyone interrupting, Hermione replied, gathering the ingredients and swiftly departing. Harry called out to Ron a few times, but Ron merely stared after Hermione's retreating figure. Leaning back against the sofa with a sigh, Eleanor scoffed, tossing a note into the fireplace as the chill of late November settled in. Let us see how this spectacle unfolds. Wrapped snugly in a thick blanket, she had no desire to remain outdoors. Daphne chuckled teasingly, nudging Theodore's shoulder. Who do you think they'll become? Theodore grimaced in distaste. Goyle and Crabbe, I suppose. I mean, they need to extract information from Draco, those unrefined lions. Daphne laughed, leaning against Theodore's shoulder while Blaise, who had been wholly uninvolved in the proceedings, felt a twinge of impatience. Draco's passion for Quidditch compelled him to practice in the biting British wind. He entered the dungeon, shaking off the chill as he approached the fireplace to warm himself before reclining against the back of Eleanor's chair. His soft, platinum hair carried a faint, delicate fragrance, brushing lightly against Eleanor's ear. Why aren't you in the dining hall? Draco asked, retrieving 2 oranges from his pocket, though Eleanor lethargically refrained from taking them. Draco perched himself on the arm of her chair to her left, elegantly peeling an orange with his long, pale fingers, before taking her wrist and placing the fruit in her palm. The still warm orange, free of any pith, was slowly torn in half by Eleanor, who eventually took a bite. I saw the stargazers at the dining table today. Eleanor had no desire to recall their bizarre appearance, her brow furrowing as her appetite waned. Whoever invented such an anti-wizard dish must have a terrible palate. Draco, having heard of this infamous British delicacy, finished his orange and swiftly peeled another one, offering it to Eleanor. I shall mention to the kitchen shortly to refrain from placing this item upon the Slytherin dining table. It would be more appropriate to position it on the Gryffindor side, preferably with each person having a plate. After all, Potter must consume at least 3. The thought of this scene amused Eleanor, prompting her to chuckle as she wiped her hands with a cloth and rose leisurely. The weather is exceedingly cold, and practicing Quidditch outdoors might lead to a cold, which would certainly concern my aunt. I am in excellent health. I shall cease practice once the snow falls. Daphne silently retracted her gaze from the 2 departing figures, and turned to share a look with Theodore. Had they forgotten to summon us as they returned to the dormitory? Chapter 51 Corrections. Crabbe devoured his food voraciously, as if he had been starved for 3 days. Draco cast a disapproving glance at him, his gaze lingering on the untouched fries on Crabbe's plate. The ketchup arranged in familiar letters startled him. Draco reached over and snatched a fry from Crabbe's mouth, frowning as he placed it before Eleanor. Dobby once arranged condiments in a similar fashion at my home, and my father scolded him repeatedly, yet he never changed his ways. Eleanor smiled coolly. I had quite forgotten about such a thing. Evidently, it thrives rather well. Dennis, having recently skyrocketed in popularity as a rising star, had also secured considerable protection for his precarious family. It was time to put him to use. Dennis quickly approached Eleanor, elegantly placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly, his face adorned with a perfect smile. It is my honor to serve you. Eleanor's fingers lightly tapped the ribs of her fan. She had granted the Lestrange family ample leverage. Thus she felt no burden in assigning this capable heir trivial tasks. There is likely a peculiar house elf in the kitchen. Please fetch it to the basement of the Research Institute, and have it divulge any tidbit of information. It is intolerable to see it so leisurely. Dennis stifled his excitement, nodded in agreement, and with a strained smile, exited the dining hall. He glanced toward the Gryffindor table, and met Fred's light blue eyes from afar. Dennis leisurely loosened his meticulously arranged silver-green tie, playfully licking his lips in a flirtatious manner. Fred, mimicking his mouth movements, silently mouthed a few words, incredulously knocking over a pitcher of pumpkin juice. Dennis observed the flush creeping from Fred's ears to his neck, and with satisfaction he left, his canines glistening. Draco remained oblivious to this momentary occurrence, still preoccupied with the rebellious house elf, Dobby. Not only had Dobby evaded punishment, but he had also secured a position in Hogwarts' kitchen. Draco was well aware of Dobby's nature, yet he remained a possession of the Malfoys, which displeased him greatly. It was undoubtedly a decision sanctioned by Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster had taken Dobby away, but he was generally reluctant to involve himself in such matters. Dumbledore must have placed Dobby in the kitchen. Blaise too failed to comprehend Dobby's actions, yet this did not hinder his amusement at Draco's predicament. He placed a plate of fries before Draco, teasingly suggesting, "You ought to eat something." Draco's gray-blue eyes glinted with cold disdain as he retorted without mercy, "If your inopportune humor could transform into your strength, the Zabini family would not require a woman to uphold it." Blaze's expression instantly soured, and Daphne immediately mocked his embarrassment, raising her eyebrows provocatively at him and expertly rolling her eyes. Eleanor pondered the potential of employing more heirs. Blaze was truly unworthy and rather unlikable. He held disdain for all people and things, occasionally failing to mask his arrogance in Eleanor's presence. Theodore noticed Eleanor's gaze growing increasingly distant and swiftly nudged Daphne. Daphne nearly bit her tongue, but upon meeting Theodore's eyes, she promptly fell silent. The shifting dynamics unsettled Blaze, who said nothing. Yet his demeanor exuded the same sharp arrogance as before. With his chin held high, he turned to leave. "Only children engage in petty quarrels, Draco. You have the Malfoy legacy at your back." Eleanor peeled a shrimp and placed it on Draco's plate, gently wiping her fingers with 3 cloths. Draco's attention was immediately drawn back as he picked up the shrimp and savored it. Today, it was particularly fresh. Unsurprisingly, he earned an additional 20 points in class. Eleanor departed from the warmth of Slytherin's hearth and approached the blazing fire in the headmaster's office. She routinely extracted parchment and meticulously penned 3 pages of trivial daily occurrences, fastening the letter to the small creature. Hogwarts truly lacked in culinary delights. She reminded herself to seek out Effie for something better, for poor Creature was not gaining any weight. Creature pitifully brushed against Eleanor's fingers before tumbling away. Draco soon emerged from the training room, having mastered hitting the target with every shot. The headmaster's office boasted a massive fireplace, warming the entire room excessively. Draco approached Eleanor and lightly touched her wrist, which felt perpetually cold. "Do not exhibit such expressions, Draco." Eleanor pushed some orange candies toward him. "I have always been this way. It is merely my low body temperature. I am quite healthy." Draco silently popped a candy into his mouth. Although Snape had also remarked upon Eleanor's good health, was one truly healthy if devoid of warmth? At that moment, Dennis knocked at the door, prompting Draco to sit up straight. Eleanor instructed him to enter. "Headmistress, Dobby has provided no useful information." Dennis placed the organized notes on Eleanor's desk, and she quickly scanned them, discovering they were indeed of no use whatsoever. It must be noted that this insubordinate entity dared to threaten its master. Dobby still belonged to the Malfoy family. Eleanor chuckled lightly, "You know what to do, Lestrange." Dennis's fingers trembled slightly as he elegantly bowed, his smile remaining impeccably flawless. "Of course, I shall ensure your satisfaction." Draco watched Dennis's retreating figure disappear at the door, pondering whether his mental state was truly sound. Eleanor nestled comfortably under her blanket, enjoying the softness of the fur, her violet eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. "Of course." A devoted and capable yet somewhat mad Eleanor suppressed that word, raising an eyebrow at Draco. "Where have you placed the grapefruit?" Draco looked down, peeling the fruit with a knife, soon revealing the complete flesh. He offered the grapefruit to Eleanor, who reached out, took half, and then returned it to his hand. "It's in my robes." Draco grinned, his eyes crescent-shaped. "You would be surprised at how much I can conceal within my robes." Eleanor gazed at her reflection in the glass window, smiling as she finished half the grapefruit. "I truly would not have imagined." She wiped her hands clean and reached out to touch his pocket. Upon feeling the contact, Draco jumped slightly, his ears turning crimson, his gray-blue eyes glistening with moisture, appearing fragile in the dim light. I have nothing." Eleanor regretfully diverted her gaze from his eyes to his flushed ears, and then to his subtly reddened neck, almost sighing in a feigned lament. "What a pity." Draco felt his skin ignite under her shifting gaze, hastily stepping toward Eleanor and covering her eyes with his hand. "Do not look at me so." Eleanor's eyelashes fluttered like hooks against his palm, and Draco's warm breath brushed against her cheek. Her face felt equally cool. Draco's gaze traced along her delicate nose, recoiling as if burned. Eleanor, puzzled, opened her eyes only to catch a glimpse of Draco's platinum hair flitting past the door. Chapter 52, Twists and Turns. Daphne had barely finished her steak when she noticed Draco dragging Goyle away, clutching the book he shared with Eleanora. "What on earth is happening between you two?" Daphne inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Eleanora, well aware that these two were typically inseparable during their leisure moments. "I have no idea," Eleanora replied calmly, meticulously slicing her pie into tiny pieces without lifting her gaze. Ron, with a chicken leg clamped between his teeth and 2 more in hand, gestured for Harry to hurry and follow him. The two quickly caught up with Goyle, and as Harry stepped on Goyle's heel, Draco widened his eyes in disbelief at Ron leaping onto Goyle and bringing him crashing to the ground. Harry swiftly helped Ron back up. offering an awkward smile to Goyle as he snatched a chicken leg from Ron and shoved it into Goyle's hands, urging him to flee with him. Has the Weasley finally gone mad? Draco remarked, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Ron's retreating figure, wary of any further antics from him. Goyle, in utter dismay, felt a sharp pang in his scalp and clenched his fists in frustration, wishing he could drag Ron back and deliver a proper thrashing. Crabbe was not spared either. He and Goyle cornered Ron, but just as they swung their massive fists, Ron's keen eyes caught sight of Professor McGonagall at the end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall. I'm being bullied, please save me, he yelled. McGonagall promptly apprehended the fleeing Goyle and Crabbe, chastising them before deducting points from Slytherin. Draco, upon hearing this, mocked the two mercilessly, then resolved to teach the arrogant Ron a lesson. Eleanora lightly tapped the table with her fan, and let out a soft laugh. You need not take matters into your own hands. You could simply instruct someone with a devious mind and enjoy the spectacle of the Weasley's misfortune. Following her gaze, Draco spotted Theodore reading beneath the window. Theodore, unable to endure their stares any longer, exited with a scowl. Come here, Draco, Eleanora beckoned, nudging a mini cake toward him. You can absolutely trust Theodore. Just wait for the Weasley to fall from grace. Theodore acted swiftly, and that very evening, Ron stumbled upon Percy and Penelope in a close embrace in an empty classroom. Percy, protectively wrapping Penelope in his arms, shattered his usually composed demeanor, and that day, Ron faced an unspeakable punishment. The following morning, Ron, dragging his trembling legs that had spent a night in agony, wandered into the dining hall, clutching his empty wallet and feeling utterly despondent. Draco, unperturbed by Ron's dismal appearance, continued to eat his meals, while Goyle, without a word, indulged in 4 steaks. On the third day of Ron's punishment, he painfully made his way to the washroom on the second floor. Hermione, who had scarcely visited the library lately, was busy concocting potions in the washroom. Are you nearly finished, Hermione? Ron curiously peered in. Hermione, irritated by the interruption, felt an urge to shove him into a cauldron. She offered a cool smile, her eyes seemingly penetrating through his facade to scrutinize his smooth, unwrinkled brain. You must understand that the polyjuice potion is far more intricate than your life. Typically, it requires about a month to brew. Hermione paused, her expression complex as she regarded Ron with a peculiar gaze, then slowly continued, however, your prepared ingredients are just right. The most time-consuming part, 12 bundles of lacewing flies, has been well stocked, thanks to your generous brother. Ron was baffled by the connection between the potion and his brother, shaking his head in confusion as he tousled Goyle and Crabbe's hair, gazing at Hermione with intrigue. Who do you wish to become? Want to try turning into black? Hermione stared at him quizzically. Are you alright, Ron? You want to turn into black? Do you think her acquaintances are fools? Besides, you're supposed to find Malfoy. Wouldn't it be easier to go unnoticed with fewer people? Ron merely shrugged, leaning against the wall as he observed Hermione diligently perfecting her potion. The mandrakes had matured, and Snape soon prepared a batch of potion that restored Madame Rosmerta and Colin Creevey from their petrified states. Filch, who had been irritable and tempestuous for a month, returned to his office with Madame Rosmerta in his arms, his eyes red from weeping. Many young wizards visited Colin in the infirmary. Harry stood at a corner, watching waves of students flood in, only to be swiftly ushered out due to the commotion. He did not spot the wizard who had clashed with Ron among the throng. Pondering deeply, Harry realized that the wizard's appearance was too ordinary for him to remember. Colin, with a strained smile, bid farewell to yet another group of classmates and collapsed onto his bed, feeling overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Hearing the rustle of footsteps approaching, Colin lifted his head and, upon seeing Harry, sprang up from the bed. Merlin's spectacles, Mr. Potter. It's me, Harry replied with a gentle smile. How are you? I'm splendid, Colin exclaimed, making several gestures as if to lift his bed. After a brief and calm chat with Harry, Madame Pomfrey requested Harry to leave. Colin watched longingly as Harry disappeared around the corner, gazing intently at the hand that had touched Harry's, resolving not to wash it for the entire month. Feeling lighthearted, Harry cheerfully made his way to the second floor of the Research Institute. As he passed another staircase, he heard a sudden gasp. Hesitating for a moment, he noticed no further sounds and continued on his way. Fred found himself pinned against the wall, his wrist caught in Dennis's left hand while the other hand covered his mouth. Dennis's warm breath traveled along Fred's neck, and he flashed a charming smile, whispering, I told you I could recognize you, Fred Weasley. Why are you hiding from me? Fred was on the verge of cursing, utterly unwilling to engage with this creep. Dennis swiftly shackled his wrists with metal handcuffs, his left hand gliding down Fred's neck, teasingly caressing his Adam's apple. Was that your friend Harry Potter? Fred was compelled to tilt his head back due to Dennis's movements, his long, graceful neck more exquisite than an exhibited sculpture. His heart raced as he felt Dennis take a sniff at his neck before inhaling deeply. "I certainly don't want you to be seen like this," Dennis murmured, his lips grazing Fred's flushed earlobe, a low chuckle escaping him. "Perhaps you would prefer my lounge to this?" Dennis loosened his grip slightly, causing Fred to spring up like a bowstring, his body lunging toward Dennis, but with his hands restrained, Fred was quickly subdued. "Let me go, you heartless creep." Dennis's smile radiated a sinister delight as he gently stroked Fred's flushed cheek, his grip tightening around Fred's neck, resting his head against Fred's left chest. Captivated by the rhythmic thump of his heart, Fred's pupils slightly contracted as he raised his gaze. Dennis, breathing heavily, had sparks of excitement dancing in his eyes. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I'd rather not fit you with a gag." Dennis leaned closer to Fred, their noses almost touching, softly rubbing against each other. "Do not refuse me, Fred. Your vibrant vitality is utterly enchanting." Fred struggled to suppress the heat rising in his cheeks, and delivered a forceful headbutt to Dennis. The blow landed squarely on Dennis's nose, causing blood to gush forth instantly. Fred, with a challenging look, watched as Dennis silently cast a spell to staunch the bleeding, lowering his head to wipe his face clean with Fred's robe. Fred's complexion shifted between hues of green and red, reflecting his tumultuous emotions, while Dennis remained composed, though fervor brewed in his eyes. "I'm giving you a chance to leave. Once I catch you, there will be no escape." Dennis released his grip on Fred, unfastening the handcuffs from his wrists. But Fred promptly vanished from sight. Dennis stood in place, feeling the warmth in his palm gradually dissipate, his upturned lips concealing a silent madness. With one hand thrust into his pocket, he descended the stairs step by step, his tongue excitedly grazing his canine teeth. "Fred, I am coming. Due to this narrative, I shall not let the majority of characters meet their demise, and Fred shall not perish either." Dennis Lestrange harbors an extraordinary fondness for the vitality of living beings. Though I am uncertain if you can comprehend his inclinations, I have come to inquire whether you would be amenable to witnessing their tale. If not, I shall revert back. Interested? Not interested. Chapter 53. Infiltration. Harry knocked on the door of the common room, and Astoria opened it, greeting him with a gentle smile as she ushered him inside. "I have heard that Colin Creevey has awakened." "Indeed." Rising, Harry accepted the cup of brewed black tea from Astoria, who had prepared it. Although he could hardly discern the quality of the tea and seldom indulged in such beverages, he found this cup more delightful than juice. "It is truly wonderful that he is well again," Harry murmured softly. Astoria said nothing, simply sitting quietly beside him. A breeze swept through the window, ruffling the surface of the lake, and Harry often felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation here, as if sleep were beckoning him. Skillfully reclining upon the bed in the common room, Harry gazed through the half-open door, tracing the silhouette of Astoria, who sat by the window engrossed in her book. Drowsiness washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The moon hung high in the night sky as Harry strolled alone down the deserted corridor when Mrs. Norris, revitalized, suddenly leapt from a corner, landing on him with a plaintive meow. Mrs. Norris clung tightly to Harry's robes, and he forcefully shook her off, unwilling to become entangled with Filch, and hurriedly departed. Behind him, Mrs. Norris disdainfully licked her paw pads and set off in search of her next unfortunate target. Ron lay on the bed, propping his legs up while perusing a pictorial book on wizard's chess. He cast half an eye towards Harry as he entered and casually inquired, "Where have you been?" Harry stammered a vague response, shedding his robes as he dove into the tent. Ron, feeling perplexed, got up from the bed and picked up the robes that had fallen to the floor, his keen eyes catching sight of several strands of light yellowish hair adhering to the shoulder. Remembering Harry's recent blushing and stuttering, Ron suddenly made the connection to Harry's closeness with Astoria from Slytherin. "Does Astoria have hair of this hue?" Ron lifted the hair, allowing it to glimmer slightly in the light, and it seemed to resemble her even more. Dismissing concerns over length, Ron set down the robes, bundled up the hair, and resumed reading. On the day Hermione's experiment bore fruit, Ron excitedly gripped the potion vial. "I am about to drink the polyjuice potion for the first time." Harry tossed in the hair, and the potion began to bubble and change subtly. He tilted his head back and drank it down. Ron, unable to suppress a gag, remarked that it was more unpalatable than the nutrient solution from the hospital wing. Harry and Ron transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, and Hermione silently cheered for her successful concoction of the polyjuice potion, feeling a swell of pride. Ron, with a conspiratorial grin, opened another potion vial and quickly tossed in several strands of hair. Once the potion had completed its transformation, he handed it to Hermione, wearing a meaningful smile. "You will drink this potion, and we shall split up." Hermione regarded the vial with confusion, asking curiously, "Whose hair is this?" Ron cast a sly glance at Harry and winked at Hermione. It is Astoria Greengrass's hair. Harry froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he scrutinized Ron, furrowing his brow and asking, "How do you have Astoria's hair?" Ron ignored him, nudging Hermione's arm. "The polyjuice potion has a time limit. We must act swiftly." Hermione grimaced as she drank the potion, and Harry grasped Ron's arm, inquiring, "Where did you get the hair?" "No way, Harry, clear your mind of those wild thoughts. Weren't you with Greengrass yesterday? I found it on your clothing." Harry was taken aback, about to respond when Hermione suddenly screamed. They turned to see Hermione, now sporting a feline visage, staring in shock, her hands covering her face as she wept, harboring a deep resentment towards Ron. "This is not Astoria's hair at all. The polyjuice potion can only transform into a person. We must hasten to get Hermione to the hospital wing," Harry urged Ron, who was momentarily stunned. As he helped the collapsed Hermione to her feet, his displeasure evident as he glared at Ron. "You have been reckless this time. While I was with Astoria, we did not have any physical contact. There is no way I would have her hair on me. What you found on me is likely fur from that motley ball of fluff, Mrs. Norris, and moreover, Astoria has long golden hair." Ron, at a loss, tugged at his own hair, shouting in frustration, "How was I to know if she had long or short hair, golden or yellow?" Hermione, steadying herself, intervened to halt their futile quarrel, suppressing her own fear as she firmly grasped Harry's arm and looked at him with seriousness. "The polyjuice potion will not afford you much time. Since you have decided, act swiftly. You two go ahead. I can manage the hospital wing alone." Harry hesitated, reluctant to part ways, while Hermione donned her outer robe over her head, offering a smile before darting off towards the hospital wing. "We must hurry." Harry and Ron loitered in the corridor before the Slytherin common room. Harry's brow furrowed in worry. "We do not know the password. Will Malfoy return directly from the dining hall? Perhaps, but our planning is flawed. I merely sent a chocolate cake laced with a substantial amount of poisoning beans to the kitchen for the house elf to deliver to their dessert." Just as he finished speaking, Draco appeared, strolling alone towards the common room. Harry stifled his excitement, for who could have predicted he would feel such exhilaration at the sight of Draco on this day? "Malfoy, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." Ron nearly let slip their intentions, and the two exchanged knowing glances as they followed Draco closely. "Authority, aren't you two supposed to be in the lavatory?" Draco casually inquired. "Ah yes," Harry dutifully played the role of crab. "We returned to wait for you." Draco paid little heed to what he said, not pausing in the common room, but proceeding directly to his dormitory. "What brings you to my quarters?" Draco asked, puzzled, as he regarded the two who had squeezed into his room. Ron's eyes darted, and he earnestly gazed at Draco. "We are here to discuss that matter." "That matter?" Draco seemed to recall something, fidgeting with his hair as he moved to sit in a chair. "Ahem, since you wish to speak, please proceed." Draco's face flushed slightly as he suddenly noticed their actions, his irritation manifesting as he tapped his fingers on the table. "You intend to sit on my bed? Have you lost your minds in the lavatory?" Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, silently positioning themselves before Draco, unfazed by the imposing presence of the two tall boys. Draco nonchalantly tilted his chin towards Harry. "Go ahead, you may speak, Crab." Harry had no idea what to say, tentatively asking, "About the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets?" Draco, displeased, tossed the mock book he had been holding onto the table, crossing his arms as he glared at Harry. "What use is it to speak of that? I was referring to Eleanor's matters." "Ah yes, her affairs. Perhaps you could elaborate?" Draco rolled his eyes, exasperated, contemplating whether to simply discard these two fools. It was that day in the office when Draco's face began to redden. "It was a perfectly ordinary conversation, but I suddenly realized how beautiful Eleanor is," Draco added. "Of course, she is lovely at all times, but that moment was different." Harry and Ron exchanged complex looks, observing Draco like a lovesick youth, sharing a silent understanding. She suddenly seemed to radiate light. Her silver hair had beautiful curls at the ends, her eyes resembled the aurora, her lashes were long, and her face was cool yet soft. Draco's gaze flickered, his fists clenched as if trying to grasp something intangible. Ron observed Draco as he appeared to be lost in a reverie, his face growing increasingly flushed. Who, after all, had consumed that vile concoction merely to hear him recount this tale? Chapter 54. A Sudden Epiphany. While Ron and Harry contemplated whether to resort to force to compel Draco to divulge the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets, Draco had regained his composure and continued speaking. "You have no idea, Eleanor was truly breathtaking that day. Her smile outshone even the diamond crown of the Queen of England that my father cherishes." Draco's cheeks were tinged with crimson, and he absent-mindedly clutched his chest, as though he could hear the fervent thrum of his heart reverberating within him. "Yet, whenever I think of her, My heart races so violently that it leaves me feeling rather unwell. With clear, melancholic eyes, Draco lamented, "Am I unwell?" Unable to contain his frustration, gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Of course not. We understand what this is all about. Why don't you elaborate on the matter of the chamber? Once you finish, I shall reveal what is truly ailing you." Draco found Goyle's demeanor somewhat peculiar, and shot him an irritated glare. "Why are you speaking so oddly today? You two should pay attention and refrain from looking down on me." Reluctantly, Harry and Ron squatted on the ground, scrutinized by Draco, who still sensed something was amiss. "Why this sudden eagerness to know about the chamber? Though you possess slightly more intellect than the dim-witted crab, I've never seen you so invested in such matters. Weren't you both disinterested when you went to the kitchen that day? We're curious now, so tell me, who is the heir of the chamber?" Ron feigned ignorance, inquiring. "There is no heir, just nonsense. And certainly not that wretched Potter," Draco exclaimed, his brows furrowing in displeasure. "Indeed, Potter could never compare to you," Harry retorted without hesitation. What was it that petrified Colin? Draco sensed something was amiss but chose to dismiss it, idly tapping the table in impatience while crossing his legs. "I don't know. That thing has never been seen, and those who have encountered it are dead. That foolish Gryffindor lion wouldn't he even be able to articulate what petrified him if he woke up?" Harry bit his lip and chuckled with Ron, which only deepened Draco's perplexity. "Have both of you lost your minds? Hagrid, didn't he open the chamber once?" Harry pressed on, ignoring the mockery. "How could that foolish giant be involved? He merely takes the blame for others. After all, he did raise that monstrous spider at school." "Blame for whom?" Harry queried immediately. Having never been bombarded with so many inquiries, Draco waved his hand dismissively. "Mind your tone." As Harry was about to pose another question, Draco interrupted. "Enough. I don't wish to elaborate further. Once you've told me what is wrong with me, you may leave." Noting Draco's impatience, Harry sighed in disappointment and curiously glanced at Ron. Ron stood up, sporting a sarcastic smile as he leaned slightly towards Draco. Draco frowned in annoyance, about to retort, when he suddenly witnessed the distortion of the face before him, his eyes widening in shock as he turned to see another face morphing as well. "Of course. You're smitten, Malfoy. You're so oblivious that you don't even recognize it. But even if you did, what difference would it make? Do you think Black would ever accept such an arrogant fool as you?" Harry exclaimed, covering his transformed face, and tugging Ron along as they bolted from Draco's dormitory. Draco had already recognized the unmasked voice belonging to none other than the impoverished Ron Weasley. "You're smitten, Draco." At the utterance of those words, Draco's heart began to race uncontrollably, his subconscious affirming the statement. He recalled that night vividly, Eleanor wrapped in a blanket, the serene smile that graced her face only when she was in his presence. The firelight danced upon her silver hair, and the usually aloof Eleanor seemed to radiate warmth in the night. Draco's mind was consumed by thoughts of Eleanor's laughter, her voice, her warmth, and the lips that had sent him fleeing in panic that evening. Ron's subsequent words struck him like a slap, leaving him momentarily speechless, his pallid face losing the last remnants of color. He stood frozen, staring at the door as it slammed against the wall and bounced back. Ron's words echoed in his ears like a haunting melody. "You're smitten, Malfoy. Would Black ever accept such an arrogant fool as you? Such an arrogant fool?" he echoed inwardly. Draco's gray-blue eyes dimmed, his arms crossed over his chest, trembling involuntarily. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. The once fervent rhythm of his heart began to decelerate, sinking into silence, with only a faint echo remaining to signify its existence. It felt as if something had pierced through him from behind. A chilling gust swept through his chest, causing Draco to shiver in the cold. With a sudden crash, he overturned his desk and kicked a mirror, one he had brought from home to admire his own handsome visage. Yet the quality of this mirror was too fine, and it remained steadfast, reflecting the tumultuous emotions he sought to escape. Draco pulled himself from the depths of despair, glaring with bloodshot eyes at the distorted figure in the reflection. Curse Weasley! What gives him the audacity to say such things? How dare he? I am a Malfoy. He thought of Eleanor's extraordinary magical prowess, her remarkable memory, and her self-taught skills, while he foolishly allowed Potter and Weasley to mock him in his own dormitory. He staggered to retrieve his wand, his trembling hand causing his movements to falter. Draco wobbled into the air, only to plummet to the ground after a mere 2 steps. His face drained of color as he leaned against the mirror, slowly sliding down to the floor. This spell, which Eleanor had mastered in her first year, was rumored to be a forbidden incantation. He had failed to find any record of it, and a year later he still could not fly as she did. Draco stared blankly at the ceiling, the sweetness of his first infatuation now accompanied by the painful realization of the distance between himself and Eleanor. "What am I? He pondered as he lay crumpled on the disheveled floor, the chandelier above him swaying hazily in his vision. He could not discern its form. Just as he struggled to comprehend the chasm that lay between him and Eleanor, Slytheriness which stood at the pinnacle, revered by all the professors. Even the haughty Granger, who typically looked down upon him, was willing to serve as her secretary. He too would gladly bow before her, wouldn't he? And his once cherished status as a Malfoy paled in comparison to Black's standing, especially when considering the wealth of the Muggle world. The belief he had clung to so tightly crumbled into countless grains of sand. What he had taken pride in was but a triviality in her eyes. Eleanor, stripped of her Black identity, remained Eleanor. But without the Malfoy name, who was he? Draco curled into himself, tears streaming from his dim gray-blue eyes. His platinum hair losing its luster, falling chaotically over his face. He wept silently. Harry, do you think Malfoy won't report us to Black? Ron nervously queried, glancing at Harry, who had no desire to confront that fearsome woman. I don't know, but what do you mean by that? Malfoy likes. Harry glanced around before leaning closer to Ron, whispering, Malfoy likes Black? Is it not obvious? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide, prompting Harry to quickly pull him aside. Keep your voice down. How could I have seen that? He described that Black as a delicate and gentle doll. Although Black is indeed quite beautiful, Ron reluctantly remarked, squinting at Harry. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that she possesses a haughty disdain for anyone beneath her notice. She has never cast even a glance in our direction, not just towards Gryffindor, but also towards those Slytherins who follow her. Ron recalled the emotionless gaze Eleanor had swept over them with and shivered, rubbing his arms. Such a cold and unfeeling person, yet in Draco's eyes, she appeared as a lively and charming young girl. Ron nudged Harry's shoulder, asking, how many layers of embellishment must Black have undergone in Draco's eyes? Harry shook his head in confusion. Is that the reason you believe Malfoy has feelings for Black? It's more than that. Ron, feeling a bit flushed, scratched his head. Admitting, I've secretly read some Muggle romance novels, and they mention that when one is in love, their heart races, and everything the beloved does seems beautiful. He suddenly cleared his throat awkwardly, but that's just my guess. Did you notice how he was when we left? Wouldn't he actually go and complain to Black? Would he? Ron and Harry exchanged glum glances, retreating in defeat. Chapter 55, Transition. Theodore returned to the dormitory, noticing that Draco's desk was somewhat less cluttered. He approached Draco's bed, where Draco was curled up under the covers, revealing only a small patch of his platinum blonde hair. You returned early today. Didn't he witness Granger transform into a creature with a cat's face? Without hearing Draco's teasing voice, Theodore leaned slightly and patted the blanket. Are you asleep? Draco stirred, revealing a bloodshot eye. He languidly glanced at Theodore before retreating back into the covers. Not accustomed to the lackluster Draco, Theodore awkwardly cleared his throat and asked dryly, Are you unwell? No, I'm perfectly fine. After a moment of silence, Theodore went to wash up in the bathroom. Eleanor entered the infirmary late at night, settling down beside Hermione's bed. Hermione awkwardly pulled the covers up, disliking her own fuzzy appearance. How did you let yourself get into this state? You are supposed to be a clever witch. How could you make such a rookie mistake? I didn't. Hermione couldn't help but tear up. She had successfully brewed the polyjuice potion. The concoction was flawless, if not for that cat hair. You are exceptional, Granger. A second year which independently brews the polyjuice potion. Your talent astounds me. I understand your sorrow, as I too am a woman. Hermione shifted, revealing her eyes as she stared at her. What did Madame Pomfrey say? Hermione suppressed the lump in her throat, struggling to contain her dejected feelings. At least 2 months of treatment will be required for recovery. Eleanor took out a dark green potion bottle from her ring and placed it on the bedside table. I wouldn't want you to fall behind in your studies for 2 months. Professor Snape, the youngest potions master, is aware of your situation, and he happens to have some research on the matter. This is a slow-release potion he concocted. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. She never imagined Professor Snape would assist her. Don't display such an expression. You are also a student of Hogwarts. Though this potion cost Professor Snape 7 hours of his time and 700 galleons worth of ingredients, he actively sought me out to have me bring it to you. Eleanor refrained from mentioning the ridicule she faced when she approached Snape. Instead, she exaggerated his intentions without hesitation, as Snape was indeed willing to help Hermione. Hearing about the 7 hours and 700 galleons left Hermione momentarily stunned, hesitant to accept such a precious potion. Eleanor, holding the potion with a fan, pushed it towards her, standing up to smooth her wrinkle-free robes. This is Professor Snape's heartfelt gesture. Drink it, and your condition will be alleviated within 6 hours. Transforming 2 months into 6 hours caused Hermione to blink in amazement, her respect for Snape's potion-making prowess growing even further, rendering her usual grievances about lost points and deducted house points trivial by comparison. Rest well. I hope to see you in the dining hall tomorrow, my secretary. As Eleanor walked down the corridor, the dim lights cast a faint shadow at her feet. Draco had not reappeared since leaving the dining hall. Where could he be? Eleanor furrowed her brow unconsciously, not recognizing her burgeoning desire to keep tabs on Draco's whereabouts. The next day, Slytherin's schedule included only afternoon classes for history of magic and herbology. Eleanor had not made an appearance until noon when she finally left the dormitory to prepare for lunch. Draco leaned against the wall at the fork in the Slytherin corridor. The absence of sunlight in the subterranean Slytherin caused flickering candlelight to dance across his face, casting a small shadow beneath his long lashes and nose. Hearing familiar footsteps, Draco straightened, shifting his stiff legs, and looked down at Eleanor, his voice hoarse and dry as he greeted her. Good day, Eleanor. Good day, Draco. Eleanor raised her gaze to him, noticing the dark circles under his eyes and his chapped, pale lips, but she refrained from inquiring about what had transpired. Daphne has a potion for sleep. I'll ask her to get some for you, Draco softly replied, accepting the textbook she offered. Walking a half-step behind her towards the dining hall, Hermione was already recovered, smiling gratefully at Eleanor from a distance, while Snape also received her appreciative glance. Ron, devouring a chicken leg, cast furtive glances at Draco and Eleanor, occasionally exchanging glances with Harry. Eleanor pushed aside the maple syrup pie, taking a piece of steak and slicing it into small pieces to place in front of Draco. Eat something. Make sure to rest well after class. Draco nodded, placing a peeled orange next to her, delicately savoring the steak. During History of Magic class, Professor Binns gazed with admiration at Eleanor, who was diligently taking notes, oblivious to Draco sleeping beside her, awarding her 5 points. Eleanor paused her writing, somewhat distracted by the slight tremor of Draco's eyelashes. His soft, platinum hair made him appear innocent and pitiable. It seems he had an argument with those 2 lions. She did not regret her decision to tacitly allow Harry and Ron to probe Draco, unaware of the extent of the mistreatment he had endured. Those 2 were still living too comfortably. Eleanor turned around, tearing off the paper filled with careless doodles, and resumed her note-taking. Harry and Ron had been quite unfortunate for a while, and Ron, unable to bear it any longer, vented to Harry, Malfoy must have complained. But they don't seem to be spending time together anymore. It's just like before. Is your book not accurate? Harry looked at Ron with sincere, clear green eyes, causing Ron's face to flush with anger. How should I know if it's true or not? Draco quickly regained his composure, working with Lucius over the next few days to devise a more stringent and burdensome plan, intending to visit several politicians he despised during the Christmas break. The news of Lockhart wanting to establish a dueling club spread throughout Hogwarts. Aside from a few infatuated fans, most witches and wizards were reluctant to humor him. Snape was also unwilling to indulge him, but when Lockhart produced rare ingredients supposedly obtained from battling witches, Snape readily agreed. On the day of the duel, Draco stood beside Eleanor, scoffing disdainfully. What nerve does this embroidered pillow have to challenge Professor Snape? Eleanor idly waved her fan, still displeased at the lack of seats in the spectators' area. He dares to fight a werewolf bare-handed. His notoriety has only muddled his mind further. She glanced at Blaise not far away, noticing he had changed his female companion once again. As Snape and Lockhart ascended the stage to the applause of the wizards, they bowed and turned to face the audience. Snape waved his wand languidly, a sardonic glint in his eyes as he observed Lockhart's flamboyant gestures while reciting the spell in a drawn-out tone. Disarm. With a resounding thud, Lockhart was propelled off the stage, rising awkwardly amidst uproarious laughter as he attempted to justify his actions. Just now, Professor Snape and I demonstrated the art of dueling for you all. Now it is your turn. His gaze lingered on the illustrious figures of Hogwarts, and when it fell upon Eleanor, she made a slicing gesture across her throat with her right hand. Lockhart shivered at the memory of her cannibalistic father, Regulus, and hastily averted his eyes. Lockhart hesitated between Harry and Dennis, the exquisitely handsome Slytherin star irking him further, and he found Dennis's background more manageable. Dennis Lestrange. Chapter 56, Parseltongue. Dennis stepped onto the stage with a flawless smile, politely declining Lockhart's offer to choose him as an opponent. I have sparred with my classmates too many times in the association. This time, I wish to challenge you. Lockhart, taken aback, quickly regained his confidence, assured that he could handle a wizard who had yet to graduate. Dennis caught sight of Fred in the crowd, his gaze fixed on him as he loosened his dark green tie, revealing bite marks on the second knuckles of his index and middle fingers. His deep black eyes locked onto Fred's, and he approached Lockhart with measured grace. With a swift motion, Dennis evaded Lockhart's surprise attack and silently petrified him, elegantly walking before the immobilized Lockhart to admire the wide-eyed expression on his face. Unhurriedly, he raised his hand, sending the petrified Lockhart soaring out of the arena. Amidst the astonished gasps of the wizards, Dennis released the spell, and Lockhart tumbled down once more in disarray. With thunderous applause, Dennis graciously acknowledged the audience, while Lockhart, amidst the laughter, rose furiously, redirecting his ire towards another contender. Harry Potter. Lockhart managed a somewhat neurotic smile as he enunciated another name, Draco Malfoy. Draco frowned in displeasure, pursing his lips as he approached Harry. Draco, you may use that, Snape whispered into his ear. Draco's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. It was undeniable that Harry possessed remarkable talent in flying and combat. Lacking finely honed spells, Draco could only engage in a back and forth with Harry. Draco dodged a petrifying curse and swiftly waved his arm, casting a spell. Serpensortia. A snake, as thick as a bowl, materialized between them. Hissing and flicking its tongue at Harry. Gripping his wand nervously, Harry suddenly swung it towards the serpent. Disarm. The black snake was sent flying towards Lockhart, angrily thrashing its tail. Harry's expression soured as Lockhart leaped forward once more. Let me handle this snake. He attempted to banish it, only to send it flying again. The snake, now more furious, slithered towards the crowd and Harry, disregarding everything, immediately tried to hiss and halt its advance. In the stillness of the moment, a dialogue unfolded between the boy and the serpent, the content of which remained a mystery. Reluctantly, the black serpent turned towards the forbidden forest. Eleanor, pensively tapping her folding fan, glanced at the frowning Draco on stage, their eyes meeting for an instant before Draco descended. Whispers circulated among the crowd as Harry, uncomfortable under the scrutiny of suspicious gazes, returned to Hermione and Ron. Rumors spread rapidly, confirming the notion that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, attributed to his fluent Parseltongue. They all recognized that one of Salazar Slytherin's most infamous traits was his ability to speak to snakes. Harry and his friends' investigations yielded little progress. They could not discern whom Hagrid had taken the blame for, and even Hagrid himself was unaware. Eleanor found Draco in the president's training room. Upon seeing her, Draco lowered his pistol, stowing his trembling right hand in his pocket. Your accuracy is impressive. Eleanor summoned 2 glasses of juice from a house elf, handing one to Draco, who accepted it with his left hand. Eleanor averted her gaze, sipping her juice in silence. You are exceptional. There is no need to compare yourself to anyone. Each person has their own strengths and weaknesses. You need not push yourself to unhappiness. Eleanor's violet eyes gazed earnestly at Draco, a light laugh escaping her lips. What is it that you cannot achieve? You are after all Draco. Draco looked at Eleanor speechless. He longed to pull her into a tight embrace, to let her hear the fervent beating of his heart, stirred by her presence. His pale face flushed with color. The night always rendered one overly tender. Draco raised his hand to ruffle Eleanor's hair, tucking it behind her ear. Leaning slightly closer, their eyes met, and a subtle smile danced in his gray-blue irises as he cheerfully replied, Thank you, Eleanor, I will. As the rumors escalated, Harry buried his head in his plate during a meal, the stares of those around him robbing him of his appetite. In just a few days, his chin had thinned noticeably. With dark circles under his eyes, Harry made his way to the second floor of the Research Institute, where the little Badgers, upon seeing him, hastily shut their doors in shock. He hesitated before a room at the end of the corridor, lost in thought, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. As he passed the staircase, he heard the voice he longed to hear the most. Harry. He looked up immediately, spotting Astoria with her golden hair cascading gracefully over her robes. Standing on the staircase, the slanting twilight illuminated her from behind, rendering her expression indistinct to Harry. He hurriedly ascended to the next step, where he beheld Astoria's face radiating warmth, and his heart trembled back into place. Are you well? Astoria opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. Harry cheerfully seated himself on the sofa, his green eyes sparkling with innocence. I'm well, it's been a while, Astoria. Did we not see each other just 3 days ago in the corridor? Astoria questioned with mild confusion, as she skillfully lit incense and brewed warming potions in the room. Your dark circles tell a different story. You should rest well tonight. Harry wished to express that he preferred to spend more time with her, but upon inhaling the familiar scent of potions, his eyes fluttered shut, and he leaned against the door, falling asleep. Astoria gazed at him in astonishment, circling around him, marveling at the sight of someone who could sleep while standing. With great effort, she assisted Harry onto the bed, retrieving a pale green cloth embroidered with stars. Gently removing his glasses and placing them on the bedside table, She wiped his face and hands clean, quietly closing the door behind her as she left. That night, Harry slept soundly, stretching lazily against the headboard as he squinted and searched for his glasses. He grasped the cloth, bringing it to his nose to inhale the delicate scent of jasmine, which reminded him of something, causing his cheeks to flush. Astoria gently knocked on the door, prompting Harry to hurriedly don his glasses and instinctively tuck the cloth into his pocket. Hey, Astoria. Harry grinned sheepishly, shutting the door behind him. Good day, Harry. I'm glad you're awake. I brought breakfast. Come eat after you freshen up. Harry, amidst Astoria's bemused gaze, devoured 4 sandwiches, leaving the room with a full stomach. The rumors regarding the Chamber of Secrets reached a fever pitch when a young wizard discovered the petrified Penelope in front of the lavatory. Once again, someone had been petrified, creating a vacuum around Harry as whispers began to circulate, shifting their focus towards him. Hermione glared fiercely at anyone who dared to glance in their direction, flanking Harry with Ron on either side. The mandrake has been exhausted and requires recultivation. Percy stood restlessly at Penelope's bedside, oblivious to the fact that he had fastened his shirt incorrectly. The agony of waiting is always tormenting. Even as Penelope lay in the medical wing, each day without witnessing her recovery left Percy increasingly anxious and unable to eat. With his collar crumpled, Percy intercepted Harry, scrutinizing him with a serious and haggard demeanor, bluntly questioning him. If you are the heir of Slytherin, you must have a way to reverse Penelope's petrification. She is innocent. Harry was utterly incredulous, his mouth agape in shock. I told you I am not. Why would I go to the girls' bathroom to petrify her? I don't even know her. Percy stubbornly maintained his stance, standing resolutely before Harry, who was on the verge of a breakdown, gripping his hair in frustration. What are you doing, Percy? Ron rushed over, pulling Harry behind him, glaring angrily at Percy and vociferously accusing him. Aren't you the head boy of Gryffindor? Why don't you trust Harry? What advantage would there be in petrifying your lover? You are always so obstinate, believing only what you choose to, yet you are the greatest fool. The confrontation ended with no concessions made on either side, and they parted on unfriendly terms. Percy stood before the Institute, surveying the modern building that clashed with the style of Hogwarts, mentally steeling himself. He walked forward with a grave demeanor, only to be unexpectedly halted at the entrance. Chapter 57, Temptation. Eleanor was habitually positioned by the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office, overlooking Hogwarts. She noticed students outside embroiled in an argument with a wizard, and could vaguely discern a flash of red hair. She dispatched a secretary to inquire about the commotion below, and upon learning that Percy Weasley wished to see her, Eleanor felt a flicker of surprise. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Bring him up. She gently caressed the folding fan in her hand, a gift she had received on her 11th birthday. Percy, adjusting his disheveled collar and retying his tie, approached the door and knocked. After a few moments of waiting, the secretary opened the door, and upon his entry, exited and closed it behind him. It is an honor to be here with you, Miss Black. Eleanor sat in her chair, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Percy maintained his composure, a hint of a somewhat sycophantic smile breaking through his typically stern countenance. I know you have been covertly monitoring Potter. That rather unremarkable wizard tends to take things too seriously. Eleanor savored her red tea, adding 5 sugar cubes and stirring with a silver spoon. Percy's smile faltered, and he decisively abandoned the feudal niceties of pure-blood aristocracy, articulating his purpose directly. Potter's actions in opening the Chamber of Secrets have harmed my girlfriend. She is currently in the medical wing. I am the head boy of Gryffindor and Ron's brother. I can assist you in monitoring Potter. Clenching his fists, he felt a cold sweat break out as he faced the second year who had yet to utter a word but made him feel acutely vulnerable. I need the potion to reverse the petrification. Eleanor poured herself another cup of tea, deftly adding 5 sugar cubes with tongs. She leisurely opened the white peacock fan adorned with mother of pearl, enjoying her second cup of tea at a leisurely pace. Percy Weasley, the third son of the Weasley family, a family of Gryffindors, has produced an ambitious individual. Eleanor fanned herself, the gems on the peacock's tail glimmering in the sunlight. What do you desire? Wealth, status, or power? Percy's palms were slick with sweat, his expression resolute as he silently listened to Eleanor's assessment. Have you come to pledge your allegiance because you see a favorable outcome? Or is it due to your outdated network of information? As the sugar bowl was emptied, the secretary timely entered with a fresh pot of Earl Grey tea. Percy accepted the teapot, glancing at Eleanor's expression as he added 3 sugar cubes, then stepped back. Eleanor did not drink the tea. Instead, she stood up and sat at her desk, retrieving a piece of parchment from the drawer and sliding it across the table. If your only purpose is to monitor Potter, you may leave my presence now. Do not waste my time. The parchment contained the declaration and regulations for joining the Ministry's Department of International Magical Cooperation, with the position of one of 12 deputy ministers awaiting a signature. Percy's heart raced as he scrutinized the document multiple times before finally signing his name. Thank you for your kindness. I will do my utmost. Eleanor smiled with a hint of amusement, tapping the briefcase on the table with the fan's ribs, indicating Percy to open it. The glimmer of gold galleons captured Percy's attention as Eleanor spoke enticingly. You have made what you believe to be the correct choice. Here are 2,000 galleons, approximately the annual salary of the Director of the Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Eleanor instinctively touched the gold bracelet on her wrist, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Arthur Weasley always foolishly keeps his eyes on us, and you can easily obtain his yearly salary, and more besides. Your first task is to resolve this matter. Do not allow me to see him active in the Ministry again. He has merely lost a position of little consequence, while you will gain what you desire. Eleanor's face radiated delight as she benevolently remarked. And I have not forced you to take his life, have I? Percy pondered for a few seconds before decisively closing the briefcase, gripping it tightly in his hand. I will not disappoint you. Once you accomplish this task, I too look forward to seeing the only deputy minister from Gryffindor in the Ministry. I wonder how much you will be able to obtain from it. Eleanor waved her fan dismissively, and Percy bowed as he took his leave, hesitating momentarily. She will be fine. Do not linger here. After Percy departed, the secretary cleared the entire tea set and poured Eleanor a glass of her recently favored juice. Little Kay arrived at the table, bringing a letter from Regulus. Eleanor, where will you spend your Christmas holiday? Home. Daphne exclaimed with envy, languishing on the sofa, wishing to remain at Hogwarts. I do not want to attend the banquet with my father, being weighed and selected like a gift. Blaise scoffed, glancing at Theodore, who reacted with indifference, merely shrugging his shoulders. You can commence your plan now. When Dinglas will accompany you home, you have ample time to make something of it. Daphne's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gracefully rose and elegantly curtsied to Eleanor. I will not disappoint you, she affirmed to Eleanor as well as to herself. I will absolutely succeed. Theodore's lips briefly curled into a smile, as if he had never changed. Graham Montague entered the lounge with a broom in hand, heading straight for Eleanor. Blake, Malfoy intends to withdraw from the Quidditch team at the end of this term. Graham's grip on the broom tightened nervously as he avoided her gaze. I want to know why. Malfoy has performed exceptionally well, and is a brilliant seeker. When I asked him the reason, he surprisingly said he has lost interest in Quidditch. His eyes widened, wishing to shout with his broom in hand. This is absolutely impossible. I know how much he loves Quidditch. Eleanor paid no mind to Montague's outburst, surprised by Draco's decision to abandon Quidditch. Reflecting on Draco's changes since the Polyjuice Potion incident, Eleanor slowly furrowed her brow. That is his choice. Montague was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Realizing he had raised his voice in front of her, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he immediately bowed, pledging his loyalty. Please forgive my rudeness. I did not mean to trouble you. I beg your pardon for my foolishness. Eleanor waved her fan, and Montague, feeling relieved, hurriedly exited the lounge. Blaise raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not anticipate Draco's decision to abandon Quidditch. Something had been amiss with him these past few days. Daphne observed Eleanor's expression closely. Despite her seemingly neutral demeanor, Daphne sensed an underlying discontent. They were all aware of Gryffindor's trio's scheme involving the Polyjuice Potion, but the cause of Draco's transformation remained a mystery. The change in him began on that fateful day. Eleanor had never regretted any of her decisions, nor did Draco's recent silence induce any remorse. Yet, the fact that he relinquished Quidditch weighed heavily on her mind. He had a profound passion for the sport, being well-versed in the lives of most Quidditch stars and their enchanted broomsticks. He had eagerly anticipated joining the Quidditch team for an entire year, radiating confidence and brilliance on the pitch. But now he had forsaken it. For the first time, Eleanor questioned her own choice. She even contemplated using legilimency on the two lions to uncover what had transpired. However, considering Draco's reticence on the matter, she reluctantly suppressed that thought. Chapter 58. The Future. Eleanor did not inquire why Draco chose to forsake Quidditch. Instead, she ventured to the pitch alone, finding no trace of that platinum-haired figure among the swirling brooms. As she prepared to turn away, she glimpsed a distant platinum dot in the stands. There was no other hue in Hogwarts so radiant. Eleanor approached Draco step by step. In the December chill, he was not clad in his school robes. His white shirt billowed in the wind, and his platinum hair danced gently. A large, heavy cloak draped over his shoulders, and when Draco turned to see her, a faint smile broke across his face. What brings you here? It's quite cold today. Eleanor did not miss the flicker of despondency in his eyes. His grey-blue gaze lacked its usual luster, resembling a desolate sea. This was not how it should be, she thought. Draco seemed to be withering before her eyes. Eleanor firmly rejected her initial decision to guide him along Potter's line of thought, tacitly accepting the occurrence of the polyjuice potion incident. I came to find you. Eleanor wrapped her cloak tighter around her as she sat beside him. Her violet eyes filled with compassion. Will you be spending the Christmas holiday at my home? Draco cast his gaze downward, the mixed gold and silver strands of unicorn tail hair quickly warming him. I would be delighted if you invited me. He did not meet her eyes, a gentle smile lingering on his lips. I'm afraid I must accompany my father to France for some business during the holiday. Perhaps next time, Eleanor? Shall we spend next Christmas together? Eleanor gazed quietly at him. Draco did not return her glance, as if the ordinary unicorn tail cloak held some extraordinary secret. She reached out to cradle Draco's face, turning it toward her, as if seeking answers from his eyes. His cool skin made him shiver, and he instinctively moved to touch Eleanor's hand, but faltered midway, his grey-blue eyes clouded with melancholy. Eleanor gently caressed his cheek, and in the midst of Draco's astonished gaze, her lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes softening as she assured him, we will spend next Christmas together, and everyone thereafter. Draco, still processing her words, was caught off guard when Eleanor stood and walked toward the exit. He hastily joined her, his platinum hair bouncing with vitality, his grey-blue eyes flickering with light. Say it again, Eleanor. We will spend every Christmas together from now on. We are on the same side, Draco. We are on the same side, Draco murmured, pondering what melancholy thoughts occupied his mind. Hadn't Eleanor always been with him? Now and in the future, she would remain solely by his side. Malfoy would create glory alongside Black, now and forever. Suddenly, Draco brightened, adopting his elegant and refined tone. He wore the cloak that was evidently tailored for him. Lifting his chin slightly, his ears tinged with warmth. Should I return this cloak to you? Eleanor feigned ignorance of his subtle shift, indulgently replying, it was prepared for you. The hopeful gazes of the spectators on the pitch dimmed as the pair gradually distanced themselves, leading to Blaze's frustration as he intensified the team's training. Slytherin could not afford to lose any match. Upon learning that Hermione would remain at school with Harry and Ron, Eleanor unreservedly assigned her a plethora of trivial tasks, all while sitting beside Draco on the Hogwarts Express. We should take the carriage when we start third year. I am quite tired of this compartment. Daphne sprawled across an entire sofa, while Theodore occupied the furthest chair from her. The two engaged in yet another argument. The others were non-committal about Eleanor's suggestion. As she leaned against the window, engrossed in a tome titled The Unspeakable Curses, studying deadly spells. Has Blaze gone to find yet another girlfriend? Draco diverted his attention from the complex intelligence report in his hands, allocating a fraction of his focus to his companion. Who knows if it's a Hufflepuff or a Gryffindor? It certainly won't be a Slytherin. His former Ravenclaw girlfriend wouldn't allow him to toy with students from her house. Daphne glanced toward Eleanor, who appeared ready for some entertainment. You made the right call sending that Gryffindor to the ministry. He is far too diligent. The other 11 deputy ministers are starting to compete in secret. I think Blaze may soon be out of a job. Eleanor chuckled lightly, reminding her, don't say that. You've known him since childhood. At platform 9 3/4. The Malfoy family and Regulus stood out in the crowd. Eleanor suppressed the urge to leap into her father's arms, maintaining a semblance of decorum as she greeted them. Good day, Uncle, good day, Aunt. Narcissa gently ruffled her hair, crouching to press her cheek against Eleanor's. It is such a joy to see you, darling. She then embraced Draco, kissing his cheek. I missed you, my little dragon. Lucius cleared his throat, assisting Narcissa to her feet, casting an appreciative glance at his son, now transformed by newfound resolve. You've lost weight. While the adults exchanged pleasantries, Draco pulled Eleanor aside, lifting his glistening grey-blue eyes to meet hers, gently shaking her wrist. You must write to me. Of course, I shall write to you every day. Eleanor instinctively replied, her peripheral vision catching sight of her trusty dagger glinting in the light. We will be apart for 2 weeks. Draco, reluctant to let her go, memorized every detail of her features as Lucius called his name. Gently, he nudged Eleanor toward Regulus, offering a faint smile as he watched them depart. I already miss you, Draco murmured, but before he could express more, Lucius's serpent-headed cane landed firmly on his shoulder. You have neglected your father for 8 minutes. We must depart, little dragon. Draco nodded in acquiescence, and the three of them left the platform bound for France. Upon returning to the manor and conversing with the portraits, Eleanor expressed her dissatisfaction with Regulus's choice of frame, lifting her chin to summon him and openly criticize his poor taste. Regulus sighed in exasperation, lamenting, "My father's heart is breaking. Dear Ellie, why not ask for their opinions?" Regulus attempted to plead, but the portraits burst into a cacophony of long-held grievances. Merlin's five-fingered socks. Ray actually chose a yellow-green frame encrusted with shattered diamonds. The uncle across from me can see it all too clearly, and the largest diamond is barely 3 carats. Regulus felt utterly wronged, immediately confronting Phineas Black regarding his shoddy taste. Do portraits really suffer from presbyopia? The largest diamond is clearly 5 carats. Phineas Black was not pleased to have his eyesight questioned, and promptly sought assistance. Your father, Orion, has something to say, though it is not I who imparted this to him. Indeed, I have words to share. Orion still appears pale and frail, his demeanor often marked by silence. Yet, when he finally speaks, both he and the portraits lining the walls fix their unwavering gazes upon him. Pray, could you disclose where you procured this frame crafted from emerald, amber and ruby? You have rendered your 50-year-old father akin to a vividly colored chameleon. Do not tell me you find these hues delightful. Just as I have long admonished you against donning red and purple socks simultaneously. In a rare moment of verbosity, Orion delivers a lengthy discourse, after which he calls for Creature in a commanding tone. Trembling, Creature presents a long robe adorned in a riot of red, blue, yellow, green, and purple, its garishness a direct affront to Eleanora's eyes. It was unearthed during Creature's cleaning of the hidden chambers, and you possess an entire wardrobe of such hideous garments. Thank Merlin you did not wear them to the feast. While Berga deftly dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief, her heart heavy with despair. I can scarcely fathom how you must have dressed Eleanora in her youth. Surely, you did not adorn her in these abominable rags? Regulus silently shakes his head, absorbing his parents' critique of his aesthetic sensibilities. Eleanora, in her childhood, never donned such attire. Merlin knows why she weeps at the mere sight of them. Chapter 59, A Letter from Paris. On Christmas Day, Eleanora donned an exquisite gown, her heart brimming with anticipation as she approached the mountain of gifts beneath the Christmas tree. Among them, set apart on a pedestal, lay the alchemical pocket watch prepared by Regulus, containing an expansive 300 square feet of space, within which resided a photograph of him and Eleanora. She tenderly caressed the picture, utterly unconcerned that the watch clashed with her gown, and proudly wore it around her neck. Lucius gifted her a set of beauty-enhancing potions, while Narcissa presented a shimmering star-shaped magical necklace. Severus, in the name of himself and Celile, bestowed upon her 2 vials of exquisitely crafted Felix Felicis. The rest of the pile consisted of offerings from wizards at Hogwarts, from which she selected a few to unveil. Daphne gifted a long gown interwoven with pearls and gold thread. Theodore presented a copy of his family's forbidden spellbook. Dennis directly gifted a large box of galleons, and Blaise offered a bottle of perfume. Hermione sent a beautifully crafted feather quill. Harry gifted her a book from the magical realm, and Cho Zhang bestowed upon her an exquisite ink-painted fan, while Cedric provided a pair of dragonhide gloves suitable for potion making. After casually unwrapping a few gifts, Eleanora began to search through the gift mountain for Draco's offering, uncovering his silver box at the very bottom. Inside lay a gem ring of a checkered cut, featuring a gray-blue stone encircled by a ring of dazzling diamonds, seemingly wrought by some form of alchemy, with flecks of gold shimmering within the gem. Eleanora lifted the card from the box, written in the familiar, elegant cursive of Draco. Dear Eleanora, in the depths of the night here in Paris, I find myself missing you dearly. This place pales in comparison to England, and you would not wish to come here. Merlin knows why the chimneys here belch forth dark, acrid smoke. Have you received my gift? It is a ring designed to amuse you. A gentle touch upon the gem reveals a delightful surprise. This card is far too small to convey all that I wish to express to you, so do remember to write back. Yours Draco. Eleanora tenderly stroked the ring, watching as a flower gradually unfurled within the gem, its feathery leaves adorned with delicate pink and white buds. She dashed to the study to retrieve the Encyclopedia of Flora, searching for quite some time before identifying the flower as the star celery. Eleanora removed the ring from her index finger, finding it a perfect fit and harmoniously complementing her gown. Ifi had prepared an elaborate feast, while Creature meticulously folded the napkins into star shapes, adjusting their angles repeatedly. Once again, it was a Christmas dinner shared by just the 2 of them. Regulus listened quietly as Eleanora recounted tales of her school life, occasionally interjecting with a question. Following Christmas, Regulus was set to depart, as his plans in the Muggle world required his personal involvement. Eleanora immersed herself in her spellbooks throughout the holiday. Having failed to vanquish the Dark Lord with a gun last time, she knew he would be on high alert should she attempt it again. The carved owl faithfully delivered Draco's letter, circling around the diminutive creature before landing on the table. Eleanora broke the wax seal bearing the Malfoy family crest. A wave of potent perfume enveloping her. As she retrieved the gilded sheep parchment, a few curled blue eucalyptus petals tumbled onto the table. Eleanora placed the petals into a glass jar on the antique shelf, which already held a delicate layer of assorted flowers. Dear Eleanora, I am writing to you from the CAF de Fleurs in the 6th arrondissement of Paris, having fortuitously passed by today. I believe you would enjoy the hot chocolate and Napoleon cake. Before I leave, I shall bring you some caramel pudding. Though the CAF de Fleurs and cappuccino may not suit your palate, Paris is vast yet serene. December's Luxembourg gardens lack much to behold. The frost on the roadside is beautiful, yet it merely melts in my palm. The rum baba cake from a nearby pastry shop carries the fragrance of rum. I have purchased the recipe from the owner, and will prepare it for you when you arrive at Malfoy Manor. I send you the sunset and moonlight over the Seine. Should we one day visit here together, I shall regale you with the tales of my day. Yours, Draco. Eleanora reread the letter before extracting the photograph from the envelope. The table was laden with desserts and coffee, reflecting the sunset and night over the Seine, with the final image showcasing frost resting delicately upon a pale, slender hand. Eleanora placed the photograph in her album, clutching the box containing Draco's letters, and revisited the letter from the previous day. Dear Eleanora, on the 10th day of my stay in Paris, I have encountered many people. Believe me, I could engage in disingenuous conversations with Blaise all day. For heaven's sake, Eleanora, I wish to know about your life, not merely the amusing antics of your 2 house elves. Have you nothing to share with me after these days apart? If you are disregarding me, you must write me 3 letters. My father often takes my mother out, leaving me alone in the cold villa. I would appreciate you sending more letters to warm my heart. Let us meet at the station on the first day of school. I have a new gift for you. Missing you, Draco. Eleanora compared the 5 pages of parchment in her hand to the single thin page on the table, her brow furrowing slightly as she returned the letter, retrieving a sheet of patterned stationery from the drawer to compose her reply. Dear Draco, through your eyes, I glimpsed December's Paris. Your depiction of the city is exquisite. What have you experienced, and are you feeling unwell today? I would love to accompany you to see Paris. I yearn to learn more about your recent life. I sense your exhaustion as you write. Your hand trembles. If you are too weary, rest first. We shall meet soon. Shall we not? Did you like the cufflinks I sent? My father possesses a plethora of cufflinks. I thought you might appreciate them as well. I spent the entire day studying spells today. The joy of magic envelopes me, and I have discovered several intriguing incantations to share with you when we meet. Thinking of you, Eleanora. Eleanora gazed silently at the owl, which served little purpose beyond consuming, as it flew out the window, and stood anxiously by the window. The carved owl quickly disappeared into the snow-laden wind. Perhaps Draco's visit to France was not merely for a gathering of pureblood families. Eleanora wandered through the manor, now devoid of company, as the flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows behind her. In Regulus's study, documents lay scattered haphazardly, and Eleanora instinctively searched for the files on the left, discovering the Holy Alliance Treaty. The treaty for the incorporation of half-blood wizards and the establishment of factories and private armies has garnered the signatures of 21 heads of pureblood families. She meticulously examined the documents and discerned that they were recruiting wizards from France and Germany. After all, the Death Eaters were once a formidable organization, and Eleanora harbored some concerns regarding the private army composed of 5,000 wizards and 200,000 muggles. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, Harry and Ron encountered a ghost who identified herself as Moaning Myrtle in the second-floor restroom, and they found her incessant weeping quite distressing. Harry, overwhelmed, leaned against the sink, only to discover an ancient, tattered black notebook submerged in the basin. Whose could this be? Moaning Myrtle shook her head in confusion, and pondered aloud. Only you 2 boys have been here these days. Harry and Ron exchanged an awkward glance, and as Myrtle continued her lamentations, they hastily made their exit. Are all girls like this, so prone to tears even in ghostly form? Ron's face contorted in frustration as he ambled back to the dormitory with Harry. Not all. At least not Astoria. Harry failed to notice Ron rolling his eyes at him as he curiously stroked the notebook's cover and opened it. On the title page was inscribed in elegant, flowing script, Tom Riddle. Chapter 60, Farewell Nightmare. Tom Riddle? Hermione seemed to recall having seen this name before, though it eluded her memory for the moment. Ron and I found it in the second-floor restroom. I wonder who it belongs to. If memory serves, that is a girl's restroom. And unless other boys frequent it like you 2 do, Tom Riddle appears to be a boy's name? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and he smiled, saying, Perhaps we ought to investigate who this individual is. The day school commenced in London was marked by snowfall, and Regulus Eleanora arrived at the station. where flurries delicately settled upon tree branches and streets alike. Beneath the clock tower at King's Cross Station, Draco left a trail of footprints in the snow. Clad in a tailored black cashmere coat dusted with a light layer of snow, half of his face concealed by a dark green scarf, snowflakes nestled in his hair. As his platinum locks danced in the wind, "Draco, why are you waiting outside?" Eleanora trotted to his side, and upon seeing her, Draco's slate blue eyes sparkled with delight. He appraised her from head to toe, noting the roundness she had acquired during the holiday. "This way, you'll find me more quickly." Draco discreetly glanced at Regulus and nodded slightly. "Good day, uncle." Regulus handed him a gift box, smiling as he watched the two children venture onto the platform. Inside the compartment, Daphne sat beside Theodore, and upon seeing Eleanora, she excitedly elbowed Draco aside. "I did it, Eleanora. My father is now semi-retired. I gave those relatives who merely squawk a good scolding. You have no idea how delightful it was to witness their expressions as I ascended to airship." Daphne could hardly contain her exuberance, tears glistening in her blue eyes. No one knew the arduous journey she had undertaken from being an undervalued asset to wielding power. "Although my father is kind to me, he has grown old and rather rigid. Even though Astoria and I are both daughters, we shall not afford those hyena relatives the opportunity to gnaw a piece of flesh from us." The journey passed amidst Daphne's fervent musings, and Draco, remarkably, did not retaliate over her impolite encounter at the compartment door. Outside Hogwarts, Daphne gazed at the apparition of the nightmare suspended above, fully aware of its significance, yet still intrigued. "So, is it true that only those who have encountered death can see the nightmare?" Draco averted his gaze from the gaunt creature with disdain, curling his lips in distaste. "It truly is quite hideous." Eleanora immediately turned to look at him, and Draco noticed her gaze elicited a smile from him, revealing no discernible difference from his former self. Draco remained as talkative and jovial as ever, his platinum hair always radiating brilliance. Eleanora wished to pose a question, but Draco had already boarded the carriage, extending his pale, slender hand towards her. "Come aboard, Eleanora." Various thoughts swirled in her mind, but she suppressed them, accepting his hand and ascending into the carriage. Shortly after the term commenced, Harry once again stirred a commotion when he was discovered in the company of the petrified Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry was utterly disheartened. Merlin knew why he encountered every petrified individual. He was merely examining the petrified body. This time, Ron was not there to offer consolation, having stayed home during the holiday. Upon learning from George about Percy's machinations that led to their father's resignation from the Ministry of Magic, he was preoccupied with seeking out Percy for a confrontation. Ron intercepted Percy once more, who was clad in exquisitely fitted robes, with a crisply tailored shirt collar meticulously fastened, each button gleaming with elegance. "You actually conspired against our father. Percy, you are not just devoid of humor. You are a cold-hearted demon consumed by power." Ron shouted, his voice filled with fury, wishing he could seize Percy by the collar and shake some sense into his muddled brain. "George said you brought home 1,600 galleons. Was it Black who gave it to you? You just became the deputy minister of that association and forced our father to resign. Are you so willing to be someone's pawn?" Ron desperately sought justification, haphazardly lashing out, yearning for Percy to confess he was coerced. Yet he remained the same aloof and rigid brother. Percy looked at him with an expressionless face, his gaze gliding past the tears that threatened to fall from Ron's reddened eyes. "Calm down, Ron. This has nothing to do with the president. Those galleons were a welcome gift from others upon my joining the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I would never harm my family." "You lack perspective, Ron. I have numerous ways to ensure our father's resignation without exposing myself. The Weasleys are too far behind the times. We need to adapt. Our father's opposition will only lead to his downfall." Ron was astonished by Percy's audacity, especially his assertion that Ron lacked sense. He trembled with rage, watching as Percy's eyes gradually dulled, as if he were gazing at a stranger. "You've let power corrupt your mind. I thought you had a heart. Yet you've extended your claws towards family. Now that father has resigned, how are we to live? Should mother go out to work? Or shall Ginny and I drop out of school to earn a living?" Percy replied in a stern tone, entirely indifferent to Ron's fury. "I've left home with 1,600 galleons, which is equivalent to a year's salary for father. Go home, Ron. Time will prove me right." Percy strode away without a backward glance amidst Ron's furious shouts, showing no hesitation, just as he had never regretted his choices. "You're the biggest joke in the Weasley family now. Come back. If you're still my brother, stop." Percy Weasley's rigid silhouette did not falter, and Ron, feeling a chill run through him, watched as he vanished around the corner, fearing he would lose this brother. The dining table was shrouded in gloom. As Hermione observed the despondent Harry and the sullen Ron, unsure of how to alleviate their distress, Ron lacked the appetite even to gnaw on a chicken leg. Both were mired in their own troubles. One was suspected and scrutinized, while the other mourned a familial betrayal. Hermione felt at a loss for how to comfort them. While she could expedite the investigation into Harry's predicament to clear his name, the situation involving Percy Weasley and Arthur Weasley was already known to her. As head girl, Percy rarely exhibited signs of being a rebellious son, and she could not muster the courage to forcefully console Ron before either could gather their emotions. A few days later in the corridor, wizards again stumbled upon Harry alongside the petrified Seamus Finnegan and nearly headless Nick. Nick stood protectively before Seamus. No longer the ethereal milky white ghost, but rather a half-transparent shade of black. His face was etched with terror, remaining utterly still. When a wizard attempted to touch him, their hand merely passed through his ethereal form. The wizards of Hogwarts were thrown into an uproar. The secrets of the chamber not only petrified wizards but seemed to spare no spirit either. They cast malevolent glances at Harry, standing beside Nick, as if to pin his guilt upon him. Helplessly, Harry surveyed his surroundings. He felt utterly wronged. He was merely passing through this place. It wasn't me. I just arrived. Harry's dry explanation was drowned out by the escalating murmurs around him. The young witches and wizards pointed at him, concocting alternative accusations to suit their narrative. Perhaps he had altered his approach, feigning to have just arrived in an attempt to absolve himself of suspicion, but we already knew he was the culprit. Ron rushed up to the wizard who had uttered those words, glaring with bloodshot eyes and retorting, "If you had even half a brain, you wouldn't say such nonsense." Hermione, stifling her anger, shot a fierce glare at the wizard. At that moment, no one was willing to listen to reason. She pulled the two away, for they had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 61, Personnel Changes. Potter truly was the unluckiest of all, Draco remarked with evident glee, relishing in his misfortune, declaring that Crabbe would be enjoying a couple more slices of toast today. Trouble has found him, and I am curious to see how he will extricate himself from this predicament. Surely Professor Dumbledore has already received complaints. Theodore set down the book he was holding, his expression morose even while he smiled. Blaise approached them, and they exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to abandon the topic. He could sense the gradual ostracism he was facing. Managing a stiff smile, just as he was about to sit down, Theodore blocked him with the book. Theodore grimaced in discomfort, derisively observing the half-formed bruise on Blaise's neck, before wiping the book with a handkerchief. "Stay away from me, Blaise. Your cheap cologne is suffocating. Your taste is deteriorating by the day." Blaise bristled with annoyance, while Draco scoffed unapologetically, leaving him in an awkward silence. Daphne couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. The bone china teacup in her hand was far more appealing than Blaise. "The opinions of the 11 deputy ministers regarding you are quite unfavorable," Eleanor began, brandishing a hefty stack of complaint letters from her pocket watch. "The only one who has not lodged a complaint is the newly appointed Percy Weasley." Blaise's complexion drained of color as he recalled Pansy's fate, his mind racing. Before Eleanor could speak, he stiffly interjected, "I understand that my character and capabilities do not align with the role of Minister of Magic. That position is suited for someone more responsible." The smile on his face bordered on sycophancy, as he found this temporary submission easier to accept than the prospect of meeting Pansy's unfortunate end. "After this experience, perhaps I am better suited to be a vice president involved in decision-making, contributing only my family's meager wealth." Someone had to play the fool, and Eleanor's brow began to ease. Blaise's mother had amassed quite a fortune for him. "I regret that you think this way. I have high expectations for you." Eleanor feigned disappointment, leisurely savoring the red tea Daphne had brewed, her gaze shifting back to Blaise as she mercifully pronounced, "Since this is your request, I shall not refuse it. I will seek out Wendy later to finalize the handover." A cold sweat trickled down Blaise's back. Should he be ousted outright? Knowing part of the plan, he would not navigate the ensuing days with ease. He ought to feel indignant, to sharply rebuke them, yet with Parkinson ruthlessly suppressed into silence. Blaise felt that his current outcome was satisfactory, merely sacrificing some wealth while retaining his position, was it not? Realizing that Blaise's future prospects were worse than those of Goyle and Crabbe, Daphne feigned a sigh. "He was originally one of us, but he cannot let go of his flocks of admirers. Girls require companionship." Theodore shot her a glance, as Daphne's glee threatened to overflow. "We offered him numerous opportunities. Had he allowed his arrogant mind to clear even a little, he wouldn't be in this predicament now," Draco retorted mercilessly, peeling an orange with calmness under Daphne's piercing gaze. "We find the current situation rather agreeable, do we not?" Eleanor squinted at the acidity of the orange, refusing to eat it as she handed it back to Draco. We ought to consider who can fill this position. I do not wish for constant ministerial changes. Draco, somewhat perplexed, bit into a segment of orange. His face contorting in response to its sourness, he hastily finished the remaining fruit and took a large gulp of milk. I would like to recommend someone, Franklin Rosier, but regrettably, he is already in his 7th year. Eleanor had no intentions of merely playing at associations within Hogwarts. She lightly waved her fan, signaling Theodore to continue. Franklin Rosier, head of a sacred 28 pureblood family, is 17 years old, orphaned, and surrounded by wolves. As far as I know, his 8 uncles seek to claim his inheritance, but they are either living in hiding or languishing in bed. Theodore's eyes sparkled with a strange light, as color flushed his otherwise sullen face, excitedly shutting the book in his hands. His 3rd uncle, Pochi Rosier, is currently at St. Mungo's. He fell victim to a transformation torture curse. He sighed, his gaze warm as he turned to Daphne, meeting her unwavering stare. Pochi briefly regained consciousness to incriminate Franklin Rosier, but with no evidence. Instead, his inheritance has been seized, and it is Franklin Rosier who has been funding his survival at St. Mungo's. Eleanor opened her folding fan. Leaning in with interest, she admired such individuals. His parents were Death Eaters, but I recall he is not. He has never explicitly stated any allegiance nor interacted with the Malfoys. Draco stirred his tea idly, having finished the milk. Does he seek power and status or wealth? Eleanor inquired bluntly, these matters trivial to her. He desires them all. Theodore's smile deepened as he shot a challenging glance at Draco, satisfied to retract his gaze when met with Draco's unfriendly expression. Franklin Rosier was the first to approach you at your father's banquet on August 11th. He greeted you, yet you ignored him entirely. Draco's countenance darkened. He had no recollection. With so many families engaging him in conversation, how could he respond to each? Eleanor restrained Draco's arm, her violet eyes devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze on Theodore. Cease your sardonic remarks. I do not mind sending you away for a refresher on how to speak. Theodore shrugged, stroking the nearly worn book in his hands. This individual is undoubtedly viable. He is investigating the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths, and my father happens to know a bit about it. He smiled meaningfully, as Eleanor witnessed his emotions fluctuate for the first time. His parents were murdered by Death Eaters, Evan Rosier, Franklin Rosier's uncle. My father has an associate who enjoys camping in the Forbidden Forest. He happened to witness the entire event. Theodore produced a pensive, tapping its edge with his finger. This is his memory. I have already viewed it. With this, Franklin Rosier will never turn to the Dark Lord. After the 3 reviewed the memory, Eleanor promptly resolved to induct Franklin Rosier into the association. She waved her fan at Theodore, eagerly anticipating the bloodied blade. You will approach him, take Wendy along, and grant him Blaze's position. Theodore rose to leave, his back radiating delight. Draco rested his right hand on the back of Eleanor's chair, redirecting the conversation back to Harry. When will that useless Potter discover the chamber? Are we to wait for the snail-paced Potter? It is likely imminent. They have Granger there. Headmaster Dumbledore is subtly orchestrating events from the shadows, of course, with Potter positioned as the key. Eleanor reclined against the backrest, the warmth from the fireplace lulling her into a comfortable drowsiness. He would undoubtedly discover it before the end of the term. The entity within the Chamber of Secrets poses no threat to you. Her gaze fell upon the emerald brooch Draco wore perpetually against his chest, a bespoke alchemical safeguard she had previously commissioned from Regulus. Draco lifted his chin with an air of aristocracy, the slight prominence of his Adam's apple moving subtly with his tone. That is certainly the case. We shall all be unscathed. And only poor Potter and that group of muggle wizards will suffer. Eleanor murmured in agreement, then turned her attention to Daphne, noting that Harry's progress remained frustratingly slow. How is your sister faring? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Shall I continue to guide her? Eleanor slowly rose, fatigue washing over her as she resolved to return to the dormitory for some much-needed rest. No need. Everything remains as usual. Chapter 62. Redemption or Abyss. Harry found himself once more plagued by insomnia, unaccustomed to the throngs that accompanied the mantle of the Chosen One, unable to walk openly beneath the shadow of the murderer, and endure the ensuing discussions. Hermione was engrossed in her search for clues, stacks of various brief histories cluttering her desk and obstructing her entirely. Ron was assisting as well, occasionally making a point to confront Percy and engage in heated arguments. Look. There's Harry Potter. Sergei is still in the hospital wing, behaving as if nothing were amiss. Indeed, he doesn't even spare nearly headless Nick. Does that not render us even more perilous? Quick, let us distance ourselves from him. The words in the book appeared to Harry as ants scurrying chaotically. He wished to block his ears, Yet he knew he was innocent. Like a specter, Harry drifted out of the library, clearly hearing the myriad of whispers around him. He raised his gaze to observe those who once surrounded him, as well as those who had spoken ill of him behind his back. Ah, what a fright! Why is Harry Potter still at Hogwarts? Who knows whom he will petrify next? Shh! Keep your voice down. Don't draw him over here and risk my own petrification. Did you not say your father works at the ministry? Why is he still here? I've heard Harry Potter is exceptionally ruthless and devoid of humanity. He was about to shatter Sergei's statue when nearly headless Nick discovered him, and in a fit of anger, petrified him as well. How can I share a school with him? I am pureblood. Hogwarts should ensure my safety. Harry Potter can petrify people, right? I've long been displeased with that brat. Do you think Harry Potter will petrify him next? As Harry made his way down from the library, he initially managed to distract himself by admiring the statue of the one-eyed witch, but the overwhelming tide of gossip soon engulfed him. His body moved mechanically, while his spirit detached, futilely pleading his innocence before the wizards. By the time Harry regained his senses, he had reached the astronomy tower. Standing aloft as he gazed down upon the entirety of Hogwarts, the castle, shrouded in night, resembled a colossal beast eager to devour souls. Why is this happening? Why must such turmoil exist even within Hogwarts? Harry lamented, clutching his head in despair. The wizard's whispers intertwined with the years of control and ridicule from the Dursleys, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. Everything that transpired felt like a vast net ensnaring him at its center, rendering him powerless to escape. I refuse to endure this any longer. I have suffered enough over the years. I believed Hogwarts was my home. Why must I bear this? In a dazed state, Harry glimpsed the reflections of his parents smiling at him from the mirror of Ariste, reaching out as if to beckon him. Harry, my dear, come here. In a trance, he lifted his foot, but just as he took a step, his right hand was abruptly pulled back. Harry Potter, cannot you hear me calling you? Astoria grasped his wrist tightly, inexorably drawing him down from the astronomy tower. Had she not just witnessed Harry, in a daze, nearly tumble from the tower? The warmth encircling his wrist jolted Harry back to lucidity, and he turned his gaze upwards along the arm that held him. It was Astoria. I saw you as I left the hospital wing. Those empty-headed individuals are eager to witness your fall from grace. Steady yourself, Harry. Do not let their idle chatter affect you. You are Harry Potter. Harry meticulously traced her profile with his gaze, having never seen such a version of Astoria before. She had always exuded gentleness and grace, yet now he could barely discern the tender dimples gracing her cheeks. Beneath the astronomy tower, a throng of young witches and wizards had gathered, craning their necks to peer inside. Astoria's grip on Harry's wrist ignited quite a stir. They did not disguise their stares, turning to whisper among themselves. Look, a green robe. A Slytherin. Harry Potter is with a Slytherin. As Harry contemplated the enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his wrist, but Astoria held on firmly, raising her wand toward Harry. Shut your ears to the noise. The cacophony around him ceased abruptly, plunging Harry's world into silence. He observed Astoria casting a spell upon one of the wizards. As he opened his mouth to speak, it became glued shut, panic overtaking him as he clutched his throat. Such occurrences became increasingly frequent, and the faces surrounding Harry dwindled in number. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating only Astoria, who alone shone brightly in his vision. Let me see who it is. Greengrass. Snape's voice, elegant yet grave, nearly faltered. He had not anticipated that the source of such upheaval would be his talented and dutiful student, and a Slytherin at that. Astoria raised her wand with her left hand while gripping Harry's wrist more firmly with her right, lowering her head in silence. With a scowl, Snape dismissed the crowd of trolls, while he and the arriving McGonagall argued their case. Ultimately, each house lost 50 points, yet Astoria's courageous actions earned an additional 20 points, albeit she would face a month of detention for her actions against a fellow student. Snape huffed in annoyance, intending to escort Harry to the headmaster's office to confront that old coot. Just as Astoria released his wrist, Harry quickly grasped her hand, holding it tightly, keeping his head bowed in silence. Snape's lips moved, but he ultimately refrained from speaking, leading both children to the headmaster's office. Sour lollipop. He coldly pushed them inside, his robe swirling as he left without a backward glance. Upon encountering Astoria, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise, and upon noticing Harry's firm grip on her hand, he offered her an understanding smile. Astoria returned the gesture awkwardly, tugging on Harry. Harry, are you all right? I am sorry for the harm you have endured here at Hogwarts. I'm fine, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry murmured, unwilling to lift his gaze. Dumbledore's heart constricted momentarily before hardening. He cast a resigned glance at Astoria. May I speak with Harry alone? Astoria felt an inexplicable wave of awkwardness wash over her, grateful that there was no fourth party present. She understood that the forthcoming conversation was not something she was meant to hear. Gently, she patted Harry's hand, and with reluctance he released her. I will wait for you outside. Harry nodded in quick acknowledgement as he watched Astoria depart. Try to relax, Harry. You are safe here now. Have a sour lollipop to ease your spirits. Harry had no appetite, yet he took one and placed it in his mouth, tasting nothing at all. I know the matter of the Chamber of Secrets does not involve you. The other young witches and wizards at Hogwarts are overly anxious. I am surprised they would resort to verbal attacks against you. I will handle it. Dumbledore gazed at the silent, downcast Harry, realizing he had not absorbed his words. Your parents. Harry stirred, raising his head, his emerald eyes fixed on Dumbledore, waiting for the continuation of his sentence. Your parents have enveloped you in a protective cocoon of love. For love is the most magnificent of magics, and you, Harry, are a miracle. Harry gazed intently, awaiting the continuation of his words. Your future stretches before you, abundant with possibilities. You are the embodiment of love's legacy, and I firmly believe that these minor setbacks shall not serve as insurmountable obstacles in your path. On the branch of the sycamore, Fawkes emitted 2 hoarse cries, his tattered wings flapping languidly, and suddenly Harry beheld a great conflagration erupting from the bird. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Harry could not suppress his awe as he witnessed this fantastical scene. Dumbledore approached Harry, joining him in observing Fawkes as he transformed into ashes amidst the flames. Emerging anew from the clutches of death, Fawkes draws strength from his demise. His death is not the crux, but rather a prelude to a more resplendent rebirth. Harry could scarcely believe that the magnificent, resplendent phoenix before him was once the elderly, molting creature he had just seen. The phoenix's rebirth, an emblem of infinite possibilities and hope, mirrors your own journey, Harry. Like Fawkes, you too are a miracle destined to rise from despair. As Harry exited the headmaster's office, he noticed Astoria watching him with concern. He fixed his gaze upon her, a flicker of hidden desire for control igniting momentarily in his verdant eyes before fading away. Harry, you. Thank you, Astoria, he replied, offering a smile that, while familiar, failed to reveal her characteristic dimples, and he furrowed his brow in agitation. Let me escort you back. As they descended from the 3rd floor to the basement, Harry confronted the whispers and judgment with an unflinching demeanor. They parted ways at the entrance to the cellar, but as Astoria turned to leave, Harry took 2 steps forward, raising his right hand as if to grasp something intangible, only to let it fall again. Astoria. At the sound of her name, Astoria turned back to see Harry standing at the threshold of light and shadow, one eye gleaming like a brilliant emerald in the light, while the other remained shrouded in obscurity. For the first time, Harry revealed his assertive side, his emerald gaze fixated upon Astoria, missing not a single nuance of her expression. Will you always be by my side? Astoria appeared momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly composed herself, a smile breaking forth that revealed the dimples Harry knew so well. Of course, Harry, I have always been on your side. Chapter 63, The Ministry's Action. Harry, you're here. We have uncovered the identity of Tom Riddle, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes aglow with excitement as she eagerly pulled Harry from a corner of the Gryffindor common room, her face alight with joy. Ron had been conscripted by Filch for labor, but he had spotted Tom Riddle's award for best contribution in the trophy room. Harry's face broke into a broad grin. Hermione and Ron were steadfastly reliable as always. Riddle had been the head boy of Slytherin in 1944, and he had received the award 50 years prior. Hermione turned to Harry, her gaze ever calm and wise. Go on, Harry, we might find answers at Hagrid's. The trio hastened to the wooden hut in the Forbidden Forest. Harry knocked nervously on the door, as if its opening would unveil all truths, including the shadowy figure that had been lurking behind him. Oh, it's you? My lovely little friends, come in. Hagrid welcomed them warmly. Before he could fetch any rock cakes, Harry, unable to contain his impatience, grasped the hem of Hagrid's coat, his green eyes sparkling with urgency. Hagrid, do you know Tom Riddle? Riddle? Hagrid's eyes flickered with an odd expression for just a moment before returning to their usual demeanor. Harry, where did you hear about him? You know, don't you? Please tell me, Hagrid, I beg you. Hagrid turned his head away, his massive form crammed into the chair, evoking a sense of pity. He was a Slytherin upperclassman, a charismatic and capable individual, an exemplary student at Hogwarts. Then what was the special contribution award he received 50 years ago for? Hagrid's expression shifted to one of anger, and he opened his mouth to speak when the door of the hut was abruptly flung open from the outside. Several impeccably dressed individuals gazed expressionlessly at Hagrid, the leader displaying an identification badge with an impassive tone. Rubius Hagrid, You have been reported for allegedly opening the Chamber of Secrets and endangering the safety of Hogwarts. Come with us." Harry and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Everything was happening too suddenly. Harry felt an urge to rush forward and protest Hagrid's innocence. But Hermione and Ron held him back firmly. It seemed Hagrid had anticipated this moment. He offered no resistance and followed them willingly. Hermione picked up a small piece of fabric that Hagrid had dropped, which bore a crooked embroidery of a spider. Why are they taking Hagrid? Where are they taking him? Harry was utterly bewildered. He had never witnessed such a scene. Hagrid appeared prepared, discarding the embroidered spider from his clothing. Could this be a clue? Hagrid had not finished his earlier statement. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Nor could he understand how Hermione discerned a spider from the chaotic lines. Spider Aragog. It's the giant eight-eyed spider that Hagrid raised, Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hagrid actually kept such a dangerous creature? His love for magical beasts is rather excessive. Why did he want us to find Aragog? Surely, that creature wouldn't provide us with answers. Hermione, torn, hesitated to discourage Harry but felt compelled to speak the truth. Aragog resides deep within the Forbidden Forest, which is fraught with countless dangers. We lack the means to seek it out. Dejected, Harry hung his head, the thread of hope they had found now severed. And the three of them trudged back to the common room, resolved to seek further information. The documents on the table detailed the trio's activities, and Eleanor briefly scanned them before tossing them aside. What a remarkable progress. They have just uncovered Tom Riddle. The wizard following Harry and his friends had kept his distance out of fear of being discovered by the Ministry, rendering the report incomplete. Eleanor summoned Wendy, her violet eyes devoid of emotion as she unemotionally decreed the wizard's fate. Find a few more capable wizards, avoid those who are timid. I am displeased with this report. His abilities do not match the level he has attained, and he is not worth the price. Wendy departed with her assignment, intending to reclaim the resources she had allocated. As she exited the elevator, she encountered Draco and took the opportunity to remind him of Eleanor's mood. Eleanor, why do you spend all your time in the office? Would you care to join me at the astronomy tower to watch the sunset? Eleanor seemed reluctant to move, while Draco leaned against her chair, persistently whispering his request. Eventually, she acquiesced with feigned reluctance. Draco playfully poked the plump owl, Crookshanks, with his pale fingers. The snowy owl resembled a little piglet. Crookshanks squawked in indignation, leaping to peck at his fingers, while Draco raised his hand high, laughing until tears streamed down his face at its clumsy attempts to jump. Look at how fat it is. It can't even fly. Draco's laughter echoed in Eleanor's eyes, and she selectively ignored Crookshanks' protests, wearing a faint smile as she savored the caramel pudding Draco had brought her. However, Fudge is indeed intent on causing trouble for Dumbledore. That old fox in his round top hat, I suspect he has taken bribes from someone. Eleanor wiped her mouth with a napkin, and casually tossed it into the trash, retrieving Regulus's letter from her drawer, and handing it to Draco. Do not concern yourself with this farce. Those who appear weak are not as they seem. Everything is part of Dumbledore's plan. He is the quintessential fox. Draco, having finished reading the letter, leaned against her once more, his platinum locks playfully brushing against Eleanor's earlobe. I truly wish to witness Fudge's farce, for he has, under the guise of grandiloquent excuses, pilfered numerous items from Malfoy Manor. The thought of the entire set of pure gold dragon figurines, which vanished post a search by the Ministry, made Draco inwardly scorn him once again. ISNT Uncle Lucius orchestrating matters? Do not allow irrelevant individuals to disrupt your mood. Eleanor tilted her head to evade his hair, casting him a disapproving glare. There is your chair, you could sit comfortably. Unfazed, Draco rose and magically summoned the chair beside her, propping it against the armrest as he observed her tackle the tasks of the Muggle world. Eleanor opened the folder, extracting a substantial stack of blueprints to hand to Draco. Before signing a document, let us select a house. We shall spend this holiday in Germany, you and I. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with delight as he rested his head on his hand, a slow smile curving his lips. Oh, how generous of Miss Black. I suppose I may choose at my leisure. Eleanor scoffed lightly, mercilessly exposing his facade. You possess considerable assets yourself, Master Malfoy. The violet and gray-blue eyes met, and it was unclear who laughed first, their mirth only ceasing amidst the disgruntled clucking of small Crookshanks. We must go witness the sunset. The office door opened and closed, returning the room to its serene silence. Before Harry and the others could find a new lead, a dreadful news cast a shadow over Hogwarts. Dumbledore had been taken away by the Ministry officials. The Gryffindor Lions were particularly aggrieved, clamoring for the Ministry to return their headmaster. The wizards of Slytherin, who were close to Black, remained composed, observing Gryffindor's frenzy with cool detachment. Ravenclaw's Autumn was also uneasy. She inadvertently caught sight of Eleanor, who was eating as if nothing were amiss, and discreetly signaled Cedric from afar. Harry felt as if he might leap from his skin. He could not bear the thought of losing Headmaster Dumbledore again. As the conversation in the headmaster's office had imparted warmth to him, Hermione, keenly perceptive, noticed the unusual demeanor of Slytherin, her heart sinking. She firmly grasped Harry, signaling him to maintain his composure. "Look at Slytherin. Put your heart back in your chest, Harry." Harry instinctively sought Astoria, spotting Eleanor and Draco nearby. And he grasped Hermione's hint, yet worry still gnawed at him. "We must do something." Chapter 64. The Diary Incident. The night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet, leaving Harry restless in bed, tossing and turning. He was desperate to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Approaching the desk, he found the diary quietly lying in the drawer. Despite knowing it would yield no results, Harry opened the blank diary, which bore no writing as usual. Setting aside the diary from 50 years ago, Harry anxiously doodled on its pages. At that moment, an eerie scene unfolded as the ink was almost instantly absorbed, and Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as words began to materialize upon the paper. Tentatively he wrote, and as soon as the ink touched the page, the writing vanished. "Who are you?" The elegant script reappeared, and the reply left Harry in disbelief. "Tom Riddle." With little regard for potential offense, Harry, undeterred by the fact that the person was from 50 years ago, directly posed his inquiry. "But you are from 50 years ago. Why are you here?" 50 years. Has it been that long? Perhaps you could interpret it as a form of alchemy. Here lies a fragment of my consciousness. Alchemy indeed possesses a magical and mysterious quality. Harry recalled Hagrid's abduction, and prepared to inquire about the Chamber of Secrets. "Do you know why Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago?" The diary hesitated for a moment before slowly revealing its words. "Regrettably, I do not know. During that time, I was merely an ordinary student. Perhaps Senior Malfoy would know." Harry was somewhat puzzled. Could someone who became head boy truly be an ordinary student? Seizing the opportunity while he pondered, the diary posed its own question. "Who are you?" "Harry Potter." "May I address you as such, Harry? You evoke a sense of familiarity. Which house are you from?" Harry instinctively responded, his mind not yet catching up as he wrote. "Of course, perhaps I may call you Tom. I am from Gryffindor. Gryffindors are a passionate and brave bunch. I remember Minerva McGonagall hails from Gryffindor. She is an exceptional witch." The mention of familiar names immediately bridged the gap between them, and Harry conversed with the diary throughout the night. Tom Riddle was eloquent and learned, and Harry was eager to befriend him. The next day saw potions class, and Harry felt utterly dejected, lacking any semblance of energy. Snape stood beside him, and due to his drowsiness, inattentiveness, and failure to take notes while brewing potions, Snape cheerfully deducted 60 points from Harry. "Harry, did you not sleep last night?" Hermione inquired with concern, noting his pallid complexion. Ron, preoccupied with teasing his pet rat Scabbers, responded without looking up. "He hardly slept a wink all night." Harry leaned against Ron, so exhausted that he could have slept while walking. Yet his condition was worse than when he had spent an entire night wandering. He looked gaunt and haggard. "What have you been up to, Harry?" Hermione glanced instinctively at Ron, seeking to gauge his awareness. "I conversed with Tom the entire night. We are now good friends." "Tom, could it be Tom Riddle?" Hermione regarded Harry with an incredulous expression, hardly believing her ears. "Indeed, he can communicate with me through the diary. Our discussions were delightful. He is knowledgeable and humorous. I believe we share an age-defying friendship." Harry's state of being was alarming, prompting Hermione to resolve to personally meet this so-called Tom Riddle. Hermione and Ron sat at the table, prepared for action, while Harry, lacking any spirit, had already succumbed to slumber at the desk. Ron watched as Hermione picked up a quill, inscribing a line in the diary. "How to perform wandless magic." "Wandless magic?" Ron surveyed Hermione with wide eyes, as if he were gazing at a monster. "Do not look at me like that, Ron." Hermione's gaze wandered as she softly spoke. "Harry claims he is knowledgeable. Does he not?" The diary displayed text, and Hermione immediately lowered her head to read. "Before that, I would like to know who are you?" Could it be that the different handwriting gave him away? Hermione hesitated, but ultimately wrote her name. Hermione Granger. The diary remained silent for a moment, and when it responded, its tone felt rather dismissive. "Wandless magic requires inherent talent. No matter how focused you are, if you cannot even perform the summoning charm without a wand, then you may as well abandon the idea. You can only complete your fanciful dreams in your sleep." Hermione's face flushed with indignation, and Ron tightly embraced her, attempting to restrain her arm as she sought to discard the diary. his face contorted with concern. Calm down, Hermione. It is merely a diary. Why engage in a battle of wills with it? Ha, this arrogant, impudent creature. Hermione could hardly tolerate its mockery, forcefully closing it with fire in her eyes. I shall make him aware that sometimes, no amount of talent can save one from the consequences of their own arrogance. Ron, with a furrowed brow, struggled to pull Hermione back, desperately seeking external help. Yet all the commotion failed to rouse Harry, who had sunk into deep slumber. Theodore personally brought forth the accomplishments of Franklin Rogier, proving that he had indeed chosen wisely. Franklin Rogier demonstrated his exceptional abilities, securing a substantial arms order from the German Muggle world alongside William, the earnings of which would sustain their private army for 5 years. Eleanor was thoroughly pleased. Without hesitation, she directly recommended Franklin Rogier to Regulus, as he needed to cultivate the next minister during his time at school. The sudden influx of wealth that Blake acquired even made Daphne envious. After all, no one would choose to be at odds with money. Franklin Rogier swiftly consolidated his position with a single decisive move. He is indeed a most effective instrument. And now I possess one blade in the light, and another in the shadows. Theodore, remember to ensure that your father arrives punctually for the discussions in France next month. Eleanor's words brought Theodore a sense of delight. The head of the Knott family remains his ineffectual father. Even though he has grown closer to Eleanor Draco, his father has failed to penetrate the inner circles of the alliance. It still falls upon me. Theodore nodded with pleasure, meeting Daphne's gaze and astonishingly smiling at her for the first time. This ambitious and aggressive smile left Daphne momentarily stunned, awakening her inner desire for conquest. She rubbed her itching palms, acutely aware that Theodore was not as simple as he appeared. As Draco entered, he brought with him the day's report. After Eleanor perused it, she handed it back to him, her finger idly twirling the ring on her hand. A diary that responds. How intriguing. What could that possibly be? Draco showed little interest, resting his right arm on the back of Eleanor's chair, but he did remember to mock Harry. Potter has lost 60 points today. Gryffindor's precious jewel is on the verge of turning black. Eleanor was still unaccustomed to Draco's insistence on regarding Harry as a rival. In her view, there was no comparison between them. Her gaze lingered on Draco's platinum hair, as it swayed slightly before she quickly averted her eyes. Potter certainly does not possess platinum hair. Harry had not conversed with the diary for long when it suddenly vanished a few days later. His dormitory remained unchanged, yet it was simply gone, leaving Harry disheartened for a time. Tom Riddle's diary lay silently on Eleanor's desk as she scrutinized the aged tome, which appeared remarkably unremarkable. Is this the diary of the Dark Lord? Daphne felt a twinge of curiosity. No matter how fearsome the Dark Lord may be, before her lay naught but a mere notebook, devoid of any significant power, and she was utterly unafraid. Potter could communicate with him, identifying himself as Tom Riddle rather than Voldemort. The mention of the long-forgotten name rendered the office momentarily silent. Draco attempted to reach for it, but Eleanor intercepted his hand with her fan, glancing up at Blaise, who had just entered, her face brightening with what could only be described as a gentle smile. Come here, Blaise. Chapter 65, Diary Training. Blaise endeavored to appear less reluctant, inscribing his first question in the diary with a quill. When did you die? Eleanor regarded Blaise with the curiosity one might reserve for a peculiar specimen, simultaneously observing his physical reactions. Tell him about the Slytherin locket. Blaise diligently continued to write, and the diary, once silent, now revealed its text immediately. Who are you? What do you know? Myrtles, Moffingant, or perhaps Horcruxes? The diary ceased its responses. Exuding en minora. Blaise suddenly felt fatigued and powerless, casting a terrified glance at Eleanor. What has he done to me? Sensing the threat of the Cruciatus curse, the diary promptly halted its siphoning of Blaise's life force, attempting to seduce Eleanor. You are a Slytherin wizard. I can sense your power and ambition. The wizard's creed must be one of pure blood. We need not become enemies. Blaise's expression darkened, and under Eleanor's prompting he continued to respond in the diary, wary of this madman launching another attack. Pure blood supremacy? Such words may deceive the simple-minded, but after all, you are merely a half-blood, are you not? Half-blood status had always been a sore point for Tom Riddle. Had he still possessed a physical form, he would have relished the opportunity to make this arrogant wizard kneel at his feet, weeping for mercy. However, he currently existed only as a diary, reliant on the life force of others to sustain his actions, and he grudgingly swallowed this humiliation. There is no need for such sharpness. I inherit the principles of the Gaunt family. I will lead Slytherin and the pureblood families to the pinnacle of power. Muggles are but ants. If you wish to perform menial tasks, so be it. What of the Gaunt family? A self-destructive clan, and you take pride in it. How unimpressive. Tom Riddle yearned to drain his life force further. Once he regained a corporeal form, he would ensure this individual received a proper lesson. He could feel the tremor in the writing hand. Blaze's courage did not match the arrogance of his words, and the one mocking him was of another ilk altogether. If your prejudice against me is so profound, then I regret to inform you that it appears we cannot engage in pleasant discourse. Perhaps you could return me to my rightful place. Eleanor knew that Tom Riddle had been an exceptionally gifted student, and she considered that employing the Dark Lord's surprise attacks might prove useful. Of all present, only she possessed the silent spell. As an exemplary student, Tom must have mastered many spells. I know you have a plethora of skills. Write them down, starting with the silent spell. Tom fell silent. This person actually dared to exploit him? He began to loathe his earlier decision to become a defenseless diary. He believed this individual would indeed use the Cruciatus curse against him. Twice he had felt the malevolent heat of that curse. Tom Riddle endeavored to maintain an air of dignity. He would never be coerced. The silent spell requires talent, but in my eyes it is hardly noteworthy. If your wand is made of dogwood, then no amount of focus or willpower will avail you. Eleanor gestured for the others to follow the diary's lead, directing Draco to the optimal learning position while she supervised to ensure the diary did not play any tricks. As Tom attempted to introduce minor errors during the spell's instruction, he was unwilling to simply be used as a tool. Eleanor signaled for everyone to halt. She ignited a piece of parchment with the Cruciatus curse, magically controlling it to hover almost in contact with the diary. Relax, my friend. A diary from 50 years ago is bound to be somewhat chaotic. Tom Riddle, humiliated, corrected the pit he had dug for himself. He would endure, for he would one day personally teach this presumptuous wizard a lesson. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins were amusing their youngest sister, as Merlin knew she had been in poor spirits lately. Our most beloved sister. Our little angel, Ginny. Listen, Ginny. This Saturday in Hogsmeade, we will find you a cat. One that belongs solely to you. Furry and soft, just as adorable as our sister. The weary Ginny Weasley smiled, and the Weasley twins exchanged relieved glances. Ginny Weasley was merely putting on a brave face. Merlin knew how panicked she truly felt, trembling at every gaze directed her way. What had she done? The diary that claimed to be Tom Riddle had suddenly appeared in her book. Initially, she had intended to casually write down her thoughts and discard it, but Tom Riddle had unearthed Ginny Weasley's long-hidden affections. He had discovered her infatuation with Harry and, in a paternal manner, praised, encouraged, and guided her. Those feelings she was too ashamed to voice to her family, Ginny Weasley could freely express to the diary. Her love was validated, and Ginny Weasley fell into a delusional state of satisfaction. She found herself unable to part with this diary. As Ginny Weasley grew increasingly frail, she spent most of her time in a daze, until nearly headless Nick was petrified, jolting her back to reality. She stood amidst the crowd, petrified like a statue, watching as Harry was accused, her back drenched in cold sweat, her heart aching. No, it wasn't him. He didn't do it. Yet Ginny Weasley was sensitive and fragile, lacking the courage to acknowledge that she was indeed the perpetrator. In a frantic escape, Ginny fled to the abandoned lavatory, hurling her diary violently into the sink. For the first time she beheld her sallow, haggard visage. You are a beguiling demon. What have you made me do? Ginny sobbed in the lavatory, weeping for the suffering she inflicted upon Harry, mourning her unrequited feelings, lamenting her own cowardice and inadequacy. Even the weeping Myrtle had retreated, leaving Ginny adrift like a lost soul, abandoning the diary in that place, bereft of the courage to confront the reality of it all. She was a coward in matters of the heart. Leaving the diary behind, Ginny's state began to stabilize, yet the rumors surrounding Harry within Hogwarts grew ever more fervent, robbing her of sleep throughout the night, and subjecting her to immense inner turmoil. Ginny dared not approach Harry, for everything he endured today was a consequence of her actions. She rushed to the lavatory, intending to return the diary to Professor Dumbledore, and confess that she was the one who had harmed her classmate, only to discover that the diary was missing. A wave of panic washed over her. Whom would the diary harm next? Would it reveal her secrets? A gathering of wizards congregated near the astronomy tower, discussing Harry. Ginny approached, witnessing Slytherin's Astoria Greengrass leading a dazed Harry out, using magic to silence those who had slandered him. She saw Harry drifting further away, observed the slight tremor in Astoria's wand hand. The number of those who had wronged Harry was overwhelming. Their incessant chatter cast a shadow upon his very being, shackling him with stigma. A sense of injustice welled up within Ginny. After all, they had known him first, and she too could have stood up for Harry. With newfound courage surging within her, she resolved to admit her wrongs and seek to rectify her mistakes. When Professors Snape and McGonagall arrived, The courage Ginny had just mustered was swept away like leaves in the wind as she saw Harry shielding Astoria Greengrass, unyielding in the face of the professor's reprimands. Astoria ultimately caused the House of the Wizards who had disparaged Harry to lose 50 points. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ginny remained rooted in place, allowing the throngs to brush past her shoulders. She clearly perceived the emotions flickering in Harry's eyes. She witnessed everything unfold, and realized that the one she had once yearned for was slipping further from her grasp. Perhaps she would never attain him. Chapter 66, Valentine's Day. On the evening of February 13th, as Eleanor and her companions were preoccupied with the diary, Harry and his friends sought the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, when Gilderoy Lockhart re-emerged to wreak havoc. He adorned the Great Hall with garish decorations, festooning the walls with ribbons and heart-shaped stickers that painfully assaulted Eleanor's eyes. Lockhart delivered a grandiloquent speech, moving only himself and his still-adoring fans. The origins of Valentine's Day trace back to ancient Rome, where a king decreed the cancellation of weddings. Yet a priest, risking decapitation, continued to unite young couples in matrimony, ultimately leading to his arrest. In prison, he aided the jailer's daughter in regaining her sight, and they fell in love, only to face a tragic separation. What a poignant tale of love. To commemorate this priest, we should cherish this day. And I have prepared some delightful surprises. Draco found it difficult to comprehend this insipid buffoon, openly expressing his disdain through scornful remarks. If Lockhart adores this priest so much, he should at least remember his name. He is nothing but a clown seeking attention. Eleanor was so repulsed by the hall's tasteless embellishments and cloying perfume that she set down her cutlery, preparing to leave. His intellect is as distasteful as his aesthetic sense. Draco picked up a plate of chocolate muffins, halting as he stuffed his mouth with food, eager to catch up with his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, and hastily approached Eleanor. Do not let that fool ruin your mood. You will surely enjoy the chocolate muffin. Eleanor nodded in agreement, gazing up at the night sky. The moon was particularly round tonight. I do not wish to return to the dungeon, she suddenly uttered, for the dungeon felt too far removed from the moon. Where would you like to go? Draco asked, having grown considerably taller, now needing to lean slightly down to meet her gaze. To the observatory. That is my sanctuary. Upon entering the observatory's loft for the first time, Draco found it reminiscent of a cozy lounge, with a telescope positioned by the window. Eleanor gestured for Draco to sit beside her, reclining on a chaise longue, her gaze directed through the skylight at the night sky. An unattended chocolate muffin sat forlornly on the low table, while Draco quietly watched her silvery hair cascade in the moonlight. The atmosphere so serene that only their breaths could be heard. How is your study with Tom Riddle progressing? Eleanor broke the silence, tilting her head to look at him. I have learned quite a few high-level spells. The silent spell can be applied to simpler incantations. Draco reached for the flying chocolate muffin, but this time Eleanor took it, nibbling away at it slowly. Casting spells without a wand is indeed quite challenging. He leaned against the armrest of the chaise, his body slightly inclined, his tone tinged with a hint of seeking solace. If you master the silent and wandless spells, you will be an advanced wizard, but there is no rush. You have ample time. Yet you managed it in your first year, Draco thought silently, while Eleanor, though not looking directly at him, seemed to sense his thoughts. There is no need to hasten to catch up with me, Draco. As a wizard, your talent is exceptional. You are remarkable. The abilities you perceive in me are merely inherited from my mother. Eleanor smiled mischievously, her violet eyes sparkling with lively glimmers. My father can perform the silent spell, yet he struggles with wandless magic. After all, each spell requires practice in its corresponding silent and wandless form. It suffices for you to learn so you can protect yourself. Riddle will not easily relinquish Malfoy as a useful pawn. Draco listened intently to Eleanor, as he seldom heard her speak of her past life. Do you come here often? After finishing the chocolate muffin, Eleanor felt drowsy. She had not visited in quite some time. Yes, I often come here to gaze at the moon. Eleanor approached the window, the soft moonlight streaming through the glass and enveloping her in a halo of ethereal light. Draco's heart raced. He swiftly stepped forward, grasping Eleanor's wrist, a cold sweat forming on his brow as he experienced a fleeting sensation that Eleanor was drifting away from him. Eleanor withdrew her gaze from the moon, turning to face Draco. Let us return, Draco. We have potions class tomorrow. Had she known that the following day at Hogwarts would resemble a wedding scene crafted by Lockhart, she would have surely taken a leave of absence. The diminutive figures, hired by Lockhart and adorned with golden wings, resembled grotesque versions of Cupid, stabbing Eleanor's eyes with their presence. They dared to intrude upon even Snape's class, merely to deliver those utterly useless love letters. Draco, surprisingly popular, attracted numerous first-year witches. Enamored by his handsome appearance, privileged lineage, and exceptional talent. Snape promptly separated him from Eleanor, allowing Draco to receive the letters, each of which had to be publicly read. Draco dared not cause too much disruption in Snape's class, having already sent several of the dwarves flying with the binding curse. If given the chance, he would prefer to unleash a nasty curse upon this oblivious crowd of dwarves. He glanced in Eleanor's direction, somewhat astonished that she had not received any letters. How could anyone possibly dislike Eleanor? Ron also noticed this situation, more surprised by the sheer number of admirers Draco had than anything else. However, given that Ron had not encountered any amusement this term, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. I shall assert that Black is an exceedingly arrogant individual. Who would dare to write to her? Aside from her beauty and talent, she is riddled with flaws. Oh, the noble Weasley. You shall lose 20 points for Gryffindor due to your myriad virtues. Snape proclaimed this in a hushed tone behind Ron, instinctively glancing towards Eleanor, where he beheld Draco folding a paper crane, which flapped its wings and soared towards her. It was Eleanor's first experience of receiving a note in class. She turned to look at Snape, who was scowling, having drenched Ron in cold sweat. Curiosity piqued, she unfolded the note, finding Draco's cursive, lacking in drafts, to be somewhat too flamboyant. Will you come to the tower to watch the moon tonight? Eleanor felt a twinge of nervousness as she passed the note. Noticing Snape was still unleashing venomous remarks at Ron, she deftly ensured the note landed on Draco's desk. She could not fold a paper crane, opting instead to simply fold the note into a square. Draco cast a glance at Snape, the note containing her response. Observing that the two young wizards had finally completed their shoddy game of passing notes while evading their teacher, Snape, parched and exasperated, released Ron. And to prevent such occurrences from happening again, Eleanor and Draco never sat apart again. After class, Harry bid farewell to Hermione and Ron, hastily making his way to the study, pursued by a dwarf who, despite his fervent efforts, could not keep pace. His anger manifesting in a tight grip on the letter in his hand. Draco noted the dwarf and was intrigued to discover who had developed an infatuation with Harry. Though Eleanor halted him. There is no need to squander time on trivial matters. Potter himself is not even here. If he were, I would certainly mock him to his face. That letter thus fell into oblivion, never to see the light of day again. Draco ordered the kitchen to send dinner to the tower, and as he and Eleanor traversed the corridor of the study, they spotted Dennis dragging a red-haired man disappearing around a corner. Draco was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at Eleanor, utterly at a loss for words. Yes, you are not mistaken, Lestrange and Weasley. Eleanor smiled with a hint of amusement, her steps unbroken as she continued towards the tower. Quite an intriguing combination, is it not? Chapter 67. A Conversation with Aragog. The investigation into the Chamber of Secrets yielded no progress. Harry and Ron even donned the invisibility cloak in an attempt to infiltrate the Slytherin common room, but to no avail. Harry mourned the loss of his diary for several days, treasuring his friendship with Tom Riddle. The voice that once guided him had significantly diminished, yet he did not mind, for he had read more books in these past few days than in all his previous years combined. Stop loitering here, you can search for other clues. Hermione pushed them out of the library, and Harry and Ron exchanged glances, silently making their way towards the Forbidden Forest. Why are you heading this way? Harry cast a sidelong glance at him and whispered, why are you going in this direction? Ron looked into Harry's eyes, and they spoke in unison. You are going to the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, the clues left by Hagrid were the key. Perhaps we must venture deeper into the forest. Harry could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, gripping his wand tightly, hoping to derive some semblance of security. No matter how much we investigate, we remain utterly clueless. Those books know me, yet I do not know them. Ron swallowed hard, grasping Harry's arm as they approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps we should take a gamble. Let us go, Harry. The evening forest was eerily silent, and Harry frequently glanced back, feeling as though something lurked behind him. Do not look back, Harry. There is nothing behind you. Ron clutched Harry's arm tightly, nearly in tears. Perhaps he would perish from fright before any magical creature could claim him. I truly feel as if something is following us. Harry halted, straining to discern the rustling sound carried by the wind. Suddenly, he whirled around, raising his wand towards the underbrush, convinced there was something there. Who? Show yourself. A creature slowly emerged from the thicket, and Harry immediately recognized who it was. He excitedly ran to the centaur, embracing his leg in a heartfelt hug, his emerald eyes sparkling. It's you, Firenze. I am so delighted to see you again. Firenze smiled, gently stroking Harry's hair, his blue eyes twinkling with warmth. His voice as tender as ever. It is I, Harry. I am glad to see you again, though I wish it were not in the Forbidden Forest at night. What are you two young wizards doing venturing into the forest alone? Harry, somewhat embarrassed, tugged at his hair. He considered Firenze a friend, and did not wish to divulge the troubling events that had befallen him. Sensing Harry's thoughts, Firenze refrained from pressing further, instead gazing up at the stars, which would reveal all. I am pained, Harry. Firenze lifted Harry onto his back, the stars indicating that Harry had endured conspiracies and violence. Yet he remained as pure and unblemished as ever. Human society is always complicated. You are so innocent. Harry was touched by Firenze's unwavering belief in him without prying into his troubles. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and weep. So your night expedition into the Forbidden Forest is related to this matter. Where are you headed? Perhaps I can assist you. That would be splendid. Harry exclaimed joyfully as he waved at Ron from Firenze's back, grateful to have a friend willing to help him in his time of need. Ron and I are seeking Hagrid's acromantula, Aragog. We have questions for it. Firenze hoisted Ron onto his back as well, clearly disapproving of their reckless endeavor. The acromantula is far too dangerous. You two have come to seek it alone. Although Aragog and we have an agreement of non-violence, its countless offspring will invariably pose a threat to our kind. Despite his disapproval, Firenze led them to Aragog, who was in its lair hatching a new batch of spider eggs. Let me see who approaches. Firenze the centaur and two human wizards? Aragog remained still. Its offspring stirred with hunger for fresh blood, the spider colony subtly agitated. Sensing the tension and fear emanating from the two young wizards on his back, Firenze fixed Aragog with a serious gaze, his voice low and firm. Do not forget our agreement, Aragog, even if they are human wizards. These two are friends of Hagrid. They seek you for a reason. Friends of Hagrid? Upon hearing the name of its former keeper, Aragog allowed its offspring to retreat momentarily, scrutinizing the two humans. In light of Hagrid and Firenze, speak. What do you desire from me? Harry, nearly bursting with anticipation, asked. What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets that was opened 50 years ago? Hagrid was taken away because of it. Recalling its unpleasant experience, Aragog spat angrily. That was a conspiracy. Hagrid and I were both ensnared. The one who opened the chamber was not Hagrid, and Myrtle was not killed by him. Hagrid would be heartbroken if he even stepped on an ant. How could he harm his own classmate? Seeing Aragog's unstable emotions, Ron quickly inquired. Then do you know who did it? Aragog, agitated, recalled the humiliation of being driven into the Forbidden Forest, its 8 eyes glowing with fury. How could I possibly know who it was? You humans are eternally cunning. Harry and Ron lowered their heads in disappointment, but then Aragog added, however. The murderer is our mortal enemy. What is your mortal enemy? Ron pressed, eager to extract the answer from Aragog. You should leave. Humans do not belong here. Aragog clearly wished to avoid the topic, not wanting to display any weakness in front of its offspring. The offspring gazed hungrily at the two humans, and Firenze hastily bid farewell to Aragog, leading the two away. Ron tightly grasped Firenze's mane, sprinting far away until he finally shook off the nauseating swarm of spiders. His body slick with cold sweat. The acromantula was indeed a terrifying sight, and the sheer number of them was overwhelming, rendering the end of the horde invisible. Ron, feeling a pang of anxiety, lamented to Harry that he hadn't dared to voice these concerns in front of Aragog. Acromantulas were classified as highly dangerous magical creatures, and they were bound by a pact with Aragog, who always turned a blind eye to his kin's assaults on centaurs and unicorns. Harry, recalling the beauty of the unicorn, felt a surge of indignation. This was nothing short of villainy. Ron incisively pointed out Aragog's misdeeds, eliciting a laugh from Firenze. Magical creatures are not human. Your high moral standards hold no sway over them. Harry disagreed with this perspective. To him, Firenze was commendable. Not all magical beings are like that. You are exceptional, Firenze. Firenze smiled gently, refraining from commenting on Harry's judgment. Do you know what Aragog's nemesis is? Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with hope, seeing Firenze as gentle and all-knowing. Firenze lifted his gaze to the stars, then returned to meet Harry's eyes, sighing as if conceding, and escorted the two to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The acromantula's enemy is the serpent, but not just any serpent. Harry sought to press for further clarity, but Firenze gently halted him. You ought to leave. It has been a pleasure to see you today, Harry and Ron. The two stood silently at the forest threshold, watching as Firenze melded into the thick woods. At least we gained something, did we not? Harry offered a dry consolation, and they exchanged glances, both thinking of Hermione. We must share this news with her. She's so clever, she will surely know something. They hurried back to Hogwarts, where the great hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Their minds were too preoccupied to investigate the commotion. They were focused on finding Hermione, only to be met with the unbelievable news from Neville. Chapter 68. The basilisk. What? Hermione has been petrified. Harry was utterly stunned, scarcely able to believe it. Without a moment's thought, Ron dashed toward the hospital wing, with Harry straining to keep up behind him. Their chests heaved violently, gasping for breath as they reached Hermione's bedside. She bore an expression of terror, her body rendered unnaturally rigid. The once reliable Hermione had truly been petrified. How could this happen? Ron was incredulous. The occurrence was too sudden, especially since they had been poring over books together in the library just that afternoon. Harry noticed Hermione's hand seemed to be tightly clutching something, and upon reaching for it, he uncovered a small piece of parchment. They exchanged a glance and unfolded the note, discovering it contained a record of the basilisk. A dark creature created by Salazar Slytherin a millennium ago. Its venom was lethal and nearly incurable. Direct eye contact would result in instant death, while indirect gaze would lead to petrification. Harry's hands trembled with excitement. He and Ron had discovered a part of the truth about Aragog. But Hermione had unearthed the answer directly. She had held this clue close, a prompt for them. Harry looked earnestly at Ron, unable to contain his exhilaration. Hermione is a genius. With her backing us, we shall always feel secure. Ron gazed sorrowfully at the stone figure of Hermione on the bed, murmuring, "But she has been harmed by Merlin's beard." She merely glanced at the basilisk's eyes. Had she truly met its gaze? They exchanged a solemn look, lowering their heads in silence, as they devised a plan before Hermione's bed to ensure she would feel included. The wizards dispatched were quite capable, and their experiences soon lay before Eleanor on her desk, including the dialogue with Aragog. Eleanor casually approved a list for him, knowing she was always discerning in her rewards and punishments. The basilisk is quite a remarkable creature. I desire its gall, shed blood, venom, skin, bones, flesh, and fangs. Draco, overhearing her litany of greed, couldn't help but laugh, his penmanship becoming somewhat distorted as he pulled out fresh parchment to rewrite a response, glancing at Eleanor with mild exasperation. The basilisk is large and perilous. How do you intend to transport it all? Eleanor regarded this as no challenge, gleefully producing the alchemical ring that had been replaced, waving it before Draco's eyes. I shall simply stow it inside. Noticing Draco's instinctive glance toward her pocket watch, Eleanor raised her chin slightly, huffing. This watch was a gift from my father. I refused to encase a foul-smelling basilisk in it. Using the ring for such a purpose would be wasteful. Draco's owl retrieved his rewritten response as he propped his head on his hand, watching Eleanor's playful arrogance with a glimmer of suppressed amusement in his pale blue eyes. Wait. You don't intend to go in person, do you? Draco furrowed his brow, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Of course I must go in person. I will accompany you. Draco instinctively replied, knowing the basilisk's terrifying nature would unnerve him. Yet he could not allow Eleanor to face it alone, regardless of her strength. Eleanor was taken aback that Draco's first reaction was not to deter her, prompting her to reassess him. Be cautious of the basilisk's gaze. We must not allow it to see us directly. Train me in your disillusionment charm. From the expression on Eleanor's face, Draco discerned her intent. His demeanor remained unchanged. Having experienced Paris, he found such matters less daunting now, at least not as terrifying as fleeing in his first year. Eleanor's gaze lingered on his face, her blood thrumming with excitement. She straightened up, leaning toward Draco. Very well, you shall accompany me. As Dumbledore's ally, Snape was entirely oblivious to his student's intentions to confront the basilisk. He was currently engrossed in brewing potions in the dungeon, tirelessly dedicating himself as the youngest master of potions. Since Dumbledore had ceased to exert pressure on him, he had found more time to delve into potion research. If this concoction succeeded, he would publish a groundbreaking paper that would resonate throughout the magical community. As he reached the final stages of brewing, he meticulously added various powdered herbs, stirring clockwise and counterclockwise for half an hour. The green potion gradually transformed into a perfect blue hue. Snape's black eyes sparkled with delight as he smiled with satisfaction, filling the prepared potion vials with the flowing azure liquid. Writing papers posed no challenge for him. Now he sought to share his joy with his beloved. Cyril lay quietly on the bed, his chest rising and falling weakly, betraying his fragile vitality. Snape caressed his icy cheek. Cyril did not nuzzle against his hand like a cat. Gently cradling Cyril in his arms, Snape took a comb from the table and began to untangle his long hair, whispering his delight at the successful potion into Cyril's ear. Feeling the fragile form in his embrace, Snape was pained to notice Cyril's frailness. The ribs pressed against his hands as he held him close. After quietly warming him with his body heat, Snape laid him back under the covers, kissing a path from his forehead to the corner of his lips, tenderly brushing against them. Please wake soon now, I miss you. Once his emotions were in check, Snape rose from the bed, intending to write his paper. The light faded behind him as he exited the room, plunging it back into darkness and silence. Sensing that Harry might take action during this time, Eleanor instructed her people to keep a close watch on him, ensuring they reported any developments to her promptly. In the diary, Tom Riddle finds himself subjected to relentless pressure. Today marks his intensive training with Blaise. While Blaise proves useful in certain respects, he saunters in at the designated hour, dragging his feet. Speak up, what foolishness have you engaged in this time? Eleanor ruthlessly mocks him, recalculating Blaise's intellect yet again. I lost the diary, Blaise buzzes, his words barely audible to Eleanor, who furrows her brow in displeasure. Naturally, she would not stoop to chasing after him to scold him. It is Daphne, noticing the shift in Eleanor's expression, who speaks up first. Open your mouth, Blaise. Can a bug like you truly redeem your blunders with a mere cry? I lost the diary. He reiterates, the silence in the office palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Eleanor diverts her gaze, unwilling to let the fool taint her vision. Can you enlighten me on how you managed to lose it? I had thought you were still human, Blaise. Theodore, for once, appears intrigued, observing him with a newfound curiosity. You certainly didn't seem like a fool in the past. I was dating a Gryffindor girl. And when I turned my head today, I found the diary was missing, Blaise admits, anxiety creeping in. He is well aware of the warnings he has received regarding emotional entanglements, and this training session was meant to facilitate his communication with Tom Riddle. Eleanor is loath to allow them to be drained of their essence. Because of you, we have lost a knowledgeable and diligent instructor, she states, her fingers lightly tapping the fan as she calculates how much of the Zabini family's wealth would suffice to restore her peace of mind. I believe I can explain. This time I recall that the Zabinis possess a chocolate factory and a vineyard in Sussex, Blaise murmurs, the pallor of his skin evident against his dark complexion, regretting the emotional turmoil he has endured. What do you mean? I'm not forcing you, Eleanor replies, her expression impassive. She despises coercive tactics. Blaise musters a less strained smile, too preoccupied with lamenting the loss of his family's vineyard, which supplies a third of England's red wine. I am willing to offer the chocolate factory and vineyard in Sussex as a testament to my loyalty. However, his loyalty remains untested. As news arrives from the wizards monitoring Harry, they are taking action. Chapter 69, Into the Chamber. She will be left as nothing but bones. Eleanor's expression is inscrutable. She truly does not know how to critique Tom Riddle. Has he always been in a state of mental derangement? We must depart, Draco, she declares. As a grand spectacle is about to unfold, Eleanor and Draco make their way to the second-floor restroom. I genuinely wish to see it, Daphne sighs wistfully, casting an eye roll in Blaise's direction. Flirtatious yet foolish Blaise, you had better prepare the contract before Eleanor returns. The wizard delivering the news waits at the corridor's corner, his disillusionment charm having worn off, forcing him to distance himself from Harry. Eleanor and Draco utilize a modified disillusionment charm by Regulus, which lasts significantly longer, greatly aiding their movements in the Muggle world. Remember to keep your distance from Potter, and do not look into the basilisk's eyes. I hope you do not get hurt, Draco instructs, groping in the direction of Eleanor's voice until he grasps her arm, gently shaking her wrist to signal his understanding. Upon entering the restroom, they find Harry and Ron already at the entrance to the chamber, poised to descend. Ron, calm down. Come back, Harry implores, restraining Ron, who is eager to leap into the abyss, while casting a lumos to assess the situation below. You are remarkably composed, Harry, but I cannot remain calm. My sister has been taken. That accursed chamber, my fragile, beloved sister. The last encounter with the trapdoor and devil's snare had left Harry scarred. Yet he observes that all is still below, reassuringly patting Ron on the shoulder before descending first. Draco longs to interject, but refrains from revealing himself to Harry and Ron. He extends a finger from Eleanor's grasp, gently scratching her hand. Eleanor raises her hand, signaling that they may descend. Still preoccupied with Ginny's safety, Ron collides with Lockhart at the corner. Merlin's gloves. What are you doing here? Lockhart, realizing he is merely faced with two young wizards rather than a fearsome creature, adopts a haughty demeanor. There have been incidents among the students at the school. As the defense against the dark arts professor, it is my duty to ensure their safety. I am here to rescue her. Ron is on the brink of a breakdown, running his hands through his hair in frustration. He has had enough of this man. Merlin's stockings, leave Ginny alone. She has suffered enough. Lockhart, incensed, contemplates reprimanding him but remembers that second-year wizards should not be present. Noticing the smug look returning to Lockhart's face, Harry swiftly draws his wand, aiming it at him. Disarm. Lockhart is blasted backwards, rendered helpless as he is seized by the two, who are determined to take him into the chamber. Draco, witnessing the entire scene, is stifled. The chamber is eerily quiet. And he scratches Eleanor's hand again, shaking her wrist. Eleanor, using her fan, lightly pats Draco's arm, suppressing a laugh as she follows behind the three. Ron, still anxious about Ginny, finds Lockhart seizing the opportunity amidst his distraction to snatch the ancient, feathered wand from Ron's grip. Ha! You two are still too inexperienced. I have far more experience in such matters. Harry pulls Ron behind him, raising his wand at Lockhart, interrogating him. What do you intend to do? Lockhart's laughter is manic and sinister as he gazes at Harry with a pitying expression. Of course, I intend to dispose of you. Do you think I would allow you to spread what transpires here? He swings his wand, reciting a spell with a smile. Harry anxiously retreats with Ron, but the spell misfires, striking him atop the head. With a deafening crash, the rock walls tremble, and debris begins to fall. Eleanor and Draco rush forward. Draco, unable to resist, kicks Lockhart as he passes, muttering, "You troublesome blight." "What on earth?" Harry exclaims, rushing over to pull Lockhart from the debris threatening to bury him. While Ron, distracted, is blocked by the falling rocks. "Ron, are you alright?" "Ron." Harry calls. "I'm fine, Harry. Be careful. You can only proceed alone now. These damn rocks are blocking me." Harry wishes to say more, but Lockhart's laughter pierces through again. "Now it's just you. Cherish your memories while you can." Oblivion. Ron's wand inadvertently sends a beam of light toward Lockhart, propelling him backward, his head twisting as he falls unconscious. Draco is utterly astounded by Lockhart's misfortune. Turning away to avoid witnessing Harry's assessment of Lockhart's condition, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Eleanor, initially exasperated, finds herself wanting to laugh as she grasps Draco's wrist, giving it a gentle squeeze to remind him to maintain composure. After confirming Lockhart is still alive, Harry grips his wand tightly, continuing onward. Draco is eager to make a quip about Harry, but merely purses his lips, shaking his head in dissatisfaction at Eleanor's wrist. Receiving Draco's unspoken sentiment, Eleanor regretfully traces a pattern on the back of his hand. The cool, delicate sensation glides over his skin, causing Draco to instinctively tighten his grip before quickly releasing it. He feigns indifference, surveying the surrounding stone walls, silently grateful that Eleanor cannot see the flush creeping to his ears, or the clumsy manner in which he now walks. Eleanor, noticing a brief unsteadiness in Draco's stride, remains oblivious to any danger, failing to realize that he is merely being clumsy. She idly gazed at Harry's resolute figure, silently slowing her pace, firmly resolved never to walk ahead of him. Harry swiftly located the Chamber of Secrets, where a dim and damp door stood before a statue of Salazar Slytherin, flanked by serpentine heads with gaping maws. There lay Ginny, unconscious, upon a circular dais. "Ginny!" Harry exclaimed, hurrying to assess her condition. He felt her breath and pulse, both faint but present, and instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Eleanor approached the statue of Slytherin, scrutinizing it with difficulty, unsure how to evaluate this stone figure that seemed only marginally stronger than a troll. She harbored doubts about whether this sculpture truly depicted a wizard. Beneath the sparse beard of the statue, a dark void yawned ominously. Eleanor took Draco's hand, quietly leading him away to find a safer vantage point for observation. Suddenly, the diary beside Ginny began to flip its pages of its own accord, coalescing into a tangible form before Harry's eyes. The dark-haired, dark-eyed youth, exuding an air of refined elegance, turned to Harry, presenting a meaningful smile. "Perhaps I should introduce myself. I am Tom Riddle." The joy of seeing a friend momentarily blinded Harry to the bizarre scene, his emerald eyes brimming with delight, a foolish grin adorning his face. "I am truly overjoyed to see you. But how did you end up here? It is perilous." Tom Riddle meticulously adjusted the sleeves of his attire, interrupting Harry's self-indulgent expressions of joy. "Allow me to reintroduce myself." With a flourish, he conjured a few words in the air, which transformed once more into "I am Voldemort." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to reconcile the image of this poised young man with the notorious Voldemort, the very figure who had wrought chaos upon the wizarding world, and more alarmingly, the one who was once his friend. "Hey Tom, that's not funny." Tom Riddle's smile vanished, his black eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Do not utter that name, call me Voldemort." Chapter 70. The Tears of the Phoenix. "Let me take a good look at the boy who lived." Tom Riddle surveyed the frail boy from a lofty vantage point, dripping with sarcasm. How could he, in the future, be vanquished by such a malnourished child? "Do not be so anxious, Harry. We have enjoyed each other's company before, have we not?" Indeed. Harry had shared a mentor-mentee bond with him, but that ended upon learning the truth. Tom Riddle was Voldemort, the very murderer of his parents. Do not speak to me in that tone. Do you find amusement in toying with me? Images of his parents flashed relentlessly in Harry's mind, reflected in the mirror of Erist. He raised his wand in anguish, his heavy breaths betraying his trembling despair. What a pity it has come to this. You need not harbor hatred towards me. We share a noble lineage, both raised by muggles as orphans, and besides, I am merely a fragment of memory. Cease your flowery words. You are but a singular entity. A fragment of memory? Eleanor's gaze fixed on Tom Riddle, suddenly reminded of the locket of Slytherin in Regulus's possession. Perhaps this was yet another Horcrux of Voldemort. She had not anticipated such inconsistency in the craftsmanship of Horcruxes created by the same individual. The seemingly more valuable locket appeared lifeless, whereas the unremarkable diary possessed a consciousness of its own. Perhaps it was more than mere thought. Eleanor realized her knowledge of Horcruxes was scant. She instinctively traced the intricate patterns on her fan, her heart racing with excitement. Perhaps this entity was a part of Voldemort's soul, awakened by some unforeseen catalyst. Draco watched intently as the two engaged in their verbal sparring, struggling to reconcile the image of Tom Riddle with the legendary brutality of Voldemort. As Harry assumed a stance indicating he intended to confront Tom, Riddle emitted a hissing sound, and a colossal serpent emerged from the statue's maw. Basilisk, behold the feast I have prepared for you. The serpent lifted its massive head, initially gazing towards Eleanor. Yet perceiving nothing, it swiftly redirected its attention to Harry. Instinctively, Harry recoiled. The serpent was colossal, its mere head capable of crushing him. He heard Tom Riddle commanding the beast in Parseltongue, and immediately attempted to order it to retreat. Yet the creature remained unmoved, as if deaf to his plea. Foolish boy. Tom Riddle regarded him with a gaze akin to that of an ant, mocking his audacity. Eleanor tightened her grip on Draco's hand as they retreated further, ensuring that Harry would not fall victim to the serpent's wrath. Draco recalled the numerous methods the serpent had for killing, but the creature merely slammed Harry against the wall. Unable to contain himself, he leaned closer to Eleanor's ear and whispered, "Why doesn't the basilisk use its eyes?" Tom Riddle's gaze shifted toward them, and suddenly, Fawkes the Phoenix appeared, saving Harry from a near-fatal blow. It cried out, relentlessly pecking at the serpent, prompting Tom Riddle to glare at Fawkes with fury. Eleanor watched, somewhat regretfully, as Fawkes blinded the basilisk, while Tom Riddle beheld Harry swiftly turn, seizing the sword of Godric Gryffindor from the hat dropped by Fawkes, plunging it into the creature's upper jaw. Ah, what a pity! Her soft sigh went unheard by all but Draco, as Harry fell to the ground, weakened by the serpent's venomous fangs. Tom Riddle, in a fit of rage, seized Harry's wand, intent on finishing him off, as Fawkes delivered the diary into Harry's hands. Harry promptly withdrew the fong from his arm, preparing to stab it into the diary, while Tom Riddle futilely extended his hand, his eyes wide with unwillingness. He was about to cast the killing curse when something kicked Harry's hand away. Eleanor struck Tom Riddle's wand aside with her fan, invoking the disillusionment charm to appear before the two. "I fear you cannot kill him. I have matters to discuss with him." Harry's mouth fell agape in disbelief, wishing to say more, but Tom Riddle had no intention of waiting for a futile judgment. He sought to launch a surprise attack. The familiar warmth scorched the diary, and Tom Riddle slowly lowered his wand in frustration, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "That person is you? Bind him swiftly." Eleanor offered no reply to his tedious inquiry. She tossed Harry's wand back to him, and brandished a delicate silver pistol in her left hand while threatening the diary with the incendio curse. "Tom Riddle, I trust you are familiar with the craft of silversmithing. If you wish to avoid experiencing the sensation of being pierced through your soul, you will behave." Harry recalled the image of Eleanor rendering Quirrell into a sieve, and with his weakened body, he silently crawled away. Eleanor had no intention of interrogating him there, nor did she believe he would willingly respond. She aimed to force him back into the diary before dealing with the basilisk's remains. "You may emerge now, Draco." Harry weakly opened his eyes, astonished to find Malfoy present. Curious about Eleanor's approach to the basilisk, Draco observed as she produced a ring and directly encased the entire serpent within it. "I expected you would handle it differently." Eleanor raised an eyebrow at him, striding towards Harry. "Such matters should not fall upon me." She opened her fan, scrutinizing Harry's feeble state, pondering whether Dumbledore would truly allow him to perish. Harry, now somewhat delirious, lamented, "It is quite splendid to see Slytherin before death, but I would have preferred." He let the name linger unvoiced, unwillingly propping himself against the wall, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity in his impending demise. "Your last words should not be directed at us." Eleanor turned her gaze towards Fawkes, pondering whether this might be Dumbledore's contingency plan. Fawkes soared to Harry's side, the tears of the phoenix cascading drop by drop onto the wound inflicted by the basilisk's bite. healing his injuries at an astonishing pace. Draco, witnessing a phoenix for the first time, and intrigued by its tears, peered curiously from behind. After Fawkes had diligently shed tears to mend Harry, the remaining droplets fell into the potion vial held by Eleanora. The phoenix, having exhausted its ability to weep, found itself unable to produce more tears as Eleanora, with a gun in hand, wore a benign smile. We have all battled the malevolent Tom Riddle. I too am a student of Hogwarts. You wouldn't show favoritism like Professor Dumbledore, would you? Harry gazed at Fawkes, rendered speechless as the phoenix continued to weep, silently huddling in a corner. What a pitiful sight, Draco remarked teasingly, leaning down to observe his reaction. I somewhat regret not bringing my magical camera. What were you doing just now? Who did you hope to see? Harry's face flushed crimson as he turned away, ignoring Draco's jests. Draco quickly relinquished his teasing and approached the weeping phoenix. Fawkes had never been subjected to such harsh treatment. Dumbledore would surely be aware that it had been coerced into shedding 2 vials of tears. It blinked its dry eyes and swiftly took flight, yet Eleanora's quick reflexes allowed her to snatch a handful of feathers. I wish it hadn't come to this. I hope no one else witnesses this spectacle. Both turned to see Harry in the corner, scratching at the stones on the wall, as if they were something extraordinary. I saved your life, Potter. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. Black did not appear to be the type to flaunt such boldness. Even glancing at Malfoy, perhaps wishing that those words had come from him. Reclaim your gaze. Have you forgotten that Tom Riddle intended to kill you with his wand? Do not forget he is Voldemort, and the killing curse is his most frequently employed spell. Harry recalled that Eleanora had indeed intervened when Tom Riddle sought to strike him down, and he managed to stammer, "Thank you for saving me, Black." Eleanora dismissed his gratitude, turning to approach Ginny on the pedestal. I saved your life, and you will have the opportunity to repay me in the future. Come and see whether your friend lives or perishes. It was then that Harry remembered Ginny, dragging his numb and weary legs to the edge of the pedestal. Letting out a trembling scream, Ginny. Chapter 71, The Splintered Soul. Eleanora and Draco paid no heed to the fate of Ginny Weasley, instead retracing their steps with the diary and the basilisk. I believe you can dispose of this troublesome pile of stones, Eleanora suggested, stepping aside to allow Draco room, kindly cautioning him, but do refrain from using the exploding charm. If that Weasley is still behind the stones, and he were to lose his life because of it, the Ministry would certainly pursue you. Draco scoffed, muttering about the bothersome Weasley, and although he was confident that the shattering spell would not harm either of them, he nonetheless cast the shield charm over Eleanora and himself. The pile of stones exploded into dust, and Ron was indeed waiting nearby, covered in debris. Blasted Merlin's handkerchief. What on earth is happening? Ron exclaimed, his face a mess as he beheld the elegantly poised Eleanora and Draco, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What are you doing here? This is Slytherin's chamber. Could it be that you? Unbeknownst to Ron, his mind conjured various scenarios, and he stood ready for battle, determinedly retrieving his tattered second-hand wand to aim at the two. Perhaps you're even more foolish than I imagined, Eleanora remarked, fanning herself to shield against the dust, as she and Draco walked past him without a backward glance, granting him no further attention. Draco surveyed the dust-covered Ron with derision, his eyes glinting as he flashed a mischievous smile. Look at you, the ragtag Weasley, in such a ludicrous state. Hurry and find them. Perhaps you may yet see them again. Leaving Ron in a state of shock, Draco hastened to catch up with Eleanora. Harry, Ginny. Ron stumbled toward the chamber, kicking aside the obstructive Lockhart, his expression grim. The basilisk, along with the tears and feathers of the phoenix, represented rare potion ingredients. Eleanora, invigorated, led Draco directly to the office in the cellar. Your potion-making talent is exceptional. These materials will be half yours. Draco's ears flushed crimson, clearing his throat as a smile crept onto his lips. The portrait of Miss Medusa on the door stirred awake, lethargically raising her tail. Professor Snape was inside. As the cellar door swung open, they found several stacks of papers haphazardly strewn across the desk, yet Snape was nowhere to be seen. Professor Snape, are you in there? They stood at the door, witnessing the bedroom door swing open as Snape emerged, his expression darkened, his robes draped over him. Who can tell me what brings you two mandrakes to my pitiful old professor at this hour? Eleanora pulled Draco to the sofa, producing a vial of phoenix tears and a feather, instantly altering Snape's demeanor. It was well known that Dumbledore was so miserly that he had not managed to procure even a single feather from Fawkes until it had grown old and molted. And even that required queuing. I have always known you to be the finest students of Slytherin. Snape accepted their offerings with evident pleasure, seating himself opposite them, appearing surprisingly genial. I assume you are also quite interested in the basilisk? Snape's reaction was akin to that of a cat spotting a catnip mouse. His dark eyes widening slightly as he first examined the two for any injuries before regally lifting his chin. The venom of the basilisk is indeed a highly coveted potion ingredient. Eleanora, opening her fan with a sly smile, allowed her violet eyes to shimmer. And I have an entire basilisk. Snape instinctively furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the pair for any signs of injury once more. Did you two little brutes engage the basilisk in combat? Eleanora shrugged her shoulders in feigned innocence, smiling like a triumphant little fox. How could I undertake such a perilous endeavor? She placed the ring on the table, nudging it toward Snape with her fan, her smile waning slightly. I believe the youngest master of potions in the magical world can distill a potion even more potent than basilisk venom. Snape regarded her with a serious expression, while Eleanora met his gaze unflinchingly. Snape rubbed his temples in exasperation, reluctantly conceding to her request. However, this entire basilisk also contains a portion that belongs to Draco. Eleanora, maintaining eye contact with Snape, casually lifted her head to observe the chandelier above, while Draco silently diminished his presence, though he did not voice any objection to the basilisk materials. Now, onto the crux of the matter. Eleanora placed the diary on the table, and Snape, clearly recognizing its significance, wore a displeased expression. You carry that around with you? Eleanora did not respond, merely tapping the cover twice with her fan, signaling that Tom Riddle could now emerge. I recall there being a truth serum potion. I wonder if it is effective against soul fragments. Tom Riddle materialized, his expression dark as Snape instinctively drew his wand, eyeing him warily. At this stage, Voldemort should be capable of wandless and silent spells, yet he had not employed either. Even when he sought to kill Potter, he still wielded Potter's wand. Eleanora soothingly patted the tense Draco with her fan, offering Snape a gentle smile. Let us inquire about his research on souls. Snape, recalling the dormant seal in the bedroom, understood her intentions and silently retrieved several vials of truth serum from the potion cabinet. Speak then about your research on soul fragments. Does each Horcrux contain a piece of your soul? Tom Riddle was reluctant to respond, and Eleanor had ensnared him with a binding spell, while Snape forced an entire vial of Veritaserum down his throat. Draco, feeling a chill run down his spine, leaned closer to Eleanor and whispered in her ear. I recall that 3 drops of Veritaserum can be effective. Eleanor turned her gaze towards Tom Riddle. Although he currently possessed no ability to resist, his mental fortitude was evidently formidable, as the potion did not take immediate effect on him. Snape's dark eyes sharpened, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. He locked eyes with Tom Riddle and spoke in a deep, elegant tone. Though Snape was a master of legilimency, he was unable to probe into Riddle's mind, causing only a fleeting moment of distraction. Yet that was sufficient. What is the method to repair a soul? Eleanor inquired swiftly. Tom Riddle instinctively replied, there is no method. Damage to the soul is irreparable. Snape's hand tightened unconsciously, his expression darkening ominously. Riddle, regaining his composure, no longer appeared enraged. He looked down upon the 3 with a mocking smile. It seems the soul of someone you know has been damaged. How unfortunate. He may be nearing death. Eleanor instinctively grasped Draco's wrist, her expression grave. Draco placed his other hand over hers, offering gentle reassurance. Snape met Riddle's gaze once more, forcefully employing legilimency. Noticing Tom Riddle's dazed expression, Eleanor quickly asked, what are your Horcruxes? Riddle's diary, perhaps Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and Slytherin's locket. How could such mundane objects contain my soul? Tom Riddle regained his composure, closing his eyes in evident distress, unwilling to confront this humiliating scene. Do not worry, Professor Snape, Eleanor declared as she released the binding spell, causing Tom Riddle to swiftly retreat back into the diary. This arrogant fool is of no use to us. I shall deliver him to Professor Dumbledore in exchange for an ample supply of phoenix tears. Draco felt her hand unconsciously tighten around his wrist. He silently lowered his head, offering no resistance. We will find a way. The madman who severed his own soul is always full of empty words. Let us depart. Snape managed a forced smile, retrieving 2 vials of Felix Felicis from the potion cabinet and handing them to the pair. Go back and rest. As they exited the dimly lit office, the shadows of the 2 elongated, intertwining as they turned a corner. Are you all right, Eleanor? Draco inquired. Eleanor shook her head, her voice barely audible, dissipating into the air. I feel a bit sad, Draco. Chapter 72, A Small Step. Eleanor, I will help you. I will write to my father as soon as I return, asking him to consult my grandfather and the others. That person is merely a fractured soul trapped in a diary for 50 years. His understanding is woefully limited. Draco hesitantly reached out, slowly wrapping his arm around Eleanor's shoulders and drawing her close. In this secluded corner, Eleanor cast aside her poise and elegance, burying her face in Draco's shoulder, remaining silent. He gently rubbed his elegantly contoured chin against the top of her head, burying his face in her silvery hair, softly patting her back and whispering words of comfort in her ear. You know, my grandfather was a senior to Tom Riddle. He may possess some insights. Trust me, Eleanor. There is nothing that the Blacks and Malfoys cannot accomplish. Together, we shall seek a method to restore your soul. You are never alone. I will always be here to support you. Draco's slightly hoarse voice resonated in her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her earlobe. Eleanor's previously restless heart gradually calmed, her inner turmoil subsiding. In that moment, she felt a sensation akin to that which Regulus had once imparted to her. Yet it was distinctly different. Draco longed to kiss her forehead, to envelop her in his very essence, forging an inseparable bond between them. He suppressed his yearning, delicately lifting a strand of her silvery hair and placing a gentle kiss upon its tip. Reluctant to release his hold on her hair, he then tenderly caressed the crown of her head, leaning closer to her face. Eleanor, let me see your eyes. Eleanor swiftly withdrew from his embrace, turning her head with an air of haughty defiance, letting out an inexplicable huff. Draco stood rooted in place, gazing in astonishment at Eleanor's retreating figure, noting the faint blush on her cheeks. His chest surged with elation as he distinctly heard his own breath in the quiet corridor. She is shy. Draco chuckled excitedly, slipping his hand into his pocket and savoring the memory of her silvery hair. He quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run as he returned to the dormitory. Theodore, drying his half-wet hair, regarded Draco's flushed face with curiosity. What's wrong, Draco? Nothing, I feel absolutely splendid. Draco swiftly seized several sheets of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began to write a letter with fervor. Dear Father, you cannot imagine what transpired today. I am simply overjoyed. I need to inquire about the Horcruxes created by Tom Riddle, and everything related to souls. Please, Father, make sure to ask immediately. I am in urgent need of details. The more comprehensive, the better. Your son, Draco. Theodore, holding a book, observed Draco's exuberance with keen interest. Noticing that he merely intended to wash up before heading to bed, he could no longer restrain himself. Draco, I recall that you visited the Chamber of Secrets today, where the basilisk resides. Aren't you going to take a shower? Draco feigned ignorance, still able to catch the familiar scent lingering in his clothes, having painstakingly cleaned himself. Theodore could hardly contain his annoyance, his dark eyes narrowing, a faint smirk creeping onto his lips. I will tell Eleanor that you didn't shower. Draco halted mid-motion, seizing a pillow and angrily hurling it at Theodore, forcefully stomping out of the room. How dare you threaten me? I shall remember this, Theodore. Dumbledore soon returned to the school unscathed, and Hagrid was released as well. Eleanor, holding the diary, made her way leisurely to the headmaster's office, this time the password being toffee. Miss Black, would you care for a taste of hazelnut toffee? Eleanor promptly declined, tossing the diary onto the desk and slowly pushing it towards him with her fan. Tom Riddle's soul fragment. Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze behind the lenses held an inscrutable depth. Do not regard me with such eyes, Professor Dumbledore. I have professed my love for peace. He is the root of turmoil in the wizarding world, and naturally, I intend to deliver him into your capable hands, the greatest white wizard of this century. Eleanor opened her fan, smiling, her gaze shifting to Fawkes as she assessed him from head to toe. In your chess game, might I glean the direction of the board? Dumbledore's smile faded slightly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of warning. You are but a second-year witch. This knowledge is not yours to possess. Is that so? Regretfully closing her fan, Eleanor was indeed reluctant to engage in this roundabout exchange with Dumbledore. She was certain that his strategy extended far beyond the immediate circumstances. I believe you are aware that Tom Riddle possesses more than one Horcrux. She gently waved her fan, casting her gaze once more towards Fawkes, who had closed his eyes, refusing to acknowledge the demonic wizard. Although she had long suspected the existence of multiple Horcruxes, Eleanor clearly knew more than she let on. Dumbledore's expression sharpened, seeking to penetrate her thoughts. Do not attempt to employ legilimency on me. I do not take kindly to being offended. Eleanor grimaced in distaste, hiding half her face behind her fan, revealing only her piercing eyes as she regarded him. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused you. As a student of Hogwarts, you surely do not wish to endure a tedious discourse of sanctimonious rhetoric. Eleanor gracefully waved her fan, compelling Dumbledore to pause and invite her to speak. I am willing to divulge information, but I have conditions. Noticing the dangerous glint in Dumbledore's eyes, Eleanor resignedly spread her hands. I have mentioned that Black intends to flourish within a peaceful wizarding world. You need not regard me with suspicion. I have even spared the life of your pawn." Upon hearing this, Fawkes chirped indignantly, as if greatly wronged and profoundly dissatisfied. "I personally delivered Tom Riddle to you, and I possess knowledge regarding several Horcruxes. I require access to your future plans, and a continuous supply of Phoenix tears." "He knows." Fawkes flitted about the branch in a fit of anger, seemingly eager to chastise the greedy human. "You must have observed that Fawkes is unwilling. Phoenix tears cannot be demanded from me." Dumbledore spoke half in jest, to which Fawkes nodded in agreement. "It appears that you are not particularly invested in the stability of the wizarding world." Eleanor rose with a sigh, attempting to retrieve the diary with a levitation spell, only for Dumbledore to swiftly press it down beneath his hand. "This contains crucial information regarding Voldemort's Horcruxes, saving you considerable time." She smiled lightly, casting another glance at Fawkes. "Of course, you could also attempt to persuade him to divulge the information himself, should he be inclined. Most importantly, I possess knowledge of its whereabouts, while you do not." Dumbledore and she shared a long gaze, before he stood and gently stroked Fawkes. "Very well. I hope you align with the side of justice." Eleanor casually nodded, unwilling to delve into the matter of allegiances. "However, I am quite curious, Headmaster Dumbledore. How much are you willing to sacrifice for victory?" Dumbledore seemed to reminisce for a moment, quickly regaining his composure, his smile tinged with sadness. Yet his eyes remained bright and resolute. "Everything is for the sake of a greater victory. If necessary, I would lay down my life, so long as the light may shine upon the entire magical realm." Chapter 73. The Silent Truth. "The greatest white wizard of this century," Eleanor mused, lightly tapping the table with her fan, signaling to fill a vial with tears. Dumbledore comforted his old companion, while Fawkes felt a profound sorrow that was difficult to assuage. Soon, a vial of tears was filled. Besides the diary, he also possessed Gaunt's ring and Slytherin's locket. Eleanor sighed in regret, then gazed at Dumbledore. "Perhaps you could attempt to use legilimency on him?" Dumbledore opened the diary, but Tom Riddle was reluctant to emerge, and it took some effort to bring him forth. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it has indeed been a long time. You have aged." Tom Riddle arrogantly spread his arms, looking down upon his old acquaintance, who regarded him with cold disdain. "Yet I remain so young, while you have grown old. Do you feel it? I am the one who is correct." Deep down he still yearned for Dumbledore's approval. Yet all he received was an even colder gaze. "May I intrude upon your thoughts? Are you unaware that in 50 years, you will resemble a monster?" Eleanor opened her fan, her violet eyes scrutinizing him without reservation. "Just imagine, a hairless, noseless snake face upon a human form. Oh, perhaps you are indifferent to your appearance." Tom Riddle was unwilling to lower himself to argue with her, only resenting his inability to silence her with the killing curse. "Tom, we will learn everything." Dumbledore's piercing gaze locked onto his eyes, causing Tom Riddle to momentarily falter, yet this did not allow Dumbledore access to his memories. "You may try to discern how long it will take before you receive answers from me." Tom Riddle bent over with laughter, relishing the prospect of Dumbledore's discomfort. "And how much time have you squandered on me?" Dumbledore decisively pressed him back into the diary, then turned to Eleanor. "I have agreed to your terms, however. Phoenix tears are not easily obtained. That is of no consequence. We will seek you out when the need arises." Eleanor offered Fawkes a friendly smile, and this time he did not react violently, merely curling up in a dejected manner. "I believe you know more than you are letting on." Once again, Eleanor acknowledged Dumbledore's keen insight with a nod. "If we rely solely on the information regarding 2 Horcruxes, how can we expect to receive the Phoenix's assistance for long?" The word long-term caused both the man and the bird to shudder slightly, as Eleanor dropped a bombshell. "Slytherin's locket is in the possession of the Black family." Dumbledore was taken aback, not anticipating such swift knowledge of the next Horcrux's whereabouts. "This item." Eleanor's smile faded slightly, she tightened her grip on the fan, casting a menacing glance at the diary. "My father, Regulus Black, bore the burden of humiliation, infiltrating the Death Eaters to gain Voldemort's trust." She articulated each word clearly, her violet eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore. "In 1979, Regulus Black, the sole heir of the Black family, along with his wife Sylvia, risked immense danger to obtain Voldemort's Horcrux, Slytherin's locket." Dumbledore was astonished by the origins of this Horcrux. He could hardly fathom what the reclusive, taciturn boy and the woman he had only met once must have endured to accomplish such a feat. The madness of Voldemort in 1979 loomed over them like a shadow, and Dumbledore reflected on the decline of the Black family since Regulus's disappearance, and the imprisonment of Sirius Black, his heart heavy with sorrow. "My family is not composed of Death Eaters. My father was not one, nor is anyone from the Black family, and I shall not be either. Eleanor continuously stroked the gold bracelet on her wrist, seeking warmth from it. My parents, for the sake of peace in the wizarding world, took the locket and evaded Voldemort's pursuit, sacrificing their kin by killing the intruding Bellatrix Lestrange. Thus the Black family, with its centuries-long legacy, fell silent for over a decade. She stared unflinchingly at Dumbledore, unwavering. I demand you, the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, to publicly declare this fact in the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore remained silent, as if lost in thought. After a long pause, he nodded in agreement to her request. My father will deliver Slytherin's locket to you. Eleanor rose, narrowing her eyes at the diary. Hogwarts is the cradle of wizards. No Death Eater shall arise here. Perhaps during the celebration you are preparing, you could allow them to witness how effortlessly you have executed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. She lightly tapped the fan's ribs, then cleared her throat to present another request. Chairman Black is quite willing to comfort the students. Next month he can host another Quidditch match to lift their spirits, and he is prepared to fund it entirely. Dumbledore readily agreed to this proposal, as it required no expenditure on his part while ensuring the students' happiness. Reflecting on the previous year's less-than-stellar experience in the House Cup, Eleanor cast a subtle glance at Dumbledore. However, I hope you will be fair. Let the points be announced at the celebration, including those from Slytherin, myself, and Draco. Eleanor flashed a mischievous smile, appearing like a true child. Do not show favoritism. Headmaster Dumbledore. She gracefully picked up a toffee from the table, and bid her farewell as she departed. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing distantly into the horizon. Heaving a heavy sigh, his silhouette appearing both aged and perplexed. That child sacrificed too much for victory before his demise. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering a name, only to swallow the words back down with a bitter taste. Eleanor gently caressed her golden bracelet, her gaze drawn to Draco, who was staring longingly at the stone door in the Slytherin common room. Draco approached her briskly, noticing her troubled demeanor, and from his pocket, he retrieved a small box of berry-flavored sweets, placing it in her hands with a worried look. Are you all right? Eleanor offered a light smile, moving to sit by the sofa, savoring the candies from the box. Hesitating, Draco pulled out a letter from his robe, blushing at the taunting remarks made by Lucius, and handed her the response regarding the soul. Upon receiving Draco's 5-page parchment, Lucius rushed to find Narcissa, mocking his son for excessively praising Eleanor throughout the letter. Narcissa, with a resigned expression, regarded the childish Lucius, wishing to preserve a semblance of Draco's dignity, urged him to consult the portrait. Lucius sought out Abraxas for guidance on Horcruxes and souls, indulging in further jest at Draco's expense with his father, until he was satisfied. Abraxas, though merely a portrait, was an extraordinary one, capable of conducting a coherent analysis. He had discreetly investigated the matter of Horcruxes, and possessed some knowledge of souls. Riddle's fragmented soul grew increasingly ruthless. Only through murder could his consciousness be awakened, meaning the more Horcruxes he created, the more lives he needed to extinguish. Such a soul required repentance and essence for restoration. But the soul seared by unknown powers was beyond such remedy. Perhaps, Abraxas pondered, one might attempt to heal with phoenix tears. The legendary resurrection stone could summon the souls of the deceased, potentially yielding remarkable effects. Chapter 74, Rising Tensions. Eleanor returned to her dormitory to write a letter. Although she considered the past of the Blacks unremarkable, the wizarding world held a black and white perspective in high regard. She refrained from mentioning the resurrection stone, as she needed to validate that information personally before broaching the subject with him. Harry's valiant defeat of the basilisk had spread throughout Hogwarts. Just days prior, wizards had avoided him, but now they surrounded him with fervent praise. Harry cheerfully accepted their enthusiasm, greeting them until his throat grew hoarse. As he made his way to the Gryffindor common room, his keen eyes caught a glimpse of a flowing emerald-green robe above him. He hurried forward, recognizing the familiar figure with glimmering green eyes. Astoria. At the sound of his voice, Astoria turned, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and smiling gently at him. Harry, I heard you defeated the legendary basilisk. Are you injured? Harry climbed the stairs, positioning himself on the second step below her, gazing up at her, the sunlight illuminating her emerald eyes like translucent jade. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. He scratched his head awkwardly and hesitantly suggested, shall we talk somewhere else? How about the kitchen? Astoria had never received an invitation to the kitchen before, but she agreed nonetheless. As she brushed past Harry, a delicate scent of jasmine lingered in the air, and the cool, silky touch of her golden hair brushed against his hand. Descending nearly 2 flights of stairs, Astoria noticed she was alone behind her. She peered back at Harry, who appeared lost in thought, feeling somewhat perplexed. Harry? Coming back to reality, Harry's gaze met Astoria's, causing him to startle as if struck by lightning. "All right, I'm coming." He clumsily descended the steps, nearly tripping. Astoria chuckled softly, elegantly turning away to lead the way. Harry felt his face flush from his cheeks to his neck, as if he were on fire, quietly trailing behind Astoria, stepping in sync with her shadow. Professor McGonagall's celebration party was a resounding success, with the wizard's spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. Dumbledore rose and cast a sonorous charm upon himself, surveying the jubilant hall filled with wizards. Let it be known that Hogwarts was infiltrated by Voldemort, and a handful of young heroes bravely fought the basilisk and captured Voldemort himself. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Dumbledore raised a hand to quell the noise. He called out several names: Gryffindor's Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Harry and Ron ascended the stage under the fervent gaze of the crowd, the Weasley twins thumping the Gryffindor table in wild cheers, while Percy Weasley displayed a modest smile of pride. Slytherin's Eleanor Black and Draco Malfoy. The crowd fell silent, the Slytherin snakes appearing indifferent yet clapping with restrained elegance. George Weasley leaped to his feet, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Our association's president." The wizards erupted into collective cheers, Draco relishing the attention. His chin held high. Dumbledore lavished them with praise, awarding each of them 50 points. After the applause subsided, the four stepped back, and Dumbledore produced a diary. Turning to Eleanor. It was Gryffindor who vanquished the basilisk, and Slytherin who captured Voldemort. Each wizard's cooperation was indispensable. He paused, raising the diary high, then proclaimed, "Voldemort controlled the basilisk, petrifying our classmates and sought to destroy Hogwarts. Our young heroes bravely thwarted him. Now, I shall let you witness firsthand that the flames of justice will ultimately extinguish the darkness." Dumbledore forcibly summoned Tom Riddle, who was ensnared by Eleanor. His countenance dark as he surveyed the cheering wizards, the crowd growing quiet under his malevolent gaze. Some wizards even brought to tears. Harry withdrew Godric Gryffindor's sword from the sorting hat. Ron clasped Harry's hand, while Draco disdainfully grasped Ron's arm, and Eleanor's icy hand touched the back of Draco's. The sword pierced the diary, eliciting a pained roar from Voldemort as he reluctantly dissipated. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, and Dumbledore led the applause, exclaiming, Harry drew forth Godric Gryffindor's sword. "They have vanquished a portion of Voldemort's soul." The crowd finally regained their composure, the Weasley twins igniting the atmosphere once more with their exuberance as the celebration reached a fever pitch. The festivities concluded splendidly, and Draco basked in the lingering attention for several days, his tail held high as he walked. Suddenly, the announcement for a rescheduled Quidditch match sent Draco into a frenzy of excitement. He never expected to indulge in one last game before his withdrawal. He was determined to trample the broken team beneath his feet. Montague dabbed at his eyes, feeling bittersweet about this final match with Draco, reluctant to let go. Draco devoted his spare time to training and practicing Quidditch, having spent several days apart from Eleanor. One evening in early June, with the weather in England pleasantly warm, Draco donned no wizarding robes, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt to reveal his elegantly sculpted arms. Eleanor's skirt, adorned with golden threads and pearls, cascaded over the lounge chair. A fluffy blanket draped over her, as she seemed to be sleeping uneasily, a slight furrow forming between her brows. Rarely did Draco witness Eleanor's sleeping visage. He unobtrusively shielded her face from the sun's crimson rays, inching his gaze across her features. On the small table before her lay several documents, reports submitted by those Eleanor had dispatched in search of the Resurrection Stone. Draco glanced at them briefly before returning his focus to her side, remaining there until the sun dipped below the horizon. He quietly levitated a chair over, leaning against it, his head gently resting against Eleanor's, listening to the soft rhythm of her breathing as he succumbed to slumber in the tranquil ambience. The reclining chair proved far less comfortable than a bed. Eleanor felt an ache throughout her body, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. She attempted to move, only to emit a soft cry of pain from her sore neck. What's the matter?" Draco's eyes remained shut as he groped for the armrest of Eleanor's chair, leaning toward her, his voice thick with lingering sleepiness. "What's the matter, Eleanor?" To her surprise, Draco was beside her. Eleanor mustered the strength to sit upright, furrowing her brow as she rubbed her shoulders. "It's nothing, just an uncomfortable sleeping position." Draco propped himself on the armrest, gazing at her with his misty, gray-blue eyes illuminated by the night. "You appear quite uncomfortable. I apologize, I should have awakened you." Eleanor paused momentarily, leaning slightly closer to meet his gaze, her expression earnest. "Why apologize? There is no need for such formality between us, especially since this is not your fault." Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. And Draco softly murmured his acknowledgement. He rose and moved behind Eleanor, cautiously kneading her neck and shoulders. I used to massage my mother when I was young. How does that feel? Is it any better? The warmth of his fingers on her neck made Eleanor squint her eyes in comfort, genuinely complimenting him. Your technique is quite impressive. Under the soothing ministrations of his hands, Eleanor felt herself drifting toward sleep. She waved her hand to check the time, reluctantly grasping Draco's wrist. We must return. Though the route was the same as always, Eleanor sensed an unidentifiable difference, her mind struggling to pinpoint it. The shadows of night were elongated, and Draco focused on his feet, silently adjusting his stance as their shadows intertwined, hands clasped together. Good night, Draco. Startled, Draco's heart raced, instinctively hiding his hand behind his back as he forced a smile. Good night, Eleanor. As he watched her silhouette vanish around the corner, Draco slowly strolled back to the dormitory, stepping on his own shadow. Chapter 75, The Quidditch Playoff. On the day of the Quidditch match, Draco wore a serious expression throughout the morning. This was to be his final Quidditch game at Hogwarts, and he was determined to secure a resounding victory over Potter. Eleanor recalled how Draco habitually focused on Harry, gently placing her fan on his shoulder. Draco, concentrate on your game. There's no need to watch Potter. He cannot compete with you. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with determination as he smiled, earnestly meeting Eleanor's gaze. I will certainly win. Daphne sat beside Eleanor, and they had brought no books or papers, solely focusing on Draco's performance. Montague's style was less aggressive than Flint's, and the exuberant Gryffindors surprisingly showcased their skills. Gryffindor players soared in various directions, while the Slytherins maintained their steady, tactical approach. The Nimbus 2000 provided a significant advantage, leaving Gryffindor to score with flashy tricks. Theo offered a merciless critique, tinged with mockery. 17050, Gryffindor always relies on Potter to seize the golden snitch for a comeback. Eleanor felt a twinge of concern, recalling Harry's propensity for mishaps during Quidditch matches. Despite her efforts to ensure safety, Draco, however, was consumed by thoughts of besting Harry, focused solely on the game, not sparing a glance toward his rival. Unbothered by Draco's presence, Harry felt slightly out of sorts. Under the pressure from Slytherin, he abandoned scoring with the quaffle, instead searching for the elusive golden snitch. In his preoccupation, Draco failed to notice the snitch hovering behind Harry. Montague and the Weasley twins widened their eyes, with the twins excitedly calling out, Harry, look behind you. Montague swiftly took to the air to intercept them, his eyes bulging as he shouted to Draco, the snitch is behind Potter. Harry immediately turned to pursue the snitch, and Draco leaned forward on his broom, accelerating toward Harry, his gray-blue eyes locked on the glimmering prize. The Nimbus 2001's agility paled in comparison to Draco's distance advantage. Reluctantly, he spared Harry a fleeting glance, determined to seize the snitch. Suddenly, the golden snitch darted upward, and Harry shouted as he adjusted his course, pulling his broom upward. Draco exhaled in relief, quickly catching up to Harry. As their distances closed, both boys reached for the snitch almost simultaneously, Draco's gaze unwaveringly fixed on the snitch, filtering out Harry from his vision, rendering him less bothersome than usual. Harry's shoulder nearly brushed against Draco's, and he couldn't resist glancing at Draco. Just as the snitch plummeted downward, both boys instinctively steered their brooms downward, but they were too close together. They collided fiercely. Harry nearly flew off, his shoulder paining him as he struggled to maintain grip on his broom. Draco's broom spun uncontrollably, and he lost his grip, thrown off by inertia. Eleanor leaped to her feet, her expression grave. Just as she raised her hand, she saw Draco's legs firmly clutching his broom as he accelerated backward toward the snitch. In the air, brooms were not entirely obedient. Harry climbed aboard his broom, looking up to see Draco inverted, his platinum hair billowing in the wind. For the first time, Eleanor's heart raced due to Draco. She watched as he swiftly adjusted his position, diving downward. As he neared the ground, he caught the snitch with a beautiful turn and flick of his broom. His face flushed from the thrill of the maneuver. He raised his right hand triumphantly, a broad smile lighting up his features, the golden snitch secure in his grasp. Silence enveloped the stadium for a fleeting moment as Slytherin broke their usual composure, fervently applauding Draco. In that instant, all four houses cast aside their biases, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Crabbe raised his hands high, exuberantly chanting, Draco! 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 The Gryffindor players, begrudgingly impressed, joined in the clapping, and soon the collective cheer echoed throughout the field. Eleanor could not hear the roaring applause and cheers, only the thunderous pounding that seemed to engulf her entire being. Amidst the rhythmic thumping, she and Draco exchanged glances across the pitch, The young man radiant and resplendent, bathed in light, his platinum hair dancing in the wind, brushing against her heart. Draco's gray-blue eyes shimmered with confidence and joy, his gaze solely fixated on Eleanor. She witnessed him evade his cheering Slytherin teammates, retrieving a golden chain from his pocket, enchanting the snitch to shrink and attach it to the chain, sending it soaring toward her. The pounding intensified, her breath quickened, and she felt an unusual blend of excitement and anxiety. With the gaze of nearly all of Hogwarts wizards upon him, Draco steadfastly approached Eleanor. The proximity was overwhelming. She could feel the warmth radiating from him, the aroma of green apple and mint enveloping her senses, causing her to instinctively clasp her hands behind her back. Draco's cheeks flushed from his ears to his neck as he gently took Eleanor's hand, their fingers trembling upon contact. He lowered his eyes, wrapping the golden snitch chain around her wrist in a delicate embrace. The frantic pounding in Eleanor's ear seemed to originate from two directions. Her violet eyes clouded with confusion. She allowed Draco to grasp her hand, the searing warmth permeating inch by inch from her fingertips. The golden chain was entwined around her wrist by Draco, harmonizing beautifully with the golden bracelet. The chaotic sounds of two heartbeats quickened at her ear. As if resonating in perfect synchrony, Draco yearned for many things. He longed to envelop Eleanor in a fervent embrace, to infuse her scent with his own. His gaze, uncontrollably fixated on her lips, awkwardly averted. Eleanor noticed Draco's platinum hair cascading down, as he, through his thumb, placed a kiss upon the back of her hand. The synchronized heartbeats faltered once more, and Eleanor instinctively clutched her chest, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Draco lifted his slate-blue eyes, sparkling with mirth, gazing up at her, his eyes brimming with starlight. Eleanor caught a glimpse of his finely sculpted Adam's apple subtly moving, as Draco's voice, laced with a husky undertone and amusement, broke the silence. The erratic rhythm of their heartbeats resumed its course, and Eleanor's eyes curved softly, their gazes intertwining gently. A voice echoed within Eleanor, suggesting she might understand why wizards are so fond of Quidditch. The day following the Quidditch match, Draco anticipated a shift in their relationship, yet the reality seemed unchanged. He languidly leaned against the backrest behind Eleanor, idly toying with a strand of her silvery hair, his attention fixed on Daphne as she reported her work to Eleanor. Unfazed by his presence, Daphne even rolled her eyes dramatically, while Theodore, unable to bear the sight, raised his book to block his view. Eleanor permitted Draco to twirl her hair, casually signing documents. During the break, you and Theodore will accompany Wendy to the Muggle world. I trust you won't disappoint me. Realization dawned on Daphne, her eyes nearly transforming into the shape of galleons. In light of the galleons, she eagerly accepted the task, dragging Theodore along to grant the unfortunate Draco some space. With the bothersome individuals finally departed, Draco perched himself on the armrest of Eleanor's chair, whimsically pushing the documents away. Eleanor finally cast him a glance, her brow raised in silent inquiry. Draco frowned in dissatisfaction, his slate-blue eyes brimming with accusation. What about the golden chain I gifted you? Chapter 76. The Second Holiday. It's right here, isn't it? Eleanor, bewildered, pulled back her sleeve to reveal the golden snitch chain entwined with her bracelet. Draco, satisfied, adjusted her sleeve, ensuring the chain was fully visible regardless of her posture. He leaned back against her, playfully blowing air into her ear, delighting in the involuntary twitch of her earlobe. The place you chose, Austria, that's where we'll spend this holiday. Eleanor, exasperated, lifted the documents to shield herself from him. Draco let out a soft huff, straightened up, and silently began reviewing the papers that belonged to him. Draco adeptly handled the paperwork before wandering to the window, gazing silently at the black lake. As he awaited Eleanor's call back, he turned around, leaning against the window, watching the sunlight filter through Eleanor's silver hair, her serious profile framed in concentration. Harry, having lost a match, felt a tinge of sadness that was swiftly dispelled by Draco's actions. For several days he wandered in a daze, drifting towards the Gryffindor common room when he was intercepted by the familiar green robes at the corner of the staircase. Astoria leaned against the railing, her golden hair softly brushing against her cheek, as Harry hurriedly stepped up the 2 steps beneath her. Astoria, what are you doing here? With a hint of exasperation, she produced a fruit syrup pie from behind her and pressed it into his hands, lightly humming as she descended the stairs. Just passing by. You wouldn't bring my favorite fruit syrup pie if you were just passing by, would you? A whole one at that? Harry chased after Astoria. A goofy grin plastered across his face, his emerald eyes sparkling with delight. Astoria, slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, shot him a mock glare. Why do you keep staring at me? Harry circled to her other side, pulling a comical scared face, pleased to see a dimple appear on her cheek. Unbeknownst to them, They reached the top of the astronomy tower, the golden sunset gently caressing Astoria's face. Harry admired her profile, silently savoring the fruit syrup pie in his hand. Where will you go during the break? Suddenly meeting Astoria's azure eyes, Harry felt a surge of panic and lowered his gaze. The break? Oh. I'll probably be going back to my aunt's house. Astoria leaned in, intrigued, tilting her head to look at him. In the Muggle world? The delicious fruit syrup pie lost its flavor, and Harry hastily swallowed the remaining bites, his words muddled. Yes, in the Muggle world. Astoria's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she clasped her hands behind her back, peering into Harry's downcast gaze. I've rarely been to the Muggle world. My sister is handling some matters there, and will take me along. Although the Muggle world fascinated Astoria, the unknown still filled her with apprehension. My sister will likely be busy, and I don't want to be with the cold bodyguard. Can I come find you during the break? No, you cannot. Harry instinctively turned away, evading Astoria's gaze. In Hogwarts, Harry Potter was the savior, a brilliant athlete, warmly embraced by those around him. Yet in the Muggle world of the Dursleys on Privet Drive, Harry Potter was a troublesome pest, a shadow to be hidden, devoid of dignity. Astoria keenly sensed the sudden shift in Harry's mood, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry struggled to escape the suffocating gloom that enveloped him, raising his eyes to meet Astoria's anxious blue gaze, his heart racing. Astoria, you bear no responsibility to apologize. You have done nothing wrong. He managed to summon a gentle smile, instinctively clenching his fists in his pockets, maintaining an outwardly warm demeanor. I promise you, I will find you during the break. Just give me the address then. Astoria cautiously scrutinized Harry's expression, and upon seeing no sign of change, her blue eyes sparkled with excitement and vitality. Harry smiled, his gaze slightly vacant as he listened to her animatedly recount the amusement park she'd read about in the newspapers, his mind swirling in a haze. Sorry. Astoria, but I've never been to an amusement park. I can't even agree with you. In this academic year's House Cup, Slytherin claimed victory with an overwhelming score of 628. Most of the points were attributed to Eleanor's outstanding classroom performance and Draco's 2 Quidditch victories. The Slytherin snakes clapped modestly, yet their eyes shone with fervent enthusiasm. Draco relished the sensation of being admired, confidently raising his chin to accept the myriad of gazes directed at him. On the Hogwarts Express, Draco finally realized that he was not the only one heading to Austria with Blaise and Malfoy. Why are those two, Dennis Lestrange and Franklin Rosier, following us? Draco crossed his arms, peering out the window, his discontent evident. Lestrange and Rosier are quite capable and useful, aren't they? They're with my father. We're still just 2. Draco was somewhat appeased, slightly turning his body. My father likely has some plans that require them. They're merely being groomed as sharp tools in advance. Come see our house in Vienna, Austria at Gustav. Our house? Draco leaned in, scrutinizing the photograph of an overly narrow 5-story villa adorned with a glass conservatory and a barren garden. This is the grandest residence in Gustav, and I have instructed the staff to fill the barren garden with flowers before our arrival. It barely passes muster, the esteemed young Master Malfoy remarked, prompting Daphne to roll her eyes in exasperation. She envied Theodore's apparent inability to hear the comment. The 4 of them parted ways at platform 9 3/4. As Eleanora leapt into the arms of her long-lost Regulus, nuzzling affectionately, Narcissa and Lucius observed them with smiles, while Eleanora seemingly composed herself as she stepped away from Regulus's embrace. Good day to you, esteemed Miss Black, Mr. Black, and the 3 noble Malfoys, Dennis greeted, his perfect smile and graceful demeanor on display. Draco shot a furious glare at the 2 redheads beside him, attempting to will them away with his gaze. Lucius, evidently oblivious to the prospect of traveling with the 2 Weasleys, arrogantly ignored their presence and confidently engaged in conversation with Dennis. Fred's demeanor screamed reluctance, while George vigilantly scrutinized Dennis, both of them silent, their trademark banter conspicuously absent. The soon-to-graduate Franklin was too preoccupied to catch the Hogwarts Express, having apparat from Hogsmeade to platform 9 3/4 instead. It was Eleanora's first encounter with the reputedly ruthless and undeniably not a Death Eater, Rochel, whose handsome visage bore an unreadable expression, his movements precise and elegant, akin to a meticulously crafted machine devoid of soul. Draco, noticing Eleanora's lingering gaze upon Franklin, tightened his grip on her wrist in discontent. The familiar warmth jolted Eleanora back to reality. She looked questioningly at Draco, who huffed lightly, his gaze drifting as he turned his slightly flushed face away from her. Do not gaze at him. You may look at me instead. Chapter 77, The Austrian Journey. Regulus noticed the young Malfoy, the platinum-haired scion, playfully charming Eleanora, and he perceived the implications, casting a subtle glance at Lucius. Lucius was wholly engrossed in his conversation with Dennis, his grandiloquent tone meandering through trivialities. Regulus, unwilling to disrupt Lucius's forced chatter with Dennis, resolved to depart for Austria post-haste. Arriving through the portkey at a small estate under Regulus's name, he found the fireplace connected to Gustav's villa. Regulus brushed past Draco, wrapping an arm around Eleanora's shoulders as he stepped into the fireplace, with the Malfoy family following closely behind. George and Fred felt a touch uneasy being alone with a group of Slytherins for the first time, as Dennis's hand slid down Fred's neck to rest on his lower back. George's instinct was to retaliate, but Dennis swiftly kicked him into the fireplace, unabashedly pinching Fred's waist. Under Fred's piercing glare, Dennis elegantly nodded at Franklin, then stepped into the fireplace with Fred. Franklin remained impassive, his porcelain-like countenance unyielding to Dennis's antics, trailing silently behind. William awaited them at the villa, adept in both life and work, as Regulus had arranged for him to be their host. The lengthy journey through the Flu network was taxing, and William had prepared refreshments in advance, promptly serving them. Ultimately, only Eleanora and Draco were on holiday in Austria, now accompanied by the Weasley twins. The others vanished that very evening upon reaching Gustav, with only William appearing punctually for meals, watching Eleanora eat with a benevolent gaze. After 2 tedious days spent within the villa, Eleanora and Draco hired a sightseeing carriage to explore Vienna. The carriage, custom-made at a hefty price in euros, was exquisite and comfortable, following the most popular Muggle tourist route. The resplendent Baroque-style Karlskirche was magnificent, yet Eleanora showed no interest in visiting. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, smiling at the haughty expression on Draco's face. "Are you not inclined to go inside?" Draco turned his head, scoffing disdainfully. "Eleanora, you must understand that wizards do not subscribe to such beliefs. I shall not enter." However, neither anticipated that their next destination would be the opulently intricate Gothic St. Stephen's Cathedral. Draco impatiently rapped on the carriage door, imperiously instructing the driver, "I trust you are not foolish enough to take us to view these tiresome buildings, for I am not keen on spending euros to employ a simpleton." The driver, undeterred by the employer's derision, merely smiled and turned the carriage towards the Central CAF in Vienna. Eleanora comfortingly rested her hand on Draco's left shoulder, recalling the photographs he had taken in Paris. Regretting not bringing her magical camera, Draco noticed a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Eleanora's expression. He leaned closer, tilting his head to peer into her eyes. "What occupies your thoughts, Eleanora?" His gray-blue eyes sparkled, and Eleanora's gaze inadvertently brightened with a smile. "I was thinking about the pictures you took in Paris. It's a pity we didn't bring the magical camera. Is that what you lament?" Draco straightened, nobly adjusting his cuff, clearing his throat as he retrieved a silver Muggle camera from his breast pocket, presenting it to Eleanora with a gentle shake. "I asked William to procure this. A camera produced by Muggles. Of course, I shall document every moment spent with you." Suddenly feeling a flush of warmth, Eleanora awkwardly opened her folding fan and gazed out the window, only to hear a snap. Turning her head, she caught Draco lifting the camera to capture her likeness. She could not see his eyes, only the delicate contours of his jaw and the subtle curve of his lips. "What are you doing?" Draco tilted his head, a playful smile gracing his features. "I am capturing the moonlight that falls into the carriage." Eleanora let out a soft huff, extending her hand, her gaze fixed on Draco's smooth platinum locks. "Then may I capture the brilliant sun of June?" A wave of heat surged from her cheeks to her ears as Draco silently placed the camera in her hands, retreating to adjust his posture. The Muggle camera differed from magical ones. Eleanora accidentally triggered the flash, instinctively glancing at Draco. It was unclear which was more dazzling, the flash or Eleanora's eyes, as Draco sat beside her, explaining how to operate the camera. Eleanora turned to aim the camera at the stately, elegant statue of the music goddess not far away. Draco approached her from behind, leaning over to embrace her gently, his warm fingers covering hers. Eleanora focused on the image, while Draco's gaze remained fixed upon her eyes. "Place your hand here, and press down." A warm breath brushed against her cheek as the stillness of the carriage enveloped them, their breaths intertwining softly, the resulting photograph losing its significance amidst the tension. Draco's left hand cradled Eleanora's cool, delicate face, his rationality dissolving in the depths of her violet eyes, while his right hand slowly descended to the nape of her neck, unconsciously tilting his head. His gray-blue eyes burned with intensity as he gazed into Eleanora's, his heartbeat quickening, seemingly depriving him of breath as he instinctively leaned closer. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and Draco, bending slightly, was jolted by inertia, suddenly clear-headed. "Sir, miss, we have arrived at the Central CAF in Vienna." Draco hastily withdrew his hands, stepping back a few paces, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze lowered and averted from Eleanora. The previous tranquility within the carriage felt like an illusion, as the sounds of hoofbeats, the chatter of the crowd, the bustle of passing feet, and the cheerful voice of the driver outside felt jarringly loud. Draco murmured in regret, his complexion pale, his eyes wandering aimlessly. He dared not raise his head. And Merlin sensed the precipice he had just skirted. Eleanor raised her hand to her somewhat unsettled chest, her eyes clouded with confusion. Draco, I'll go place the order first. The unvoiced words of Eleanor were swallowed by her lips, as she watched Draco stagger from the carriage, and dash into the CAF as if fleeing for his life. The driver, somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and knocked on the carriage door. Miss, we have arrived. Eleanor could not comprehend the sensation of her heart being twisted into a knot. She unconsciously furrowed her brow, adjusted her long dress, and grasped her camera before pushing open the carriage door. The driver offered a broad smile to his patron, yet in her current state of agitation, Eleanor found his cheerfulness exceedingly jarring. Slowly clenching her tingling hands, Eleanor composed herself, shutting the carriage door with a stern expression, and settling by the window. The poor driver stared wide-eyed, unsure of what to make of the situation. But his intuition advised him that silence might be the wisest course. He huddled in front of the carriage, glancing between the vehicle and the CAF, pondering the capricious nature of the young people today. They had seemed so harmonious upon boarding. Yet within moments, their faces had soured. Eleanor removed her shoes and hugged herself against the soft cushions. The emotional crescendo followed by a sudden, jarring halt was quite unbearable. Draco's pale countenance and retreating figure lingered in her mind, prompting memories of the desolate estate inhabited only by her and Ife. Each day, she yearned for Regulus to return to the manor, and envelop her in a comforting embrace. However, her joy was fleeting, for Regulus would soon depart again. Their separations far outlasting their moments together. Eleanor's violet eyes dimmed. With almost zero social experience, she passively absorbed emotions, utterly bewildered by her own feelings. The warm sunlight of Vienna did not reach her, and the bustling crowd outside, filled with laughter and gaiety, felt utterly disconnected from her. She felt as though ensconced within a frigid glass box, a mere observer, unable to be swept up in the revelry. Chapter 78. A knock. The carriage door was rapped upon, prompting Eleanor to hastily don her shoes and arrange her skirt, sitting upright on the cushions. From outside, Draco's voice called Eleanor. Are you in there? Upon hearing her response, Draco pried open a small gap, revealing a glimpse of his platinum hair and one eye. He cautiously surveyed Eleanor's expression. Noting her frigid demeanor, Draco, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, rubbed his nose before fully stepping inside. He bore a tray laden with 2 cups of coffee and several plates of pastries. Setting the tray down, he approached her, his head bowed in a display of uncertainty. Yet Eleanor did not grant him a single glance. I am truly sorry, Eleanor. He yearned to grasp her hand, but his outstretched arm faltered midway, slowly falling to his side. Can you forgive my earlier indiscretion? Eleanor's aloofness left Draco feeling anxious, his fists clenched in self-reproach for having overstepped boundaries. He had no desire to irritate her. The atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly tense, and Eleanor maintained her profile, obscuring her eyes from view. Please, Eleanor. Do not harbor disdain for me, Draco implored, squatting down to gaze up at her with a dimmed expression, his gray-blue eyes tinged with pleading. He dared not touch her again, his hands stiffly resting on his knees. Eleanor, her face devoid of expression, met his gaze, while Draco's hands tightened into fists, his breath quickening slightly. I did not feel offended. Draco froze, his gray-blue eyes widening slightly as he stared at Eleanor, cautiously examining her expression, which indeed bore signs of displeasure. His tousled platinum hair and downturned eyes, glimmering with unshed tears, coupled with his slightly parted pale lips, made him resemble a helpless little dragon. Eleanor lifted his chin with the handle of her fan, locking her gaze onto his eyes as she queried. What were you intending to do at that moment? The cool, slippery bone of the fan brushed against Draco's skin, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Eleanor's subsequent inquiry drained the color from his face. In that instant, he realized Eleanor was unaware of his intentions. Draco pressed his lips together, instinctively averting his gaze. He was reluctant to respond, unwilling to fabricate an excuse to deceive her. Look at me, Draco. Eleanor deftly flicked her fan, forcibly redirecting Draco's attention, noting his pallid complexion. Her grip on the fan faltered momentarily before she reclined against the cushions, relinquishing it. You must understand that I do not find your actions distasteful. This revelation startled Draco. He fumbled with the hem of his clothing, a young man with little emotional experience, at a loss for how to navigate the situation. You should not distance yourself from me. The unexpected reason took Draco aback, and as he prepared to speak, Eleanor's icy fingers pressed against his lips, compelling his unvoiced thoughts to be swallowed. Undoubtedly, our behavior at that time was somewhat intimate. Eleanor's expression remained serene, as if undisturbed. I do not resent your actions. But you ought not to shy away from me. I believe we are together. What were you trying to evade? Draco's heart fluttered. Eleanor did not seem to mind their intimacy, yet she appeared to misconstrue his reason for retreating. Grasping the hand that covered his lips, Draco earnestly replied, I did not intend to abandon you. I was merely flustered at that moment. Realizing her lack of understanding regarding the situation, Draco's cheeks flushed as he endeavored to explain. My actions then were inappropriate, far too intimate. I wanted to. Well. Draco's gaze flickered, his demeanor awkward, and articulating those words proved challenging. We are friends, he declared through gritted teeth, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Such intimate gestures should belong to those in closer relationships. Friends ought not to engage in such behavior. Draco nearly laid bare his heart before her, but restrained himself. It was not yet the right time. Eleanor was still naive about matters of the heart, and it was crucial not to rush or be flippant. If anyone were to act that way towards you, you would cast a vicious curse upon them. Eleanor raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing his palm with her fingers. Does this include you? Draco's eyes brimmed with seriousness. He longed to kiss her restless fingertips. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, stating earnestly, even if I were to act thus towards you, you should cast a curse upon me to bring me to my senses. Eleanor, holding her fan, gazed silently at him, withholding her response. At that moment, I realized I had committed a transgression. I could not face you. I was overwhelmed and did not know how to resolve it. I feared you would despise me, which led me to choose avoidance. Draco's expression grew solemn, as if he were making a vow, his earnest gaze fixed upon her eyes. I will never leave you. Not even death shall part us. I shall remain by your side, as long as you need me. The weighty promise sent a tremor through Eleanor's heart. Instinctively, she felt Draco should not place himself in such a subservient position. Unsure of how to respond, the fragile emotions that were as thin as paper were suddenly marked with a heavy stroke. Draco did not wait for her reply. He rose to retrieve the still warm desserts, placing them on the small table. Forget the unpleasantness. Come and sample these. Apple strudel and emperor's pancakes. Perhaps you would also enjoy the cream-filled round cake. The two tacitly turned the page on that chapter, concealing their thoughts deep within. Eleanor tasted each delicacy, ultimately consuming most of the apple strudel, which was purported to be the signature dish. Shall we try this? She inquired, lifting the neglected cup and taking a sip, only to push it away in distaste. Draco swiftly raised his camera, capturing the moment, smiling as he watched her dab away the milk foam from her lips, confidently declaring, indeed, you do not favor the subtly bitter, roasted flavor of coffee. The coffee in Eleanora's palate was excessively bitter. She preferred the sweet refreshment of fruit juices. A muggle once informed me that the Zahortorta at CAF Sacher was the most delectable in all of Vienna, adorned with a chocolate coating and an apricot jam filling. Shall we indulge in a taste? It sounded even more enticing than an apple strudel. Noticing Eleanora's glimmer of anticipation, Draco leaned forward and instructed the coachman to head toward CAF Sacher. The two benefactors had finally reconciled, and the coachman let out a sigh of relief, urging the horses onward, their steps noticeably lighter. Considering Eleanora's eagerness for the classical concert at the Golden Hall of Vienna, Draco proposed once more. The Danube River lay just a stone's throw from the CAF, the blue ribbon of Europe. Shall we take a gander? Eleanora was more than willing to admire the splendid scenery, recalling Draco's mention of the Seine, as she glanced at the sun gradually descending outside. Soon, twilight would envelop the sky, and she found herself wondering which river was more beautiful, the Danube or the Seine. Draco sketched her profile with his gaze, preparing his camera in anticipation. The Danube, perhaps, would be even more resplendent under the sunset. The Zahortorta truly captivated Eleanora, who rose to inquire about the pastry chef's recipe, nearly inciting his ire. The chef, impatient, reached out to shoo her away, yet Eleanora's display of euros instantly pacified him. Eventually, she exited the CAF with a meticulously detailed recipe, numbers clearly inscribed, while the chef, clutching his napkin, waved goodbye with a smile as he watched the pair depart. He earnestly wished for more customers like her, turning back to the CAF with a sense of contentment. Above the Danube, the sky was painted with deep crimson clouds, reflecting upon the water's surface, while the last rays of the setting sun gilded the river's ripples. Many muggles strolled along the banks, and Eleanora and Draco stood at a distance, savoring the gentle breeze and the evening glow. Chapter 79. A Night in Vienna. The Danube, bathed in the hues of sunset, resembled a flowing canvas, with vast stretches of fiery clouds casting a rosy tint upon the river. A Muggle steamboat docked at the shore. But Draco had little desire to jostle with the throngs of Muggles on a vessel that was hardly larger than his family's peacock nest. Euros could resolve many matters. Thus, he and Eleanora boarded the steamboat. The whistle's sound was not particularly melodious, but they retreated to the deck, away from the clamor. The night breeze swept across the river, carrying with it a refreshing, damp essence. In the dim light, where the sky met the water blurred together, Draco could only discern Eleanora's indistinct silhouette. He lifted his camera, and in that fleeting moment as he pressed the shutter, the lights along the river suddenly illuminated, casting a constellation of points of light upon the Danube, outlining Eleanora's profile. Realizing Draco was capturing her image, she instinctively turned to glance at him, as the night wind tousled her cascading silver hair. The soft glow of the lanterns enveloping her in a lustrous aura. Backlit, Eleanora's silver locks shimmered with a gentle golden hue, her outline ethereal. Yet her violet eyes sparkled brilliantly in the light. Draco and Eleanora exchanged a silent gaze through the lens, and he, momentarily entranced, pressed the shutter once more. Eleanora paused, then stepped closer to him. "Shall we take a photo together?" "Certainly," he replied, turning to wave at the sailor who had been peeking from the cabin. The sailor hurried over, and Draco requested, "Please take several pictures of us, and do make them splendid. Are you familiar with how to use a camera?" The sailor nodded confidently, taking the camera from Draco's hands. "Of course. Our captain often brings us along for photographs." Draco remained silent, slipping a few rolled euros into the sailor's pocket. "Make it worthwhile." The sailor, now glowing with excitement from the tip, patted his chest in assurance. "I promise to capture you and your lady beautifully." Draco said nothing more, his eyes alight with joy as he returned to Eleanora's side, leaning against the railing. As the sunset bathed the rooftops and walls of the Parliament building in golden light, the reflections of the street lamps danced upon the water's surface, fluttering in the breeze. Draco extended his arm, resting it on the railing behind Eleanora, towering over her by half a head, creating the illusion of an embrace. The intricate hem of Eleanora's dress was caught by the wind, forming graceful arcs as she smiled at the camera, while Draco lowered his gaze to admire her smile. The lights of the Danube Tower and the Castle Theatre in the inner city blurred behind them, capturing the youthful faces of the boy and girl, their innocent emotions forever preserved in the camera's memory. As they disembarked from the steamboat and made their way to the carriage, Eleanora gently waved her fan and inquired, "Which is more beautiful, the Danube or the Seine?" "The Seine is rather unremarkable. The Danube is undoubtedly more romantic and beautiful." Eleanora glanced at him but refrained from responding. She recalled the Seine flowing serenely beneath its myriad lights, while only the stagnant black lake could be deemed truly unremarkable. Inside the carriage, Eleanora gazed out at the grand architecture illuminated by the lights, eagerly anticipating the concert. Draco had little interest in Muggle music, yet he could discern Eleanora's curiosity about it. Presenting a special invitation, they were ushered to the front row. Under the dazzling crystal chandeliers and the golden ceiling and columns, Draco's platinum hair gleamed even brighter. The golden reliefs and the colorful images on the ceiling captured Draco's attention, and he suddenly found the decor of Malfoy Manor somewhat mundane in comparison. The attentively dressed Muggle musicians took to the stage, and as the classical melodies resonated within the superb acoustics of the venue, they became crystal clear, as though performed right beside him. Captivated, Draco earnestly listened to several pieces, but soon fatigue began to creep in. While he was engrossed in a piano piece, Eleanora noticed his unusual silence. She turned to see Draco's platinum head nodding slowly, his weight gradually resting against her shoulder. Diverted by the elegant and solemn music, she lowered her gaze to observe Draco's slumbering face. In repose, Draco lacked his usual vigor and flamboyance. The golden light cast a soft shadow upon his eyelids beneath his lashes, and his breathing occasionally stirred Eleanora's silver hair that lay across her shoulder. His exquisitely handsome face bore no trace of the familiar arrogance. Instead, it radiated a pure tranquility reminiscent of the Oviedo pearl. After experiencing the latter half of the concert alone, Draco was roused by the sounds of the departing crowd. Still groggy and dazed, he instinctively raised a hand to massage Eleanora's shoulder, realizing that he had been leaning against her. "I apologize, how long did I sleep? Did I cause you any discomfort?" Unbothered by the slight ache in her right shoulder, Eleanora waved her fan to signal for him to stop. "I am quite well. You did not sleep for long." Draco floated out of the golden hall, and upon reaching the carriage, he became fully alert. A blush crept into his cheeks as he felt a rush of sweetness within. Upon returning to the villa, only William awaited them on the ground floor, having prepared dinner and dutifully anticipated their arrival. Good evening, Miss Black and Mr. Malfoy. How was your day? Quite delightful, Eleanora replied, having sampled the clear braised beef but refusing to touch it again. Having only indulged in fried steak paired with botrytized wine and foie gras. After a soothing bath, Eleanora, with her hair still damp, descended to fetch some juice. Draco, having changed into a fresh outfit, sank into the sofa beside a floor lamp. Hearing a sound, he turned to see Eleanora gliding into the kitchen. He approached her, leaning against the doorframe as he watched her clumsily maneuver the juicer, retrieving a bunch of grapes and 2 kiwis from the refrigerator, hesitating before adding an apple and a few apricots. Just as Eleanora was about to take a knife to slice the fruit, Draco stepped forward to take the knife from her hands, gently urging her aside. What are you planning to do? Draco's elongated fingers washed the fruit in the flowing water as he casually inquired about making juice. Eleanor, meanwhile, retrieved a peach and a cucumber, turning on the other faucet to cleanse them. Although Draco had never cooked before, he observed Eleanor as she placed the items into the juicer, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. He said nothing, however, and with a serious expression, he joined her in studying how to start the machine. Eleanor stood by patiently as Draco stepped outside, returning moments later with a soft towel and a hairdryer. Why not dry your hair? Draco asked, plugging in the dryer and testing the temperature with his hand, only to catch Eleanor's slightly resistant expression. He switched off the hairdryer, picked up the towel, and motioned for her to turn around. Their shadows intertwined intimately on the floor as Draco's fingers glided through her silver hair, diligently drying it with a focused gaze. The serene and warm atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the peculiar color of the juice, causing Draco to stifle a laugh as he glanced at Eleanor's perplexed expression. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Eleanor, feeling disheartened, intended to pour out the juice, but Draco intercepted her, pouring himself half a cup to taste. How is it? Eleanor watched him expectantly, a glimmer of hope for a pleasant flavor rising within her. Draco maintained a neutral expression, lifting the cup to observe it closely. Delicious. With a heart that settled, Eleanor promptly embraced the unappetizing hue and poured herself a small glass. Draco, unfazed, watched her, noting the swift change in her countenance, and couldn't help but double over in laughter. Eleanor grimaced as she swished the drink in her mouth, turning to shoot Draco a glare, her hand itching to cast a spell in his direction. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Draco retrieved several oranges, washed them, and peeled one before using another juicer to prepare a glass of orange juice, which he handed to her. Eleanor silently finished the glass of normal juice, letting out an awkward hum before conjuring a glimpse back to the bedroom. Chapter 80. In the early morning hours of the first floor, Eleanor had just descended the stairs when she spotted Regulus, who had been absent for over a month, busily engrossed in a book on the living room sofa. She hurried to his side, discovering that he had fallen asleep while reading. Unsure of what to say, Eleanor gently draped a blanket over him, despite it being July. The subtle gesture quickly roused Regulus. He opened his eyes to reveal bloodshot orbs, glistening faintly with unshed tears. Upon Eleanor's glance upwards, he had already suppressed his emotions with a mental blockade, appearing unchanged from his usual self. My father, how long has it been since you last rested? I truly worry that your eyes may fail you. Eleanor furrowed her brow, noting that Regulus did not seem well. I've been too busy lately. There's no need to fret. Ellie. Regulus offered a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. Just then, the team he had arranged to deliver custom gowns and jewelry every 3 days arrived. Lacking the mood to choose, Eleanor carelessly selected a few items and instructed them to be sent to the wardrobe, urging Regulus to return to his room for some rest. In truth, it made little difference whether he rested or not. Regulus feigned weariness as Eleanor pushed him towards the bedroom. After midnight, the villa lay in silence as Draco tiptoed downstairs, placing a long box adorned with violet gemstones on the table, adjusting its angle repeatedly. I believe that box will remain merely a box, no matter how you position it. The sudden voice startled Draco, nearly causing him to jump. And in a fit of anger, he spun around to confront the intruder, only to see the shadowy figure lounging on a nearby chaise. Good night, uncle. Regulus set down his goblet, reeking of alcohol as he approached the table, reaching for the box Draco had carefully arranged. Under Draco's watchful gaze, Regulus unceremoniously opened the box, revealing a teardrop-shaped champagne diamond necklace resting upon the velvet lining. Regulus's brow furrowed slowly. The nearly 400-carat flawless light yellow diamond pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the boy's signature golden locks. The necklace, crafted from rose gold and adorned with nearly 100 white diamonds, could be deemed rare and exquisitely luxurious through Regulus's discerning eyes. Draco, feeling the tension rise, observed the shifting expressions on Regulus's face. Just as he was about to speak, Regulus abruptly closed the box with a snap, and returned it to its original position. The Malfoy boy, Regulus bit out through clenched teeth. Draco straightened his back, unwavering in his gaze, determination shining in his eyes. The two men, one an adult and the other a youth, held each other's stares under the night sky until Regulus suddenly placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, delivering a few firm pats. Draco struggled to remain standing, and Regulus let out an enigmatic chuckle, casually retrieving a bottle of 1990 from the liquor cabinet and stepping before Draco. Merlin knew that every bottle in that cabinet was no less than 40 degrees. Draco inhaled deeply, his resolve firm as he reached out for it. "What are you thinking?" Regulus raised a hand, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Do you think I would pour you a drink?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Draco scratched his nose in silence. "The Malfoys and the Blacks," Regulus murmured cryptically, his sharp gaze locked onto Draco. "I will be watching you closely." As Regulus began to ascend the stairs with the bottle, Draco seized it from him, causing Regulus to pause and squint at him. "You've already consumed half a bottle. Excessive spirits are harmful. If you fall ill, Eleanor will be distraught." Regulus's form faded into the shadows, his eyes downcast, leaving Draco with only a blurred silhouette. "Do you think I would be a foolish drunkard? Of course, I will take care of myself and live well." The latter part of his statement left Draco perplexed as Regulus turned and departed. Draco returned the bottle to the cabinet, repositioned the box at various angles for comparison, and clipped a beautifully blooming star celery from a vase to place atop the box before leaving, glancing back multiple times. At 7:30 in the morning, William knocked on Eleanor's door, the stylist delivering an ivory chiffon gown intricately embroidered over 480 hours. The chiffon was adorned with delicate patterns woven in gold and silver threads, while the entire dress was embellished with teardrop-shaped diamond pendants, complemented by a sheer shawl and diamond-encrusted chunky Mary Jane shoes. Today, Eleanor was undoubtedly the star of the show. With Regulus and the Malfoy family already gathered on the first floor, the central table overflowing with gifts, Eleanor descended the stairs to receive Narcissa's gentle well wishes, while Regulus introduced her to the gift givers, including the elusive Dennis, Franklin, the Weasley twins, and William, each having prepared a present. Amidst the warm wishes, they finished breakfast, and Regulus indicated that his gift had already been placed in the glass conservatory. The conservatory was adorned with jasmine and white roses, with a grand piano at its center, crafted from specially treated peach wood, its lid and keyboard embellished with exquisite gold carvings, while the music stand was adorned with gold foil arranged to form her name. The left side featured the Black family crest, while the right displayed a totem of a crescent moon and sun, the crescent entwined with evening primrose, and a single eye carved into its center. Calberiston 234, a custom design with some modifications. "I remember you mentioned wanting a unique piano for Christmas," Regulus explained. Eleanor pressed a few keys, the bright, full tones resonating within the conservatory. "I love it, thank you, Father." Although Eleanor's musical talent was lacking, it did not deter her from cherishing a piano. She recognized the family crest on the left, but was puzzled by the unfamiliar design on the right. Lucius observed Regulus with a teasing glint, quietly jesting, "It has only been about 7 months since Christmas. You must have spent quite a bit to keep up with Eleanor's birthday, haven't you?" Regulus smiled nonchalantly, his pride evident as he gazed upon his beautiful and remarkable daughter. It was merely a few euros, after all. Her happiness was what mattered most. "Father, what does this pattern signify?" Eleanora inquired curiously, certain that she had never encountered such a design before. Regulus remained composed, softly responding, "It is the totem of your mother's family." The Malfoys present exchanged knowing glances. Choosing to remain silent, Eleanora instinctively tightened her grip on the golden bracelet adorning her wrist, scrutinizing the totem that belonged to her mother's lineage. Sia was also fond of music, particularly skilled in playing the lyre. Hearing mention of her mother for the second time from Regulus left Eleanora feeling disoriented. The term mother felt distant and foreign. Turning her gaze towards Regulus, she noticed his unwavering smile, yet his gray eyes betrayed no emotion. Instinctively, Eleanora took a step back and looked at Draco, whose violet eyes revealed neither surprise nor excitement, only a profound sense of confusion. Draco swiftly approached her, grasping her wrist, while Lucius, sensing something amiss with Regulus, pressed his serpent-headed cane firmly against Regulus's shoulder, issuing a hushed warning. "Regulus, today is Eleanora's birthday. Cease your mental block. Do you wish to ruin this day?" Narcissa observed Regulus's unsettling demeanor with a heavy heart, then cast her gaze upon the fragile and pitiable Eleanora, stifling her sobs as tears fell for this unfortunate family. "I'm sorry, Ellie." Regulus did not halt his mental block. It was the only means by which he could maintain his composure and lucidity. The prolonged intensity of his mental emptiness left him with a throbbing headache. "Lucius, with a stern expression, seized Regulus by the collar, his eyes aflame with anger as he jabbed his cane into Regulus's chest, murmuring, "Look at your daughter." Regulus remained still, a smile still gracing his lips, though the depths of his eyes began to take on a crimson hue. His voice quavered, hoarse and trembling, as he felt himself involuntarily shake. "Lucius, I feel as if I am losing my mind. I cannot find a trace of Sylvia in this world." Chapter 81. The search that yields no results. Not a trace to be found? Eleanora's mind blanked, her thoughts seeming to cease, unable to coalesce or comprehend. She dared not ponder the implications of such a statement. Feeling a warm presence beside her, instinctively seeking to burrow deeper into it. Draco too felt bewildered. How could a person exist in this world without leaving any trace? Upon sensing the sudden influx of warmth in his embrace, he harbored no romantic thoughts, only a desire to hold her tighter, to provide her with the strength his not fully formed embrace could offer. Regulus. Narcissa realized the gravity of the situation. Her heart heavy with sorrow as she pulled Lucius's hand away, covering her face as she wept. Lucius wrapped his arms around Narcissa, gently soothing her, opening his mouth to speak, yet finding no words. "For 11 years, I have traversed 6 continents and searched 72 countries, finding not a single piece of information regarding Sylvia. Initially, I carried her portrait. Later, I pursued her family totem, as I had no other means. Her family bore no surname." Regulus fought to suppress his emotions through his mental block, feeling as though his throat was constricted, rendering him breathless. His insides burned with an unquenchable fire. He felt fragmented, his soul howling in agony as it struggled to mend itself. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards Narcissa, a woman of the same black lineage. Observing the twitching of her facial muscles, a grotesque amalgamation of laughter and tears forming a ghastly smile. "Narcissa, you understand. The pursuit of pure blood and the unwavering commitment to eternal purity have long been the pride of the Blacks. Sirius's departure from the family led to the madman's merciless retribution against the Blacks. The facade of opulence belies a decaying core. The Blacks can no longer withstand upheaval. I would sacrifice everything for my family and the glory of the Blacks, yet we were all mistaken. Voldemort is nothing short of a lunatic." Narcissa nestled into Lucius's embrace, weeping softly as she struggled to fathom the torment her quiet cousin had endured. "I should have died. It was meant to be my demise that day." The mental block could no longer contain Regulus's emotions, as regret, anger, despair, pain, and the suffocated love and longing surged within him in a chaotic torrent. Regulus trembled uncontrollably, his once vacant gray eyes now filled with anguish. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, trembling hands covering his face as he wept. "That day, I foolishly attempted to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. Sylvia had pleaded with me, and I forsook her. For the glory of the Blacks, I abandoned her." Regulus's body quaked with pain, as if it might burst apart, while his soul clung desperately to existence. She was with child, devoid of magic, and had given me her bracelet, remaining trapped within a small magical circle. I should not have left her. I should never have departed. I returned alive from that graveyard filled with corpses, yet Sylvia perished. He gazed tremulously at Narcissa, his laughter now an echo of desolation. "Without magic. She crossed paths with Bella, my cousin Bellatrix. I know not what transpired. All I witnessed was blood strewn across the ground in Bella's lifeless form, alongside a newborn infant." Regulus was rendered speechless by his agony, and he could no longer maintain his posture, collapsing onto the ground, allowing tears to flow freely from the corners of his eyes. Not a trace of Sylvia remained, not a single remnant. Only blood-soaked earth and remnants of torn fabric. I could not even find a single strand of her hair. She had remained within that circle for my sake. Bella had known of her existence because of me. My beloved protected both me and my family. Yet it was my family that took her life. Even in his half-mad state, Regulus instinctively concealed everything that distinguished Sylvia from ordinary people, along with his greater magical prowess and fortune. I would willingly sacrifice myself for the Blacks, for I was raised there, among my kin. I even sought to sacrifice myself for the so-called greater good, despite having relinquished her. Yet Sylvia was not a Black. She had never received even a day's sustenance from them. As he teetered on the brink of endless torment, Narcissa leapt to his side, shaking him vigorously in an attempt to restore his sanity. "Regulus, we can search together, but you must regain your clarity. You still have Eleanora. Do you intend to abandon her to madness?" Regulus experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, before being plunged back into chaos and suffering. Narcissa struck him sharply, lifting his head to direct his gaze towards Eleanora. "Look at your daughter. Will you leave her all alone?" Within his vacant gray eyes, the outline of Eleanora's face emerged, her sorrow evident as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. For an instant, Regulus felt disoriented. The tear-streaked visage of Eleanora bore an uncanny resemblance to Sylvia, who had often wept for him. Yet he understood clearly that Eleanora was unlike Sylvia. He had never looked through her to see Sylvia. Regulus, I cannot envision your future. I can only discern an abyss of darkness. In his stupor, he heard Sylvia's voice, and since that moment, her tears had only multiplied. I will save you, Regulus. That familiar sensation returned to him. Each time he felt on the verge of collapse, an inexplicable force would heal him, enveloping him with warmth akin to Sylvia's embrace. Regulus's spirit began to mend, his chaotic mind gradually regaining clarity, as his heart beat powerfully within his chest, free of pain. He yearned to sink into darkness, yet hands lifted him toward the light. Regulus felt the familiar vitality coursing through him, but his heart remained desolate and barren. As his heart beat steadily, he calmly reached to touch his neck, meticulously exploring his chest and temples, raising his hand to find the skin on his wrist smooth and unmarred. Regulus rose calmly, his demeanor akin to a finely crafted shell, adorned with a gentle smile as he stepped toward Eleanor. Ollie, have I frightened you? I apologize. Draco stared in horror, his eyes wide as he beheld Regulus, who just moments ago had been in a frenzy, now smiling serenely before him. He tightened his embrace around Eleanor, positioning himself protectively beside her. Do not look at me like that. Regulus turned to Lucius and Narcissa, both of whom appeared utterly astonished, and offered them a smile. Look at your son. He lifted a hand to place it on Draco's shoulder, intending to pull him away, but Lucius swiftly approached him, gripping his hand with a wary glint in his eyes. What are you doing? You are behaving most strangely. I am perfectly well, Lucius, quite lucid, merely wishing to comfort my daughter. Regulus sighed, extending his arms toward her, his gaze toward Eleanor tinged with guilt. I hope you still wish to embrace your father? Eleanor gazed at Regulus in silence, while Draco, in a state of alarm, held her tightly, attempting to shield her from view. Are you still my father? Of course, Ollie. It is not gold. It is red. I am truly sorry for ruining your birthday. Eleanor cast her eyes downward, gently patting Draco's shoulder. Let go of me, Draco. He remains my rational, clear-headed father. You are hurting me. Draco instinctively loosened his grip, only to grasp her wrist again tightly. Eleanor paused for a moment before reaching up to gently pat his back. He has acted this way before. I am now certain he is awake. I am fine. Gradually, Draco released his hold, and Eleanor leaped into Regulus' embrace, nuzzling against him. Regulus is still the best father. As Draco observed the tears cascading down Eleanor's cheeks, his left hand instinctively curled into a fist. He recognized the chill of those tears. Eleanor's tears were cold. Chapter 82, Born to Know. From the moment Eleanor began to speak, she had never expressed a desire to seek her mother, nor had she mentioned to anyone the peculiarities of her existence. She possessed a miraculous memory, recalling all events since her birth. As a newborn, she was devoid of comprehension, her mind a blank slate, unable to open her eyes, relying solely on sound and touch to engage with the world around her. A sharp barrage of insults pierced the air nearby. The newborn, overly sensitive, cried out in distress until a pair of cool, damp hands enveloped her. My darling. A soothing voice emanated from above, incomprehensible to Eleanor. Instinctively, she turned her head slightly, seeking solace in that comforting embrace. Those hands gently patted her, a melodious voice singing in a strange and complex tone, though the sound felt distant as if echoing from far away. The tender strokes grew more labored, the person cradling her uttering fervent words that seemed to be muffled, as though a veil separated them from her ears. This embrace became her sanctuary, lulling her into a drowsy state of security. Unheard prayers faded at some point, waking Eleanor from her slumber, as the chilling sensation of droplets fell upon her face. Struggling to open her eyes, she could only emit soft whimpers. Cold hands wiped the moisture from her face, leaving a delicate touch lingering upon her forehead. Eleanor was gently set down, the sound of rustling fabric gradually receding. Anxiously, she spread her limbs, arms crossed over her chest, her cries echoing like a lamenting hatchling yearning to return to that warm embrace. The figure stumbled toward her, and Eleanor's cries softened as she awaited being held once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of metallic distortion erupted, startling Eleanor into a fit of wails. Her cries soon swallowed by the howling wind, the snapping of dry branches, and the anguished screams that surrounded her. Her face flushed crimson from weeping, she felt immobilized, straining to open her eyes, yet her infant vision was too feeble, rendering the moonlit night a haze. An inexplicable panic coursed through her being. She could not discern the chaos, only a blurry figure looming before her. The sound of tearing fabric and the cracking of bones resonated clearly in her ears. Her vision obscured by a veil of tears, The world before her warped and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned. Her heart momentarily stilled as helpless sobs escaped her lips, her face flushed with despair, gasping for breath. The chilling, hellish wails faded, leaving only the dismal silence of ruins punctuated by her intermittent cries. In and out of consciousness countless times, Eleanor was jolted awake by a hoarse, desperate call. Her throat was too parched to produce sound, and she could only intermittently utter faint cries. Once more, she was lifted into a pair of hands. Yet these were not the gentle, warm embrace she had known. Her vision remained clouded, swaying and dizzying. The person tremblingly caressed her face, and in her hunger, Eleanor bit down on his fingers, sucking eagerly, sobs escaping her in fits of impatience. Cradled in his arms, she wept from hunger, while the one holding her stumbled along, both consumed by their shared despair. Their cries intertwined, a haunting echo of sorrow fading into the distance. Eleanor's care was woefully inadequate. She often found herself confined within a dark room. One day, she suddenly realized she could see clearly, and she gasped in surprise, her voice the only sound resonating in the empty space. She would often raise her hands to suck on something, primarily her own fingers, and when hunger or thirst struck, she would call out, and after a while, warm milk would be brought to her lips. One day, Eleanor awoke to find her perspective elevated. She craned her neck to seek the one who tended to her. In the dim room, no other moving beings were visible, prompting her to call out. A head lifted from the floor at the foot of her bed. A tall, slender figure slowly approached. Eleanor instantly raised her head, excitedly gazing at him. The man remained silent, and when her neck grew weary, she lay on the bed, biting her hand while staring at him, eventually drifting off to sleep. One day, Eleanor groggily opened her eyes, suddenly feeling the world tilt, prompting a startled gasp. Once composed, she pushed herself to the side, successfully rolling over. Eagerly, she sought out the man, letting out sounds of excitement. A cacophony of clattering noises erupted from the floor, and Eleanor joyously rolled toward the sound, panting from exertion. This was a monumental task for her, and her face flushed with effort as she finally managed to reach the foot of the bed. She eagerly looked up at the man on the floor, attempting to call out for him to witness her accomplishment. Yet he remained unmoving. After a moment's thought, she exerted herself and rolled off the bed, landing in his arms. Startled, the man nearly tossed this little creature away. Eleanor clutched his clothing tightly, babbling excitedly, her words a delightful jumble. Such incidents became a daily occurrence. Eleanor took great pleasure in tumbling off the bed into his embrace. Not long after her first teeth emerged, she could sit up, often perching upright while drinking milk, grinning with her single tooth while babbling to him. The man consistently ignored her, prompting Eleanor to sneak into his arms while he slept. She had never fallen to the ground. He always bore her back to bed with a frown. In moments of boredom, Eleanor learned to clap her hands, and when he ignored her, she would sit upright, clapping once and calling out, laughing joyfully. As Eleanor mastered crawling, she would scurry about the bed, and when fatigue set in, she would roll into his embrace to sleep, only to awaken alone in bed once more. The room was perpetually filled with the voice of Eleanor, who, while navigating her way along the headboard, would often reach out in search of something that could echo her own sounds. On this particular day, hunger drove Eleanor to tears, and the silence of the room was deafening. As she swayed unsteadily to the foot of the bed, she found no trace of the familiar figure she sought. Stumbling about the foot of the bed, she aimed to locate the man, but in her clumsiness, she tripped over the covers and fell directly onto the floor. The ground was littered with glass bottles, and in her misstep, she shattered several. Crying, she attempted to rise, only to press her hands into the shards of glass. The sharp sting of the cuts sent her wailing, and when exhaustion overtook her, she cautiously crawled, the glass fragments embedding deeper into her palms, causing her to sob softly as she wiped her tears. Daring not to rise again, Eleanor gingerly supported herself against the bed, the scattered glass rendering her footing treacherous. As she lifted her leg, she inadvertently knocked over a few more bottles, sending her tumbling once more into the sea of shards. Clad in a mere layer of fabric, Eleanor felt pain radiate through her body. She writhed in agony, her struggles producing only the sounds of her own despair in the stillness, with no one to offer her aid. Meanwhile, the man returned from outside, a bag of wine in hand. Silently, he locked the door and instinctively glanced at the bed to see if the small figure was awake. The vast expanse of the empty bed held no sign of her, momentarily stunning him. He quickly approached the foot of the bed, and the sight of shattered glass strewn about alongside Eleanor, whose tear-streaked face lay amidst the wreckage, pierced his heart. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip, and the bottles clattered to the ground. Yet Eleanor remained motionless, her eyes shut tight. Weakness swept over him, nearly causing him to collapse, and he stumbled forward, disregarding the sharp shards as he trembled while lifting her into his arms. Eleanor, still dazed, opened her eyes to see a familiar face, her lips quivering as she emitted soft whimpers. He gazed at the blood staining her skin with a shudder, filled with remorse as he struck his own face in anguish. Fearing to take her to the hospital, he carefully soothed her to sleep and covered her face before bringing in a Muggle doctor. The doctor, apprehensively coerced, dared not look or inquire deeply, trembling as he extracted the shards and bandaged Eleanor's wounds. The man led him downstairs, employing a memory charm, and upon returning to the room, he couldn't help but shed tears at the sight of the slumbering child. The blood seeping through the gauze stung his eyes, the unmistakable golden hue revealing a truth he could not ignore. This was a child of Sylvian blood, the offspring of Regulus and Sylvian.